Penguin, M. Classics. Machiavelli. The Discourses. Latin. *% of carat. Pound. Strife *, SFCM. Jagan Classics IQ and VYYSFCF. W2 *. Founder Editor, 1944-64, EVRIEL carat. 7, carat F carat carat J carat F. The Penguin Classics. Niccolo 6 Machiavelli was born in Florence in 1469 of an old citizen family. Little is known about his life until 1498, when he was appointed secretary and second chancellor to the Florentine Republic. During this time of office his journeys included missions to Louis XII and to the Emperor Maximilian. He was with Cesare Borgia in the Romagna, and after watching the papal election of 1503 he accompanied Julius II on his first campaign of conquest. In 1507, as chancellor of the newly appointed Nove di Milesia, he organized an infantry force which fought at the capture of Pisa in 1509. 3 years later it was defeated by the Holy League at Prato. The Medici returned to Florence, and Machiavelli was excluded from public life. After suffering imprisonment and torture, he retired to his farm near San Casciano, where he lived with his wife and 6 children and gave his time to study and writing. His works included The Prince, the Discourses on the First Decade of Livy, The Art of War, and the comedy, Mandragola, a satire on seduction. In 1520, Cardinal Giulio de' Medici secured him a commission to write a history of Florence, which he finished in 1525. After a brief return to public life, he died in 1527. Bernard Crick is professor of politics at Birkbeck, the University of London's College for Mature Part-Time Students. He was born in 1929 and educated at Whitgift School, University College, London, the London School of Economics, and Harvard. He lived for 4 years in North America before teaching at the London School of Economics and then Sheffield University. He also lectured in Germany, Holland, Israel, New Zealand, and Eastern Europe. His works include The American Science of Politics, Crime, Rape and Gin, Reflections on Contemporary Attitudes to Violence, Pornography, and Addiction, Political Theory and Practice, George Orwell, A Life, which was the Yorkshire Post Book of the Year for 1980, and a second Pelican edition of In Defense of Politics, 1982. He was chairman of the Working Party which produced the Hansard Society's influential report, Political Education and Political Literacy. He is currently working on the political relations of the British Isles, joint editor of the Political Quarterly from 1965 until 1980. He has written for The Observer, New Statesman, and other papers, and reviews regularly for The Guardian. He has written on theatre for the Times Higher Educational Supplement and the New Review, and is a frequent broadcaster. Niccolo Machiavelli. The Discourses. Edited with an introduction by Bernard Crick, using the translation of Leslie J. Walker, S.J. with revisions by Brian Richardson. Penguin Books. Penguin Books Ltd., Harmondsworth, Middlesex, England. Penguin Books, 625 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10022 USA. Penguin Books Australia Ltd., Ringwood, Victoria, Australia. Penguin Books Canada Ltd., 2801 John Street, Markham, Ontario, Canada L3R1B4. Penguin Books, NZ, Ltd., 182 to 190 Wairo Road, Auckland 10, New Zealand. Published in Pelican Books 1970. Reprinted 1974, with corrections. Reprinted 1976, 1978, 1979, 1981. Reissued in Penguin Classics 1983. Introduction. Copyright Bernard Crick, 1970. All rights reserved. Made and printed in Great Britain. By Richard Clay, The Chaucer Press, Ltd. Bungay, Suffolk. Set in monotype bimbo. Except in the United States of America. This book is sold subject to the condition that it shall not, by way of trade or otherwise, be lent, resold, hired out, or otherwise circulated, without the publisher's prior consent in any form of binding or cover other than that in which it is published, and without a similar condition, including this condition being imposed on the subsequent purchaser. In memory of Felix Ropp, a brilliant Australian postgraduate student, who, had he not got killed in a climbing accident, would surely have written a truly great and sensible, sympathetic yet critical work on Machiavelli, as shown irrefutably in the evidence of his thesis, published post humously as The English Face of Machiavelli, a Changing Interpretation, 1300 to 1700, London. 1964. Digitized by the Internet Archive. IQ 2011. http://www.archive.org/details/discourses. Contents. Preface. Introduction by Bernard Crick. So Many Machiavellis 13. The Prince and the Discourses 17. Republics as Mixed Government 23. The Mixture as Adaptability 27. The Value of Conflict 33. Factors of Social Class 37. The Conditions for Republican Rule 41. Theory and Method 45. Politics and Morality 61. The Letter to Veteri 67. Suggestions for further reading 71. The Discourses of Niccolo Machiavelli 75. Table of Contents 77. The Text 91. Notes 529. Preface. The text used is that of Father Leslie Walker's translation from Guido Mazzoni and Mario Casella's Tutte le Opere. Storici Letterari di Niccolo Machiavelli, published by G. Barbara in Florence in 1929. This is used by the kind poor. Mission of Messrs. Routledge and Kegan Paul. One Father Walker's magnificent edition is far more than a translation. His 163 pages of introduction, including a large analytic table of contents, and his 390-page second volume of notes, tables and indexes, make it the fullest and probably the best scholarly edition in any language. The specialist and the teacher must still turn to it, as I have frequently, to pursue in depth any particular point of difficulty or delight concerning, I hasten to add, concepts quite as much as sources, borrowings or events. In comparison, this is a confessedly and deliberately more popular and somewhat cheaper edition, but also one more concerned with the lasting stature and continued relevance of Machiavelli as a theorist of politics than with, as in the fashion of so much intellectual history at the moment, diminishing him to a precise contemporary context. However, it would not be entirely unjust to say that amid Father Walker's great labors the general reader and the ordinary student may sometimes lose the wood for the trees. So, since Walker's edition is still in print and readily available, I have severely limited my annotations of the text to those grossest stumbling blocks of sheer meaning. Any middle path might, as Machiavelli suggests of middle paths in general, get the worst of both worlds. Caviar for the general. 1. The Discourses of Niccolo Machiavelli, 2 volumes, London, 1950, still in print. Preface. Or cold mutton for the wise. What I have to say about the peculiar genius of Machiavelli, as a political theorist and as a political sociologist, neither depends on knowing who the characters in his text were nor on how accurately he uses his beloved ancient authors, nor yet on how accurate they were. There is no end to such a game, if one treats the Florentine civil servant as a candidate for a modern history PhD. But I have retained a few of Walker's footnotes on the translation where he gives a key term, or shows how he deals with some special terminological difficulty. Machiavelli never saw an edition of either the prints or the Discourses through the press in his lifetime, although manuscripts circulated widely. And the Discourses on the first 10 books of Titus Livy, to give its full title for the first and last time, is an unfinished work. The order in which he might have placed the sections or discourses had he prepared the book for the press could be and has been questioned. But there is no certain answer. I follow Walker, who in turn followed Mazzoni and Casella. And I also retain the made-up titles, which Walker supplies to groups of the discourses or sections, making chapters, as it were. But beware that these are editorial intrusions, helpful overall, but sometimes a trifle leading or arbitrary when particular discourses wander through several subjects at once. So these are always printed in square brackets. The section headings are Machiavelli's own, and these all appear in the table of contents of this edition. Walker's analytic table of contents is, I think, too leading. And I have followed Walker's division of the sections into paragraphs, but have thought it pedantic, for this edition, to number them, but then anyone using his indexes and this text has only to count the paragraphs to pinpoint a reference. This translation is not without its critics. Professor J. H. Whitfield has gone for it strongly, see Italian Studies 6, 195 1. Even in this revised version, see European Studies Review, July 10. Preface. 1972, the publishers would have commissioned a new translation, but I advised them that it would be a pedantic extravagance. Any further reprint beyond this, however, will involve a revised edition, because of several other writings that were produced in 1969 for the 500th anniversary of Machiavelli's birth. But nothing is perfect, and any good translator can, with a fresh scholarly eye, improve on another. I am very grateful to Mr. Brian Richardson, lecturer in Italian at Aberdeen University, for checking the translation and pointing out several score of errors and many improved readings, all of which have been silently corrected. I think they are all of the kind that Father Walker would have except had he had the benefit of having his manuscript closely and critically read by Mr. Richardson. It has been my decision, however, to prefer throughout to translate the key concept of virtue either as plain virtue or to leave the Italian word, for reasons I explain on pages 57 to 9. If Machiavelli can be held to be at fault for using it in different senses, it is important that the reader sees this for himself and does not have it fully translated in different ways, as Walker mostly does, according to the context. And I have changed a very few of Walker's dated colloquialisms and repressed one gross euphemism which is quite unwarranted by the text. Always keep in mind that Machiavelli loved writing and wrote superbly well in many different forms. In the Discourses, he writes with one eye on the glorious republican past of Rome, and in the cadences of the great classical authors, but the other eye is on political man in the Italian present, in which he makes sudden, inventive moves from the formality of the new language created by Dante into deliberate and pithy colloquialisms, such changes of pace and level as we are accustomed to in the middle and late periods of Shakespeare, and used quite as deliberately and as effectively. I thank most gratefully, besides Mr. Richardson, my Col. Lee. Preface. League Mr. Jerram Williams for reading the manuscript and giving me several helpful corrections and criticisms. Sir Isaiah Berlin kindly let me make use of his The Originality of Machiavelli, a paper which will appear in Studies on Machiavelli, to be edited by Professor Myron P. Gilmore and published by the Villa Itati, the Harvard University Center for Renaissance Studies. Miss Sally Jenkinson, then my Assis. Tant in the Morel Studies in Toleration, helped me prepare the manuscript, and Mrs. Iris Walkland was of great assistance in reading the proofs. As for the result, seldom do we know, to paraphrase the Florentine, how to be wholly good or wholly bad, which is, to him, invariably a fatal weakness. So I beg his pardon too, for I would try to be as Machiavellian as I can, as near to devotion as is possible, in the circumstances, to a most worthy humanist, a great advocate of republican government, and to a man who never preached the politic art * as an end in itself, but only as the necessary means to preserve the civilized life of cities. If this still shocks some people, or sounds very unscholarly to others, it is because there are so many different Machiavellis around. It is to this question that we must turn. First, only to add that I would rather, as I finish writing on this particular day, have Machiavelli back on earth than any number of us on the moon. For he was concerned with the business of good government, so that excited though he would have been at these new capabilities and discoveries, as of the Americas in his time, his instinct would still have been to set his own house in order first. The secretary to the Council of Florence would have thought ours a lunatic set of priorities, not just economically but also intellectually and morally. Sheffield, July 21, 969. Bernard Crick. Introduction. So many Machiavellis. Why should one want or feel the need to take a fresh look at Machiavelli? There's been too much brilliant originality in Machiavelli scholarship and so much downright nonsense written about him. One fears to add to it. I make no claims to originality, but only to a somewhat disingenuous common sense. I feel strongly the need to cut through many ingenious and over-elaborate discussions of the nature and alleged originality of his method, in order to show that his main substantive preoccupation, indeed his good obsession, was with the conditions for republican government. The republic, to him, was the best of all possible worlds, and he tried to show that it had to be and could be, not merely should be. Remark. Ably tolerant of internal conflict and dissent. Not merely does he have a coherent theory of the conditions for republican rule, but in many vital respects it is more fully worked out than even Aristotle's, and there is no rival in between, and, furthermore, it has a relevance to the modern world particularly because of the obvious fact, not despite it, that it can go so far without invoking industrialism. A few years ago this might have been a reason for ignoring him or for seeing no element, even, of lasting relevance in his theories. But recently works like Whitfogle's Oriental Despotism, 1957, and Barrington Moore's Social Origins of Dictatorship and Democracy, Lord and Peasant in the Making of the Modern World, 1967, have at least made one suspicious, on the score of bureaucracy and of land tenure respectively, that it is possible to have exaggerated, either in a capitalist or a 13. Introduction. Marxist manner, the conditioning factor of industrialization on the modern consciousness. If we grow more and more skeptical of the convergence thesis of industrial civilization, and even come to think in terms of three worlds, we cannot then use the European Industrial Revolution as a sufficient explanation of the divergence of all three patterns. Behind the Industrial Revolution there may be a more fundamental change in human concepts and consciousness, perhaps the propensity to look forward at all and to believe that environment can be subject to control and choice. And among such concepts the old tradition of an active citizenship, which is the central concern of Machiavelli, who was detested for being a Republican and an advocate of policy quite as much as for being a pagan or possibly an atheist, is at least as worth exploring as one of the factors shaping the modern world as are bureaucracy, land, and the peasantry, and industrialism. Perhaps, in a word, we should turn back to Machiavelli, because mere political factors now seem a little less easy to reduce into economics or to ignore as transitory phenomena. They are likely to be with us in any kind of society and are likely always to have more effect than was once rashly supposed. But if one chooses to rehabilitate Machiavelli as a political theorist, one must candidly admit that, and explain why. One also can find and exaggerate, if one chooses, elements of all kinds of things in Machiavelli. The variety of interpretations of him show that either he is supremely enigmatic, what is really in her mind, perhaps nothing, or else someone so important that we all have to pretend that he is unequivocally with us or, more often, against us. The attempt to put Machiavelli at a distance is sometimes carried to quite heroic lengths. For to some he is the teacher of evil, the doctor of the damned, as Leo Strauss and Maritain would argue, a somewhat unsubtle view of someone who so 14. Introduction. Often bewails that it is necessary to act in a way that is admittedly immoral. Others, like Hegel and Fichte, see him as a ruthless but glorious nationalist, while Ricci would tell sedate readers of the world's classics that his patriotism, while intense, was democratic and humane. Here would be a remarkable man indeed to anticipate nationalism by nearly 3 centuries. He is, in Cassirer's eyes, a cold technician, while to Croce he is an agonized humanist crucified between the conflicting intensities of his perception of his and his sense of God. To Francis Bacon, he was the supreme realist, to Carlo Schmitt, the anticipator, since the dates don't work the other way, of Galileo's scientific method, but to Professor Butterfield he was really an a priori dogmatist who dressed himself up in bits of palace gossip about history and science. To some a universal genius, a fit companion among the immortals for Dante and for Leonardo, but his latest commentator, Mr. Sidney Anglo, in Machiavelli, a dissection. 1969, makes plain that he could have hardly hoped for a past degree had he studied history at Swansea. To Macaulay, he was an elegant, balanced and patriotic Whig. To Gramsci, he was as near to a pre-incarnation of Lenin as any mortal man could get before the birth of Marx, and to Professor Sabina and Max Lerner, he was an American political scientist of the behavioral persuasion. Jacob Burckhardt saw him as an artist and James Burnham saw him as a managerial bureaucrat. A funny kind of Christian, to Professor Germano, since he once preached a sermon and confessed and received absolution on his deathbed, and either a pagan or an atheist to so many others, a toady of princes, or a democratic satirist. There is no end of it, nor will there ever be. 1. One Sir Isaiah Berlin has said that there are no fewer than 25 leading interpretations of the prince alone, in his The Originality of Machiavelli / in Myron P. Gilmore, ed., Studies on Machiavelli, Sansonai, Florence, 1972, which he allowed me to use in an earlier version and 15. Introduction. Such a fate is odd for a writer who writes well and expresses himself clearly and in propositional terms. Machiavelli is not Rousseau. He may often be wrong, but seldom deliberately obscure. Machiavelli is not Hobbes. One thing alone is clear, he raises strong emotions, mostly of doubtful relevance. It is as if everyone thinks themselves at liberty to fill in for themselves what they take to be the great gap * in his argument. Perhaps less liberties would have been taken with him had he, in an academic and philosophic manner, however badly, either advanced the grounds for a secular morality divorced from religion, but he did not live in the Cambridge of Leslie Stephen nor in the Bloomsbury of Leonard Woolf, or else for a complete separation of politics from all ethics, a different question. But he did not. He shocks or disappoints us by simply taking it for granted that there are two sets of standards. We may know what the good is, he always implies, and certainly never denies, but we may not be able to act in that way. That is the whole problem. He did not go on to say that the way we have to act is good. He was not a type of romantic poet, a second-hand Nietzschean, nor yet an intellectual fascist. Say simply, he was no philosopher, and it is as dangerous to impute a philosophy or a single method to him as it is a gratuitous and condescending insult to present him with one. He was one of those men who somehow, in a most disorderly and incoherent way, stumble upon certain truths which are important in understanding human society in its political forms. Commentators on Machiavelli should have engraved on their desks, the truth of a proposition does not depend upon its genesis. Some of these truths imply a way of looking at the world that we may now call political sociology, an interest in the from which I have drawn heavily in the above paragraph. See also, on Varieties of Interpretation, E. W. Cochrane, Machiavelli, 1940-1960. Journal of Modern History, June 1961, pages 113-36. 16. Introduction. Degree to which forms of regime depend upon social circumstances, and some of these truths point to the importance of, in some circumstances, conflict as a positive benefit to a society if society is seen as a whole, but this does not make him a social scientist. But it does make his conclusions of some general relevance, not because they were said by him or said in any logically consistent manner, but because they so often happen to be PGHT or at least relevant. He is distinctively modern in a sense that predates and logically precedes both Adam Smith and Karl Marx. That man by giving thought cannot, it is true, add a cubit to his stature, but can, to some degree at least, affect his social environment, indeed can, within some limitations, choose to choose freely. Machiavelli loved to generalize, which to some is enough to condemn him out of hand. But there is a very high degree of consistency between his generalizations, as we will see. Thus, Machiavelli was no philosopher, but he was a brilliant theorist. Yet without the protection of a philosophy, his theories have been preyed upon by every kind of doctrinaire, either wishing to use his generalizations for their own purposes or finding what they seem to find in him so uncomfortable, that they dig deeper to find more than is at first apparent and to reject him utterly. Most of the mysteries of Machiavelli arise in this way. She really is the same woman, just that you all treat her so differently / and part of the reason why we find mysteries is because he was not a determinist. He narrows alternatives, but never removes or closes them. The Prince and the Discourses. Take first the greatest and most unnecessary mystery of all, the relationship between the Prince and the Discourses. What do you know of Machiavelli who only the Prince have read? This is one of the great stumbling blocks. 17. Introduction. Ludicrous and a silly one, simply that the Prince is notorious and short, while the Discourses are famous but less read. Biographical evidence strongly suggests that he was working on the two books at the same time. 2. And it is beyond reason able doubt that he was not an advocate of autocracy at one period and then of republican government at another. 3. He was an advocate of either, according to the circumstances of the case. In fact, there is no essential argument in the Prince which is not repeated in the Discourses. So much for the theory that a clever and unscrupulous office seeker writes all that will please a prince, in the one, and all that will please a republic in the other, as if he wasn't going to be found out. Many things in both books would please neither, both have a definite slant, but both are incompetent if viewed as pure acts of arse licking. There is a slant, but it is not that. Indeed, even. In the first chapter of the Prince and the first sentence of the second chapter, the essential matter of the Discourses is referred to clearly. Chapter I. How many kinds of principality there are, and by what means they are acquired. All states, all powers, that have held and hold rule over men have been and are either republics or principalities. 2. The first draft of the Prince was certainly written in 1513, and a part of the Discourses, to which he refers in the Prince, is either already written, being written, or at least planned during that year. He revises the Prince in 1516 while still working on the Discourses, and in 1519 puts them aside, unfinished, certainly unrevised, for the art of war. Then in the following year begins the Florentine history. See Federico Chabad, Machiavelli, and the Renaissance, London, 1958, pages 31-2 fh. Sidney Anglo's able summary of the evidence in his Machiavelli, a dissection, London, 1969, chapter 3, and Roberto Rodolfi, The Life of Niccolo Machiavelli, London, 1963, chapter 14 and the footnotes thereto. 3. Felix Ropp has shown that this radical dichotomy was a liberal 19th century gloss on Machiavelli. C is the English face of Machiavelli, London, 1964, p. 255. 18. Introduction. Principalities are either hereditary, in which the family has been long established, or they are new. The new are either entirely new, as was Milan to Francesco Sforza, or they are, as it were, members annexed to the hereditary state of the prince who has acquired them, as was the kingdom of Naples to that of the king of Spain. Such dominions thus acquired are either accustomed to live under a prince, or to live in freedom, and are acquired either by the arms of the prince himself, or of others, either by fortune or by ability. Virtue. Chapter 2. Concerning hereditary principalities. I will leave out all discussion on republics, inasmuch as in another place I have written of them at length. 4. Surely this is clear enough. He begins with a generalization, not a Yale judgment, that there are only two types of government. And in the Prince, he writes almost exclusively about the one, and in the Discourses predominantly about the other. But only in the Discourses is there any clear and explicit discussion of when it is appropriate to have personal rule and when the broader base of a republic. And only in the Discourses does princely power become seen not just as personal power, but as a function of all regimes, and institution. Republics need it in time of crisis. Indeed, a prince or prince-like power is to be found in 4 circumstances. I. When a man is ruthlessly determined to govern in that way and is not stopped in time. 2. When a state is so hopelessly lacking in virtue or civic spirit that a republic would not work. 3. When a republic is to be founded from unsuitable. 4. I use W. K. Marriott's translation of The Prince in the Everyman's Library edition edited by Professor H. Butterfield, 1958. It is more labored but literal than George Bull's Pelican Classics translation, but the latter is much more readable and catches the spirit of Machiavelli. I think, however, that Bull's introduction fails to see the essential unity between the Prince and the Discourses. 19. Introduction. Material, and, 4, when one is to be restored from corruption. Section 9 of Book I of the Discourses is headed, that it is necessary to be the sole authority if one would constitute a republic afresh or would reform it thoroughly regardless of its ancient institutions. There is no doubt where his values lie, as in the heading to the very next section, those who set up a tyranny are no less blameworthy than are the founders of a republic or a kingdom praiseworthy. S. It all depends on circumstances. Certainly, as we will see, it is possible for a prince, one man, with almost superhuman audacity, skill, and luck to fly in the face of objective circumstances or necessity. That is the point of the famous chapter. In The Prince on Fortune, she's a fickle whore, but if she is to be mastered, it is necessary to beat and ill-use her. It is seen that she allows herself to be mastered by the adventurous, rather than by those who go to work more coldly. She is, therefore, I cannot resist finishing the paragraph, always womanlike, a lover of young men, because they are less cautious, more violent, and with more audacity command her. But success, will young men please note, is not guaranteed. And the penalties of failure are drastic. Normally it is more prudent to see that our behavior is in conformity with the times. Discourses 3:9. Now the greatest feat of pure political virtuosity known to Machiavelli, and first described in The Prince, is to turn a flourishing republic into a principality, but the most damnable, the greatest praise is to be reserved for an almost equally difficult feat, described in the Discourses, The Prince. 5. Only 2 kinds of state, indeed, and then kingdoms come up. But kings to Machiavelli are those princes who abide by the existing laws of a state, hence there is no incompatibility between having a king and being a republic, although if there never have been free institutions, and the traditional laws are those of any autocracy, then the king can be the strongest and most stable kind of prince or ruler. 20. Introduction. Hero or legislator who deliberately creates a new republic out of unlikely or ambiguous human material. But there is no doubt that Machiavelli thinks it more difficult to destroy a republic than to create one, which is why a prince may have to be so utterly ruthless. Even in The Prince there is this formidable testimony to republican government in chapter 5. Headed concerning the way to govern cities or principalities which lived under their own laws before they were annexed. He who becomes master of a city accustomed to freedom and does not destroy it, may expect to be destroyed by it, for in rebellion it has always the watchword of liberty and its ancient privileges as a Rallying point, which neither time nor benefits will ever cause it to forget. And whatever you may do or provide against, they never forget that name or their privileges unless they are made disunited or dispersed, but at every chance they rally to them, as Pisa after the 100 years she had been held in bondage by the Florentines. But when cities or countries are accustomed to live under a prince, and his family is exterminated, they, being on the one hand accused to obey and on the other hand not having the old prince, cannot agree in making one from among themselves, and they do not know how to govern themselves. For this reason they are very slow to take up arms, and a prince can gain them to himself and secure them much more easily. But in republics there is more vitality, greater hatred, and more desire for vengeance, which will never permit them to allow the memory of their former liberty to rest. So that the safest way is to destroy them or to reside there. This is the earliest statement of the great either/or theme, which runs through all Machiavelli's writings, but most men, he observes, choose a middle course and are undone. Nothing in the prince is stronger than the advice he gives in the Discourses. Ses headed in a city or a province which he has seized, a new prince should make everything new. Discourses I.26. New governors, new titles, to make the rich poor and the poor rich, to build new cities and to destroy old ones, even to 21. Introduction. Move the inhabitants from one place to another far distant from it, in short, to leave nothing of that province intact, and nothing in it, neither rank, nor institution, nor form of government, nor wealth, except that it be held by such as recognize that it comes from you. But the Discourses make clear, which the prince tactfully does not, that republics are to be preferred, if you can get them, and there is even an explicit argument that princes are needed to save and to create states, which calls for the sudden and ruthless concentration and use of power, but that republics normally preserve states best through long periods of time, where the problem is to spread power and to attain adaptability. How then does one distinguish, according to Machiavelli, between the circumstances fit for republican rule and those only fit for personal rule, or between normal times and states of emergency? Enough, for the moment, to have established this as the master question, to which I will return. But this concern of Machiavelli's implies one thing: the extraordinarily high value he attaches to political stability. This is a higher value than either princely or republican rule by itself. We need not accept this as a value to see its importance as a problem and its advantage as a focus for study. It is probably the basic problem which links the practical concerns of politics with an objective scholarship. What are the main theories which seek to account for political stability and change? What were Machiavelli's theories and what is their general relevance? Finally, to ask, is it, after all, quite so abominable as it sounds to be one of those who, as a contemporary put it, love their country better than the safety of their souls, or, more soberly, to study with some special care those writers who stress survival rather than transcendence? It depends quite as much on what one means by the state as on what one believes of salvation. Again, it may be blasphemous to 22. Introduction. The Christian to treat politics as end in itself, but this should not stop us from inquiring quite what he meant by polities. It is unlikely that he meant quite the same thing by polities as did the godly who rained abuse on the head of old Hatch Evil, or not to be matched in evil 6, a far cry from that stout English Commonwealth man, James Harrington's praise of him as the only politician of later ages and the sole retriever of ancient prudence. 7. Republics as mixed government. Machiavelli is, in many respects, a very traditional writer. He cuts across the Christian tradition of natural law of St. Thomas Aquinas and goes back, implicitly, to the tradition of Aristotle's Politics and Cicero's Republic and, explicitly, to the Greek historian in Rome, Polybius, and, of course, to the first 10 books of Titus Livy's History of Rome, the nominal subject matter on which he discourses. As a theorist, he is best understood if one starts with Aristotle, but not just the Aristotle of the first 4 books, the apologist of the polis or of political rule, misleadingly seen simply as constitutional, but also the Aristotle of Book V on revolutions, particularly the section, which Machiavelli had obviously read, that advises a tyrant how to perpetuate his rule, if one wishes, as one should not, to govern in that way. It has often been commented that there is a Machiavellian element in old Aristotle, which is, of course, a paradoxical way of saying quite simply that there is a strong Aristotelian element in Machiavelli. To Aristotle, the polis, or the best possible state, consisted in the mixture of 2 elements, not the philosophical or the 6 quoted by Felix Ropp, English Face of Machiavelli, I00-1700. London, 1964, p. 83, from an early 17th century tract. 7 Ibid, p. 187. 23. Introduction. Practical dominance of a single element, aristocracy, seen in principle as the rule of the wise, constitutionally as the rule of a few and socially as the rule of the wealthy or those with property, and democracy, seen in principle as the rule of mere opinion. The democratic belief is that because men are equal in some things, they are equal in all, a dangerous fallacy. Constitutionally as the rule of the many, and socially as the rule of the poor. Neither principle alone is likely to render either stable or just government, they need to be synthesized. And this synthesis is not a mere compromise, but the taking of the 2 best elements in both, wisdom and consent, and making them into a new, organic unity. So the polis is a state, in which citizens, men fit to be citizens, a formidable reservation, rule and are ruled in turn. It was from this point that Hegel took off, in his dialectic, synthesizing way, and Machiavelli more in Aristotle's. The mixture, however, in both Aristotle and Cicero is somewhat static. In Cicero it becomes almost a frozen formula of elite rule, auctoritas in senatu, potestas in popuw, or the simple analysis of the basis of Roman power and expansion found on the eagles of the legions and stamped on all military stores, SPQR, the Senate and the people of Rome. At times a constitutional formula, but at other times simply and formidably a warning maxim addressed to the patrician political class: do not forget the dreadful power of the people if things go wrong or if agitators stir them up. Machiavelli first introduces a dynamic element into the general theory of mixed government. He uses republica in two senses, as a general word for either of his two kinds of state whenever it is wished to stress, in the old Roman sense, offers publica, the things that are common to a people, whether as subjects or citizens, or, put rather leadingly, the systematic relations of regime to society, and, 2, in a narrower sense, a republic specifically of the Roman kind, based upon uno. 24. Introduction. Vivere civili politico, a political and civic way of life, or the practice of citizenship, and he often uses libero virtually as a synonym for politico. 8. In such republics of the Roman kind, he sees three essential elements: qualita, a word with some social connotations, or potentia, forces or tendencies. These are la potestas regia, regal power; la potentia digli, autonomy, the influence of the big ones or the men of substance; 9. And il governo popolare, popular government, or is it? 8. See instances of this in Discourses 1.6 and I.25 and the discussion in Walker's Notes, Volume I, p. 139 and Volume 2, pages 276, on Aristotle and Machiavelli, 314, on libero, and 317, on vivere. Walker seems to imply that the primary usage of libero is to show that a state is free from domination by other states. This is a usage, but equally often he uses it to describe the internal conditions of those states whose affairs are managed by citizens. Uno vivere civil is an independent community with its own laws, but these laws could be absolutist, unless the state is also described as libero. Indeed, civil can both mean a city, any old city, and a body of citizens with legal rights which they in fact exercise. Machiavelli does, on occasion, use the bad argument, a piece of philological teleology, that the very word city implies that it should be or must be a republic of citizens, just as Aristotle has a huge metaphysic to show that the polis exists by nature for the purpose of making them political, i.e. not tyrannic. But both Machiavelli and Aristotle have more empirical arguments why, in the long run and other things being equal, cities are likely to survive the longest if they are governed by a civic body, and not by princes or tyrants. 9. I find Walker's translation of autonomy as upper class misleading. Walker, Discourses, Volume 2, pages 315 to 16. Better is his treatment of grandi, which Machiavelli uses almost interchangeably, as leading men or men of standing, despite the fact that it can in some contexts be a technical term for hereditary nobility. Machiavelli is plainly talking of the bourgeois or the haute bourgeois. The yeomanry populaire or la plebe are a damned nuisance, though their power has to be taken account of, but it is the middle range of men upon whose active participation a republic depends, not the upper class alone, if one thinks in terms of a scale of 3 orders. If, indeed, as we will see, the upper class are gentilegomeni, landed gentry, they have to be got rid of, quick and thorough, if a republic is to flourish. 25. Introduction. Government of the people? Not quite, the connotation is more like in R the governor on a lorry or other engine. The ultimate restraining force, the final limitation, but also, as we will see, the real power, both civic and military, behind republics, as distinct from principalities, if harnessed rightly by the autonomy in a political manner, not by simple coercion. What is this regal power doing in a republic? Quite plainly it is not a person, but a function or institution. There has to be power like that of kings, the ability for sudden and decisive action if republics, like any other state, are to withstand emergencies. Each of these elements intermingles. Those republics which have survived the longest are those which have struck upon the most appropriate combination of these 3 elements to different circumstances. In the second discourse of Book I he sets out, with some mild confusion and error, the traditional Aristotelian categories of the 3 good types of government and the 3 corrupt forms, and he comments that prudent legislators have refrained from adopting any such pure form as it stood, but chose instead one that shared in them all, since they thought that such a government would be stronger and more stable, for if in one and the same state there was principality, aristocracy and democracy, each would keep watch over the other. Perhaps this is slightly confusing, but the main point is clear. He uses aristocracy either in an ideal sense, close to Napoleon's and Jefferson's contrast between an aristocracy of talent, good, and an aristocracy of birth, bad, or in the way that we would use elite group. The people without leadership are helpless, and a class of leaders arises in any known society, but this is only one side of the turbulent equation. Leaders need followers, or rather the state depends at the least, on the passivity of the people, but, far better, and herein to Machiavelli the greatness of Rome, if it can mobilize the power of the people. Then, it is irresistible, far stronger. 26. Introduction. And more effective than a tyranny. This I take to be a general truth of modern politics. The politics of the future, said Napoleon, will be concerned with the art of moving the masses. And I also take it to be true that to call governments democratic is always a misleading piece of propaganda, or, once upon a time, abuse. It confuses doctrine with theory. We may want the democratic element in government to grow greater, but it is still only an element while it is governed meant at all. The concept republican, understood in Machiavelli's sense, is much more fruitful as a basis for explanatory theory than democratic. 10. The mixture as adaptability. When he says of the three elements in any republic that each would keep watch over the other, he seems to do himself less than justice. This could sound to our ears rather Whiggish and legalistic, smacking of checks and balances. Or at best the strange mixture of Machiavellian realism and Whiggish legalism that is found in Madison's famous Federa. List number 10 on the inevitability and positive utility of factions. Machiavelli is not in the least worried about restraining governments, perhaps he should be, but rather in showing that well-managed republics are actually stronger than principalities, not that strength is the only value, for it is plainly also valuable to him to involve more men rather than less in the running of a state, if circumstances allow. 4. Political life is life at its best, here he is thoroughly Greek and Roman. Private life is only possible when most men, not 10. See my polemics against the usefulness of the concept of democracy in my In Defense of Politics, Pelican, 1964, pages 56 to 73, the elementary types of government, and opposition, Winder. 1968, pages 3 to 20, and Philosophy, Theory and Thought, Political Studies, February 1967. 27. Introduction. All commit most of their energy, not all, to the public interest or civic life. Badly placed, tucked oddly away in the sections on military discipline and tactics, there are 3 discourses, Book 3, 7, 8 and 9, which repay special study by the political and social theorist. They are concerned with the need for states to adapt themselves to environment. Let us only pause to say that this is part of its fundamental originality, even to raise such a question, however woolly or particular the answers. The traditional view had been that states should only adapt themselves to moral purposes, and a single true purpose at that. Here we are, for the first time, on the edge of the relativity of morals, and there is a case, gently contra Raymond Aron, for seeing Machiavelli rather than Montesquieu as the first master of political sociology. Discourse 3. 9 is simply headed, that it behoves one to adapt oneself to the times if one wants to enjoy continued good fortune. As he is all too prone to do, he takes the most unlikely case, that of Fabius Maximus, Fabius Cunctator, the delayer, whose tactics, all authorities agreed, saved Rome from the invasion of Hannibal. But, Machiavelli points out, when Scipio wanted to take the armies to Africa, a bold attack to polish off the weary Carthaginians on their home ground, Fabius disagreed. If he had been king, says Machiavelli, he would have got his way and Rome might easily, after all that, have lost or failed to win the war since he was incapable of altering his methods according as circumstances changed. But being a republic, Rome had diverse citizens with diverse dispositions, so they could find a man with the audacity needed to gain complete victory just as Fabius had the admirable caution, for the time, to avoid total defeat. Now, whether all this is true or not as history, let me say just once, does not matter a damn. It is a generalization, admittedly very abstract and hard to apply to individual cases, that's the 28th. Introduction. Practical rub, but true of human societies in general. All the lovely stuff about Fabius and Scipio could just as well be an invented example, it cannot be treated as evidence, and then rejected because of inaccuracy. In the same way, he then speculates, to give the other side of the coin, that the impetuosity and audacity of Pope Julius II was all very well in the circumstances, but had he lived on and not changed his tactics in changed circumstances, then he would have been ruined. Again, this is profoundly unhistorical. How can one possibly know whether he would have adapted or not? It is hard enough to explain what did happen, let alone to explain what did not happen. But is it simply a truism that if we do not adapt, we do not survive? It is not a truism while the dominant tradition of thought holds that there is a single correct solution and that it will endure if adhered to strictly and with no compromises, as true for Marxism as for Christianity. Machiavelli's argument implies that adaptability is the key to the survival of human societies, just as the anthropologist Malinowski was to argue explicitly in his great work, Freedom and Civilization. So the mixture is not a static matter of checks and balances, but a dynamic blending of 3 elements that are needed in different proportions at different times, and a republic contains, indeed nurtures, all the 3 elements, whereas a principality has to suppress all but one. A republic has a fuller life and enjoys good fortune for a longer time than a principality, since it is better able to adapt itself to diverse circumstances owing to the diversity found among its citizens than a prince can do. For a man who is accustomed to act in one particular way, never changes, as we have said, Hence, when times change and no longer suit his ways, he is inevitably ruined. Discourses 3.9. And then he gives the painful example of Piero Soderini, the Gonfalonier or chief official of the Florentine Republic, under 29. Introduction. Whom Machiavelli had served. He was good-natured, shrewd, patient and humble, but when military threat demanded that he drop his patience and humility, he could not bring himself to do it, so that both he and his country were ruined. He could play the fox, but not the lion. In other words, it is not being Republican to fail to defend the Republic, a point of some lasting and topical interest. A Republic must contain the potentiality for la potestas regia, as did, of course, his beloved Rome. Dictatorial authority did good, not harm, to the Republic of Rome. It is the authority which citizens arrogate to themselves, not that granted by free suffrage, that is harmful to civic life. The heading of Discourses I.34. He interpreted the Roman dictatorship as a constitutional office. 1 or 2 men were voted absolute power by the Senate solely for the duration of the emergency. If they went on beyond that, they were, constitutional theory had it, ipso facto, outlaws, marked for the knife of the patriotic assassin. Again, one could dismiss this point as realistic but obvious. I claim that republics which, when in imminent danger, have recourse neither to a dictatorship, nor to some form of authority analogous to it, will always be ruined when grave misfortune befalls them. I-34. Obvious perhaps, but seldom stated in the literature of representative government, which tends to draw all too sharp a distinction between peace and war, or between order and violence. W. Caratier Machiavelli is concerned with all the gradations between, with what Professor Sheldon Volin has well called, as one of Machiavelli's major themes, the economy of violence. He goes beyond, however, the simple assertion that republics must, on occasion, make use of absolute power or dictatorial authority. He believes that when they do act thus, they have actually greater power than any principality. They are both more flexible and they are able, to him the most vital point of all, to trust their own people with arms. This is an 30. Introduction. Interesting thought. Think how we tended to assume in the 1920s and 1930s that free government must pay a price or run a risk in terms of power and efficiency when confronted by the new dictatorships. Most writers were proudly willing to pay it, etc., but they did not doubt the claims of their enemies to be more efficient and to be able to mobilize the whole economy, not just an army. It was freedom versus efficiency. But any comparison of British and German economic planning in the Second World War must throw doubt on this common assumption. 11. And as for the Italian mobilization of industry, it now seems only embarrassing and incredible that men like George Bernard Shaw and H.G. Wells could be taken in by Mussolini's technological trap. We achieved a degree of mobilization of human and material resources considerably ahead of the Germans. And here responsibility could be devolved and men would take decisions at all levels, having been used to working as a team, whereas in the new autocracy, decisions had to wait, often with disastrous delay, for the Führer to get round to them or to be in the right mood. Failure by a subordinate leader in an autocracy is usually viewed as treachery, punishable in the harshest ways. Failure in a republic is more often punished by being given a big job in a poor colony, or by innumerable forms of being kicked upstairs, locked out but not locked up. Sometimes more's the pity. And there are, after all, gradations in all these things. He had himself been put to torture when the Medici came back to power, but then they allowed him to retire to his house in the country, in 11 cmm Poston, British War Production, HMSO, 1952. He remarks on the miracle of Britain's government in the war, a government which was largely personal and yet free from the intellectual limitation of an autocracy. See further the discussion on p. 258 RT. Of the Reform of Parliament, p. 452 2nd ed., London, 1968, in relation to Professor Samuel Beer's thesis about Parliament as a device for the mobilization of consent. 31. Introduction. Modest comfort and in no fear of his life, galling for him to have no political work to do, but fortunately he solaced his boredom and tried to earn his recall by reading for and writing the Prince and the Discourses. Adaptability as a virtue of republics included, then, dictatorship, which history was to show was indeed stronger than that of any tyranny when exercised in the name of the people, but it also included popular power or democracy. Discourses 56-8 of book. I consider the advantages of popular government. We are faced with two apparently contradictory propositions. He quotes Titus Livius to the effect that while the people as a body are courageous, yet individually they are cowardly and feeble, but the next section is roundly headed. The masses 12 are more knowing and more constant than is a prince. Lurid examples are quoted of the fecklessness, inconstancy, ingratitude, and unpredictability of the people, but, on the other hand, the Roman populace was for 400 years enemies to the very name of king and lovers of glory and of the common good of their country. The people can be inconstant and disruptive, but no more or less than princes. Both do wrong and to the same extent, when there is nothing to prevent them doing wrong. Here, there is a hint of checks and balances, but the kind of wrongs he is talking about are not civil liberties or individual rights, but mistakes which threaten the safety of the state or the city. The important thing about the mixture is not that it should restrain the other elements, but that it should push them all into the most effective and concerted direction. The masses are useless without leadership, but given leadership it is irresistible. The state that can integrate its population into public life is far stronger than those traditional autocracies who have to rely either on the passivity or the fear of the people. 12 La multitudine and plebe and populo get used as synonyms. They might almost, in these contexts, be simply translated as mob star. 32. Introduction. And if princes are superior to populaces in drawing up laws, codes of civic life, statutes, and new institutions, the populace is so superior in sustaining what has been instituted, that it indubitably adds to the glory of those who have instituted them. Discourses 158. What price glory, the princely reader of the Discourses might have said. The message is plain enough, princes to create or restore states, but republics to preserve them. So Machiavelli takes the familiar theory of mixed government, but gives it a wholly new and dynamic dimension. He justified the role of the people in terms of the superiority, harping on his oldest obsession in Florentine politics, of a citizen militia to a professional, particularly a mercenary army. We today might want to consider the economic role of the skilled industrial worker rather than the conscript citizen soldier. Quite apart from talk of rights, all modern states depend upon him. He can be granted genuine political rights, or he can be indoctrinated and mobilized in the most elaborate and fantastic manners, but, unlike the traditional picture oft peasant, he cannot be ignored. If the object of the state is now held to be his welfare, it is equally true that the safety of the state depends upon his support, on whatever terms. That is the historical order of things, and Machiavelli sees it clearly. Government precedes consent, but those who have the active consent of the people are the most powerful. But what actually provides the motive force of this admittedly more dynamic model of mixed government? What keeps it flexible and forces it to adapt itself? Here he provides a remarkable answer. The value of conflict. Until Machiavelli, every writer on politics had assumed that states cohere because of some moral unity. To Aristotle, the 33. Introduction. Polis was part of nature and existed for the purpose of unfolding the goodness potential in man. This is what Cicero means by saying that a consensus juris is a necessary condition for republican rule, and it is at the heart of the Thomist teaching on natural law. Even if Augustine can challenge Cicero and argue that this consensus is not one relating to right and justice, but solely to interest, self-love and pride. States cohere like bands of robbers, yet this self-interest must still be all of one piece. If the thieves fall to quarreling among themselves, their society is lost. They must hang together or they will hang separately. Even the realism of Augustine, however, would have strained at Machiavelli's astonishing contendence that discord can actually strengthen a state and that a republic consists of at least two different ways of life, or communities, not one. I must quote at length in case I appear to be reading too much into Machiavelli, as is so often the case, particularly on a matter crucial to social theory, which so few historical commentators seem to notice or to think important. There is no need to go further than the heading of Book 1.4 that discord between the police and the Senate of Rome made this republic both free and powerful. 9. He discusses the tumults that broke out in Rome between the end of the kings and the creation of the tribunes representative of the people, ignoring the fact, or ignorant of it, that high levels of civil disorder in the streets were typical of Roman politics at almost any period. Many have deplored such disorders, he says. And he would be, as a Florentine citizen, very much more aware than we of the presence, the pressure, the threat of the mob, of how it could sometimes break out on its own, but more often be stirred up to support one quarreling leader against another. He had seen them support the purges of the puritanical monk, Savonarola, and then turn against him, equally savagely. But much as he disliked and 34. Introduction. Feared such violence or constant threats of violence, he saw some advantages flowing from it. Our 18th century ancestors in London might have shared his feelings. It is we now who are exceptionally intolerant of public disorder, both because we dislike it, which is fair enough, and because we think it a threat to the state, something that inevitably escalates. Which may be a quite unwarranted theory considering how ritualistic and limited most violence is, rather than explosive and comprehensive. Those who condemn the quarrels between the nobles and the plebs seem to be, he says, cavilling at the very things that were the primary cause of Rome's retaining her freedom. They pay too much attention to the noise and the clamor, and do not see the good effects produced, nor do they realize that in every republic there are two different dispositions, that of the populace and that of the upper class, and that all legislation favorable to liberty is brought about by the clash between them. Liberty itself, then, arises from conflicts, as did the popular institutions of the Roman constitution. Hence if tumults led to the creation of the tribunes, tumults deserve the highest praise. But more than liberty, or as well as liberty, political power, every city should provide ways and means whereby the ambitions of the populace may find an outlet, especially a city which proposes to avail itself of the populace in important undertakings. If a city wishes to use its population for war or for great public works, then it must develop strong nerves and realize that constant troubles are inherent, but that the price, compared to weakness or stagnation, may well be worth paying. He sees the connection between Roman military tactics, calling both for great discipline and great individual skill, and her qualifications for citizenship, and he was surely right. His interest in military tactics lies at the heart of his understanding of politics, so not all those long. 35. Introduction. Chapters are to be skipped by the modern reader. The art of war repeats or assumes every essential proposition of both the Prince and the Discourses, for the art of war is an extension of the whole social condition of a society. In other words, much of what he has to say about military technology and its relationship to politics can be boldly and roughly, but helpfully, translated into modern terms of industrial technology, though even then the purely military factor is not to be forgotten. He even assumes for military factors, as Marx did for economic, that decline and eventual collapse must follow. Failure to expand, one can never stand still, expansion and production have mastered us. Discourse 6 of book I then asks the question whether in Rome such a form of government could have been set up as would have removed the hostility between the populace and the Senate. And he answers it very precisely. All things considered, therefore, it was necessary for Rome's legislators to do one of two things if Rome was to remain tranquil. Either to emulate the Venetians and not employ its plebs in wars, or, like the Spartans, not to admit foreigners. Rome did both these things, and, by doing so, gave to its plebs alike strength, increase, and endless opportunities for commotion. On the other hand, had the government of Rome been such as to bring greater tranquility, there would have ensued this inconvenience, that it would have been weaker, owing to its having cut off the source of supply which enabled it to acquire the greatness at which it arrived, so that, in seeking to remove the causes of tumults, Rome would have removed also the causes of expansion. Squabbles between the populace and the Senate should, therefore, be looked upon as an inconvenience which it is necessary to put up with in order to arrive at the greatness of Rome. Conflict can thus play a positive role in the mobilization of all the resources of a state. But how much squabbling does it take to make a serious revolt or even a revolution? He gives 36. Introduction. Us no criteria to judge this. He is not a modern social scientist. He is a Renaissance state councilor in enforced retirement, and thus freed from many inhibitions, giving maxims to politicians and princes. One could reformulate the main maxim above this way: don't worry in republics about inconvenience, insults or matters off principle, judge by the effect on liberty and on the safety and power of the state. The maxim implies a theory, however, that republics are naturally diverse and find their strength in diversity. They can and should drive to fierce horses on a loose rein, but in a principality, per contra, a tight rein is called for. The smallest disorders must be struck down savagely at their first occurrence before they grow. And from this maxim, one can now attempt to formulate theories for particular eras or societies. That is now our business, and an extraordinarily difficult one. But he first pointed to the general theory, that political conflict can be functional. Far from believing that it is the business of social science to eliminate conflict, we may want, instead, to follow Machiavelli's lead and to define and study it more precisely. So many types of conflict and so many different circumstances. Plainly Machiavelli exaggerates, his instincts and situation lead him to dramatize rather than consciously to abstract and to build models of social systems and processes as do modern students of society, but he does point to a whole dimension of understanding, still not sufficiently explored, but a closed door entirely before he wrote, the civilizing of conflict, not its enervating elimination. Factors of social class. The most important cause of conflict is struggle between classes. He is well aware of the importance of social composition in determining his master question, whether a state can most easily be a republic or a principality. He considers that 37. Introduction. Equality is extremely important, not equality for all. Remember that he was a Republican and not a Democrat, but the existence of a large class of equals. How large? He never tries to work this out at all precisely, but plainly a body of men too large to be managed by the informal methods of influence of a palace or a court. They may be a minority of the population, and usually will be in the pre-industrial world of republics, but they will be large enough to develop some kinds of elective institutions and a known structure of government, an electorate, an assembly, and a council. Broadly speaking, he thinks that the citizen body will be the tax-paying classes. Discourses, 155, who are likely to be a minority, but the largest minority. This body must guard against any of its members giving themselves the riches and heirs, and finally the claims to power, of nobility, but also against any of its bears, ruined by trade or ill fortune, trying to stir up the plebs to gain office for themselves. The familiar analysis of Aristotle's Book V. This is all he means by equality, equal as citizens, but with some ill-defined but definite recognition that there are extremes of real wealth and poverty, relatively conceived, which make this civic equality impossible. But, on this level of abstraction, this is all the Jacobins meant by equality. The view that anyone had the right to take part in politics, apart from any possession of property, is an extraordinarily late one. Securely held no earlier than the second half of the 19th century, certainly neither the Americans of 1776 or the French of 1793 held it. He states, let then a republic be constituted where there exists, or can be brought into being, notable equality, and a regime of the opposite type, that is a principality, where there is notable inequality. Other Wise what is done will lack proportion and will be of but short duration. Discourses I.55. This is a very Aristotelian or a very bourgeois view of the 38. Introduction. World. But the world was and is still astonishingly like that. If this still seems too vague, some view of who he thought the citizen class were, and of how passionately he identified with them, may be inferred from his treatment of their great enemy, gentilomany. He advances the fantastic historical view that political life had continued uncorrupted in some German cities because they did not allow any of their citizens to live after the fashion of gentry, and that if any real gentry fell into their hands, they treat them as sources of corruption and causes of scandal, and kill them. The term gentry is used of those who live in idleness on the abundant revenue derived from their estates, without having any thing to do either with their cultivation or with other forms of labor essential to life. Such men are a pest in any republic and in any province. Ibid. Notice, in passing, the moral assumption implicit in condemning people for not having to labor. Here is a bourgeois assumption, indeed, a shift from even the Aristotelian justification of leisure, as the condition for knowledge and good citizenship, and of property was a means to that end. Machiavelli's property, it appears, has a dynamic of its own. It is the duty of men, just as John Locke was to argue, to use and improve it. 13. Such men, he says, are particularly pernicious when they control castles and loyal subjects as well as the revenues from their estates. There are plenty of these men in different parts of Italy. So. 13. But I would not imply that Machiavelli was wholly consistent on this point. At other times he displays the traditional scholarly or aristocratic contempt for economic activity, but always stronger against landlords and peasants than against city dwellers. But nor are any of us consistent on this point. 39. Introduction. In these provinces there has never arisen any republic or any political life, for men born in such conditions are entirely inimical to any form of civic government de oni civilita. In provinces thus organized, no attempt to set up a republic could possibly succeed. To reconstitute them, should anyone want to do so, the only way would be to set up a monarchy there. The reason for this is that, where the material is so corrupt, laws do not suffice to keep it in hand. It is necessary to have, besides laws, a superior force, such as appertains to a monarch, who has such absolute and overwhelming power that he can restrain excesses due to ambition and the corrupt practices of the powerful. Ibid. Notice, also, that he appears to shift from his basic dualistic theory of government to a tripartite one. If, the most glorious of all human actions and the most difficult, a republic is to be created from unlikely material, it calls for personal power, but the prince who takes up power in order to create a republic is then honored with the name of monarch. But this really does call for personal power, whereas the third force, or the potestas regia, which is needed to cope with emergencies in a republic, this can be handled by a commission, rather, as Hobbes hedges or admits that the terrible power of Leviathan is not necessarily that of one person, although it is ordinarily better handled by the constitutional office of dictator. So finally, his own words are better than any paraphrase. From this discussion the following conclusion may be drawn, that, where the gentry are numerous, no one who proposes to set up a republic can succeed unless he first gets rid of the lot, and, 2, that, where considerable equality prevails, no one who proposes to set up a kingdom or a principality, will ever be able to do it unless from that equality he selects many of the more ambitious and restless minds, and makes of them gentry in fact and not in name, by giving them castles and possessions and making of them a privileged class with respect both to property and subjects, so that around him there will be those with whose support he may maintain himself in power, and whose ambitions, thanks to him, may be realized. As to the rest they 40. Introduction. Will be compelled to bear a yoke which nothing but force will ever be able to make them endure. Ibid. Here is the familiar either / or alternative, and then follows the most famous passage, as we will see below, about the dangers of striking any middle course, but the alternative is put, cutting in both directions, in terms of the need to change, and the possibility of changing, the whole class structure of a society if one wishes, as a matter of principle presumably, to go wholly against the grain. The conditions for republican rule. The threads can now be drawn together. Machiavelli considers that republics can flourish, or that principalities can only be created with extraordinary difficulty, when 6 conditions exist. That there is a respect for custom and tradition. 2. That the town dominates the country. 3. That a large middle class exists. 4. That popular power is institutionalized. v. That civic spirit or virtue has not decayed. And 6. That there is a knowledge of these things. If these conditions prevail, he is absolutely clear that men should support republican government and should not, although it is possible, subvert it. If they do not prevail, men should not ordinarily attempt republican government. The result will be ruin for themselves and the state, but it is just possible for a really extraordinary individual to create a republic out of unlikely and rotten material, but only success can justify it. It is so difficult that Machiavelli never argues that it should be attempted, only that, if attempted and successful, it is the greatest feat in the world. The memory of those few who have done it will live forever. They are among the immortals. Let us say a word about each of the conditions in turn. A respect for custom and tradition is extremely important. 41. Introduction. However much stress Machiavelli puts on the prince or the monarch as innovator or restorer, the basic laws and customs of free government have to be there and have to be seen to be there and respected. So often does he come back to this theme of restoring ancient virtues, that one wonders if he really believed that originally all states were naturally republics, or that there have only ever been few republics, Rome above all, remarkable and exemplary offspring of extraordinary circumstances and great men. But he has too practical and historical a mind to get involved in speculations about the origins of human society. He simply makes, on a common sense reading, a practical and rather pessimistic point: you have to build on something. Free institutions are not a bright idea that can be dreamed up and voted in, they must expand upon or restore some traditional institution. This should be noted by all those who contemplate setting up a new and free form, because, since novelties cause men to change their minds, you should see to it that changes retain as much as possible of what is old, and that, if changes are made in the number, the authority and the period of office of the magistrates, they should retain the traditional names. This, as I have said, should be observed by anyone who proposes to set up a political regime, whether by way of a republic or of a monarchy. But he who proposes to set up a despotism, or what writers call a tyranny, must renovate everything. Discourses I.25. 2. That the town must dominate the country comes out in his contempt for both gentlemen and peasants. Citizen is literally the inhabitant of a city, and inhabitants of cities should, if all these conditions prevail, have some voice in the running of their city, and only inhabitants of cities have both the will and the opportunity to do so on some regular basis. It is not true to say that Machiavelli only considered the problems of city-states and ignored the big kingdoms, if the contrast is 42. Introduction. Then seen as between urban government and rural landowning. For he was well aware that the most powerful of the Italian city-states, like his own Florence, owned large areas of the countryside, and that the population of the city itself was usually a minority of the inhabitants of the state. The denunciation of the Gentileomany turns on this point, as does his scorn for the lack of virtue in the peasants. He was not limiting his sights, so much as expressing both a definite value judgment and a definite theory, that civilization itself, morality, civic spirit, learning, art, science and commerce, was a product of city life, and that only in states with large and politically dominant cities have there ever been republics. 3. A large middle class or a substantial equality must exist. This is really to be seen as equality on a narrowly political basis, and then only for some, but also, and more basic, as the absence of inequality so great as to render men too powerful or too desperate. This has already been discussed, enough to say that the citizen class is not so large as for the state to be exclusively democratic, always republican or mixed government, never the democratic element alone, nor so small as to be able to function as an informal oligarchy. 14. He says. 14. I would actually prefer to beg many questions and to say bourgeois, for middle class implies an upper class, whereas Machiavelli implies that his grandi or automati are better off without the gentileomany, they are only upper class by contrast to the populace or lower class, a point that Walker at times confuses in his translation. But Machiavelli is not at all consistent in his vocabulary. The basic point is that he uses, as it were, a three-rank scale for his general analysis of political systems, upper, as aristocratic, middle, bourgeois, and lower, but advocates lopping off the top when it comes to ensuring stability in a republic, and thereafter uses a two-rank scale. Hence he either uses grandi, which can mean nobility even, very loosely when discussing a republic, or is flattering the cits, or is using it to mean something like ruling class irrespective of which social group is in the saddle. In fact, he seems to use it in all three ways. 43. Introduction. Nothing about how this relative equality came to be, nor about how it can be deliberately achieved, his political theory lacks an economic basis, but it has moved forward from almost purely philosophical and moral theories. 4. Popular power must not dominate, but it must be channeled effectively, it can never be repressed if a republic is to thrive. This, as we have seen, is the heart of his theory of conflict. Each of the two classes has its peculiar characteristic and function, skill and power respectively. What is to be feared is not class strife, which, if nerves are strong and the army is loyal, gives the state its vigor and dynamism, but is faction. Faction is division within classes, particularly among the automati, and this tempts men to try to seize personal power and gives them the opportunity. Certainly, there is some idealization here, just as in Aristotle, the division of functions between the classes is too neat to be fully plausible. But if his value judgments intrude here upon his analysis, let not ours also. He is not to be rejected for being against democracy as a form of government, but respected for the clear-headed way in which he recognizes the power of the people. A republican government may have to bamboozle them, but it cannot ignore them. Republics are normally, or in the long run always, stronger than principalities because they have the people behind them. Machiavelli is well aware that power, in the princely sense of unchallengeability, is not the same thing as power to get things done. States that can integrate popular power in political institutions are stronger, can achieve more and are more adaptable. Civic spirit or virtue is the thing most difficult to create, or to destroy. The importance of individual action and the place of politics as the most important and glorious object of human activity. These themes underlie the whole set of the theoretical assumptions of the discourses, so they will be discussed below. Sufficient here to say that a republic depends upon 44. Introduction. Citizens, in a principality such men either do not exist, or they have to be corrupted or destroyed. 6. It is not enough that these social relationships exist. They must be known to exist. Knowledge is power is, indeed, a glove that fits. There is a rational and conscious knowledge of statecraft to be gained from history and topical examples, which does help greatly, but it can never ensure the preservation of the state, occasionally even the changing of the system of government. In this respect he is both a Renaissance humanist and an innovator. He is not, for all his stress on tradition, a premature conservative of the school of Burke. But, as we will now see, the knowledge is admittedly not as precise as in the natural sciences and is always conditional. It does not yield any universal methodology for the study of politics, nor any single formula for its conduct. Rather, it points to relevant considerations and offers, not iron laws but probable tendencies, not programs for action but precepts and maxims, and always conditional on someone wishing to take up the Greek gift of power. For instance, it is from a knowledge of politics that rulers of a republic, if they are wise, will make legal provision for the institution of a dictator in time of emergency. This is extremely important, obviously. But it is not, as such, an historical or sociological prerequisite for the existence of republics, only for their preservation if such circumstances arise, as they are likely to, nor does Machiavelli himself generalize it, as did Bodin and Hobbes, into a theory of sovereignty as a precondition for stability. Are these criteria at all clear? How far could one use them, then or now, to judge what form of government is possible? Theory and method. It may be helpful in trying to answer these questions and in assessing what Machiavelli did and what he didn't do. 45. Introduction. Distinguish between three levels of political study. By political thought I mean the ordinary opinions that people hold, their immediate demands, assumptions, and the conditioned reflections they hold about the politics of their time. In this sense, Machiavelli's opinions are obviously interesting to the historian as a part of Italian Renaissance history, cum grano salis. As to how typical he was, but his two works that could be formally called political theory are no more, or no less, important than the rest of his writings, including the many letters and diplomatic papers that survive, and these are not our particular concern. 15. By political theory I mean attempts to explain political attitudes and behavior in terms of generalizations about allegedly typical relationships between concepts and circumstances. In this sense, Machiavelli is undoubtedly a political theorist. He fairly bristles with generalizations, which is what many contemporary historians have against him. Some are very conventional to the classical world if not to the Middle Ages of Christendom, some are new, but all have a high degree of consistency, an internal consistency at least. By political philosophy I mean attempts to resolve or simply to understand conflicts between political theories which might appear equally plausible as explanations of a given circumstance, and it can take two forms, not necessarily incompatible, simply an analysis of terms and concepts used in the theories, or attempts to establish ethical criteria to judge between the desirability of different doctrines. 16. In neither of these senses can Machiavelli possibly be called a political philosopher. Better for him that he had been, even on the elementary level of clarity and consistency in the use of key concepts like fortuna 9, necessita and virtue, but he wasn't. 15. As they were splendidly in J.R. Hale's short and rewarding Machiavelli and Renaissance Italy, London, 1961. 16. I have elaborated these distinctions in my Philosophy, Theory, and Thought, OPCIT. 46. Introduction. He was simply astonishingly fertile and imaginative in the framing of hypotheses, as it is better to call generalizations, which as yet lack adequate verification, or more precisely, which people still hope to disprove. Thus it is much easier to state a reasonably clear general theory of republican and princely government from Machiavelli than it is to be clear about the logical grounds on which he reached his conclusions. In view of the many claims that have been made for the originality of his method, and disputes as to what it is, as well as his own brief boasts in the dedications to both the Prince and the Discourses, this may seem a surprising conclusion. 17. But I suspect that the constant search for the method of Machiavelli is in itself largely a misunderstanding of the nature of scientific method. 17. His most extended claim for originality occurs in chapter 15 of The Prince, but notice that even here the concern is basically with morality. The method is vague, unless it simply consisted in the doing without conventional morality. Here I use George Bull's Pelican Classics translation. It now remains for us to see how a prince should govern his conduct towards his subjects or his friends. I know that this has often been written about before, and so I hope it will not be thought presumptuous for me to do so, as, especially in discussing this subject, I draw up an original set of rules. But since my intention is to say something that will prove of practical use to the inquirer, I have thought it proper to represent things as they are in real truth, rather than as they are imagined. Many have dreamed up republics and principalities which have never in truth been known to exist. The gulf between how one should live and how one does live is so wide that a man who neglects what is actually done for what should be done learns the way to self-destruction rather than self-preservation. The fact is that a man who wants to act virtuously in every way necessarily comes to grief among so many who are not virtuous. Therefore if a prince wants to maintain his rule he must learn how not to be virtuous, and to make use of this or not according to need. What Bull translates as virtuous is el buono / not virtue, i.e. the conventional and Christian idea of goodness, and is according to need. Tones down Machiavelli's harsh and recurrent necessita. 47. Introduction. Rigidity of method is attributed to him which he neither possessed nor did he pursue, and he is then criticized for not in fact proving faithful to it. And this is done both by enthusiastic social scientists, who believe in the scientific method, and by historians, who do not believe in that sort of thing at all, but imply that Machiavelli did, but, not unnaturally, failed in trying to apply it. 18. A rigidly inductivist view is attributed to him, that theories can be derived from an unprejudiced observation of all the facts. And then, of course, it can be shown that he does not consider all the facts, gets many of them wrong, that his historical sources were unreliable, and that he is also biased in favor of freedom, variety, and change. Two schools of error debate with each other uselessly at this point, that his love of the ancient authors misled him into trusting their accuracy, and hence the whole thing fails, or that his brutal realism * should have led him, anyway, to discount history but to gather systematically aggregate data on the states of his time. And we can now do better than he in this respect, thanks to the Ford Foundation and the American Political Science Review. Learning is still, in some sense, a unity, at least all of a piece. One would have thought that the inductivist fallacy could not have survived works like Sir Karl Popper's Logic of Scientific Discovery. What is surely important about scientific scholarship, natural or social, is the ability to frame meaningful generalizations, without which facts are infinite and have no order, in such a way that they are capable of being refuted by observation, and thus are, in that sense, regarded as verified or as having stood the test if, after much careful observation or experiment, they have not been shown to be false. Methodologies are either a retrospective commentary upon scientific discovery, or they are rules for the consolidation and extension. 1/8. Of which viewpoint Sir Herbert Butterfield T.S. The Statecraft of Machiavelli, London, 1940, is the least extreme example. 48. Introduction. Of discoveries by deducing further hypotheses from a general theory, and testing them, they are not an a priori set of rules for making major discoveries and framing general theories. Of Machiavelli's fertility as a theorist or theory maker, there can be no reasonable doubt. The manner in which he reaches these conclusions is ultimately irrelevant. It is very disputable, however, and perhaps not very important, in what sense if any he deserves to be called a political scientist or scientific historian, for despite his almost invariable habit of considering contrary instances and explaining them away, the dice are usually loaded. On the other hand, by contrast to most authors who went before, his respect for experience is great. But, as we will see in the next section, this respect is based on a very definite set of value judgments, that we should consider men as they are and government as a utilitarian, human institution, and not judge men by one set of transcendent moral standards and classify regimes by their intentions, but both by their behavior. His is a secular and not a religious spirit, superficially at least, but this is far from saying that his works are those of Cassire's cold and scientific technician. In so far as he is a modern secularist, for he is a classical pagan as well, he holds secular values, although, again, he is no philosopher, so he asserts some and assumes others, but attempts no logical justification. 19. It is wrong, if one takes him as a whole, to put too much weight on his occasional sayings to the effect that human nature is everywhere the same, or that history repeats itself. These remarks are almost meaningless. What does he mean? 19. Does this make him an existentialist? No, damn it, it just makes him this much less adequate. He just didn't get around to doing it, nor ever, probably, to understanding what needed to be done. He wasn't an anti-philosopher, he just was not a philosopher, the point that the great Leo Strauss willfully misses in his huge and denunciatory Thoughts on Machiavelli, Free Press, Glencoe, 111, 1958. 49. Introduction. By human nature? This is never clear. Does he mean attitudes or behavior? And if either, he certainly shows more evidence for variation than for fixity. Perhaps there is a human nature quite apart from different and changing attitudes and behavior. But he does not explore these deep waters of natural law or philosophical anthropology. History repeats itself. Can simply be a warrant for drawing some lessons from past events, but if it is a rigid determinism, then his whole ethical position, as we will finally see, cuts against it. Tendencies work in a particular direction, but it is always possible for fortune to change or for the really extraordinary leader to reshape things. Whosoever wishes to foretell the future must consider the past, for human events ever resemble those of preceding time. This is common sense, if one allows resemble to mean what is ordinarily meant by resemble. But if one chooses to think that he meant by resemble some thing like are ever determined by, then this is wrong, and it is not his view either. 20 choices can always be made, though they may not be the right ones. 20c, for example, Discourses 3:39, that a general ought to be acquainted with the lie of the land. He argues that hunting is a very Good sport for military leaders, it gives them an exact knowledge of the particular terrain of their country, and it also enables one who has familiarized himself with one district, to grasp with ease the details of any new region. For all countries and all their parts have about them a certain uniformity, so that from the knowledge of one, it is easy to pass to the knowledge of another, whereas he who has not acquired a good experience of any one, can with difficulty acquire a knowledge of another. My italics. Would anyone seriously argue from this passage that he believes, I, that terrain is everywhere the same, and, 2, that in the same type of terrain a hunt will always follow the same course? Specific features of the terrain and events of a hunt will not recur, but hunting is a good preparation for war, just as reading history is a good preparation for politics, but equally does not provide iron laws or magic formulae, though many useful manuals can be written on both. 50. Introduction. No one, however, is likely to have been so fertile as a theory maker, so many of whose theories still appear true, without some method or typical procedure. But it was a much more informal and eclectic method than is often suggested. I cannot do better than quote Father Walker on this point. The procedure Machiavelli himself adopts consists essentially in looking in history for some incident likely to recur, and in inquiring as to its consequences, good or bad, relative to the person or persons in question and to the state, or, alternatively, in noting some consequence disastrous or beneficial, and then inquiring into the line of conduct which brought it about. 2. In inquiring further whether there are any other instances of such a sequence to be found in history, of which one, at least, should have occurred in relatively modern times. 3. In formulating, given that such a sequence has occurred, a generalization stating that on the occurrence of the antecedent, X, the consequent, Y, always, or often, or, in most cases, follows, preferably. Of course, invariably follows. 4. In inquiring whether there are any negative instances. V. In inquiring whether the consequence is desirable or undesirable from the standpoint of specifiable inclinations and appetites. And in formulating a maxim stating the line of conduct, to be carried out if the consequence is desired, or is to be avoided if the consequence is not desired. 6. The precepts of moralists are to be judged by their consequences in precisely the same way as any other institution, custom, or practice, and, should these consequences turn out to be politically harmful, this is to be pointed out lest, in deference to moralists, rulers should adopt a line of policy likely to end in political disaster. 21. Such is his procedure. But it hardly tells us, still, how he seizes upon certain incidents as likely to recur. Nor does it establish any procedure for validation as elaborate as is normally implied in a scientific methodology. It looks far more rigid. 21 Walker, Discourses I, pages 82-3, my italics. 51. Introduction. Then it is. Essentially it is the way in which Machiavelli sets about writing, it is not the procedure by which he sets out to validate his conclusions. There is no such procedure. He read history, he took part in politics, he read every letter or report he could on the events of his times. When he went into exile, he read solidly, but read few books that he was not, in some manner, familiar with before. Many of these books he had referred to or plagiarized in his longer and more discursive diplomatic reports. 22 He loved and used the ancient authors then, but he no more followed them slavishly as a diplomat than he did as a scholar. He was not, in Michael Oakeshott's sense, a rationalist, one who might take his politics from a book, even though many people have treated him in this way. 23. His general theory of mixed government, his subsidiary theories of the function of conflict and of types of government, these he drew from his books and his experience, both inextricably intermingled, and all seen through a pair of eyes at once remarkably cool and remarkably unconventional. 24. One more theory must be made explicit. His view of history. Not as determined progression, nor as a remorseless cycle of recurring forms, but simply as constant change, to which forms of government must adjust, and uncertainty, in which any form of government must be flexible. Since all human affairs are ever in a state of flux, and cannot stand still, either there will be improvement or decline, and necessity will. 22 See Christian E. Detmold, ed., The Historical, Political and Diplomatic Writings of Niccolo Machiavelli, 4 volumes, Boston, 1882. 23 The criticism that he often follows Livy and Polybius so closely, or plagiarizes from them, has to be balanced against the criticism that he uses his historical sources so very selectively. Both are half-truths. He took what he wanted to suit his theories and conclusions. 24 As his gay, audacious, cynical, dirty, and first-class second-rate play, The Mandragola, well shows. 52. Introduction. Lead you to do many things which reason does not recommend. Hence if a commonwealth be constituted with a view to its maintaining the status quo, but not with a view to expansion, and by necessity it be led to expand, its basic principles will be subverted, and it will soon be faced with ruin. So, too, should heaven, on the other hand, be so kind to it that it has no need to go to war, it will then come about that idleness will either render it effeminate or give rise to factions, and these two things, either in conjunction or separately, will bring about its downfall. Discourses 1.6. We may search for and find empirical arguments to bolster our moral objection to the view thus implied of continual military and territorial expansion, or of constant readiness for expansion. But we should also be able to find, and would we try as hard? Similar arguments today against the assumption, in both capitalism and Marxism, of constant economic expansion or bust. Most of his arguments in terms of military technology are now directly translatable in terms of economic technology. Even when we stay in the same place, we have to run pretty fast to do it. Few of us doubt that it is a necessary part of the practical legitimacy of any modern regime that it should claim and appear effective to raise, not just maintain, the standard of living of its inhabitants, or, at least, the gross national product. We simply assume, if, perhaps, rashly, political and economic development. And we also assume, largely because Machiavelli taught us to, that forms of government are relative to circumstances. But if no philosophy or formal methodology are to be found in Machiavelli, certain concepts recur constantly, both explicitly and implicitly binding together his theories into some sort of coherence. They are necessita, fortuna, and virtue. Necessity. Many commentators reject the alleged method of Machiavelli because of his proneness to call things necessary, just as many critics of Marx and Engels take their use of this 53. Introduction term, with greater warrant, at its face value, but having, like Berlin and Popper, shown brilliantly and properly that necessity can never be proved, they then neglect to ask, how true are the actual theories, regardless of whether they are only probable rather than demonstrably necessary. There is usually a good deal more rhetoric than logic about necessary. But this does not necessarily invalidate the conclusions, although it makes them tentative and fallible, but still, perhaps, likely. In fact, Machiavelli's necessity is only ever a hypothetical or consequential necessity. If you wish to achieve X, you must do Y and Z. It is necessary for a prince to know how to act like a beast as well as a man, that is, if he is to maintain his position. And, again from the Prince, chapter 18, a new prince, especially, is often driven, necessitate, in order to maintain his position, to act contrary to good faith, charity, humanity and religion. He has need of a mind ready to turn according as the winds of fortune and changes in the situation dictate. 25. As Walker comments, the conflict between expediency and morality could scarce be more plainly expressed. Necessity is always political necessity in given social conditions, but this stands and falls by his moral identification with the preservation of the state as the first object of human activity. It has absolutely nothing to do with 18th and 19th century attempts to find objective laws of development for human society. And one can always avoid political necessity by retirement into private life or by flight. It is simply the case that, by one scale of values, one should not. It is necessary, implies Machiavelli, for someone to get his hands dirty in running a state, or to take up the burden or the curse of political power. It depends for what sort of state. When he says in Discourses 3.41 that when the safety 25 quoted by Walker in his admirable section on necessity and fortune in Discourses I, p. 75. And see also chapter 15 of the Prince, quoted above, p. 47. 54. Introduction. And freedom of one's country are at stake, no attention should be paid either to justice or injustice, kindness or cruelty. It is clear in the context that he means by freedom both the independence of a state and its maintenance of its own customary laws. Some might still not agree, and on one scale of values we then honor them as secular or religious saints. Let justice be done though the heavens fall, as it improbably says above the Old Bailey Criminal Court in London, but we must then gently note that they are right outside politics. Machiavelli puts as a dramatic, perhaps melodramatic, maxim what Lincoln once put as a sobering reflection: it has long been a grave question whether any government not too strong for the liberties of its people can be strong enough to maintain its liberties in great emergencies. But I suspect it was the same, essentially humanistic, dilemma of necessity of state in both men. Fortune. As the winds of fortune and changes in the situation dictate. Fortune, the woman, is ever changeable. Things rarely remain fixed for long. The politician must know this and guard against it. Changes in the situation can be narrowly political, as so often in the turbulent politics of his time, but beneath this superficial level there is, as the whole stress on social classes and conflict shows, a sociological level of tendencies and shaping factors. If these tendencies are properly understood, fortune can be guarded against and resisted. The famous passage on fortune in the Prince, chapter 25, compares fortune to a river which, when in flood, cannot be resisted and sweeps all away, but against which, in fair weather, men can take precautions of building embankments and dikes. These precautions may not work, but sometimes they do, and this is the path of political prudence. But if these precautions have not been taken, or prove ineffective, there is still the possibility of intense personal or princely audacity succeeding, as in the famous metaphor of 55. Introduction. Fortune, the woman who must be taken by force. 26, a remote possibility, but, in the circumstances, the only thing to do if an ethic of action rather than one of suffering is to be pursued. So fortune is not necessity. It can, in theory and occasionally in practice, be resisted by men of superabundant virtue. In fact, this is part of the strength of republics over principalities. If the bourgeois prince, the great lion come fox, is ready with his army in the hills to descend on Rome and coerce the election of the new pope, he may be suddenly struck down by fever, and reduced to a babbling impotence, recovering too late so that the whole enterprise collapses. But in a republic there would have been others to step in his place. On the other hand, it is unlikely that such an enterprise could have been launched but by one resolute man. So Machiavelli's fortune is not simply accident, nor is it a kind of deterministic sociology, nor yet the preordained doom of the northern myths or even the fatalism of the inactive cynic. It is the sudden, awful, and challenging piling up of social factors and contingent political events in an unexpected way. Now there is something mythological about some of the ways he uses the concept. It is part of his pagan ethic. The asterisk gods or the heavens send good fortune or bad fortune with inscrutable whimsy. It is prudent to accept fortune as she comes, but it is heroic, and sometimes successful, to resist. Something of the godlike is attributed to the man who can rape fortune. And this need not be mere literary. 26 See above, p. 20. Notice that the metaphors of both the river in flood and Donna e Mobile are marginally more voluntaristic than the traditional medieval wheel of fortune, which remorselessly spins the emperor to death and the beggarman to health and long life and so on and on. However, between the prince and the discourses the concept varies in stress. In the discourses the voluntaristic element of audacity is less. Discourses 229, one man is less likely to bring about great changes, but hope lies in a more collective adaptation to fortune. Discourses 39. 56. Introduction. Imagery in Machiavelli. It is a touch of classical paganism, that men and gods are, unlike in Christianity, of one substance, so that a man who has superabundant skill, force, manliness and all that can possibly go to make up or to, becomes a demigod. 27. Plainly there is a great unresolved muddle in Machiavelli between the concepts of necessity and fortune, but neither invalidate his general theories nor spoil what is, in the result, the extraordinary balance he strikes between factors of social conditioning and freedom of action. Virtue. The last phrase of the first chapter of The Prince says that a prince can govern a new state, o per fortuna o per virtu. For either by fortune or by prowess. George Bull ingeniously renders it. W. K. Marriott's translation has it as ability, Alan Gilbert's as strength and wisdom. Some of the older translations said simply, valor, and Father Walker sometimes risks the ambiguous virtue itself. The last is possibly the best solution, although in English the particular meaning of virtue implied is now somewhat archaic, but not so archaic that anyone who can read Shakespeare or the King James Bible 27c, for example, Discourses 2.2. This beatifying of heroes may seem nonsense, but there is a general empirical element even here. Consider how Marxists, arguing that thought is a product of circumstances, have tried to account for the position of Marx himself. He really must have been a most extraordinary person, even though it is only Stalin and Mao Zedong who take on many of the claims and attributes of classical demigods. Karl Mannheim, too, even on the purely intellectual level of his ideology and Utopia and essays on the sociology of knowledge, has to dig himself out of the pit of ideology by flatteringly inventing free-floating intellectuals. Hitler, wrapped up in a deterministic rhetoric, had to give himself direct insight into the intentions of providence and the future of history. Intellectually, this shows the danger of getting into such a position to start with, and here Machiavelli's rhetoric sometimes traps him, but politically it shows clearly that Machiavelli was right to see that such a claim to superhuman knowledge or skill can form a part of even, or especially, the most rational theories of politics. 57. Introduction. Would not be with it. 28 Better still, perhaps, to admit defeat, and to regard the term, in all its rich connotations, as untranslatable. It comes from the Roman wr, man, and virtus. What is proper to a man? But what is proper to a man? Courage, fortitude, audacity, skill, and civic spirit, a whole classical and Renaissance theory of man and culture underlies. The word, man is himself at his best when active for the common good, and he is not properly a man otherwise. Politics is not a necessary evil, it is the very life. It has little or nothing to do with the Christian concept of virtue and virtuousness. Virtuosity is closer to the mark. Machiavelli, indeed, sees virtue and the Christian doctrines of humility as directly opposed. Usually the word is far from morally neutral. To say life force, guts, willpower, valor or high spirit helps in understanding its predominant meaning to Machiavelli, but is insufficient. Certainly there are occasions when he uses it simply to mean technique and efficiency. He is not wholly consistent. But ordinarily, as must be plain to anyone who reads the Discourses as well as the Prince, virtue implies a specifically civic spirit. Virtue is the quality of mind, an action that creates, saves, or maintains cities. It is not true virtue to destroy a city. 29 Hence it always implies a political. 28 See Oxford English Dictionary. Nothing to do with conformity of life and conduct with the principles of morality, still less with chastity, sexual purity, something to do with an accomplishment, but rather efficacy arising from physical qualities. Middle English. And, directly on target, the possession or display of manly qualities. Manly excellence, manliness, Middle English. 29 C. Walker, Discourses I, pages 99 to 113, particularly his discussion of the case of Agathocles, in The Prince, chapter 8, who, although very successful, may not be called a man of virtue because of his barbarous cruelty. If he had acted as he did to save a state, however, the case would be different. Compare Walker's patient elucidation of Machiavelli on this point with the carping cleverness of Sidney Anglo. Machiavelli, pages 231 to 258. Introduction. Morality. Civic spirit is probably the best simple translation. If by spirit one means spirited action carried like the array of the early Greeks, as in Homer's description of Achilles as being a doer of deeds and a speaker of words, and in Machiavelli's relishing the significance of Achilles' tutor, having been a centaur, half beast and half man. Lastly, while he often uses the term in a hortatory way, people should recover their virtue while there is time, or should not have let it idle away into ozio, indolence or corruption. Its force is as often empirical. Does a state have virtue among its inhabitants or not? Are there, in a word, citizens? If there are no or too few citizens, one is doomed to personal or princely rule, but if many, then a republic can flourish, and will prove, the by now familiar argument, the stronger form of state. 31. Look around the modern world. It is a reasonably precise criterion. To give one dangerous example, leave aside the rights and the wrongs of the Arab-Israeli conflict. Is it not obvious that the weakness, for all their numbers and arms, of the Arabs is related to the historical lack and the slow development of a class of citizens, men who combine individual initiative with collective discipline? And that much of the strength of Israel is related to its citizen culture? 30. I think Neil Wood goes too far, in his otherwise most useful Machiavelli's Concept of Virtue Reconsidered, Political Studies, June 1967, pages 159 to 72, to say that virtue must always include actual military ability, say rather, militant. A city's leaders could have virtue without being fit to go or ever having been to war themselves. And at least one woman is praised for her virtue, the Countess Girolamo, whose tale is told on p. 419 below. 31. Which was the essential argument which English 17th and 18th century Republican writers found in Machiavelli. See Ropp, The English Face of Machiavelli, chapters 6 and 7, and J.G.A. Pocock's Magnificent Machiavelli, Harrington and English Political Ideologies in the 18th Century, William and Mary Quarterly. October 1965, pages 549 to 83. Both are part of the history of citizenship, which is yet to be written. 59. Introduction. This virtue, if it studies necessity, can combat fortune. This is the theory to be pursued, but there are no guaranteed methods of success or certain methods of drawing lessons from the past. Only probable ones. And these we should follow, as the best we can do, which is a lot better than before, he modestly implies. I, Niccolo Machiavelli, wrote my two great manuscripts. But what is it, strictly speaking, a theory of man? No, that is too general. I think Felix Ropp is right, it does Machiavelli no violence to regard him as the apostle of political stability. 32. Apostle? Yes, that was his political ethic. But he is also the theorist of political stability. And we need not swallow our moral dislike of certain regimes to see that the center of the study of politics is to understand how they are maintained, and why they change, the good, the bad and the indifferent. But if we admitted, indeed claimed, that in the sense there is a political science, yet, for the last time, nothing Machiavelli says implies that it is certain. Yes, the criteria or conditions for republican rule which we discussed in the last section are meaningful and valid, cateris paribus, or in the long run, or in normal prudence, but if fortune can affect them, so can human will. Following the passage in the Discourses 1:5-5, where he argues the necessity of getting rid of the gentry, if republic is to thrive, he says. But since to convert a province, suited to monarchical rule, into a republic, and to convert a province, suited to a republican regime, into a kingdom, is a matter which only a man of outstanding brain, power and authority can handle, and such men are rare, there have been many who have attempted it but few who have had the ability to carry it through. For the magnitude of an undertaking of this kind is such that it breaks down at the very beginning, partly because men get terrified and partly owing to the obstacles encountered. 32. Ropp, The English Face of Machiavelli, p. 249. 60. Introduction. Politics and Morality. By now it should be clear that in no sense can Machiavelli be called a determinist. Indeed, he constantly praises free actions, only, he insists, actions takes place in some social and historical context. Necessity narrows the range of alternatives. But choices have to be made. Further, it is possible by reason applied to experience to make meaningful generalizations at some level of abstraction about how likely certain types of action are to succeed in certain types of circumstance, but even then, there is always fortuna. Those who accuse him of being a determinist have either got a crude late Victorian view of science in their minds, and cannot distinguish between invariable relationships and statistically significant relationships, or between certainty and probability, or else they are, like so many modern historians, skeptical of all generalizations. Mystic believers in something they call unique events. 33. So men, to Machiavelli, are free to choose, men with virtue. At least. But they must know the price of their choices. And sometimes the price of achieving one set of values is, in terms of another set of values, almost unbearable. We have already followed his account of the ruthlessness Necessary for a prince to create order in a conquered or suddenly acquired state. 34. But he adds in the same discourse, I.26. 33. If there were only unique events, such that no historical or socio-logical generalizations were valid at some degree of abstraction, then language itself would break down, or could never have existed. 34. This could be challenged empirically. His far more successful friend, D. Chardin, was very critical, in his considerations on the Discourses of Machiavelli, of this, Discourses 155, and all those other passages which stress the need to eliminate even potential rivals, not just known or open opponents. The ruler must also know how to be magnanimous and prudently forgiving. See Cecil Grayson, Francesco D. Chardin, Selected Writings, London, 1965, pages 91-2. There is a very real sense in which Machiavelli's antithesis between republics and 61. Introduction. His aim should be to emulate Philip of Macedon, the father of Alexander, who, starting as a little king, by these methods made himself prince of Greece. Of him a writer says that he moved men from province to province as shepherds move their sheep. Such methods are exceedingly cruel, and are repugnant to any community, not only to a Christian one, but to any composed of men. It behoves, therefore, every man to shun them, and to prefer to live as a private citizen than as a king with such ruination of men to his score. Nonetheless, for the sort of man who is unwilling to take up this first course of well-doing, it is expedient, should he wish to hold what he has, to enter on the path of wrongdoing. Actually, most men prefer to steer a middle course which is very harmful, for they know not how to be wholly good or wholly bad. Such actions may be, in this conditional sense, necessary or, at least, expedient, but Machiavelli will never call them good. They are neither good to Christians nor to any community of men. Better, by both moralities, to retire into private life, but do not think, in such circumstances, that such actions can be avoided by someone. Someone has to take up the dirty work. But this, of course, is the harshest possible case. Some such principalities, and hence the need to eliminate all possible rivals, was overdramatized and too sharp for the politics of his time, just as no known Greek tyrant ever followed Aristotle's incredibly thorough-going advice about how tyrannies could be rendered permanent. Both fit far better, and astonishingly closely, the one great system of government right outside their formal classifications, modern or totalitarian autocracy. They achieved such a degree of true theoretical abstraction. But Walker is surely right, volume I, p. No, to criticize the extremity, and to denounce, by his standards, the morality of Machiavelli's advice, for instance, that the sons of Brutus, that is even those whose character might make them even potential tyrannicides, should be eliminated, Discourses 3 and 4. But he forgets his own analysis of Machiavelli's necessity as always conditional. If the regime is to be stable. No one has seriously attacked Aristotle for seeming to offer, in his book, equally monstrous or dangerous advice to tyrants, e.g. to lop off all men of arrogance/tyranny is to be perpetuated. 62. Introduction. Ruthlessness, however, he considers is necessary also in the glorious actions, which deserve to be ever memorable, of creating or defending a republic. 35. Here we have, what? A decision to take between two conflicting moralities. Or simply, two conflicting moralities. I follow Sir Isaiah Berlin in thinking the latter to be true, and that this is Machiavelli's terrible originality. He never denies that what Christians call good, is in fact good, humility, kindness, scruples, unworldliness, faith in God, sanctity. 36. But there is also the morality of the pagan world, virtue, citizenship, heroism, public achievement, and the preservation and the cultural enrichment of the city state. Father Walker does not put it quite so starkly and pithily, but essentially he agrees. For Machiavelli, he says, never calls right wrong or wrong right. He prefers to state boldly that if security be their aim, there are occasions on which rulers must know how to do wrong. He is perfectly frank, and if his very frankness makes his statements sound more shocking, it at any rate clarifies the issue. His claim is that, in the sphere of politics, a good end justifies what is morally wrong. 37. Actions, then, can be morally wrong by Christian standards, but morally right by pagan standards. Like both Villary, in his great biography, and Walker, the modern reader should 35. See Discourses 16-18, which Walker titles The Transition from Servitude to Freedom, particularly the passage in 18 where he bewails that too rarely is a good man ready to use bad methods in order to make himself prince, though with a good end in view. 36. See Berlin's The Originality of Machiavelli, OPCIT. 37. Walker, Discourses, pages 11-8-19. Or in Machiavelli's own words, a sound maxim that, when an action is reprehensible, the result may excuse it, and, when the result is good, always excuses it. Discourses I.9. Walker would have been wiser to say excuses rather than justifies. 63. Introduction. Take Machiavelli's paganism very seriously. It is in this context that his constant remarks, throughout both works, on the usefulness of religion are to be understood, and on the duty of the prince to make his people fear God. Religion helps mightily in creating civic cohesion and social discipline. But which religion? He tells us unambiguously If one asks oneself how it comes about that peoples of old were more fond of liberty than they are today, I think the answer is due to the difference between our education and that of bygone times, which is based on the difference between our religion and the religion of those days. The old religion did not beatify men unless they were full of worldly glory, army commanders, for instance, and rulers of republics. Our religion has glorified humble and contemplative men, rather than men of action. It has assigned as man's highest good humility, abnegation, and contempt for worldly things, whereas the other identified it with magnanimity, bodily strength, and everything else that tends to make men very bold. But, though it looks as if the world were to become effeminate and as if heaven were powerless, this undoubtedly is due rather to the pusillanimity of those who have interpreted our religion in terms of laissez-faire iozio, not in terms of valor wrtw. Discourses 2.2. The asterisk old religion is best, for the preservation of the state and the encouragement of virtue. But, again, as much as Machiavelli rails against the corruption of the papacy and the church, he both shows respect for true Christians and the ideals of the primitive church, 38, and uses Christian standards to say that many necessities of state are evil actions. They are bad by one standard, but good, or pardonable if successful, by another. There is thus something far more profound in Machiavelli. 38 as in Discourses 1. 12, the first debt which we, Italians, owe to the church and to priests, is that we have become irreligious and perverse. 64. Introduction. Then simply a distinction between what is right and what is possible, or a reminder of the price we may have to pay for seeming good actions. Two standards are at work simultaneously. He implicitly challenges the whole traditional view that morality must be of one piece. He is not, strictly speaking, a relativist. He only recognizes two views, but then he only really recognizes two circumstances, historically, the ancient and the modern world, and politically, the republic and the principality. He never shows the slightest wish to reinterpret morality so as to be subordinate to a theory of the state, as did Hobbes and Hegel in their different ways, and nor is he simply taking politics out of morality or putting it above morality. The sense in which, in effect, he advocates a political morality is not in terms of a divorce between ethics and politics, but in terms of the prime and heroic dignity given to politics and political action in classical pagan morality. He sees all the time two moralities side by side, each making conflicting demands, the morality of the soul and the morality of the city. Had he been a philosopher, he might have felt bound to try to bridge this gap, in some conventional and perhaps evasive way. But being an extremely free, original, and honest mind, he did better. He noticed that in practice nearly everyone is torn in these two directions. And he saw clearly that the best kind of men of action did not simply represent the inferiority of action to morality, 39, but that they pursued different ends, which called for, and certainly got, different kinds of justification. True, some men of power were so cruel and so selfish, lacking in either Roman virtues or Christian graces, that they were despicable or damned on both counts. But 39, that action per se could be superior to morality would not have entered his head. Only 19th century anarchists and 20th century fascists, and a few intermediate forms of life of the moment, have ever thought that way. 65. Introduction. For most men, it was not a gap between theory and practice, but between two different theories of practice or different practices of theory. The one sought the glory, welfare and safety of the state, the other, the safety of the soul, or, even in secular terms, the purity of conscience. The one sought immortality in terms of worthy public deeds that would never be forgotten by free men, the other sought immortality in terms of to men, the anonymous and unknown transactions of an individual with God. Certainly, suspended between these two moralities, Machiavelli did achieve a radically secular viewpoint. He laid the basis for a secular study of society, and showed why in the future, more and more, the exercise of power had to be justified in secular and utilitarian terms. Politics itself emerges as a secular activity, and it is, in a narrow but clear sense, autonomous, in that one can, if one wishes, by the new asterisk politic art, and if one has both skill and will, is both a lion and a fox, change the character of human society, or, and politics is the only means to this end, ensure its preservation. But should one wish to do so? This question is just as real to Machiavelli. And the answer is quite plain: yes, by one set of moral standards, and no, by the other. Felix Ropp is right to see that, for instance, English Machiavellianism leads to Halifax, not Locke, to a sophisticated and secular consciousness of political logic, and not to a new set of normative values for society and for the state. 40. But precisely because he did not create a new and secular moral synthesis, he left the world with what he found, recognized, and dramatized, an uncomfortable and at times almost unbearable dilemma: two sets of traditional standards, often leading in completely opposite directions, but neither of them to be abandoned. There are times when it is necessary to do admittedly evil things for the 40. Ropp, Try English Face of Machiavelli, p. 262. 66. Introduction. Preservation and the welfare of the political community, and, if one is not so willing, one is simply stepping outside politics, and, incidentally, abandoning it to those who have no scruples. But if one is willing, then, he seems to say, for God and man's sake, Recognize that what for the moment you are doing is evil, and do not fall into calling it good. It is this radical dualism which has made him so acutely disturbing to people who insist on finding a single truth, or who try to reduce all theories and doctrines to particular and contingent events, so disturbing that they plunge into so many different and fervid interpretations of Machiavelli's real meaning, all designed to evade this awkward duality, this ultimate incoherence, not in Machiavelli, but in our whole culture, perhaps in the nature of things. Machiavelli's theory was a sword which was plunged into the flank of the body politic of Western human ity, causing it to cry out and struggle with itself. 41. The pain is still with us, and if we ever cease to feel it, it will not be because the conditions that give rise to it have miraculously vanished, but because our nerves have gone dead. The letter to Veteri. That is all I have to say by way of introduction, and perhaps too much. There are 3 types of introduction: I. Those which should only be read after reading a book, and are otherwise meaningless; 2. Those which are really intended to make the reading of a book unnecessary for the lazy, the hasty, or the overloaded student; and 3. Those which presume to create a perspective in which it might be read, a liberty which should only be taken if the book is intrinsically difficult, which is not the case here, or full of strange and 41. Friedrich Meinecke, Machiavellism, the Doctrine of Raison d'Etat, and its Place in Modern History, London, 1957, translated by Douglas Scott. 67. Introduction. Alien assumptions, of which, in this case, too much has been made, or because there are so many received opinions about it which are badly balanced, eccentric, or wrong, which is very much the case here. But in attempting to create a better perspective, one is arguing against the most foolish or limited of received opinions, so one stresses those things which contradict and counter them. No introduction can or should be the author in miniature. So any reader naturally seeking for the second category of introduction had better be told, too late, that he has been cheated. There is no substitute for reading this book. But I have tried to correct the perspective, without, however, wanting to reduce many earlier introductions and commentaries to an unearned oblivion. But finally, it is the author's own perspective that counts. So before or just after reading the text, I strongly advise reading or rereading Machiavelli's dedicatory letter to the prince and compare it to the dedication or introduction to the Discourses, which is emphatically not to be skipped. But also read, however, this famous letter to his friend, Francesco Veteri, in which he describes his life at his small country house or farm after the Medici restoration had excluded him from public office. I rise in the morning with the sun, and I go off to a wood of mine, which I am having cut down, where I stop for 2 hours to see what was done the day before and to talk to the woodcutters, who always have some trouble on hand either among themselves or with their neighbors. Leaving the wood, I go to a spring and thence to some bird traps of mine. I have a book with me, Dante or Petrarch, or one of the minor poets, Tibullus, Ovid, or the like. I read about their amorous passions and their loves, I remember my own, and dwell enjoyably on these thoughts for a while. Then I go on to the road and into the tavern. I talk to the passers-by, I ask what news of their villages, I hear all sorts of things, and observe the various tastes and ideas of men. In the meanwhile it is time for dinner, and with my folk I eat what food this poor farm and miserable patrimony of 68. Introduction. Mine provides. When I have eaten I go back to the tavern. Here I find the host, and usually a butcher, a miller, and a couple of killmen. With them I degrade myself playing all day at cricket and trick-track, and this gives rise to 1,000 arguments and endless vexations with insulting words, and most times there is a fight over a penny, and we can be heard shouting from as far away as San Casciano. And so, surrounded by these lies, I blow the cobwebs out of my brain and relieve the unkindness of my fate, content that she trample on me in this way to see if she is not ashamed to treat me thus. When evening comes I return home and go into my study, and at the door I take off my daytime dress covered in mud and dirt, and put on royal and curial robes, and then decently attired I enter the courts of the ancients, where affectionately greeted by them, I partake of that food which is mine alone and for which I was born, where I am not ashamed to talk with them and inquire the reasons of their actions, and they out of their human kindness answer me. And for 4 hours at a stretch I feel no worry of any kind, I forget all my troubles, I am not afraid of poverty or of death. I give myself up entirely to them. And because Dante says that understanding does not constitute knowledge unless it is retained in the memory, I have written down what I have learned from their conversation and composed a short work, De Principatibus. 42. And his biographer, Rodolphi, adds, in such a mixture of happiness and unhappiness, of dream and reality, of base things and greatness, wholly resembling the man himself. The Discourses and the Prince had their origin. 42 quoted by Rodolphi, Life of Niccolo Machiavelli, translated by Cecil Grayson, pages 15-1-2. Suggestions for further reading. Of the making of books on Machiavelli there is no end. Achille Norsa listed over 2,100 items relating to Machiavelli in his Il Principio della Forza nel Pensiero di Niccolo Machiavelli, Milan, 1936, even before inflation set in really badly. They range from the obsessionally pedantic to the crazily polemical or cabalistic. Perhaps L. Avid's noble edition of // Principi, Clarendon Press, Oxford, 1891, is the best representative of the former, especially for those who, being able to read with equal facility Greek, Latin, French, German, Italian, and Spanish of various periods, can appreciate Lord Acton's introduction. And as representative of the latter l'Abbé Aimé Guillaume's Machiavel comment par Napoleon Bonaparte, Paris, 1816, is a forgery, genuinely intended to blacken each name with the other. Asterisk Machiavellianism is traced, including many great men who covertly followed him and others, like Frederick of Prussia, who denounced him publicly as a smokescreen for their private adherence, albeit an adherence to a myth more than a man, in Friedrich Meinecke's great book, Machiavellism, The Doctrine of Raison d'Etat, and its place in modern history, Routledge, London, 1957, edited by W. Stark and translated by Douglas Scott, first published in Munich in 1924. And, of course, specifically for England, Felix Ropp, The English Face of Machiavelli, A Changing Interpretation 1300 to 1700. Routledge, London, 1964. But see also the references to Machiavelli in Christopher Morris's very useful Political Thought in England. Tyndall to Hooker, Oxford, 1953. The biography is R. Rodolphi, The Life of Machiavelli, Routledge, London, 1962. Scholarly and readable, well translated, this now replaces the earlier and pietistic learning of Villary, 4 vols, trans. Lated 1878-83, or the Rambling Tommasini, and the English edition of Rodolphi is revised and corrected beyond the latest Italian edition. For his other works, all of any general interest are in Alan Gilbert. Translator, Machiavelli, The Chief Works and Others, 3 volumes, Duke. 71. Further reading. University Press, Durham, NC, 1965. This is extremely useful to the English reader, but the translation is an odd mixture of fustian and modern colloquial. Felix Gilbert's Introduction to Machiavelli's History of Florence, Harper Torchback, New York, and London, I-960. Is short and rewarding, but the translation should long ago have been retired. Also Neil Wood's Introduction to the Art of War, Library of Liberal Arts, New York, 1965, is full and most interesting, but it was irresponsible not to have either redone or radically revised. Farnsworth's translation of 1762. It is a public nuisance that some American paperback houses so often reprint antique and often highly inaccurate translations simply because they are in the public domain, i.e. free. The Literary Works of Machiavelli, Oxford University Press, 196-1, is modestly edited and well translated by J.R. Hale, and includes several typical letters. Most oft main diplomatic reports and state papers written by Machiavelli are translated in Christian E. Detmold, The Historical, Political and Diplomatic Writings of Niccolo Machiavelli, 4 volumes Boston, 1882. Of General Commentaries in English Federico Chabad, Machiavelli. And the Renaissance, Harper Torchbacks, London, 1965, is still the most balanced between the contemporary and the universal, despite its overgreat concentration on the Prince R. Hale, Machiavelli and Renaissance Italy, English Universities Press, London, 1961, Garrett. Mattingly, Renaissance Diplomacy, Cape, London, 1955, N. H. Butterfield, The Statecraft of Machiavelli, Bell, London, 1940, all argue or imply that there is nothing but context, and to Butterfield, he doesn't do very well in that either. The great Leo Strauss's thoughts on Machiavelli, The Free Press, Glencoe, 111, 1958, hits the wrong tar. Get in the right cause and with wild disproportion, the cause is value-orientated philosophy. Dante Germano's Second Thoughts on Leo Strauss's Machiavelli, Jones/Apolitics, 1966, pages 794 to 817, is a thoughtful and valuable corrective. Ernst Cassirer's 3 chapters on Machiavelli in his The Myth of State, Oxford University Press, 1946, are, with their stress on the cold technician, subtly wrong but, as ever, of magisterial perception in many other ways. A lucky dip of interpretations is Delamer Jensen's Machiavelli, Cynic, Patriot or Political Scientist, D.C. Heath, New York, I-960, with 18 extracts from famous or peculiar commentaries, but it has a very 72. Further reading. Good bibliography. Antonio Gramsci's posthumous The Modern Prince, Lawrence and Wishart, 1958, was written in prison under Mussolini, and argued the essentially revolutionary character of Machiavelli's new knowledge, but it is an imaginative rebuilding of Machiavelli rather than historical restoration. A more scholarly Marxist account of Machiavelli the Unmasker was Lev Kamin's brief preface to the Russian Academia edition of Machiavelli's works in 1934, translated and reprinted in the New Left Review, May. June 1962. It was quoted against him for ruthless immorality at his rigged and fatal trial the following year. Connor Cruz O'Brien's Eliot Lecture, Imagination and Order, Machiavelli, printed in the Times Literary Supplement, November 13, 1969, follows Gramsci too closely but is very good in restoring the radical connotations of Machiavelli's patriotism. Lastly, Sidney Anglo's Machiavelli, A Dissection, Gollanch, London, 1969, tries far too hard to live up to the catchy subtitle and shows little understanding of what political and social theory are about, but it is very informative and up to date. A far more suggestive and respectful treatment of Machiavelli, particularly on his assumptions about the ends of life and the nature of politics, is Dr. Robert Orr's The Time Motif. In Machiavelli, Political Studies, June 1969. Since preparing this edition for the press, 3 important volumes of essays appeared: Myron P. Gilmore, ed., Studies on Machiavelli. Sansonai, Florence, 1972. J.H. Whitfield, Discourses on Machiavelli. Cambridge University Press, 1969, and Martin Fleischer, ed. Machiavelli and the Nature of Political Thought, Athenaeum, New York. 1972. Since publication there have appeared books of extraordinary interest and importance: J.G.A. Pocock, The Machiavellian Moment. Florentine Political Thought and the Atlantic Republican Tradition. Princeton University Press. 1975, a brief but original introductory, which sets Machiavelli clearly in a precise intellectual context. Quinton Skinner, Machiavelli, Oxford University Press, 198 1, and also a useful and well-chosen anthology. Peter Bondinella and Mark Musa, eds, The Portable Machiavelli, Penguin Books, 1979. 73. Discorsi di Niccolo Machiavelli. Cittadino, et Segretario. Fiorentino, Sopra l'Apri. Modica di Tito Livio. Azanobi Bundle. Monti, et Acosi. Amorisella asterisk. Plissel I grlrnw bw. VW$M. JRLB. MSM / Tel. BPSI. R. I T I3. Co-H critic, O asterisk Vritrati IFCNS, Clemente. 6 I registered asterisk Ahi Vrtsipi Dintra IL Termino IUX asterisk. ANI Hanfoot J Lampino, Antif Dampati Foot Yendanoi. Photo Jinchine F Sip Conmo asterisk. MD, XXXU. Table of Contents. The Dedication. 93. The Preface GJ. Book 1. The Development of Rome's Constitution. IIO The best form of government. I concerning the origin of cities in general and of Rome in par. Particular 100. 2 How many kinds of state there are and of what kind was that of Rome. 104. 3 What kind of events gave rise in Rome to the creation of tribunes of the plebs, whereby that republic was made more perfect. 1. 4 That discord between the plebs and the senate of Rome made this republic both free and powerful. 113. 5 Whether the safeguarding of liberty can be more safely entrusted to the populace or to the upper class, and which has the stronger reason for creating disturbances, the have-nots or the haves. 115. 6 Whether in Rome such a form of government could have been set up as would have removed the hostility between the populace and the senate. 118. 7 How necessary public indictments are for the maintenance of liberty in a republic. 124. 8 Calumnies are as injurious to republics as public indictments are useful. 128. 77. Table of Contents. 9 That it is necessary to be the sole authority if one would constitute a republic afresh or would reform it thoroughly regardless of its ancient institutions. 131. 10 Those who set up a tyranny are no less blameworthy than are the founders of a republic or a kingdom praiseworthy. 134. 11 to 15 Religion. 11 Concerning the religion of Romans. 139. 12 How important it is to take account of religion, and how Italy has been ruined for lack of it, thanks to the Roman Church. 142. 13 What use the Romans made of religion in reorganizing the city, in prosecuting their enterprises, and in composing tumults. 146. 14 The Romans interpreted their auspices in accordance with their needs, were wise enough ostensibly to observe religion when forced to ignore it, and punished those who were so rash as to disparage it. 148. 15 The Samnites had recourse to religion as a last resort when their affairs were going badly. 150. L6 L8 The transition from servitude to freedom. 16 A people accustomed to live under a prince, should they by some eventuality become free, will with difficulty maintain their freedom. 153. 17 A corrupted people, having acquired liberty, can maintain it only with the greatest difficulty. 157. 18 How in corrupt cities a free government can be maintained where it exists, or be established where it does not exist. 160. 19 to 24 Sundry reflections on the kings of Rome. 19 A weak prince who succeeds an outstanding prince can hold his own, but a weak prince who succeeds another weak prince cannot hold any kingdom. 165. 78. Table of Contents. 22 Virtuous princes, of whom one immediately succeeds the other, do great things, and, as in well-ordered republics, there is of necessity such a virtuous succession, their acquisitions and their increase also is great. 167. 21 Princes and republics which have not their own armed forces are highly reprehensible. 168. 22 What is worthy of note in the case of the 3 Roman Horatii, and of 3 Album Curatii. 169. 23 That one should not stake the whole of one's fortune except on the whole of one's forces, and that, consequently, it is frequently harmful to defend passes. 170. 24 Well-ordered republics, in assigning rewards and punishments, never balance one against the other. 173. 25 to 7 The introduction of new forms of government. 25 He who proposes to change an old established form of government in a free city should retain at least the shadow of its ancient customs. 175. 26 In a city or province which he has seized, a new prince should make everything new. 176. 27 Very rarely do men know how to be either wholly good or wholly bad. 177. 28 to 32 Ingratitude. 28 What made the Romans less ungrateful to their citizens than were The Athenians. 179. 29 Which is the more ungrateful, a people or a prince? 180. 30 What steps should be taken by a prince or by a republic to avoid this vice oj ingratitude, and what should be done by a general or by a citizen who does not want to suffer from it? 184. 31 Roman generals were never punished with extreme severity for their mistakes, nor yet were they ever punished for ignorance or bad judgment even though it caused harm to the republic. 186. 32 Neither a republic nor a prince should put off conferring benefits on people until danger is at hand. 188. 79. Table of Contents. 33 to 6 The use and abuse of dictatorship. 33 When either within a state or against a state an inconvenience has made headway, the safer course is to temporize, not to suppress it. 190. 34 Dictatorial authority did good, not harm, to the Republic of Rome. It is the authority which citizens arrogate to themselves, not that granted by free suffrage, that is harmful to civic life. 193. 35 How it came about that the appointment of decemviri in Rome was harmful to that republic in spite of their having been appointed by free and public suffrage. 197. 36 Citizens who have held higher posts should not disdain to accept lower. 198. 37 to 9 The road to ruin. 37 On the troubles to which the agrarian laws gave rise in Rome. And how great is the trouble given in a republic by passing a law that is too retrospective and contravenes an ancient custom. Oft City 200. 38 Weak republics suffer from irresolution and cannot reach decisions. And, when they do arrive at one, it is due rather to necessity than to choice. 204. 39 To different peoples the same sort of thing is often found to happen. 207. 4045 Sundry reflections based on the decemvirate. 40 The appointment of the decemvirate in Rome and what is noteworthy about it, in which will be considered, amongst other things, how such an incident may lead either to a republic's salvation or to its subjection. 210. 41 A sudden transition from humility to pride or from kindness to cruelty without appropriate steps in between is both imprudent and futile. 216. 42 How easily men may be corrupted. 217. 80. Table of Contents. 43 Those who fight for glory's sake make good and faithful soldiers. 218. 44 A crowd is useless without a head, nor should it first use threats and then appeal for the requisite authority. 219. 45 It is a bad precedent to break a new law, especially if the legislator himself does it, and daily to inflict fresh injuries on a city is most harmful to him that governs it. 220. 46 to 9 The popular demand for a share in government. 46 Men pass from one ambition to another, and, having first striven against ill treatment, inflict it next upon others. 223. 47 Though men make mistakes about things in general, they do not make mistakes about particulars. 225. 48 To prevent an official appointment being given to a base and wicked fellow, either an exceedingly base and wicked man should be put forward as a candidate or an exceedingly noble and good man. 229. 49 If those city-states which from the outset have been free, as Rome was, find it difficult to formulate laws whereby to maintain liberty, those which have just been servile are faced with a quasi-impossibility. 230. 5055 The management of the populace. 50 No one department and no one official in a state should be able to hold up proceedings. 233. 51 A republic or a prince should ostensibly do out of generosity what necessity constrains them to do. 234. 52 The safer and less scandalous way to repress the arrogance of one who has risen to power in a republic is to forestall him in the methods he uses to come by this power. 23.5. 53 The populace, misled by the false appearance of advantage, often seeks its own ruin, and is easily moved by splendid hopes and rash promises. 238. 54 How great an influence a grave man may have in restraining an excited crowd. 242. 81. Table of Contents. 55 That it is very easy to manage things in a state in which the masses are not corrupt, and that, where equality exists, it is impossible to set up a principality, and, where it does not exist, impossible to set up a republic. 243. 56-60 The advantages of popular government. 56 Before great misfortunes befall a city or a province they are carried, preceded by portents or foretold by men. 249. /W The plebs united is strong, but in itself it is weak. 250. The masses are more knowing and more constant than is a carried prince. 252. $G. What confederations or leagues can be trusted most, those made with a republic or those made with a prince. 257. 60 That the consulate and all other offices in Rome were conferred without respect to age. 260. L. Book 2. The Growth of Rome's Empire. The Preface. 265. L5 Methods of Expansion. I Whether virtue or fortune was the principal cause of empire, which Rome acquired. 270. Carrot Concerning the kind of people the Romans had to fight, and how obstinately they defended their freedom. 274. 3 Rome became a great city by ruining the cities round about her, and by granting foreigners easy access to her honors. 281. 4 Republics have adopted 3 methods of expansion. 283. 5 Changes of religion and of language, together with such fortunes as floods or pestilences, obliterate the records of the past. 288. 82. Table of Contents. 6 to 10 Colonization and war, its causes and cost. 6 How the Romans proceeded in the waging of war. 291. 7. How much land the Romans gave to their colonists 293. 8. The causes which lead peoples to quit their own country and to inundate the lands of others 294. 9. What causes commonly give rise to wars between different powers 298. 10. Money is not the sinews of war, as it is commonly supposed to be 300. 15. Diplomacy and war. 11. It is not a wise course to make an alliance with a ruler whose reputation is greater than his strength 304. 12. Whether it is better, when threatened with attack, to assume the offensive or to await the outbreak of war 305. 13. Men rise from a low to a great position by means rather of fraud than of force 310. 14. Men often make the mistake of supposing that pride is overcome by humility 312. 15. The decisions of weak states are always fraught with ambiguity, and the slowness with which they arrive at them is harmful 313. L6 L8 The army, its discipline and component parts. 16. How far the discipline of troops in our day falls short of that maintained in days gone by 317. 17. In what esteem artillery should be held by armies at the present time, and whether the opinion universally held in its regard is sound 321. 18. That infantry should be more highly esteemed than cavalry is shown by the authority of the Romans and by the example of ancient military practice 328. 83. Table of contents. 19 to 23. The administration of conquered territory and other problems which admit of no middle course. 19. Acquisitions made by republics, when not well governed nor handled with the virtue the Romans displayed, contribute to the downfall, not to the advancement, of such republics 334. 20. On the dangers which accrue to the prince or the republic that employs auxiliary or mercenary troops 339. 21. The first praetor the Romans sent out was to Capua, 4. 100 years after they had first begun to make war 341. 22. How frequently erroneous are the views men adopt in regard to matters of moment 344. 23. When events required that the Romans should pass judgment on subject peoples they avoided a middle course 346. 24. To 7. Mistakes often made in connection with war. 24. Fortresses in general are much more harmful than useful 352. 25. To attack a divided city in the hope that its divisions will facilitate the conquest of it is bad policy 360. 26. Scorn and abuse arouse hatred against those who indulge in them without bringing them any advantage 361. 27. Prudent princes and republics should be content with victory, for when they are not content with it, they usually lose 363. 28 to 33. Rome's dealings with neighboring states and cities in peace and war. 28. How dangerous it is for a republic or a prince not to avenge an injury done either to the public or to a private person 367. 29. Fortune blinds men's minds when she does not wish them to obstruct her designs 369. 30. Really powerful republics and princes do not purchase alliances with money, but obtain them by means of virtue and a reputation off their forces 372. 84. Table of contents. 31. How dangerous it is to put confidence in refugees J6. 32. On the various methods used by the Romans in taking towns 377. R33. The Romans gave to army commanders discretionary powers 381. Book 3. The example of Rome's great men. L5. Reform, security, and elimination of rivals. 1. In order that a religious institution or a state should long survive, it is essential that it should frequently be restored to its original principles 385. 2. That it is a very good notion at times to pretend to be a fool 390. 3. When liberty has been newly acquired it is necessary in order to maintain it to kill the sons of Brutus 392. 4. A prince cannot live securely in a principality whilst those are alive who have been despoiled of it 394. 5. What it is that causes a hereditary prince to lose his kingdom 395. 6. On conspiracies. 6. On conspiracies 398. 7 to 9. The need of adaptation to environment. 7. How it comes about that changes from liberty to servitude and from servitude to liberty sometimes occur without bloodshed, and sometimes abound in it 425. 8. He who would transform a republic should take due note of the governed 426. 9. That it behoves one to adapt oneself to the times if one wants to enjoy continued good fortune 430. 85. Table of contents. Low I5 Sundry remarks on strategy, tactics, new devices and discipline. 10. That a general cannot avoid an engagement if the enemy is determined to force him to it at all costs 433. 11. That he who has to deal with several foes, even though he be weaker than they are, can actually win, provided he can sustain their first attack 437. 12. That a prudent general should make it absolutely necessary for his own troops to fight, but should avoid forcing the enemy to do so 440. 13. Which is it best to trust, a good general with a weak army or a good army with a weak general? 444. 14. What effects are produced by the appearance of new inventions in the course of a battle and by the hearing of unfamiliar cries 446. 15. That at the head of an army there should be one, not several commanders, and that to have a plurality is a nuisance 449. L6 L8 Administrative posts. 16. Genuine virtue counts in difficult times, but, when things are going well, it is rather to those whose popularity is due to wealth or parentage that men look 451. 17. That to a person to whom offense has been given, no administrative post of importance should subsequently be assigned 454. 18. Nothing becomes a general more than to anticipate the enemy's plans 455. 19 to 23 Administrative methods, the rival. Claims of severity and good fellowship. 19 Whether in controlling the masses considerateness is more necessary sorry than punishment. 459. 20 A single act of common humanity made a greater impression on the Faliscus than did all the forces of Rome. 461. 21 How it comes about that Hannibal, whose procedure differed radically from Scipio's, yet produced the same effect in Italy as Scipio did in Spain. 462. 86. Table of Contents. 22 How the severity of Manlius Torquatus and the sociability of Valerius Corvinus won for each the same degree of fame. 465. 23 Upon what account Camillus was banished from Rome. 471. 24-30 Internal security. 24 The prolongation of military commands made Rome a servile state. 473. 25 Concerning the poverty of Cincinnatus and of many other Roman citizens. 475. 26 How women have brought about the downfall of states. 477. 27 How unity may be restored to a divided city, and how mistaken are those who hold that to retain possession of cities one must needs keep them divided. 478. 28 That a strict watch should be kept on the doings of citizens, since under cover of good works there often arises the beginning of tyranny. 481. 29 That the faults of peoples are due to princes. 483. 30. It is necessary for a citizen who proposes to use his authority to do any good work in a republic, first to extinguish all envy, and, 2. What provisions are to be made for the defense of a city which the enemy is about to attack. 484. 3 5 Equanimity, insurrection, confidence, electioneering, and the tendering of advice. 31 Strong republics and outstanding men retain their equanimity and their dignity under all circumstances. 488. 32 What means some have adopted to prevent a peace. 492. 33 To win a battle it is essential to inspire the army with confidence, both in itself and in its general. 493. 34 What kind of reputation or gossip or opinion causes the populace to begin to favor a particular citizen, and whether the populace appoints to offices with greater prudence than does a prince. 496. 35 What dangers are run by one who takes the lead in advising some course of action, and how much greater are the dangers incurred when the course of action is unusual. 587. Table of Contents. 36 to 9 Advice to generals in the field. 36 Reasons why the French have been, and still are, looked upon in the beginning of a battle as more than men, and afterwards as less than women. 503. 37 Whether skirmishes are necessary before a battle, and how, if one decides to do without them, the presence of fresh enemy troops is to be discovered. 505. 38 What ought to be done by a general so that his army may have confidence in him. 509. 39 That a general ought to be acquainted with the lie of land. 510. 4042 Salus Populi, Supremo Lex. 40 That it is a glorious thing to use fraud in the conduct of a war. 513. 41 That one's country should be defended whether it entail ignominy or glory, and that it is good to defend it in any way whatsoever. 514. 42 That promises extracted by force ought not to be kept. 515. 43 to 8 Further reflections based on the Samnite Wars. 43 That men who are born in the same country display throughout the ages much the same characteristics. 517. 44 Our assaults are often obtained by impetuosity and daring which could never have been obtained by ordinary methods. 519. 45 Whether it is the better course in battle to await the enemy's attack and, having held it, to take the offensive, or to make on the enemy a furious onslaught at the start. 521. 46 How it comes about that in a city a family retains for a long time the same customs. 522. 47 That a good citizen out of love for his country ought to ignore personal affronts. 523. 48 When an enemy is seen to be making a big mistake it should be assumed that it is but an artifice. 524. 88. Table of Contents. 49 The preservation of freedom in a republic. 49 A republic that would preserve its freedom ought daily to make fresh provisions to this end, and what Quintus Fabius did to earn for himself title Maximus. 526. Discourses on the first 10 books of Titus Livy. Niccolo Machiavelli to Zanobi Buondelmonte and Cosimo Russula. Greeting. I am sending you a present which, if it does not come up to the obligations I owe you, is at any rate the best that Niccolo Machiavelli is able to send you. For in it I have set down all that I know and have learned from a long experience of, and from constantly reading about, political affairs. And since neither you nor anyone else can well expect more from me than this, you will not be disappointed that I am not sending you more. You may perhaps lament my lack of skill, should these my narratives be thin, and also errors of judgment. Should I, in discussing things, have in many places made mistakes. If this be so, I know not which of us is less obliged to the other, I to you, for having forced me to write what I should never have written of my own accord, or you to me. If what I have written fails to satisfy you, accept it, then, in the manner in which things are accepted amongst friends, by whom the intention of the giver is always more esteemed than the quality of the gift. And believe me when I say that I have in this just one consolation. It is that when I reflect on the many mistakes I may have made in other circumstances, I know that I have made no mistake at any rate in this, that I have chosen to dedicate these my discourses to you in preference to all others, both because, in doing so, I seem to be showing some gratitude for benefits received, and also because I seem in this to be departing from the usual practice of authors, which has always been to dedicate their works to some prince, and 93. Dedication. Blinded by ambition and avarice, to praise him for all his virtuous qualities when they ought to have blamed him for all manner of shameful deeds. So, to avoid this mistake, I have chosen not those who are princes, but those who, on account of their innumerable good qualities, deserve to be, not those who might shower on me rank, honors, and riches, but those who, though unable, would like to do so. For, to judge aright, one should esteem men because they are generous, not because they have the power to be generous, and, in like manner, should admire those who know how to govern a kingdom, not those who, without knowing how, actually govern one. There are, indeed, writers who praise Hiero the Syracusan though but a private person, in preference to Perseus the Macedonian, though he was a king, because Hiero to become a prince lacked but a principality, whereas the other had no kingly attribute save his kingdom. Entertain yourselves, then, with what you were anxious to get, whether it be good or bad. And, should you be so mistaken as to find my views acceptable, I shall not fail to follow this up with the rest of the history as I promised at the start. Farewell. Book 1. The Development of Rome's Constitution. Book 1 deals with such events due to public decrees as the author judges to be worthy of comment, and with their consequences. It treats of the constitutional development which took place in Rome from the time of the kings down to the year 387 BC, when the conquest of Italy began, and is based on Livy, books I to 6. The first 10 chapters form an introduction. The heading of each discourse or chapter, printed in italics, is Machiavelli's. The division of chapters into groups under the headings given in the table of contents has been introduced for the convenience of the reader. And in like manner the titles of the 3 books which in the original are merely numbered. LJW. Book 1. The Development of Rome's Constitution. The Preface. Although owing to the envy inherent in man's nature it has always been no less dangerous to discover new ways and methods than to set off in search of new seas and unknown lands, because most men are much more ready to belittle than to praise another's actions. Nonetheless, impelled by the natural desire I have always had to labor, regardless of any thing, on that which I believe to be for the common benefit of all, I have decided to enter upon a new way, as yet untrod then by anyone else. And, even if it entails a tiresome and difficult task, it may yet reward me in that there are those who will look kindly on the purpose of these my labors. And if my poor ability, my limited experience of current affairs, my feeble knowledge of antiquity, should render my efforts perfect and of little worth, they may nonetheless point the way for another of greater ability, capacity for analysis, and judgment, who will achieve my ambition, which, if it does not earn me praise, should not earn me reproaches. When, therefore, I consider in what honor antiquity is held, and how, to cite but one instance, a bit of an old statue has fetched a high price, that someone may have it by him to give honor to his house, and that it may be possible for it to be copied by those who are keen on this art, and how the 97. Preface to Book I. Latter then with great industry take pains to reproduce it in all their works, and when, on the other hand, I notice that what history has to say about the highly virtuous actions performed by ancient kingdoms and republics, by their kings, their generals, their citizens, their legislators, and by others who have gone to the trouble of serving their country, is rather admired than imitated, nay, is so shunned by everybody in each little thing they do, that of the virtue of bygone days there remains no trace, it cannot but fill me at once with astonishment and grief. The more so when I see that in the civic disputes which arise between citizens and in the diseases men get, they always have recourse to decisions laid down by the ancients and to the prescriptions they drew up. For the civil law is nothing but a collection of decisions, made by jurists of old, which the jurists of today have tabulated in orderly fashion for our instruction. Nor, again, is medicine anything but a record of experiments, performed by doctors of old, upon which the doctors of our day base their prescriptions. In spite of which, in constituting republics, in maintaining states, in governing kingdoms, in forming an army or conducting a war, in dealing with subjects, in extending the empire, one finds neither prince nor republic who repairs to antiquity for examples. This is due in my opinion not so much to the weak state to which the religion of today has brought the world, or to the evil wrought in many provinces and cities of Christendom by ambition conjoined with idleness, as to the lack of a proper appreciation of history, owing to people failing to realize the significance of what they read, and to their having no taste for the delicacies it comprises. Hence it comes about that the great bulk of those who read it take pleasure in hearing of the various incidents which are contained in it, but never think of imitating them, since they hold them to be not merely difficult, but impossible of imitation, as if the heaven, the sun, the 98th. Preface to Book I. Elements and man had in their motion, their order, and their potency, become different from what they used to be. Since I want to get men out of this wrong way of thinking, I have thought fit to write a commentary on all those books of Titus Livy which have not by the molly good nighty of time had their continuity broken. 1. It will comprise what I have arrived at by comparing ancient with modern events, and think necessary for the better understanding of them, so that those who read what I have to say may the more easily draw those Practical lessons which one should seek to obtain from the study of history. Though the enterprise is difficult, yet, with the help of those who have encouraged me to undertake the task, I think I can carry it out in such a way that there shall remain to another but a short road to traverse in order to reach the place assigned. Book 1. Discourses IIO. The best form of government. I concerning the origin of cities in general and of Rome in particular. Those who read of the origin of the city of Rome, of its legislators and of its constitution, will not be surprised that in this city such great virtue was maintained for so many centuries, and that later on there came into being the empire, into which that republic developed. Since this first discourse will deal with its origin, I would point out that all cities are built either by natives of the place in which they are built, or by people from elsewhere. The first case comes about when inhabitants, dispersed in many small communities, find that they cannot enjoy security since no one community of itself, owing to its position and to the smallness of its numbers, is strong enough to resist the onslaught of an invader, and, when the enemy arrives, there is no time for them to unite for their defense, or, if there be time, they have to abandon many of their strongholds, and thus at once fall as prey to their enemies. Hence, to escape these dangers, either of their own accord or at the suggestion of someone of greater authority among them, such communities undertake to live together in some place they have. IOO. Origins of cities I. Chosen in order to live more conveniently and the more easily to defend themselves. This was the case with Athens and Venice, among many others. Athens was built under the authority of Theseus for reasons such as these by inhabitants who were dispersed. Venice by numerous peoples who had sought refuge in certain islets at the top of the Adriatic Sea that they might escape the wars which daily arose in Italy after the decline of the Roman Empire owing to the arrival of a new lot of barbarians. There, without any particular person or prince to give them a constitution, they began to live as a community, under laws which seemed to them appropriate for their maintenance. And this happened because of the long repose the situation afforded them in that the sea at their end had no exit and the peoples who were ravaging Italy had no ships in which to infest them. This being so, a beginning, however small, sufficed to bring them to their present greatness. The second case occurs when a city is built by men of a foreign race. They may either be free men, or men dependent on others, as are the colonies sent out either by a republic or a prince to relieve their towns of some of the population or for the defense of newly acquired territory which they desire to hold securely and without expense. The Romans built a number of such cities, and this throughout the whole of their empire. Others have been built by a prince, not that he may dwell there, but to enhance his reputation, as the city of Alexandria was built by Alexander. And since such cities are not at the outset free, it very seldom happens that they make great progress or that of their own doing they come to be reckoned among the capitals of kingdoms. It was thus that Florence came to be built, for, whether it was built by the soldiers of Sulla, or was built by chance by inhabitants from the hills of Fiesole who, relying on the long peace which the world enjoyed under Octavian, came to 101. I. The best form of government. Dwell in the plains above the Arno, it was built under the Roman Empire, and could at the outset make no addition to its territory save such as was allowed by the courtesy of the emperor. Free cities are those which are built by peoples who, either under a prince or of their own accord, are driven by pestilence, or famine or war to abandon the land off their birth and to look for new habitations. These may be either cities they find in countries they have occupied and in which they go to dwell, as Moses did, or new cities which they build, as Aeneas did. In this case the virtue of the builder is discernible in the fortune of what was built, for the city is more or less remarkable, according as he is more or less virtuous who is responsible for the start. This virtue shows itself in two ways, first in the choice of a site, and secondly in the drawing up of laws. Since men work either of necessity or by choice, and since there is found to be greater virtue where choice has less to say to it, the question arises whether it would not be better to choose a barren place in which to build cities so that men would have to be industrious and less given to idleness, and so would be more united because, owing to the poor situation, there would be less occasion for discord, as happened in Ragusa and in many other cities built in such like places. Such a choice would undoubtedly be wiser and more advantageous were men content to earn their own living and not anxious to lord it over others. Since, however, security for man is impossible unless it be conjoined with power, it is necessary to avoid sterile places and for cities to be put in very fertile places where, when expansion has taken place owing to the fruitfulness of the land, it may be possible for them both to defend themselves against attack and to overcome any who stand in the way of the city's greatness. As to the idleness which such a situation may encourage, it must be provided for by laws imposing that need to work which the situation 102. Origins of cities I. does not impose. It is advisable here to follow the example of those wise folk who have dwelt in most beautiful and fertile lands, i.e. in such lands as tend to produce idleness and ineptitude for training in virtue of any kind, and who, in order to obviate the disasters which the idleness induced by the amenities of the land might cause, have imposed the need for training on those who were to become soldiers, and have made this training such that men there have become better soldiers than those in countries which were rough and sterile by nature. A case in point is the kingdom of the Egyptians which, notwithstanding the amenities of the land, imposed the need to work so successfully by means of laws that it produced most Excellent men, whose names, if they had not been lost in antiquity, would be even more celebrated than that of Alex, Enter the Great, and then those of many others whose memory is still fresh. So, too, anyone who has reflected on the kingdom of the Sultan, on the discipline of the Mamelukes, and on that of their troops, before they were wiped out by Selim, the Great Turk, might have noted there the many exercises the troops underwent, and might have inferred from this how greatly they feared the idleness to which the beneficence of the country might have led if they had not obviated it by very strict laws. I maintain, then, that it is more prudent to place a city in a fertile situation, provided its fertility is kept in due bounds by laws. When Alexander the Great was proposing to build a city that should redound to his credit, Dionysius, the architect, came to him and suggested that he should build it on Mount Athos, for, besides being a strong place, it could be so fashioned as to give the city a human form, which would be a remarkable thing, a rare thing, and worthy of his greatness. And on what, Alexander asked, would the inhabitants live? Dionysius replied that he had not thought of these. Whereupon 103. I too the best form of government. Alexander laughed, and, leaving the mountain alone, built Alexandria, where inhabitants would be glad to live owing to the richness of the land and to the conveniences afforded by the sea and by the Nile. For those, then, who, having examined the question how Rome came to be built, hold that Aeneas was its first founder, it will be a city built by foreigners, but for those who prefer Romulus, it will be a city built by natives of the place. But, whichever be the case, both will recognize that it began as a free city, dependent upon no one. They will also recognize, as we shall presently point out, under what strict discipline it was placed by the laws made by Romulus, Numa, and others. And that, in consequence, neither its fertile situation, the convenience afforded by the sea, its frequent victories, nor the greatness of its empire, were for many centuries able to corrupt it, but that these laws kept it so rich in virtue that there has never been any other city or any other republic so well adorned. Wherefore, since what was done by the city, as Titus Livy records it, was done sometimes in accordance with public enactments, sometimes on the initiative of private individuals, and sometimes within the city, sometimes abroad, I shall begin by discussing such of the events due to public decrees as I shall judge to be more worthy of comment, and with the events shall conjoin their consequences, to which the discourses of this first book or first part will be restricted. To how many kinds of state there are, and of what kind was that of Rome. Ipropos dispense with the discussion of cities which from the outset have been subject to another power, and shall speak only of those which have from the outset been far removed from any kind of external servitude, but, instead, 104. States and their transitions. 1.2. Have from the start been governed in accordance with their wishes, whether as republics or principalities. As such cities have had diverse origins, so too they have had diverse laws and institutions. For either at the outset, or before very long, to some of them laws have been given by some one person at some one time, as laws were given to the Spartans by Gus, whereas others have acquired them by chance and at different times as occasion arose. This was the case in Rome. Happy indeed should we call that state which produces a man so prudent that men can live securely under the laws which he prescribes without having to amend them. Sparta, for instance, observed its laws for more than 800 years without corrupting them and without any dangerous disturbance. Unhappy, on the other hand, in some degree is that city to be deemed which, not having chanced to meet with a prudent organizer, has to reorganize itself. And, of such, that is the more unhappy which is the more remote from order, and that is the more remote from order whose institutions have missed altogether the straight road which leads it to its perfect and true destiny. For it is almost impossible that states of this type should by any eventuality be set on the right road again, whereas those which, if their order is not perfect, have made a good beginning and are capable of improvement, may become perfect should something happen which provides the opportunity. It should, however, be noted that they will never introduce order without incurring danger, because few men ever welcome new laws setting up a new order in the state unless necessity makes it clear to them that there is need for such laws, and since such a necessity cannot arise. Aquella Republica. Walker renders this commonwealth plainly. In the context, Republica means any kind of state with some civic spirit or sense. Offers publica, see above, p. 24, not specifically a republican one. But commonwealth, shades of Cromwell, sounds even more republican than republic. BRC. 105. 1.2 The best form of government. Without danger, the state may easily be ruined before the new order has been brought to completion. The Republic of Florence bears this out, for owing to what happened at Arezzo in 02 it was reconstituted, and owing to what happened at Prato in 12 its constitution was destroyed. It being now my intention to discuss what were the institutions of the city of Rome and what events conduced to its perfection, I would remark that those who have written about states say that there are to be found in them one of three forms of government, called by them principality, aristocracy, and democracy, and that those who set up a government in any particular state must adopt one of them, as best suits their purpose. 2. Others, and with better judgment many think, say that there are 6 types of government, of which 3 are very bad, and 3 are good in themselves but easily become corrupt, so that they too must be classed as pernicious. Those that are good are the three above mentioned. Those that are bad are the other three, which depend on them, and each of them is so like the one associated with it that it easily passes from one form to the other. For principality easily becomes tyranny. From aristocracy the transition to oligarchy is an easy one. Democracy is without difficulty converted into anarchy. So that if anyone who is organizing a common wealth sets up one of the three first forms of government, he sets up what will last but for a while, since there are no means whereby to prevent it passing into its contrary, on account of the likeness which in such a case virtue has to vice. These variations of government among men are due to chance. For in the beginning of the world, when its inhabitants were few, they lived for a time scattered like the beasts. Then a republic. B uno de tre stati, chiamati de loro principato, automati, e popolari. Si cita. DSEI regioni govemi. E stato di poche. Popolare. 9 licenziosa. 106. States and their transitions 1.2. With the multiplication of their offspring, they drew together. And, in order the better to be able to defend themselves, began to look about for a man stronger and more courageous than the rest, made him their head, and obeyed him. It was thus that men learned how to distinguish what is honest and good from what is pernicious and wicked, for the sight of someone injuring his benefactor evoked in them hatred and sympathy, and they blamed the ungrateful and respected those who showed gratitude, well aware that the same injuries might have been done to themselves. Hence to prevent evil of this kind they took to making laws and to assigning punishments to those who contravened them. The notion Augustus thus came into being. In this way it came about that, when later on they had to choose a prince, they did not have recourse to the boldest as formerly, but to one who excelled in prudence and justice. But when at a yet later stage they began to make the prince hereditary instead of electing him, his heirs soon began to degenerate as compared with their ancestors, and, forsaking virtuous deeds, considered that princes have not else to do but to surpass other men in extravagance, lasciviousness, and every other form of licentiousness. With the result that the prince came to be hated, and, since he was hated, came to be afraid, and from fear soon passed to offensive action, which quickly brought about a tyranny, from which, before long, was begotten the source of their downfall, for tyranny gave rise to conspiracies and plots against princes, organized not by timid and weak men, but by men conspicuous for their liberality, magnanimity, wealth, and ability, for such men could not stand the dishonorable life the prince was leading. The masses, therefore, at the instigation of these powerful leaders, took up arms against the prince, and, when he had been liquidated, submitted to the alla multitudine. Potenti. 107. 1.2 The best form of government. Authority of those whom they looked upon as their liberators. Hence the latter, to whom the very term soul had become odious, formed themselves into a government. Moreover, in the beginning, mindful of what they had suffered under a tyranny, they ruled in accordance with the laws which they had made, subordinated their own convenience to the common advantage, and, both in private matters and public affairs, governed and preserved order with the utmost diligence. But when the administration passed to their descendants, who had no experience of the changeability of fortune, had not been through bad times, and instead of remaining content with the civic equality then prevailing, reverted to avarice, ambition, and to seizing other men's womenfolk, they caused government by an aristocracy to become government by an oligarchy in which civic rights were entirely disregarded, so that in a short time there came to pass in their case the same thing as happened to the tyrant, for the masses, sick of their government, were ready to help anyone who had any sort of plan for attacking their rulers, and so there soon arose some one who with the aid of the masses liquidated them. Then, since the memory of the prince and of the injuries inflicted by him was still fresh, and since, having got rid of government by the few, they had no desire to return to that of a prince, they turned to a democratic form of government, which they organized in such a way that no sort of authority was vested either in a few powerful men or in a prince. And, since all forms of government are to some extent respected at the outset, this democratic form of government maintained itself for a while but not for long, especially when the generation that had organized it had passed away. For anarchy quickly supervened, in which no respect was shown either for the individual or for the official, and which was such that, as everyone did what he liked, all sorts of outrages were 108. States and their transitions 1.2. Constantly committed. The outcome was inevitable. Either at the suggestion of some good man or because this anarchy had to be got rid of somehow, principality was once again restored. And from this there was, stage by stage, a return to anarchy, by way of the transitions and for the reasons as signed. This, then, is the cycle through which all commonwealths pass, whether they govern themselves or are governed. But rarely do they return to the same form of government, for there can scarce be a state of such vitality that it can undergo often such changes and yet remain in being. What usually happens is that, while in a state of commotion in which it lacks both counsel and strength, a state becomes subject to a neighboring and better organized state. Were it not so, a commonwealth might go on forever passing through these governmental transitions. I maintain then, that all the forms of government mentioned above are far from satisfactory, the three good ones because their life is so short, the three bad ones because of their inherent malignity. Hence prudent legislators, aware of their defects, refrained from adopting as such any one of these forms, and chose instead one that shared in them all, since they thought such a government would be stronger and more stable, for if in one and the same state there was principality, aristocracy and democracy each would keep watch over the other. Lycurgus is one of those who have earned no small measure of praise for constitutions of this kind. For in the laws which he gave to Sparta, he assigned to the kings, to the aristocracy, and to the populace each its own function, and thus introduced a form of government which lasted for more than 800 years to his very great credit and to the tranquility of that city. Acida. 109. 1.2 The best form of government. It was not so in the case of Solon, who drew up laws for Athens, for he set up merely a democratic form of government, which was so short-lived that he saw before his death the birth of a tyranny under Pisistratus, and though, 40 years later, Pisistratus' heirs were expelled, and Athens returned to liberty because it again adopted a democratic form of government in accordance with Solon's laws, it did not retain its liberty for more than 100 years. For, in spite of the fact that many constitutions were made whereby to restrain the arrogance of the upper class and the licentiousness of the general public, for which Solon had made no provision, nonetheless Athens had a very short life as compared with that of Sparta, because with democracy Solon had not blended either princely power or that of the aristocracy. But let us come to Rome. In spite of the fact that Rome had no Lycurgus to give it at the outset such a constitution as would ensure to it a long life of freedom, yet, owing to friction between the plebs and the Senate, so many things happened that chance affected what had not been provided by a law giver. So that, if Rome did not get fortune's first gift, it got its second. For her early institutions, though defective, were not on wrong lines and so might pave the way to perfection. For Romulus and the rest of the kings made many good laws, quite compatible with freedom, but, because their aim was to found a kingdom, not a republic, when the city became free, it lacked many institutions essential to the preservation of liberty, which had to be provided, since they had not been provided by the kings. So, when it came to pass that its kings lost their sovereignty for reasons and in the manner described earlier in this discourse, those who had expelled them at once appointed 2 consuls to take the place of the king, so that what they expelled was the title of king, not the royal power. In the republic, then, at this stage there were the consuls and a grandi universale. No. Tribunes of the plebs I.2-3. The Senate, so that as yet it comprised but 2 of the aforesaid estates, namely, principality and aristocracy. It remained to find a place for democracy. This came about when the Roman nobility became so overbearing for reasons which will be given later, that the populace rose against them, and they were constrained by the fear that they might lose all, to grant the populace a share in the government, the Senate and the consuls retaining, however, sufficient authority for them to be able to maintain their position in the republic. It was in this way that tribunes of the plebs came to be appointed, and their appointment did much to stabilize the form of government in this republic, for in its government all 3 estates now had a share. And so favored was it by fortune that, though the transition from monarchy to aristocracy and thence to democracy, took place by the very stages and for the very reasons laid down earlier in this discourse, nonetheless the granting of authority to the aristocracy did not abolish altogether the royal estate, nor was the authority of the aristocracy wholly removed when the populace was granted a share in it. On the contrary, the blending of these estates made a perfect commonwealth, and since it was friction between the plebs and the Senate that brought this perfection about, in the next 2 chapters we shall show more fully how this came to be. 3. What kind of events gave rise in Rome to the creation of tribunes of the plebs, whereby that republic was made more perfect? All writers on politics have pointed out, and throughout history there are plenty of examples which indicate that in constituting and legislating for a commonwealth it must equalita, here used in the sense of what is earlier called potenza, just as we say either 3 powers asterisk or 3 estates backslash 3. 1.3 The best form of government needs be taken for granted that all men are wicked and that they will always give vent to the malignity that is in their minds when opportunity offers. 3. That evil dispositions often do not show themselves for a time is due to a hidden cause, which those fail to perceive who have had no experience of the opposite, but in time, which is said to be the father of all truth, it reveals itself. After the expulsion of the Tarquins there appeared to be in Rome the utmost harmony between the plebs and the Senate. The nobles seemed to have set aside their pride, to have become imbued with the same spirit as the populace, and to be bearable by all, even by the meanest. In this neither their deception nor the cause of it was apparent so long as the Tarquins lived, for the nobility were afraid of them and feared that, if they treated the plebs badly, it would not be friendly towards them, but would make common cause with the Tarquins, so they treated the plebs with consideration. But no sooner were the Tarquins dead and the fears of the nobility removed, than they began to vomit forth against the plebs the poison hid in their hearts and to oppress them in every way they could. This bears out what has been said above, namely, that men never do good unless necessity drives them to it, but when they are too free to choose and can do just as they please, confusion and disorder become everywhere rampant. Hence, it is said that hunger and poverty make men industrious, and that laws make them good. There is no need of legislation so long as things work well without it, but, when such good customs break down, legislation forthwith becomes necessary. Hence when the regime of the Tarquins collapsed and the nobility were no longer kept in check by the fear of them, it became necessary to devise some new institution which should produce the same effect as the Tarquins had done in their time. Wherefore, after many disturbances, rumors, and 112 class conflicts I.3-4, dangers of scandal had been occasioned by the squabbles between the plebs and the nobility, for the security of the former tribunes came to be appointed, and were invested with such prerogatives and standing that henceforth they could always mediate between the plebs and the Senate and curb the arrogance of the nobility. For that discord between the plebs and the Senate of Rome made this republic both free and powerful. I must not fail to discuss the tumults that broke out in Rome between the death of the Tarquins and the creation of the tribunes, nor yet to mention certain facts which militate against the view of those who allege that the republic of Rome was so tumultuous and so full of confusion that, had not good fortune and military virtue counterbalanced these defects, its condition would have been worse than that of any other republic. I by no means deny that fortune and military organization had a good deal to do with Rome's empire, but it seems to me that this view fails to take account of the fact that where military organization is good there must needs be good order, and that rarely does it happen that good fortune does not also accompany it. There are also other points to be observed in connection with this city. To me those who condemn the quarrels between the nobles and the plebs seem to be cavilling at the very things that were the primary cause of Rome's retaining her freedom, and that they pay more attention to the noise and clamor resulting from such commotions than to what resulted from them, i.e. to the good effects which they produced. Nor do they realize that in every republic there are two different dispositions, that of the populace and that of the upper class, and that all legislation favorable to liberty is brought about by the clash between them. 113. 1.4 The best form of government. It is easy to see that this was the consequence in Rome, for, from the days of the Tarquins to those of the Gracchi, which was more than 300 years, tumults in Rome seldom led to banishment, and very seldom to executions. One cannot, therefore, regard such tumults as harmful, nor such a republic as divided, seeing that during so long a period it did not on account of its discord send into exile more than 8 or 10 citizens, put very few to death, and did not on many impose fines. Nor can a republic reasonably be stigmatized in any way as disordered in which there occur such striking examples of virtue, since good examples proceed from good education from good laws, and good laws in this case from those very tumults which many so inconsiderately condemn, for anyone who studies carefully their result, will not find that they occasioned any banishment or act of violence inimical to the common good, but that they led to laws and institutions whereby the liberties of the public benefited. But, someone may object, the means used were extra ordinary and almost barbaric. Look how people used to assemble and clamor against the Senate, and how the Senate decried the people, how men ran helter-skelter about the streets, how the shops were closed, and how the plebs en masse would troop out of Rome, events which terrify, to say the least, anyone who read about them. To which I answer that every city should provide ways and means whereby the ambitions of the populace may find an outlet, especially a city which proposes to avail itself of the populace in important undertakings. The city of Rome was one of those which did provide such ways and means, in that, when the populace wanted a law passed, it either behaved in some such way as we have described, or it refused to enlist for the wars, so that, to placate it, it had to some extent to be satisfied. The demands of a free populace, too, are very seldom 114. The safeguarding of liberty I.4-5. Harmful to liberty, for they are due either to the populace being oppressed or to the suspicion that it is going to be oppressed, and, should these impressions be false, a remedy is provided in the public platform on which some man of standing can get up, appeal to the crowd, and show that it is mistaken. And though, as Tully remarks, the populace may be ignorant, it is capable of grasping the truth and readily yields when a man, worthy of confidence, lays the truth before it. Critics, therefore, should be more sparing in finding fault with the government of Rome, and should reflect that the excellent results which this republic obtained could have been brought about only by excellent causes. Hence if tumults led to the creation of the tribunes, tumults deserve the highest praise, since, besides giving the populace a share in the administration, they served as the guardian of Roman liberties, as we shall show in the next chapter. 5. Whether the safeguarding of liberty can be more safely entrusted to the populace or to the upper class, and which has the stronger reason for creating disturbances, the have-nots or the haves. Those who have displayed prudence in constituting a republic have looked upon the safeguarding of liberty as one of the most essential things for which they had to provide. And according to the efficiency with which this has been done, liberty has been enjoyed for a longer or a shorter time. And, since in every republic there is an upper and a lower class, it may be asked into whose hands it is best to place the guardianship of liberty. By the Lacedaemonians, and in our day by achievoli acquister achievoli mantenere, those who want to acquire, or those who want to keep, i.e. what we commonly call the have-nots, and the haves. Biomini grandi e popolari. 115. Underscore. 1.5 The best form of government. Venice, it was entrusted to the nobles, but by the Romans it was entrusted to the plebs. It is necessary, therefore, to inquire which of these republics made the better choice. If we appeal to reason, arguments may be adduced in support of either thesis, but, if we ask what the result was, the answer will favor the nobility, for the freedom of Sparta and of Venice lasted longer than did that of Rome. Let us deal first with the appeal to reason. It may be urged, in support of the Roman view, that the guardianship of any thing should be placed in the hands of those who are less desirous of appropriating it to their own use. And unquestioned ably, if we ask what it is the nobility are after and what it is the common people are after, it will be seen that in the former there is a great desire to dominate, and in the latter merely the desire not to be dominated. Consequently the latter will be more keen on liberty, since their hope of usurping dominion over others will be less than in the case of the upper class. So that if the populace be made the guardians of liberty, it is reasonable to suppose that they will take more care of it, and that, since it is impossible for them to usurp power, they will not permit others to do so. On the other hand, the defenders of the Spartan and Venetian system say that to place the guardianship in the hands of the powerful has two good results. First, it satisfies their ambition more, since with this stick in their hands, they play a more important part in the republic, and so should be more contented. Secondly, it prevents the restless minds of the plebs from acquiring a sense of power, which is the cause of endless squabbles and trouble in a republic, and is enough to drive the nobility to desperate measures which in course of time have disastrous results. They cite as an instance Rome itself, where, when the plebs through their tribunes got this power into their hands, they were not content with one plebeian consul, but wanted to have both, after which they demanded the 116. The have-nots and the haves. I.5. Censorship, the praetorship, and all the other great offices in the city. Nor did this satisfy them, but, impelled by the same mad desire, they began later on to worship any men they saw were strong enough to get the better of the nobility. Whence arose the power of Marius and Rome's undoing. It must be confessed, then, if due weight be given to both sides, that it still remains doubtful which to select as the guardians of liberty, for it is impossible to tell which of two dispositions we find in men is more harmful in a republic, that which seeks to maintain an established position, or that which has none but seeks to acquire it. All things considered, however, and due distinctions being made, we shall arrive in the end at this conclusion. Either you have in mind a republic that looks to founding an empire, as Rome did, or one that is content to maintain the status quo. In the first case it is necessary to do in all things as Rome did. In the second case it is possible to imitate Venice and Sparta, as will be explained in the next chapter. Turning now to the question as to which are more harmful. In a republic, the have-nots who wish to have, or the haves who are afraid of losing what they have, I would point out that when Marcus Manenius was appointed dictator and Marcus Fulvius master of horse, both of them plebeians, in order to investigate certain conspiracies formed in Capua against Rome, the people empowered them to inquire also about those in Rome who, moved by ambition, had sought to obtain the consulship and other posts in the city by other than the accepted methods. To the nobility it looked as if the authority thus vested in the dictator was a hit at them, so they spread it about in Rome that it was not the nobles who had ambitioned these positions and used out of the way means to get them, but commoners who, having neither blood nor virtue on which to rely, sought to obtain these posts by round about methods, and in particular they accused the dictator of 117. 1.5 to 6 the best form of government. This. So much weight was attached to this accusation that Menenius, having made a speech in which he complained about the calumnies spread by the nobles, resigned the dictatorship, and submitted his actions to the judgment of the people. He defended his own case and was acquitted. At the trial there arose considerable discussion as to whether the haves or the have-nots were the more ambitious, for the appetites of both might easily become the cause of no small disturbance. Actually, however, such disturbances are more often caused by the haves, since the fear of losing what they have arouses in them the same inclination we find in those who want to get more, for men are inclined to think that they cannot hold securely what they possess unless they get more at others' expense. Furthermore, those who have great possessions can bring about changes with greater effect and greater speed. And yet again their corrupt and grasping deportment arouses in the minds of the have-nots the desire to have, either to revenge themselves by disporting them, or that they may again share in those riches and honors in regard to which they deem themselves to have been badly used by the other party. 6. Whether in Rome such a form of government could have been set up as would have removed the hostility between the populace and the Senate. We have just been discussing the effects produced by the controversies between the populace and the Senate. Now, since these controversies went on until the time of the Gracchi, or when they became the causes which led to the destruction of liberty, it may occur to some to ask whether Rome could have done the great things she did without the existence of such animosities. Hence it seems to me worth while to inquire whether it would have been possible to set 118. Class conflict unavoidable. 1.6. Up in Rome a form of government which would have prevented these controversies. In order to discuss this question it is necessary to consider those republics which have been free from such animosities and tumults and yet have enjoyed a long spell of liberty, to look at their governments, and to ask whether they could have been introduced into Rome. Among ancient states Sparta is a case in point, and among modern states Venice, as I have already pointed out. Sparta set up a king and a small senate to govern it. Venice did not. distinguish by different names those who took part in its government, but all who were eligible for administrative posts were classed under one head and called gentry. This was due to chance rather than to the prudence of its legislators, for many people having retired to those sandbanks on which the city now stands and taken up their abode therefore, the reasons already assigned, when their numbers grew to such an extent that it became necessary for them to make laws if they were to live together, they devised a form of government. They had frequently met together to discuss the city's affairs, so, when it seemed to them that the population was sufficient to form a body politic, 6. They decided that all new comers who meant to reside there, should not take part in the government. Then, when in course of time they found that there were quite a number of inhabitants in the place who were disbarred from government, with an eye to the reputation of those who governed, they called them gentlefolk and the rest commoners. Such a form of government could arise and be maintained without tumult because, when it came into being, whoever then dwelt in Venice was admitted to the government, so that no one could complain. Nor had those who came to dwell there later on and found the form of government firmly established, either cause or opportunity to make a commotion. A gentileomini. B. Vivere Politico. 119. 1.6 The best form of government. They had no cause because they had been deprived of nothing. They had no opportunity because the government had the whip hand and did not employ them in matters which would enable them to acquire authority. Besides, there were not many who came later to dwell in Venice, nor were they so numerous as to upset the balance between rulers and ruled. For the number of gentlefolk 5 was either equal to, or greater than, that of the newcomers. These, then, were the causes which enabled Venice to set up this form of government and to maintain it without disruption. Sparta, as I have said, was governed by a king and by a small senate. It was able to maintain itself in this way for a long time, because in Sparta there were few inhabitants and access to outsiders desirous of coming to dwell there was forbidden. Moreover, it had adopted the laws of Lycurgus and shared in his repute, and, as these laws were observed, they removed all occasion for tumult, so that the Spartans were able to live united for a long time. The reason was that the laws of Lycurgus prescribed equality of property and insisted less on equality of rank. Poverty was shared by all alike, and the plebeians had less ambition, since offices in the city were open but to few citizens, and from them the plebs were kept out. Nor did it desire to have them, since the nobles never ill treated the plebs. This was due to the position assigned to the Spartan kings, for, since in this principality they were surrounded by nobles, the best way of maintaining their position was to protect the plebs from injustice. It thus came about that the plebs neither feared authority nor desired to have it, and, since they neither feared it nor desired it, there was no chance of rivalry between them and the nobility, nor any ground for disturbances, and they could live united for a long time. It was, however, mainly two things which brought this union about: I, the smallness of Sparta's population, which made it possible for a few to rule, and, 2, the exclusion of 120. Class conflict unavoidable. 1.6. Foreigners from the state, which gave it no chance either to become corrupt or to become so unwieldy that it could no longer be managed by the few who governed it. All things considered, therefore, it is clear that it was necessary for Rome's legislators to do one of two things if Rome was to remain tranquil like the aforesaid states, either to emulate the Venetians and not employ its plebs in wars, or, like the Spartans, not to admit foreigners. Rome did both these things, and, by doing so, gave to its plebs alike strength, increase and endless opportunities for commotion. On the other hand, had the government of Rome been such as to bring greater tranquility, there would have ensued this inconvenience, that it would have been weaker, owing to its having cut off the source of supply which enabled it to acquire the greatness at which it arrived, so that, in seeking to remove the causes of tumults, Rome would have removed also the causes of expansion. So in all human affairs one notices, if one examines them closely, that it is impossible to remove one inconvenience without another emerging. If, then, you want to have a large population and to provide it with arms so as to establish a great empire, you will have made your population such that you cannot now handle it as you please. While, if you keep it either small or unarmed so as to be able to manage it, and then acquire dominions, either you will lose your hold on it, or it will become so debased that you will be at the mercy of anyone who attacks you. Hence in all discussions one should consider which alternative involves fewer inconveniences and should adopt this as the better course, for one never finds any issue that is clear-cut and not open to question. Rome might indeed have emulated Sparta, have appointed a prince for life, and have made its senate small, but it would not in that case have been able to avoid increasing its population with a view to establishing a great empire, nor would the appointment of 121. 1.6 The best form of government. A king for life and of a small number of senators have been of much help in the matter of unity. Should, then, anyone be about to set up a republic, he should first inquire whether it is to expand, as Rome did, both in dominion and in power, or is to be confined to narrow limits. In the first case it is essential to constitute it as Rome was constituted and to expect commotions and disputes of all kinds which must be dealt with as best they can, because without a large population, and this well armed, such a republic will never be able to grow, or to hold its own should it grow. In the second case it might be constituted as Sparta and Venice were, But, since expansion is poison to republics of this type, it should use every endeavor to prevent it from expanding, for expansion, when based on a weak republic, simply means ruin. This happened both in Sparta's case and in that of Venice. For of these republics the first, after having subjugated almost the whole of Greece, revealed, on an occasion of slight importance in itself, how weak its foundation was, since, when Thebes revolted at the instigation of Pelopidas and other cities followed suit, this republic entirely collapsed. In like manner Venice, having occupied a large part of Italy, most of it not by dint of arms, but of money and astute diplomacy, when its strength was put to the test, lost everything in a single battle. I am firmly convinced, therefore, that to set up a republic, which is to last a long time, the way to set about it is to constitute it as Sparta and Venice were constituted, to place it in a strong position, and so to fortify it that no one will dream of taking it by a sudden assault, and, on the other hand, not to make it so large as to appear formidable to its neighbors. It should in this way be able to enjoy its form of government for a long time. For war is made on a commonwealth. For two reasons, to subjugate it, and, 2, for fear of being subjugated by it. Both these reasons are almost entirely 122. Class conflict unavoidable 1.6. Moved by the aforesaid precautions, for, if it be difficult to take by assault owing to its being well organized for defense, as I am presupposing, rarely or never will it occur to anyone to seize it. And, if it be content with its own territory, and it becomes clear by experience that it has no ambitions, it will never occur that someone may make war through fear for himself, especially if by its constitution or by its laws expansion is prohibited. Nor have I the least doubt that, if this balance could be maintained, there would be genuine political life and real tranquility in such a city. Since, however, all human affairs are ever in a state of flux, and cannot stand still, either there will be improvement or decline, and necessity will lead you to do many things which reason does not recommend. Hence if a commonwealth be constituted with a view to its maintaining the status quo, but not with a view to expansion, and by necessity it be led to expand, its basic principles will be subverted and it will soon be faced with ruin. So, too, should heaven, on the other hand, be so kind to it that it has no need to go to war, it will then come about that idleness will either render it effeminate or give rise to factions, and these two things, either in conjunction or separately, will bring about its downfall. Wherefore, since it is impossible, so I hold, to adjust the balance so nicely as to keep things exactly to this middle course, one ought, in constituting a republic, to consider the possibility of its playing a more honorable role, and so to constitute it that, should necessity actually force it to expand, it may be able to retain possession of what it has acquired. Coming back, then, to the first point we raised, I am convinced that the Roman type of constitution should be adopted, not that of any other republic, for to find a middle way between the two extremes I do not think possible. Squabbles between the populace and the Senate should, therefore, be looked upon as an inconvenience which it is necessary to put 123. 1.6 to 7 the best form of government up with in order to arrive at the greatness of Rome. 4. Besides the reasons already adduced to show that the authority of the tribunes was essential to the preservation of liberty, it is easy to see what benefit a republic derives when there is an authority that can bring charges in court, which was among the powers vested in the tribunes, as will be shown in the following chapter. 7. How necessary public indictments are for the maintenance of liberty in a republic. No authority more useful and necessary can be granted to those appointed to look after the liberties of a state than that of being able to indict before the people or some magistrate or court such citizens as have committed any offense prejudicial to the freedom of the state. Such an institution has two consequences most useful in a republic. First, for fear of being prosecuted, its citizens attempt nothing prejudicial to the state, and, if they do attempt anything, are suppressed without respect to persons. Secondly, an outlet is provided for that all feeling which is apt to grow up in cities against some particular citizen, however it comes about, and when for such ill feeling there is no normal outlet, recourse is had to abnormal methods likely to bring disaster on the republic as a whole. Hence nothing does so much to stabilize and strengthen a republic as some institution whereby the changeful humors which agitate it are afforded a proper outlet by way of the laws. This can be shown by numerous examples, and especially by one that Titus Livy adduces, namely, that of Coriolanus. Livy tells us that, when the nobility were annoyed with the plebs because it seemed to them that the plebs had too much authority owing to the appointment of tribunes to protect a cita. B. Alio Stato Libero. 124. Public indictments 1 to 7. Them, and when, besides this, there was a great scarcity of provisions in Rome and the Senate had to send to Sicily for corn, Coriolanus, who was hostile to the popular faction, suggested that the time had come to punish the plebs and to deprive them of the authority they had assumed to the prejudice of the nobility. Hence he advised that they should be kept hungry and that the corn should not be distributed among them. When this came to the ears of the populace, indignation against Coriolanus grew so intense that, as he was leaving the Senate, he would have been killed in the tumult if the tribunes had not cited him to appear in his own defense. One notes in this incident what has been said above, namely, how useful and necessary it is for republics to provide a legal outlet for the anger which the general public has conceived against a particular citizen, because when no such normal means are available, recourse is had to abnormal means, which unquestionably have a worse effect than does the normal method. The reason is that, though wrong may be done when a citizen is punished in the normal way, scarce any disorder, or none at all, is brought about in the republic, for in carrying out the sentence no appeal is made either to private or to foreign forces, and it is these that entail the downfall of civic liberties. On the contrary, such force as is employed by public authority which functions within specified limits, and does not, overstepping them, go on to do things which ruin the republic. There is no need to corroborate this view by citing further examples from olden times in addition to that of Coriolanus. In his regard, however, all should reflect on the evils that might have ensued in the Roman Republic had he been tumultuously put to death, for this would have given rise to private feuding, which would have aroused fear, and fear would have led to defensive action, this to the procuring of partisans would have meant the formation of 125. 1.7 The best form of government. Factions in the city, and factions would have brought about its downfall. As, however, the matter was settled by persons vested with the requisite authority, no opening was provided for the evils that might have resulted had the matter been settled by private authority. In our own times we have seen disturbances introduced into the Republic of Florence owing to the inability of the masses to find a normal outlet for the animus aroused by one of its citizens, as for instance happened at the time when Francesco Valeri's standing in the city was akin to that of a prince. 6. He was regarded by many as an ambitious man, likely, owing to his audacity and animosity, to resort to unconstitutional methods. As there was no way of resisting him save by forming a rival party, it came about that he began to collect supporters to defend himself since he had nothing to be afraid of unless extraordinary steps were taken. On the other hand, since to his opponents no ordinary means of suppressing him were available, they made up their minds to use other means, and eventually took up arms. Had it in this case been possible to oppose Valery by constitutional methods, an end would have been put to his authority without harm to anybody but himself, but since it had to be done by unconstitutional methods, harm resulted not only to him, but to many other noble citizens. One might also cite in support of conclusion just reached an incident that also happened in Florence. It concerns Piero Soderini, and was entirely due to the absence in this republic of any means whereby legal action might be taken against the ambition displayed by powerful citizens. For to indict a powerful citizen before 8 judges is inadequate. There should have been plenty of judges, for the few always act as the few are wont to act. Had this been the case, the citizens would either have indicted him, if his conduct had been bad. Party 126. Public indictments 1-7. And in this way would have found an outlet for the animosity, without getting a Spanish army to intervene, or, if his conduct had not been bad, would not have dared to take action against him for fear that they themselves should be indicted. Thus in either case the appetite which occasioned the trouble would have ceased to operate. We thus reach the conclusion that, whenever one finds out side forces called in by a party of men residing in a city, it may be taken for granted that this is due to a defect in its constitution in that it comprises no institution which provides an outlet for the malignant humors to which men are prone, without their taking unconstitutional action. Adequate provision for this is made when there are many judges before whom indictments may be made, and when judgeship is looked on as an honorable post. Such matters were so well provided for in Rome that in the great disputes which arose between the Senate and the plebs, never did either the Senate, the plebs, or any private citizen contemplate the calling in of outside forces, because, there being a remedy at home, there was no need to seek one abroad. And, though the examples already cited should suffice to prove my case, I am going to give you yet another, taken from Titus Livy's history. In it he relates how in Clusium, in those days the most noble city in Tuscany, a sister of Aruns, had been violated by Lucuman, and how Aruns, unable to obtain justice owing to the power of her ravisher, went to the Gauls who then controlled the province we now call Lombardy, and besought them to bring armed forces to Clusium, pointing out that it would be to their own advantage to avenge the injustice done to him, and how if Aruns had seen how to obtain justice by appeal to the city's laws he would not have invoked barbarian forces. But if such indictments are of advantage to a republic, calumny is not only useless, but harmful, as we shall show in the next chapter. 127. 1.8 The best form of government. 8 Calumnies are as injurious to republics as public indictments are useful. Although the virtue of Furius Camillus, who had freed Rome from the yoke of the Gauls, had caused all the citizens of Rome to give him precedence without its appearing to them that, by so doing, they were diminishing their own repute or rank, none the less Manlius Capitolinus could not bear that so much honor and glory should be ascribed to Camillus, since it seemed to him that his own merits were as great as those of Camillus, since it was he who had saved the capital, nor was he inferior to Camillus in other praiseworthy military exploits. Consequently, so fraught was he with envy, that he could not remain tranquil while Camillus had such glory, but, realizing that he could not sow discord among the patricians, he turned to the plebs and disseminated among them diverse sinister rumors. Among other things, he said that the treasure which had been collected to give to the Gauls had not been given to them, but had been appropriated by private citizens, and that, if it could be recovered, it might be used to the advantage of the public either in lessening the taxation of the plebs or in the discharge of certain private debts. This speech had a considerable effect on the plebs, who began to hold meetings and to raise numerous tumults in the city as it pleased them. This displeased the Senate, to whom it appeared to be a serious matter and dangerous, so they appointed a dictator who should take cognizance of the situation and restrain the impetuosity of Manlius. The dictator accordingly cited Manlius to appear in public, where they confronted one another, the dictator surrounded by the nobles and Manlius surrounded by plebeians. Manlius was asked to state in whose hands the treasure was of which he had spoken, for the Senate was as desirous to be informed of this as was the plebs. In his reply Manlius gave no details, but evaded the 128 calumnies 1.8 issue, saying that it was unnecessary to tell them what they already knew. So the dictator sent him to prison. It is clear from this incident in what detestation calumnies should be held in free cities and in all other forms of society, and how with a view to checking them no institution which serves this end should be neglected, nor for their prevention can there be anything better than an institution which provides adequate facilities for charges to be brought, because indictments are as helpful to republics as calumnies are harmful. The difference between them is this: there is no need of witnesses or of any other corroboration of the facts to set calumnies going, so that anybody can be calumniated by anybody else. But one cannot in this way be indicted, for indictments must be corroborated and circumstances be ad duce to prove the truth of the indictment. Indictments are made before magistrates, before the people, and before courts. Calumnies are circulated in the squares and the arcades. Calumnies are more prevalent in cities in which less use is made of public accusations, and in which less provision has been made for receiving them. He, therefore, who constitutes a republic should do it in such a way that charges may be brought against any citizen without fear of any kind and without respect to persons. Where provision for this has been made, and due recourse is had to it, calumniators should be severely punished. Nor can they complain of such punishment, since they had an opportunity to make charges openly against those whom they calumniated in private. But where adequate provision for this has not been made, there invariably ensue considerable disorders. For calumnies do not castigate citizens, they do but exasperate them, and, since hate is more quickly aroused than is fear, they think, when exasperated, how to get their own back for what has been said against them. This eventuality, as has been said, was adequately provided for in Rome, but was ever badly provided for in our city of 129. 1.8 The best form of government. Florence. And, as in Rome such provision did much good, the lack of it in Florence did much harm. Anyone who reads the history of that city will notice how at all times calumnies have been spread against such of its citizens as were employed in important public affairs. £0 one they said that he had embezzled the public funds, of another that he had failed in some undertaking because he had been bribed, of yet another that through ambition he had caused such and such an inconvenience. It thus came about that hatred arose on all sides, whence came divisions, from divisions factions, and from factions ruin. Whereas, if in Florence provision had been made for the accusing of citizens and for the punishment of calumniators, there would not have ensued the innumerable scandals that did ensue. For citizens, whether condemned or acquitted, would not have been able to harm the city, and there would have been fewer people indicted than there were calumniated. Since, as I have said, it is not possible to bring an indictment against anyone as it is to calumniate anyone. Calumnies, too, are among the various things of which citizens have availed themselves in order to acquire greatness, and are very effective when employed against powerful citizens who stand in the way of one's plans, because by playing up to the populace and confirming the poor view it takes of such men, one can make it one's friend. Of this it would be possible to adduce numerous examples, but I propose to confine myself to just one. The Florentine army was encamped about Lucca, under the command of Messer Giovanni di Chardini, its commissary. Owing either to mismanagement or to misfortune, the taking of that city did not come about. Anyhow, whichever was the case, Messer Giovanni took the blame for it, since it was said that he had been suborned by the Lucchese. This calumny, fostered by his enemies, almost drove Messer Giovanni to utter despair. For, although, to justify himself, he offered to place himself in the 130 autocracy essential to reform I.8-9 hands of the captain, 7 he nonetheless was unable ever to justify himself, since in that republic there were no means of doing so. This gave rise to considerable indignation alike among Messer Giovanni's friends, who comprised most people of standing, and among those who desired to introduce innovations in Florence. The affair, for this reason and others like it, grew to such dimensions that it led to the downfall of that republic. Manlius Capitolinus, then, was a calumniator, not an accuser, and the Romans have shown us in his case precisely how calumniators should be punished. They should be made to bring a formal charge, and, when the charge is borne out by the facts, should be rewarded or at any rate not punished. But, when it is not borne out by the facts, they should be punished, as Manlius was. 9. That it is necessary to be the sole authority if one would constitute a republic afresh or would reform it thoroughly regardless of its ancient institutions. To some it will appear strange that I have got so far in my discussion of Roman history without having made any mention of the founders of that republic or of either its religious or its military institutions. Hence, that I may not keep the minds of those who are anxious to hear about such things any longer in suspense, let me say that many perchance will think it a bad precedent that the founder of a civic state, such as Romulus, should first have killed his brother, and then have acquiesced in the death of Titus Tatius, the Sabina, whom he had chosen as his colleague in the kingdom. They will urge that, if such actions be justifiable, ambitious citizens who are eager to govern, will follow the example of their prince, and use violence against those who are opposed to their authority. A view that will hold good provided we leave out 131. 1.9 The best form of government. Of consideration the end which Romulus had in committing these murders. One should take it as a general rule that rarely, if ever, does it happen that a state, whether it be a republic or a kingdom, is either well ordered at the outset or radically transformed vis-a-vis its old institutions unless this be done by one person. It is likewise essential that there should be but one person upon whose mind and method depends any similar process of organization. Wherefore the prudent organizer of a state whose intention it is to govern not in his own interests but for the common good, and not in the interest of his successors but for the sake of that fatherland which is common to all, should contrive to be alone in his authority. Nor will any reasonable man blame him for taking any action, however extraordinary, which may be of service in the organizing of a kingdom or the constituting of a republic. It is a sound maxim that reprehensible actions may be justified by their effects, and that when the effect is good, as it was in the case of Romulus, it always justifies the action. For it is the man who uses violence to spoil things, not the man who uses it to mend them, that is blameworthy. The organizer of a state ought further to have sufficient prudence and virtue not to bequeath the authority he has assumed to any other person, for, seeing that men are more prone to evil than to good, his successor might well make ambitious use of that which he had used virtuously. Furthermore, though but one person suffices for the purpose of organization, what he has organized will not last long if it continues to rest on the shoulders of one man, but may well last if many remain in charge and many look to its maintenance. Because, though the many are incompetent to draw up a constitution since diversity of opinion will prevent them from discovering how best to do it, yet when they realize it has been done, they will not agree to abandon it. 132. Autocracy essential to reform. My point 9. That Romulus was a man of this character, that for the death of his brother and of his colleague he deserves to be excused, and that what he did was done for the common good, and not to satisfy his personal ambition, is shown by his having at once instituted a senate with which he consulted and with whose views his decisions were in accord. Also, a careful consideration of the authority which Romulus reserved to himself will show that all he reserved to himself was the command of the army in time of war and the convoking of the Senate. It is clear, too, that when the Tarquins were expelled and Rome became free, none of its ancient institutions were changed, save that in lieu of a permanent king there were appointed each year 2 consuls. This shows that the original institutions of the city as a whole were more in conformity with a political and self-governing state than with absolutism or tyranny. I might add this in support of what I have just said. Number less examples, for example Moses, Lycurgus, Solon, and other founders of kingdoms and republics who assumed authority that they might formulate laws to the common good, but this I propose to omit since it is well known. I shall add this but one further example, not so celebrated but worth considering by those who are contemplating the drawing up of good laws. It is this. Agis, king of Sparta, was considering how to confine the activities of the Spartans to the limits originally set for them by the laws of Lycurgus, because it seemed to him that it was owing to their having deviated from them in part that this city had lost a good deal of its ancient virtue, and, in consequence, a good deal of its power and of its empire. He was, however, while his project was still in the initial stage, killed by the Spartan ephors, who took him to be a man who was out to set up a tyranny. But Cleomenes, his successor in that kingdom, having learned from some records and writings of Agis which he had discovered, what was the latter's true mind. 133. I.90 The best form of government. An intention, determined to pursue the same plan. He realized, however, that he could not do this for the good of his country unless he became the sole authority there, and, since it seemed to him impossible owing to man's ambition to help the many against the will of the few, he took a suitable opportunity and had all the ephors killed and anybody else who might obstruct him. He then renewed in their entirety the laws of Lycurgus. By so doing he gave fresh life to Sparta, and his reputation might thereby have become as great as that of Lycurgus if it had not been for the power of the Macedonians and the weakness of other Greek republics. For, after Sparta had thus been reorganized, it was attacked by the Macedonians, and, since its forces proved to be inferior, and it could get no outside help, it was defeated, with the result that Cleomenes' plans, however just and praiseworthy, were never brought to completion. All things considered, therefore, I conclude that it is necessary to be the sole authority if one is to organize a state, and that Romulus' action in regard to the death of Remus and Titus Tatius is excusable, not blameworthy. Those who set up a tyranny are no less blameworthy than are the founders of a republic or a kingdom praiseworthy. Of all men that are praised, those are praised most who have played the chief part in founding a religion. Next come those who have founded either republics or kingdoms. After them, in the order of celebrates, are ranked army commanders who have added to the extent of their own dominions or to that of their countries, with whom may be conjoined men of letters of many different kinds who are each celebrated according to their status. Some modicum of praise is also ascribed to any man who excels in some art, and in the 134. An indictment of tyranny I.O. Practice of it, and of these the number is legion. On the other hand, those are held to be infamous and detestable who extirpate religion, subvert kingdoms and republics, make war on virtue, on letters, and on any art that brings advantage and honor to the human race, i.e. the profane, the violent, the ignorant, the worthless, the idle, the coward. Nor will there ever be anyone, be he foolish or wise, wicked or good, who, if called upon to choose between these two classes of men, will not praise the one that calls for praise and blame the one that calls for blame. And yet, notwithstanding this, almost all men, deceived by the false semblance of good and the false semblance of renown, allow themselves either willfully or ignorantly to slip into the ranks of those who deserve blame rather than praise, and, when they might have founded a republic or a kingdom to their immortal honor, turn their thoughts to tyranny, and fail to see what fame, what glory, security, tranquility, joined with peace of mind, they are missing by adopting this course, and what infamy, scorn, abhorrence, danger and disquiet they are incurring. Nor is it possible for anybody, whether he be but a private citizen living in some republic, or has been fortunate enough, or virtuous enough to have become a prince, to read history, and to make use of the records of ancient deeds, without preferring, if he be a private citizen, to conduct himself in his fatherland rather as Scipio did than as Caesar did, or, if he be a prince, as did Agesilaus, Timoleon, and Dion, rather than as did Nabis, Phalaris, and Dionysius, for he could not but see how strongly the latter are dismissed with scorn, and how highly the former are praised. He would also notice that Timoleon and the like had no less authority in their respective countries than had Dionysius or Phalaris in theirs, and would observe that they enjoyed far greater security. Nor should anyone be deceived by Caesar's renown when T35. I.O. the best form of government. He finds writers extolling him before others, toward those who praise him have either been corrupted by his fortune or awed by the long continuance or the empire which, since it was ruled under that name, did not permit writers to speak freely of him. If, however, anyone desires to know what writers would have said, had they been free, he has but to look at what they say. Oi Catiline. 9. For Caesar is the more blame worthy of the two, in that he who has done wrong is more blameworthy than he who has but desired to do wrong. Or, again, let him look at the praise bestowed on Brutus, Caesar. They could not find fault with on account of his power, so they cry up his enemy. Let he who has become a prince in a republic consider, after Rome became an empire, how much more praise is due to those emperors who acted, like good princes, in accordance with the laws, than to those who acted otherwise. It will be found that Titus, Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus and Marcus, had no need of soldiers to form a praetorian guard, nor of a multitude of legions to protect them, for their defense lay in their habits, the goodwill of the people, and the affection of the Senate. It will be seen, too, in the case of Caligula, Nero, Vitellius and other bad emperors, how it availed them little to have armies from the east and from the west to save them from the enemies they had made by their bad habits and their evil light. If the history of these emperors be pondered well, it should serve as a striking lesson to any prince, and should teach him to distinguish between the ways of renown and of infamy, the ways of security and of fear. For of the 26 Paris from Caesar to Maximinus, 16 were assassinated, and only 10 died a natural death. And, if some of those who were killed were good men, as Galba and Pertinax were, their death was due to the corruption which their predecessors had introduced among the troops. While, if among those who 136. An indictment of tyranny I.O. died ordinary deaths, there was a wicked man, like Severus. It must be put down to his great good luck and to his virtue, two things of which few men enjoy both. It will be seen, too, from a perusal of their history on what principle a good kingdom should rest, for all the emperors who acquired imperial power by inheritance were bad men, with the exception of Titus. Those who acquired it through adoption were all good, like the 5 counting from Nerva to Marcus. And when it fell to their ears, a period of decadence again ensued. Let a prince put before himself the period from Nerva to Marcus, and let him compare it with the preceding period, and with that which came after, and then let him decide in which he would rather have been born, and during which he would have chosen to be emperor. What he will find when good princes were ruling, is a prince securely reigning among subjects no less secure, a world replete with peace and justice. He will see the Senate's authority respected, the magistrates honored, rich citizens enjoying their wealth, nobility and virtue held in the highest esteem, and everything working smoothly and going well. He will notice, on the other hand, the absence of any rancor, any licentiousness, corruption or ambition, and that in this golden age everyone is free to hold and to defend his own opinion. He will behold, in short, the world triumphant, its prince glorious and respected by all, the people fond of him and secure under his rule. If he then looks attentively at the times of the other Paris, he will find them distraught with wars, torn by seditions, brutal alike in peace and in war, princes frequently killed by assassins, civil wars and foreign wars constantly occurring, Italy in travail and ever a prey to fresh misfortunes. Its cities demolished and pillaged. He will see Rome burned, its capital demolished by its own citizens, ancient temples lying desolate, religious rites grown corrupt, adultery rampant. 137. I.O. The best form of government. Throughout the city, he will find the sea covered with exiles, and the rocks stained with blood. In Rome he will see count less atrocities perpetrated, rank, riches, the honors men have won, and, above all, virtue, looked upon as a capital crime. He will find calumniators rewarded, servants suborned to turn against their masters, freedmen to turn against their patrons, and those who lack enemies attacked by their friends. He will thus happily learn how much Rome, Italy, and the world owe to Caesar. There can be no question but that every human being will be afraid to imitate the bad times, and will be imbued with an ardent desire to emulate the good. And, should a good prince seek worldly renown, he should most certainly covet Posse's Zion of a city that has become corrupt, not, with Caesar, to complete its spoliation, but, with Romulus, to reform it. Nor, in very truth, can the heavens afford men a better opportunity of acquiring renown, nor can men desire anything better than this. And if in order to reform a city one were obliged to give up the principate, someone who did not reform it in order not to fall from that rank would have some excuse. There is, however, no excuse if one can both keep the principate and reform the city. In conclusion, then, let those to whom the heavens grant such opportunities reflect that two courses are open to them. Either so to behave that in life they rest secure and in death become renowned, or so to behave that in life they are in continual straits, and in death leave behind an imperishable record of their infamy. Book 1. Discourses 11-15. Religion. 11. Concerning the religion of the Romans. Though the first person to give Rome a constitution was Romulus, to whom, as a daughter, it owed its birth and its education, yet, since heaven did not deem the institutions of Romulus adequate for so great an empire, it inspired the Roman Senate to choose Numa Pompilius as Romulus's successor, so that the things which he had left undone might be instituted by Numa. Numa, finding the people ferocious, and desiring to reduce them to civic obedience by means of the arts of peace, turned to religion as the instrument necessary above all others for the maintenance of a civilized state, and so constituted it that there was never for so many centuries so great a fear of God as there was in this republic. It was religion that facilitated whatever enterprise the Senate and the great men of Rome designed to undertake. Whoever runs through the vast number of exploits performed by the people of Rome as a whole, or by many of the Romans individually, will see that its citizens were more afraid of breaking an oath than of breaking the law, since they held in higher esteem the power of God than the power of man. This is clearly seen in the case of Scipio and of Manlius Torquatus. For, after the defeat which Hannibal had inflicted on the 139. I point to religion. Romans at Cannae, many of the citizens got together and, despairing of their fatherland, decided to abandon Italy and to transfer themselves to Sicily. When Scipio heard of this, he sought them out, and, sword in hand, forced them to swear that they would not abandon their country. Again, Lucius Manlius, the father of Titus Manlius, afterwards called Torquatus, had been indicted by Marcus Pomponius, the plebeian tribune. Before the case came up for trial, Titus went to Marcus, threatened to kill him if he did not swear to withdraw the charge against his father, and forced him to take an oath to this effect. Having taken the oath out of fear, Marcus withdrew the charge. Thus were those citizens whom neither love for their country nor the laws of their country sufficed to keep in Italy, kept there by an oath which they had been forced to take, and thus did a tribune set aside the hatred which he had for the father, and the injustice which the son had done him, together with his honor, for the sake of the oath he had taken. All of which was due to nothing else but the religion which Numa had introduced into that city. It will also be seen by those who pay attention to Roman history, how much religion helped in the control of armies, in encouraging the plebs, in producing good men, and in shamming the bad. So that if it were a question of the ruler to whom Rome was more indebted, Romulus or Numa, I think, should easily obtain the first place. For, where there is religion, it is easy to teach men to use arms, but where there are arms, but no religion, it is with difficulty that it can be introduced. Thus, one sees that in establishing the Senate and introducing other civic and military institutions, Romulus did not find it necessary to appeal to divine authority, but to Numa it was so necessary that he pretended to have private conferences with a nymph who advised him about the advice he should give to the people. This was because he wanted to introduce new institutions to which the city was unaccustomed, and doubted whether his own authority would suffice. 140. Religion of the Romans I point to. Nor in fact was there ever a legislator who, in introducing extraordinary laws to a people, did not have recourse to God. For otherwise they would not have been accepted, since many benefits of which a prudent man is aware, are not so evident to reason that he can convince others of them. Hence wise men, in order to escape this difficulty, have recourse to God. So Lycurgus did, so did Solon, and so have many others done, who have had the same end in view. Marvelling, therefore, At Numa's goodness and prudence, the Roman people accepted all his decisions. True, the times were so impregnated with a religious spirit, and the men with whom he had to deal so stupid, that they contributed very much to facilitate his designs and made it easy for him to impress on them any new form. Doubtless, too, anyone seeking to establish a republic at the present time would find it easier to do so among uncultured men of the mountains than among dwellers in cities, where civilization is corrupt, just as a sculptor will more easily carve a beautiful statue from rough marble than from marble already spoiled by a bungling workman. All things considered, therefore, I conclude that the religion introduced by Numa was among the primary causes of Rome's success, for this entailed good institutions. Good institutions led to good fortune, and from good fortune arose the happy results of undertakings. And, as the observance of divine worship is the cause of greatness in republics, so the neglect of it is the cause of their ruin. Because, where the fear of God is wanting, it comes about either that a kingdom is ruined, or that it is kept going by the fear of a prince, which makes up for the lack of religion. And because princes are short-lived, it may well happen that when a kingdom loses its prince, it loses also the virtue of its prince. Hence kingdoms which depend on the virtue of one man do not last long, because they lose their virtue when his life is spent, and it seldom happens that it is revived by his successor, for, as Dante has wisely remarked, 141. I point to religion, rarely to the branches does human worth ascend, for 'tis the will of its donor that men may recognize it as his gift. 10. The security of a republic or of a kingdom, therefore, does not depend upon its ruler governing it prudently during his lifetime, but upon his so ordering it that, after his death, it may maintain itself in being. And, though it is easier to persuade rude men to adopt a new institution or a new standpoint, it does not follow that it is impossible to persuade civilized men to do so, i.e. those who do not look on themselves as rude men. It did not seem to the people of Florence that they were either ignorant or rude, yet they were persuaded by Friar Girolamo Savonarola that he had converse with God. I do not propose to decide whether it was so or not, because of so great a man one ought to speak with reverence, but I do say that vast numbers believed it was so, without having seen him do anything out of the common, whereby to make them believe, for his life, his teaching and the topic on which he preached, were sufficient to make them trust him. Let no one despair, then, of being able to effect that which has been effected by others, for, as we have said in our preface, men are born and live and die in an order which remains ever the same. 12. How important it is to take account of religion, and how Italy has been ruined for lack of it. Thanks to the Roman Church, those princes and those republics which desire to remain free from corruption, should above all else maintain incorrupt the ceremonies of their religion, and should hold them always in veneration, for there can be no surer indication of the decline of a country than to see divine worship neglected. Iomini Razi. 142. The importance of religion. I2. This is easy to understand provided one knows on what basis the religion of a man's homeland is founded, for every religion has the basis of its life rooted in some one of its main institutions. Thus religious life among the Gentiles was based on the responses given by oracles and upon a body of soothsayers and diviners. All the rest of its ceremonies, sacrifices, and rites depended on these, for it was easy to believe that the God who can predict your future, be it good or evil, could also bring it about. Hence there came to be temples in which the gods were venerated by sacrifices, supplications and ceremonies of all kinds, and also the oracle of Delos, the temple of Jupiter Ammon, and other well-known oracles, which filled the world with wonder and devotion. But when the oracles began to say what was pleasing to the powerful, and this deception was discovered by the people, they became incredulous and inclined to subvert any good institution. The rulers of a republic or of a kingdom, therefore, should uphold the basic principles of the religion which they practice and, if this be done, it will be easy for them to keep their commonwealth religious, and, in consequence, good and united. They should also foster and encourage everything likely to be of help to this end, even though they be convinced that it is quite fallacious. And the more should they do this, the greater their prudence and the more they know of natural laws. It was owing to wise men having taken due note of this, that belief in miracles arose, and that miracles are held in high esteem even by religions that are false, for to whatever they owed their origin, sensible men made much of them, and their authority caused everybody to believe in them. There were plenty of such miracles in Rome, among them one that happened when Roman soldiers were sacking the city of Baiae. Some of them went into the temple of Juno and, addressing her image, said, "Do you want to come to Rome?" To some it seemed that she nodded, to others that she 143. I2 Religion answered, yes. The reason was that the men were so deeply imbued with religion, for, as Livy points out, on entering the temple, they did not create a disturbance but behaved devoutly and displayed the greatest reverence. Hence it seemed to them that they heard the answer they wanted the goddess to give and had taken for granted when they approached her. Such beliefs and such credulity was studiously fostered and encouraged by Camillus and by the rest of the city's rulers. If such a religious spirit had been kept up by the rulers of the Christian commonwealth as was ordained for us by its founder, Christian states and republics would have been much more united and much more happy than they are. Nor if one would form a conjecture as to the causes of its decline can one Do better than look at those peoples who live in the immediate neighborhood of the Church of Rome, which is the head of our religion, and see how there is less religion among them than elsewhere. Indeed, should anyone reflect on our religion, as it was when founded, and then see how different the present usage is, he would undoubtedly come to the conclusion that it is approaching either ruin or a scourge. Many are of opinion that the prosperity of Italian cities is due to the Church of Rome. I disagree, and against this view shall adduce such reasons as are necessary, two of them so potent that, in my opinion, it is impossible to gainsay them. The first is that owing to the bad example set by the court of Rome, Italy has lost all devotion and all religion attendant upon this are innumerable inconveniences and innumerable disorders, for as, where there is religion, it may be taken for granted that all is going well, so, where religion is wanting, one may take for granted the opposite. The first debt which we, Italians, owe to the Church and to priests, therefore, is that we have become irreligious and perverse. But we owe them a yet greater debt, which is the second. 144. The importance of religion I.2. Cause of our ruin. It is the Church that has kept, and keeps, Italy divided. Now of a truth no country has ever been united and happy unless the whole of it has been under the jurisdiction of one republic or one prince, as has happened to France and Spain. And the reason why Italy is not in the same position, i.e. why there is not one republic or one prince ruling there, is due entirely to the Church. For, though the Church has its headquarters in Italy and has temporal power, neither its power nor its virtue has been sufficiently great for it to be able to usurp power in Italy and become its leader, nor yet, on the other hand, has it been so weak that it could not, when afraid of losing its dominion over things temporal, call upon one of the powers to defend it against an Italian state that had become too powerful. There is abundant evidence of these in times gone by. For instance, with the help of Charles the Great, it drove out the Lombards who had established a sort of kingship over the whole of Italy. So, too, in our own day, it stripped Venice of its power with the help of France. And, later on, drove out the French with the help of the Swiss. 11. The Church, then, has neither been able to occupy the whole of Italy, nor has it allowed anyone else to occupy it. Consequently, it has been the cause why Italy has never come under one head, but has been under many princes and signori, by whom such disunion and such weakness has been brought about, that it has now become the prey, not only of barbarian potentates, but of anyone who attacks it. For which our Italians have to thank the Church, and nobody else. Should anyone want to prove the truth of this by actual experience, he would need to have such power that he could send a Roman court, together with the authority it has in Italy, to dwell in the territories of the Swiss, who are the only people who today, with respect both to religion and to military institutions, live as the ancients did. He would then find that 145. I.2. Religion. The evil ways of discord would cause before long more disorders in that country than any other event at any time whatsoever has been able to bring about. 13. What use the Romans made of religion in reorganizing the city, in prosecuting their enterprises, and in composing tumults. It does not seem to me foreign to my purpose to adduce some examples of how the Romans used religion in reforming their city, and in prosecuting their wars. In Titus Livy there are many examples of this, but I shall be content with the following. The Roman people, having created tribunes with consular power, all of whom, save one, were plebeians, there occurred in that year pestilences and famine, and certain prodigies took place. Availing themselves of this opportunity in the next appointment of tribunes, the nobles said that the gods were angry with Rome for having abused the majesty of her authority, and that the only way to placate them was to restore the election of tribunes to its proper position. The result was that the plebs, terrified by this appeal to religion, appointed only nobles as tribunes. One notes also in the siege of the city of Veii how the army leaders used religion in order to keep the troops keyed up for attack. During the year, the Alban Lake had risen in an extraordinary way, and the Roman soldiers, tired of the long siege, were desirous of returning to Rome when it was discovered that Apollo and certain other oracles had said that the city of Veii would be taken in the year in which Lake Alba overflowed. This report made the soldiers endure the fatigues of the siege, since they now felt sure that they would capture the town. Contentedly, therefore, they went on with the attack, until Camillus was made dictator and took the city after it had been besieged for 10 years. Thus religion, when properly 146. The use made of religion 1. 13. Used, helped both towards the taking of a city and towards the restoring of the tribunate to the nobility, which it would in both cases have been difficult to carry out save by these means. I must not omit to add yet another relevant example. There had arisen in Rome a number of tumults occasioned by Terentius, a tribune, who wanted to propose a certain law, for reasons which will be given later in their proper place. 1. Of the first remedies the nobility used was religion, of which they availed themselves in 2 ways. First they got someone to look up the Sibylline books, which told them, so they said, that, owing to sedition, the city would be in danger of losing its liberties that very year. Though the tribunes exposed the fraud, it nonetheless put such fear into the breasts of the plebs that they refrained from following their lead. Another way in which they used religion was when one Appius Herdonius, with a crowd of exiles and slaves, numbering 4,000 men, seized the capital by night, which made people afraid lest the Equi and the Volsci, Rome's perpetual enemies, should come and capture Rome. In spite of this, the tribunes obstinately persisted in pushing forward the Terentilian law, alleging that the aforesaid attack was a fabrication, and that it was not true. Then from the Senate came one Publius Rubrius, a grave man and a citizen of considerable authority, who, in a speech that was half friendly, half threatening, pointed out the dangers to the city and the inopportuneness of their demand to such effect that he got the plebs to swear to abide by the decision of the consul, with the result that the now obedient plebs recovered the capital by force. However, in the course of the attack, Publius Valerius, the consul, was killed, and forthwith Titus Quintius was appointed in his stead, so the latter, giving the plebs no time for rest or to think of the Terentilian law, bade them go forth against the Volsci, alleging that by the oath they had made. 147. I3I4 religion. Not to abandon the consul, they were obliged to follow him. The tribunes objected to this on the ground that the oath had been given to the dead consul and not to him. Nonetheless, Titus Livy shows how the plebs, out of reverence for religion, preferred rather to obey the consul than to believe the tribunes. And on behalf of the ancient religion uses these words, not as yet was there that negligence of the gods which now prevails in the world, nor did the individual put upon oaths and laws his own interpretation. This made the tribunes afraid lest they should now lose the whole of their standing, so they agreed to remain obedient to the consul, and not to raise the question of the Terentilian law for a year, and the consuls agreed not to take the plebs off to the war for a year. Religion thus enabled the Senate to overcome these difficulties, which otherwise they would never have succeeded in doing. 14. The Romans interpreted their auspices in accordance with their needs, were wise enough ostensibly to observe religion when forced to ignore it, and punished those who were so rash as to disparage it. Auguries were not only in large part the basis of the ancient religion of the Gentiles, as we have remarked in a previous discourse, but they also contributed to the well-being of the Roman Republic. Hence the Romans took more care in regard to them than in regard to any other institution in that republic. They made use of them in the election of consuls, in entering upon military enterprises, in leading forth their armies, on engaging in battles, and in all their important enterprises, whether civic or military. Never would they set forth on an expedition until they had convinced the troops that the gods had promised them victory. Among other exponents of augury they had in their armies certain officials concerned with the taking of auspices. 148. Auspices I.4. Who were called poultry men, and whenever they had to fix the day for an engagement with the enemy, they requested the poultry men to take the auspices. If the poultry pecked, the augury was good and they fought; if they didn't peck, they abstained from battle. Nevertheless, when reason told them that a thing had to be done, they did it anyhow, even should the auspices be adverse. But, so adroit were they in words and actions at giving things a twist that they did not appear to have done anything disparaging to religion. Adroitness of this kind was used by Papirius, the consul, in an important battle which he fought with the Samnites, after which the latter were left extremely weak and dispirited. 4. When Papirius was encamped opposite to the Samnites, and it seemed to him that in battle he would certainly win, in order that he might choose the day for this, he told the poultrymen to take the auspices. But the poultry did not peck. Observing, however, the army's great eagerness to fight and that alike the commander and all the troops thought they would win, the head poultryman, in order not to deprive the army of so good an opportunity for the work in hand, sent word to the consul that the result of the auspices had been favorable. So Papirius ordered the troops to fall in. But meanwhile some of the poultrymen let it out to some soldiers that the poultry had not pecked, and they told Spurius Papirius, the consul's nephew, who passed it on to the consul. Whereupon the consul told him to mind his own business and to mind it well. And that, as for himself and the army, the auspices had been good, and that, if the poultryman had told a lie, that was his lookout, that the result should agree with the prognostication. He then told the legates to put the poultrymen in the forefront of the battle. Whence it came about that, when they attacked the enemy, the head poultryman was accidentally killed by a javelin thrown by a Roman soldier. When the consul heard of this, he said that all was going well, thanks be. 149. I.4I5 Religion. To the gods, for by the death of this liar the army had been purged of any blame and any wrath which it had incurred in the sight of the gods. Thus, through knowing how to accommodate nicely his plans to the auspices, he engaged the enemy, and beat them without the armies suspecting that he had in any way neglected what was prescribed by their religion. In Sicily during the first Punic War Appius Pulcher acted very differently. When about to engage the Carthaginian army, he had the auspices taken by the poultrymen, and when they reported that the poultry would not peck, he exclaimed, "Let's see if they won't drink," and had them thrown into the sea. He then made the attack and lost the day, for which he was condemned at Rome, and Papirius honored, not so much because the one had been victorious and the other had lost, as because the one, in contravening the auspices, had been prudent and the other rash. Nor did this custom of consulting the auspices tend to produce any result, save to cause troops to go confidently into battle, the which confidence almost always leads to victory. Nor yet was it only the Romans who used it, but also foreigners, of which I think I will give an example in the following chapter. 15. The Samnites had recourse to religion as a last resort when their affairs were going badly. After the Samnites had been defeated several times by the Romans and had been finally destroyed in Tuscany, their army and its officers killed, their allies such as the Tuscans, Gauls and Umbrians conquered, they could rely now neither on their strength nor on that of others, yet they did not withdraw from the war, so far were they from becoming weary of defending liberty even without success, and so much did they prefer to be beaten rather than not try to win. They determined, therefore, to make a final effort, and, since they 150 Samnite ceremonial I. 15 knew it was necessary to instill into the minds of the soldiers an obstinate will to conquer, and that, to instill it, there were no better means than religion, they decided on the advice of Opius Pacius, their priest, to revive one of their ancient sacrifices. The ritual they observed was as follows. Having offered a solemn sacrifice, and made all the officers of the army stand between the dead victims and the flamelit altars, and swear that they would never abandon the fight, they called up the soldiers one by one, made them stand between the altars in the midst of a number of centurions with drawn swords in their hands, and first of all swear that they would not reveal anything which they saw or observed. They then made them promise the gods with curses and the most terrible incantations that they would be ready to go wherever the generals ordered, that they would never flee from the battle, and that they would kill anyone whom they saw running away, and, if they did not do this, they prayed that the curse might fall on the heads of their family and on their children. Some of them, terrified, were reluctant to take the oath, and were at once killed by the centurions. All those who came after them, frightened by the ferocity of the spectacle, then took the oath. To make this, their assemblage of 40,000 men, yet more magnificent, they clad half of them in white, with crests and plumes on their helmets, and, thus arrayed, the army took up its position near Aquilonia. Papirius went to meet them, and, to encourage his troops, told them that asterisk crests do not cause wounds, and the Roman javelin goes through painted and gilded shields. Then, in order to dispel any false impression his own troops might have formed of the enemy owing to the oath they had taken, he said that its effect would be to make them afraid, not to strengthen them, since at one and the same time they were afraid of their fellow citizens, of the gods, and of the enemy. When the engagement took place, the Samnites were over 151. I.5 Religion. Come, because the virtue of the Romans and the fear caused by past defeats more than counterbalanced any obstinacy they might have derived from the virtue of religion and from the oath they had taken. Nevertheless, it is clear that to them there did not appear to be anything else to which they could have recourse or any other remedy they could try in the hope of recovering the virtue they had lost. This bears striking witness to the magnitude of that confidence which religion gives, when properly used. And, though, perhaps, it might have been better to discuss the question under the head of foreign affairs, yet it is concerned with one of the most important institutions of the Roman Republic, and so seems to me to belong here, since otherwise I should have to deal with this topic in parts and to return to it several times. Book 1. Discourses 16-18. The transition from servitude to freedom. 16. A people accustomed to live under a prince, should they by some eventuality become free, will with difficulty maintain their freedom. How difficult it is for a people accustomed to live under a prince to preserve their liberty, should they by some accident acquire it as Rome did after the expulsion of the Tarquins, is shown by numerous examples which may be studied in the historical records of ancient times. That there should be such a difficulty is reasonable, for such a people differs in no wise from a wild animal which, though by nature fierce and accustomed to the woods, has been brought up in captivity and servitude and is then loosed to rove the countryside at will, where, being unaccustomed to seeking its own food and discovering no place in which it can find refuge, it becomes the prey of the first comer who seeks to chain it up again. The same thing happens to a people which has been accustomed to live under foreign rulers and so has taken no thought for either public defense or offense and is acquainted with no princes nor yet are any acquainted with it, it forthwith returns to the yoke, and oft times to a heavier one than that which, a 153. I.L6 transition from servitude to freedom. While back, it threw off its neck. This difficulty may occur, no matter how free the material be from corruption. But, since a people which has become wholly corrupt, cannot even for a brief space, no, not even for a moment, enjoy its freedom, as we shall show later, we shall confine ourselves in the present discourse to peoples in whom corruption has not advanced too far, and in whom there is still more goodness than rottenness. 12. In addition to the difficulty already mentioned there is yet another. It is that the government of a state which has become free evokes factions which are hostile, not factions which are friendly. To such hostile factions will belong all those who held preferment under the tyrannical government and grew fat on the riches of its prince, since, now that they are deprived of these emoluments, they cannot live contented, but are compelled, each of them, to try to restore the tyranny in order to regain their authority. Nor, as I have said, will such a government acquire supporters who are friendly, because a self-governing state assigns honors and rewards only for honest and determinate reasons, and, apart from this, rewards and honors no one, and when one acquires honors or advantages which appear to have been deserved, one does not acknowledge any obligation towards those responsible for the remuneration. Furthermore, that common advantage which results from a self-governing state is not recognized by any body so long as it is possessed, the possibility of enjoying what one has, freely and without incurring suspicion. For instance, the assurance that one's wife and children will be respected, the absence of fear for oneself, for no one admits that he incurs an obligation to another merely because that other has done him no wrong. It is, then, as I have said, the government of a state which is free and has been newly formed, will evoke hostile factions but not friendly factions. If then one desires to remedy these, il vivere libero. 154. Transition from servitude to freedom. L6. Difficulties, and to cure the disorders which the aforesaid difficulties bring about, there is no way more efficient, more sure, more safe, or more necessary, than to kill the sons of Brutus, who, as history shows, 13 would not together with other Roman youths have been induced to conspire against their country, if it had not been that, under consuls, they could not attain to an outstanding position, as they could under the kings, so that the freedom of the people was, from their point of view, but servitude. He then who sets out to govern the masses, whether in a free state or in a principality, and does not secure himself against those who are hostile to the new order, is setting up a form of government which will be but short-lived. True, I look upon those rulers as unhappy who, to make their government secure, have to adopt abnormal methods because they find the masses hostile, for he who has but the few as his enemies, can easily, and without much scandal, make himself secure, but he who has the public as a whole for his enemy can never make him self-secure, and the greater his cruelty, the weaker does his regime become. In such a case the best remedy he can adopt is to make the populace his friend. Though to speak now of a prince, now of a republic, is to distort the plan of this discourse, I propose, none the less, to talk of princes, that I may not have to return to this topic. If, then, a prince wants to make sure of a populace that might be hostile to him, one speak of such princes as have become tyrants in their own country, what I say is that he ought first to ask what it is that the people desire, and that he will always find that they desire two things: to avenge themselves against the persons who have been the cause of their servitude, and 2. To regain their freedom. The first of these demands the prince can satisfy entirely, the second in part. Of the first demand there is an example much to the point. When Clearchus, tyrant of Heraclea, was in exile, it happened. 155. L6. Transition from servitude to freedom. That in Heraclea a controversy arose between its populace and the upper class, who were in the weaker position, and so decided to support Clearchus and, despite the popular feeling, swore to bring him back and to deprive the populace of its freedom. It thus came about that Clearchus found himself between an arrogant upper class which he could in no way either satisfy or correct, and a raving populace who could not stand having lost its freedom. He decided therefore at one stroke to free himself from the vexations caused by the leading men and to win over the populace. So, choosing a suitable opportunity, he cut to pieces all the nobles to the immense satisfaction of the popular party, and in this way satisfied one of the demands of the populace, namely, the demand for vengeance. As to the second popular demand, the restoration of freedom, since this the prince is unable to satisfy, he should inquire as to the grounds on which the demand for freedom is based. He will find that a small section of the populace desire to be free in order to obtain authority over others, but that the vast bulk of those who demand freedom desire but to live in security. For in all states, whatever be their form of government, the real rulers do not amount to more than 40 or 50 citizens, and, since this is a small number, it is an easy thing to make yourself secure in their regard, either by doing away with them or by granting them such a share of honors, according to their standing, as will for the most part satisfy them. As for the rest, who demand but to live in security, they can easily be satisfied by introducing such institutions and laws as shall, in conjunction with the power of the prince, make for the security of the public as a whole. When a prince does this, and the people see that on no occasion does he break such laws, in a short time they will begin to live in security and contentment. This is exemplified by the kingdom of France, in which 156. Transition from servitude to freedom. I.16 People live in security simply because its kings are pledged to observe numerous laws on which the security of all their people depends. It was the intention of the founder of this state that its kings should do as they thought fit in regard to the use of arms and to finance, but that in other respects they should act as the laws required. 14. That prince, therefore, or that republic which has not made its government secure at the outset, must take the first opportunity of doing so, as the Romans did. He who fails to do this will repent too late of having omitted to do what he ought to have done. Thus, since the Roman people were not as yet corrupt when they regained their freedom, they were able to maintain it. When the sons of Brutus were dead and there was an end of the Tarquins, by means of those methods of government and those institutions which are discussed elsewhere. On the other hand, had this people already become corrupt, neither in Rome nor anywhere else would remedies adequate for its maintenance have been found, as will be shown in the next chapter. 17. A corrupted people, having acquired liberty, can maintain it only with the greatest difficulty. In Rome it was inevitable, in my opinion, that either the kings should be removed or that in a very short time the state would have become weak and of no account, because, if one considers how corrupt the kings had become, it is clear that in the course of 2 or 3 generations the corruption in inherent in the kingship would have begun to spread to the members, and, when the members had become corrupt, it would no longer have been possible to reform them. But, since the head was lost while the trunk remained whole, it was easily possible to recover a free and ordered mode of life. It should be assumed, then, as a basic and established principle. 157. I.7 Transition from servitude to freedom. That to a state which has been under a prince and has become corrupt, freedom cannot be restored even if the prince and the whole of his stock be wiped out. On the contrary, what will happen is that one prince will wipe out another, and without the creation of a new lord it will never settle down unless, indeed, the goodness of some one man, conjoined with virtue, should keep it free. Such freedom, however, will last only so long as he lives. This happened to Syracuse in the case of Dion and of Timoleon, whose virtue was such that on both occasions the city remained free so long as they lived, but, when they were dead, returned to its ancient tyranny. Nor can any better example of this be found than in Rome, which, when the Tarquins were expelled, was able forthwith both to acquire and to maintain its liberty. Yet, when Caesar was killed, and Gaius Caligula and Nero were killed, and the whole of Caesar's stock was exterminated, was not only unable ever to maintain liberty, but could not even make a start. Results so diverse in one and the same city are caused by not else but that in the time of the Tarquins the Roman populace was not yet corrupt, but in the later period was extremely corrupt. For in the former case, in order to stiffen the people up and to keep them averse to a king, it sufficed to make them swear never to consent to any king ruling in Rome. But in the other period the authority and severity of Brutus, backed by all the legions of the East, did not suffice to keep them disposed to desire that liberty to be maintained which he, after the manner of the first Brutus, had introduced. This was due to the corruption with which the Marian faction had impregnated the populace. For, when Caesar became the head of this faction, he so successfully blinded the masses that they were unaware of the yoke which they themselves had placed on their necks. Though the example of Rome is preferable to any other state, and so throughout. 158. Transition from servitude to freedom I.7. Yet I propose to add to it further examples with which those who live at the present time will be familiar. I assert, then, that nothing that befell Milan or Naples, however grave and however violent in character, could ever bring them freedom, since their members were wholly corrupt. This is apparent after the death of Filippo Visconti, for, though it was proposed to introduce freedom in Milan, it could not be done, nor could any means of maintaining it be devised. Rome, then, was extremely lucky in that its kings quickly became corrupt, with the result that they were expelled before their corruption had penetrated to the bowels of that city. This absence of corruption was, in fact, the reason why the numerous tumults which took place in Rome, instigated by men of good intentions, did no harm, but, on the contrary, were an advantage to that republic. It is possible, then, to arrive at this conclusion, when the material is not corrupt, tumults and other troubles do no harm, but, when it is corrupt, good legislation is of no avail, unless it be initiated by someone in so extremely strong a position that he can enforce obedience until such time as the material has become good. Whether this has ever happened or whether it is possible for it to happen I do not know. For, as I have just said, it is clear that, if in a state which is on the decline owing to the corruption of its material a renaissance is ever to be brought about, it will be by the virtue of some one person who is then living, not by the virtue of the public as a whole, that good institutions are kept up, and, as soon as such a person is dead, they will relapse into their former habits. 15. This happened at Thebes, which, thanks to the virtue of Epaminondas, successfully maintained a republican form of government as long as he lived, but, on his death, forthwith returned to its former disorderly state. The reason is that no individual can possibly live long enough for a state which has long had bad customs to acquire good ones, unless a man. 159. I.7 Transition from servitude to freedom. Living for a very long time or one virtuous man succeeded by another, organize it on their passing away, as we have said. There would be a collapse, unless the Renaissance is brought about at considerable risk and with no small bloodshedding. For corruption of this kind and ineptitude for a free mode of life is due to the inequality one finds in a city, and, to restore equality it is necessary to take steps which are by no means normal, and this few people either know how to do or are ready to do, a point that will be dealt with in detail in another place. 16. 18 How in corrupt cities a free government can be maintained where it exists, or he established where it does not exist. It will not, I think, be foreign to my purpose nor contrary to the plan of my previous discourse to consider whether in a corrupt city it is possible to maintain a free government where it exists, and whether, when there has been none, it can be set up. In regard to this question I maintain that in either case it will be a very difficult thing to do. It is, moreover, almost impossible to lay down rules, for the method to be adopted will of necessity depend upon the degree of corruption. Nonetheless, since it is well to take account of all cases, I do not propose to shelve the question. I suppose then an exceedingly corrupt state, whereby the difficulty will clearly be intensified, since in it there will be found neither laws nor institutions which will suffice to check widespread corruption. Because, just as for the maintenance of good customs laws are required, so if laws are to be observed, there is need of good customs. Furthermore, institutions and laws made in the early days of a republic when men were good, no longer serve. Uno stato libero, free in the sense that citizens are free to choose their own government. 160. Transition from servitude to freedom. I.L8. Their purpose when men have become bad. And, if by any chance the laws of the state are changed, there will never, or but rarely, be a change in its institutions. The result is that new laws are ineffectual, because the institutions, which remain constant, corrupt them. In order to make this point more clear, I would point out that in Rome there was a constitution regulating its government, or rather its form of government, and then laws enabling the magistrates to keep the citizens in order. To the constitution determining its form of government pertained the authority vested in the people, the Senate, the tribunes, and in the consuls, the method of applying for and of AP, pointing to magisterial posts, and its legislative procedure. These institutions underwent little or no change in the course of events, whereas there were changes in the laws which kept the citizens in order. There was, for instance, the law concerning adultery, the sumptuary law, a law concerning ambition, and many others. These laws were introduced step by step as the citizens became corrupt. But since the institutions determining its form of government remained unchanged and, when corruption had set in, were no longer good, these modifications of the laws did not suffice to keep men good, though they might have helped had the introduction of new laws been accompanied by a modification of the institutions. That it is true to say that such institutions would not be good in a corrupted state is clearly seen in two important cases, in the appointing of magistrates and in the making of laws. The Roman people had never given the consulate or any other important office in the city except to such as had applied for the post. This institution was at the outset good, because only such citizens applied for posts as judged themselves worthy to fill them, and to be rejected was looked upon as ignominious, so that everybody behaved well in order to be judged worthy. This procedure, when the city became 161. I.L8 transition from servitude to freedom. Corrupt, was extremely harmful, because not those who had more virtue, but those who had more power, applied for magistracies, and the powerless, though virtuous, refrained from applying through fear. This inconvenience did not come about all at once, but by stages, as is the case with all inconveniences. For when the Romans had conquered Africa and Asia, and had reduced the greater part of Greece to subjection, they had become secure as to their liberty, nor had they any more enemies whom there was ground to fear. This sense of security and this weakness on the part of their enemies caused the Roman people in appointing to the consulate to consider not a man's virtue, but his popularity. This drew to that office men who knew better how to get round men, not those who knew better how to conquer enemies. They then turned from those who had more popularity and gave it to those who had more power. Thus, owing to the defectiveness of this institution, it came about that good men were wholly excluded from consular rank. Again, a tribune or any other citizen could propose to the people a law, in regard to which every citizen was entitled to speak either in favor of it or against, prior to a decision being reached. This institution was good so long as the citizens were good, because it is always a good thing that anyone anxious to serve the public should be able to propose his plan. It is also a good thing that everyone should be at liberty to express his opinion on it, so that when the people have heard what each has to say they may choose the best plan. But when the citizens had become perverse, this institution became a nuisance, because only the powerful proposed laws, and this for the sake, not of their common liberties, but to augment their own power. And against such projects no one durst speak for fear of such folk, with the result that the people were induced, either by deceit or by force, to adopt measures which spelt their own ruin. 162. Transition from servitude to freedom. I.L8. In order to maintain Rome's liberty, therefore, when corruption had set in, it was necessary in the course of its development to introduce new institutions, just as there had been made new laws for different institutions, and a different procedure should be prescribed for the governed according as they are good or bad, since similar forms cannot subsist in matter which is disposed in a contrary manner. Now defective institutions must either be renovated all at once as soon as the decline from goodness is noticed, or little by little before they become known to everybody. Neither of which courses is possible, I maintain. For if the renovation is to take place little by little, there is need of someone who shall see the inconvenience coming while yet it is far off and in its infancy. But it may quite easily happen in a state that no such person will ever arise, or, should he arise in point of fact, that he will never be able to persuade others to see things as he does himself, for men accustomed to a certain mode of life are reluctant to change it, especially when they have not themselves noticed the evil in question, but have had their attention called to it by conjectures. While with regard to modifying institutions all at once when everybody realizes that they are no good, I would point out that, though it is easy to recognize their futility, it is not easy to correct it, for, to do this, normal methods will not suffice now that normal methods are bad. Hence it is necessary to resort to extraordinary methods, such as the use of force and an appeal to arms, and, before doing anything, to become a prince in the state, so that one can dispose it as one thinks fit. But, to reconstitute political life in a state presupposes a good man, whereas to have recourse to violence in order to Make oneself prince in a republic supposes a bad man. Hence asterisk. Very rarely will there be found a good man ready to use bad one. Methods in order to make himself prince, though with a good end in view, nor yet a bad man who, having become a prince, is ready to do the right thing and to whose mind it will occur. 163. I.L.A. Transition from servitude to freedom. To use well that authority which he has acquired by bad means. It is on account of all this that it is difficult, or rather impossible, either to maintain a republican form of government in states which have become corrupt or to create such a form afresh. Should a republic simply have to be created or to be maintained, it would be necessary to introduce into it a form of government akin rather to a monarchy than to a democracy. So that those men whose arrogance is such that they cannot be corrected by legal processes, may yet be restrained to some extent by a quasi-regal power. 17. To try to make them become good in any other way would be either a most brutal or an impossible undertaking, the kind of thing that Cleomenes did, as I said above, for that he might rule alone, he killed the Ephors, and for the same reasons Romulus killed his brother. And Titus Tatius killed the Sabina, and afterwards both of them made good use of their authority. It should, however, be noted that neither the one nor the other had subjects steeped in corruption, which in this chapter we have taken as the basis of our argument, so that both were able to resolve on such steps, and, having done so, to camouflage their plan. Book 1. Discourses 19-24. Sundry Reflections on the Kings of Rome. 19. A weak prince who succeeds an outstanding prince can hold his own, but a weak prince who succeeds another weak prince cannot hold any kingdom. The virtue and the methods of Romulus, Numa, and Tullus, the first three kings of Rome, show how extremely fortunate Rome was to have had first a fierce and warlike king, then a peaceful and religious one, and thirdly a king with the military ardor of Romulus and a lover of war rather than peace. For it was essential to Rome in its early days that there should arise a legislator to give it a civic constitution, and it was also necessary that there should be others who would again display the virtue of Romulus, since, otherwise, the city would have become effeminate and have fallen a prey to its neighbors. In which connection it may be noted that a prince who is less virtuous than his predecessor can hold a state thanks to the virtue of its previous ruler and can enjoy the fruits of his labors, but, should he happen to live a long time or should there not arise another who again displays the virtue of the first, the kingdom must needs be ruined. And, conversely, if of two princes who come one after the other both are conspicuous for virtue, it is frequently found that they perform magnificent 165. I.9 Reflections on the Kings of Rome. Exploits and that their fame reaches to the uppermost limits of the heavens. David no doubt was a very fine man, alike as soldier, teacher and judge, and his virtue was such that, having beaten and conquered all his neighbors, he left to his young son, Solomon, a peaceful kingdom, which he could maintain by peaceful instead of warlike methods, and there enjoy happily the fruits of his father's virtue. He could not, however, leave it just so to Rehoboam, his young son, who, since he lacked his grandfather's virtue and also his father's good fortune, with difficulty remained heir to a sixth part of the kingdom. 18. Bajazet, Sultan of the Turks, a man who loved peace more than war, was able to enjoy the fruits of his father, Muhammad's labors, for the latter, like David, had defeated his neighbors, and left to him a strong kingdom which he could easily maintain by peaceful methods. Had, however, his son, Salim, the present ruler, been like his father, not like his grandfather, this kingdom would have been ruined. Actually, however, he seems to be out to excel the glory of his grandfather. I claim, then, in view of these examples, that a weak prince who succeeds an able prince can hold his own, but that if a weak prince succeeds another weak prince, he cannot keep any kingdom going, unless, as in France, there are ancient institutions which keep things going. By weak princes I mean those who are not prepared for war. I conclude with these remarks. The virtue of Romulus was so great that he made it possible for Numa Pompilius to rule for many years by peaceful methods. He was then succeeded by Tullus, whose repute for ferocity rivaled that of Romulus. Then came Ancus, whose natural talents were such that he could avail himself of peace and also carry on war. At first he was inclined to keep to the ways of peace, but when one fine day he discovered that his neighbors thought him effeminate and held him in little esteem, he at once decided that, if he 166. Dynastic succession I.9-20 wanted to keep Rome, he must resort to war and emulate Romulus rather than Numa. From these examples let all princes who have dominions learn that, if they emulate Numa, they will hold them or fail to hold them according to the times or the fortune that befalls them. Whereas if they emulate Romulus and, like him, rely both on prudence and on arms, they will hold them in any case, unless some obstinate and overwhelming force takes them away. It is highly probable that if it had not been Rome's lot to have in her third king a man who knew how to use armed forces to maintain her reputation, she would never, or would with the utmost difficulty, have established her position. Nor would she have succeeded in effecting what she did effect. Thus, while Rome was subject to kings, she was exposed to dangers that might have ruined her had she been under a weak or malevolent king. 22 virtuous princes, of whom one immediately succeeds the other, do great things, and, as in well-ordered republics there is of necessity such a virtuous succession, their acquisitions and their increase also is great. When Rome got rid of her kings, with them vanished the dangers entailed by the accession of a weak or a bad king. For the sovereign power was now vested in consuls, who acquired it not by heredity or by trickery or by violence inspired by ambition, but came into this power by the free votes of the people, and withal were very able men. Under their virtuous rule Rome thrived and fortune favored her time and again, so that she attained to her highest pitch of greatness in as many years again as she had been subject to kings. How this came about is clear. For, if the immediate succession of one virtuous prince by another suffices for the 167. I point 20-2 I Reflections on the Kings of Rome. Conquest of the world, as it did in the case of Philip of Macedon and Alexander the Great, a republic should be all the more successful, since, thanks to its practice of electing its rulers, it has not merely a succession of two highly virtuous rulers, but an infinite number each succeeding the other, and this virtuous succession may always be kept up in a well-ordered republic. 21 Princes and republics which have not their own armed forces are highly reprehensible. Present-day princes and modern republics which have not their own troops for offense and defense ought to be ashamed of themselves. They should consider the example set by Tullus, and should ascribe this defect not to lack of men fit to become soldiers, but to their own fault in that they have neglected to train men to be soldiers. Rome had been at peace for 40 years when Tullus succeeded to that kingdom, and he found there no man who had ever been to the wars. Nonetheless, when he was making plans for war, he did not consider making use of the Samnites or of the Tuscans or of others who were accustomed to the use of arms, but decided, like a prudent man, to avail himself of his own people. And so great was his virtue that in a brief space under his rule he was able to make excellent soldiers. It is indeed the truest of truths that, if, where there are men, there are not soldiers, it is their rulers' fault, not the fault of the situation or of nature. Of this there is quite a recent instance. For everyone knows how a short time ago the King of England attacked the King Dom of France, and took with him none but his own people as troops. It being more than 30 years since this kingdom had been engaged in war, there were neither soldiers nor officers who had ever seen military service. Yet with such troops the king did not hesitate to attack a kingdom in which there were plenty of officers and of good troops who had been 168. Horatii and Curatii I.2 continuously under arms in the wars in Italy. All this was due to the king's being a prudent man and to his kingdom being in good order, for in times of peace it had not dropped the institutions associated with war. 19. When the Thebans, Pelopidas, and Epaminondas had liberated Thebes and delivered it from servitude under the Spartan Empire, they found themselves in a city accustomed to servitude and amidst an effeminate populace. Yet, such was their virtue that they did not hesitate to put the populace under arms, nor with such troops to scour the countryside in search of the Spartan army, which they defeated. With reference to this, a writer says that these two showed in a short time that it was not only in Lacedaemonia that warriors are born, but wherever men are born, provided there be those who know how to give the military training, as we have seen that Tullus did in the case of the Romans. This view could not be expressed better than it is by Virgil, nor does any remark put it so neatly as he does when he says of Tullus and his slothful men, will Tullus rouse to arms. 22 What is worthy of note in the case of the 3 Roman Horatii and of the 3 Alban Curatii, Tullus, king of Rome, and Medius, king of Alba, made a pact to the effect that whichever of these two sets of 3 men should win, their people would become lords over the other people. All the Alban Curatii were killed, and of the Roman Horatii only one survived. Consequently Medius, the Alban king, together with his people, became subject to the Romans. When the victorious Horatius returned to Rome, he met one of his sisters who was married to one of the 3 Curatii. 169. 1.22-3 Reflections on the Kings of Rome, who had been slain. She was bewailing her husband's death, so he killed her. For this delinquency Horatius was brought to trial, and after much disputing was set free, not so much on account of his merits as on account of his father's intercession. There are 3 things to be noted here. That never should one risk the whole of one's fortune on the success of but a part of one's forces. 2. That in assigning rewards and punishments in a well-ordered city never should blameworthy actions be counter-balanced by deserts. 3. That it is never wise to adopt a course if there is reason to doubt, or if there be doubt, whether the other party will observe his engagements. For that one city should become subject to another is a matter of such consequence that it was incredible that any king or any people should have rested content if the issue depend on 3 of their citizens being vanquished. This is illustrated by the conduct of Medius, who, when the Romans won, at once admitted his own defeat and promised obedience to Tullus, yet in the first expedition which the Romans undertook against the Veians, is found contriving how to let them down, like a man who comes to see too late how rash is the course he had adopted. In regard to this third point enough has been said, so in the next 2 chapters I shall speak only of the other 2 points. 23 That one should not stake the whole of one's fortune except on the whole of one's forces. And that, consequently, it is frequently harmful to defend passes. It has never been thought a wise course to risk the whole of your fortune without employing all your forces. This may be done in several ways. One way is to act as Tullus and Medius did when they entrusted the whole of their country's fortune. 170. On risking one's fortune in battle I.23. and the virtue of all the troops each of them had in his army, to the virtue and fortune of 3 of their citizens, who came to but a tiny fraction of the forces each had at his disposal. Nor did they realize that in adopting such a course they were treating as of no account all the pains to which their ancestors had put themselves in order so to organize the common wealth that it might enjoy a long life of freedom, and that the citizens of each might be themselves the defenders of their freedom, for it lay within the power of so few to lose it. Then, these kings could hardly have done anything more stupid. Those also almost always incur an inconvenience of this kind who, when the enemy is at hand, decide to hold difficult positions and to defend passes, for such a decision is almost always harmful unless the difficult position is such that you can conveniently hold it with all your forces. In that case this course should be adopted. But if the place is so awkward that it will not hold all your forces, such a course is dangerous. What leads me to think so is that those who have been attacked by a powerful foe in a land surrounded by mountains, and in an alpine terrain, have never attempted to engage the enemy in their passes and their mountains, but have gone forth from them to meet him beyond them, or, when reluctant to do this, have awaited him behind their mountains, but in open country, not in country of the alpine type. The reasons for this are, as has been said, that it is not easy to bring many men to the defense of an alpine terrain, both because there is not enough for them to live on for very long, and because, the place being confined and capable of holding but a few, it is not possible to withstand an enemy who comes with a large force to attack it, and for the enemy to come with a large force is easy, since his purpose is to get through, not to make it a stronghold. Nor is it possible for the defender to await in force, since he does not know when the enemy intends to pass that way, and so must find accommodation for a lengthy 171. 1.23 Reflections on the Kings of Rome. Period. In places which I am supposing to be both confined and sterile. When, therefore, the pass which you propose to hold, and on which your people and your army were relying, has been lost, your people and what remains of your forces will more often than not be so filled with terror that they will give up without awaiting a further chance of putting their valor to the test. You will thus have lost your whole fortune, though you have employed but a part of your forces. Everybody knows how difficult Hannibal found it to cross the Alps which separate Lombardy from Gaul, and again how difficult he found it to cross those which separate Lombardy from Tuscany. Yet the Romans, in spite of this, awaited him first on the Ticinus and afterwards in the plain of Arezzo, for they preferred their army to be wiped out by the enemy in a place where it had a chance of winning rather than to lead it up the Alps to be destroyed by the malignant situation. He who reads with appreciation history as a whole will find that very few generals of any virtuosity have attempted to hold such passes, both for the aforesaid reasons and because it is impossible to close them all, for in mountains, as in open country, there are not only the commonly frequented routes, but many others which, if not known to foreigners, are known to peasants, whose help you can always enlist in any place to the discomfiture of your opponent. Of this quite a recent example may be cited. In 1515, when Francis, King of France, was intending to cross into Italy in order to regain control of Lombardy, the chief objection raised by those who were averse to the undertaking was that the Swiss would be a menace to the passes over their mountains. But experience showed that the objection was without foundation, for, avoiding the 2 or 3 places which the Swiss were guarding, the king came by another route of which they were unaware, and was in Italy and down on them before they knew of it. Whereupon the Swiss in their alarm 172. Rewards and punishments I.23-4 retreated on Milan, and the whole population of Lombardy came out to welcome the French forces when they found they were mistaken in thinking that the French would be held up in their mountains. 24 well-ordered republics, in assigning rewards and punishments, never balance one against the other. Very great were the merits of Horatius, by whose virtue the Curiatii had been overcome, yet so abominable was his crime of killing his sister, and so distressed were the Romans by this murder, that they tried him for his life, despite his deserts which were both great and recent. Superficially this would seem to be an instance of the ingratitude of the populace. But if one examines the case more carefully, bearing in mind the kind of institutions that a republic should have, it will be seen that the populace was more to blame for letting him off than for wanting to condemn him. The reason is that no well-ordered republic allows the demerits of its citizens to be cancelled out by their merits, but, having prescribed rewards for a good deed and punishments for a bad one, and having rewarded someone for doing well, if that same person afterwards does wrong, it punishes him, regardless of any of the good deeds he has done. And, when such ordinances are duly observed, the city long enjoys freedom, but otherwise will always be ruined. Because if a citizen who has rendered some signal service to the state, acquire thereby not merely the repute which the affair has brought him, but is emboldened to expect that he can do wrong with impunity, he will soon become so insolent that civic life in such a state will disappear. It is highly necessary, therefore, that if punishment is to be assigned for evil deeds, rewards should be made for good ones, as actually was the case in Rome, even though a republic be. 173. 1.24 Reflections on the Kings of Rome. Poor and able to give but little, it should not withhold that little, because every little gift awarded to someone in recognition of services however great, will always be highly esteemed and treasured by the recipient. The story of Horatius Codes and that of Mucius Scaevola is well known. The first held the enemy in check on a bridge until at length it was cut down. The other burnt the hand that had erred when he was going to assassinate Porsenna, king of the Tuscans. For these two deeds of outstanding merit, they each received a public grant of 2½ acres of land. The story of Manlius Capitolinus is also noteworthy. For having saved the capital from the Gauls who were encamped before it, his fellow citizens who were being besieged together with him, gave him a small measure of corn. This reward was considerable in view of fortunes then current in Rome. It was also such that, when Manlius, out of envy or because his nature was bad, started a sedition in Rome and tried to win over the populace, not the least attention was paid to his merits, but he was thrown headlong from the capital, which he had once saved with such renown. Book 1. Discourses 25-7. The introduction of new forms of government. 25. He who proposes to change an old established form of government in a free city should retain at least the shadow of its ancient customs. He who desires or proposes to change the form of government in a state and wishes it to be acceptable and to be able to maintain it to everyone's satisfaction, must needs retain at least the shadow of its ancient customs, so that institutions may not appear to its people to have been changed, though in point of fact the new institutions may be radically different from the old ones. This he must do because men in general are as much affected by what a thing appears to be as by what it is. Indeed, they are frequently influenced more by appearances than by the reality. For this reason the Romans, on acquiring freedom, recognized the need of this from the start, and when in place of a king they appointed 2 consuls, they decided that the latter should not have more than 12 lictors, so as not to exceed the number which had ministered to the kings. Furthermore, since when a commemorative sacrifice was offered it could only be offered by the king in person, and they 175. 1.25-6 New forms of government did not wish the absence of the kings to arouse in the people a desire for anything pertaining to the past. They appointed a master of ceremonies whom they called the sacrificial king, and put him under the high priest. It thus came about that the populace were content with this sacrifice, and had no occasion, for lack of a king, to desire that he should return. This should be noted by all who contemplate abolishing an ancient form of constitution in a city and setting up a new and free form, because, since novelties cause men to change their minds, you should see to it that changes retain as much as possible of what is old, and that, if changes are made in the number, the authority 7 and the period of office of the Magi's traits, they should retain the traditional names. This, as I have said, should be observed by one who proposes to set up a political regime, whether by way of a republic or by way of a monarchy. But he who proposes to set up a despotism, or what writers call a tyranny, 20 must renovate everything, as will be said in the next chapter. 26 In a city or province which he has seized, a new prince should make everything new. Should anyone become the ruler either of a city or of a state, especially if he has no sure footing in it and it is suited neither for the civic life characteristic of a monarchy nor yet that of a republic, the best thing he can do in order to retain such a principality, given that he be a new prince, is to organize everything in that state afresh, e.g. in its cities to appoint new governors, with new titles and a new authority. The governors themselves being new men, to make the rich poor and the poor rich, as did David when he became king, who filled the hungry with good things and the rich sent empty away. 21, as well as to build new cities, to destroy those already. Uno vivere politico. B una potesta assoluta. 176. None wholly good or bad. I.26-7. Build, and to move the inhabitants from one place to another, far distant from it, in short, to leave nothing of that province intact, and nothing in it, neither rank, nor institution, nor form of government, nor wealth, except it be held by such as recognize that it comes from you. His aim should be to emulate Philip of Macedon, the father of Alexander, who, starting as a little king, by these methods, made himself prince of Greece. Of him a writer says that he moved men from province to province as shepherds move their sheep. Happy face. Such methods are exceedingly cruel, and are repugnant to any community, not only to a Christian one, but to any composed of men. It behoves, therefore, every man to shun them, and to prefer rather to live as a private citizen than as a king with such ruination of men to his score. Nonetheless, for the sort of man who is unwilling to take up this first course of well-doing, it is expedient, should he wish to hold what he has, to enter on the path of wrongdoing. Actually, however, most men prefer to steer a middle course, which is very harmful, for they know not how to be wholly good nor yet wholly bad, as in the next chapter will be shown by means of an example. 27 Very rarely do men know how to be either wholly good or wholly bad. Pope Julius N., on going to Bologna in 1505 to expel from that state the house of Bentivogli, who had held that city as a principality for 100 years, resolved also to remove Giovampagolo Baglioni from Perugia, where he was ruling as a tyrant, for the Pope had sworn to be rid of all tyrants who had seized the estates of the church. Being thus minded and for this purpose, as everyone knew, he hurried to Perugia and did not wait for the army which was to protect him before. 177. 1.27 New forms of government. Entering the city, but entered it unarmed, in spite of the fact that Giovampagolo was there in person with a strong body of troops which he had collected for his defense. Carried away by that impetuosity which characterized all his actions, he thus placed himself and the simple guard he had with him in the hands of his enemy, yet took his enemy away with him, and left in the city a governor who should be responsible to the church. Prudent men who were with the Pope were astonished at the Pope's rashness and at the cowardice displayed by Joe Vampigalo, nor could they understand how it came about that the latter did not acquire perpetual fame by getting rid of his enemy at a single stroke and enriching himself with the booty, for with the Pope were all the cardinals in all their splendor. They could not believe that it was any good motive, or his conscience, that held him back, for the heart of a criminal who had committed incest with his own sister and to gain the throne had put to death his cousins and his nephews, could scarce be influenced by any pious consideration. So they concluded it must be due to men not knowing how to be either magnificently bad or perfectly good, and that, since evil deeds have a certain grandeur and are open-handed in their way, Joe Vampigalo was incapable of performing them. Thus Joe Vampigalo, who thought nothing of incest or of publicly murdering his relatives, knew not how, or better, did not dare, to avail himself of an excellent opportunity to do what would have caused everyone to admire his courage and would have gained for him immortal fame, since he would have been the first to show prelates how little men are respected who live and rule as they do, and would have done a thing the greatness of which would have obliterated any infamy and any danger that might arise from it. Book 1. Discourses 28-32. Ingratitude. 28. What made the Romans less ungrateful to their citizens than were the Athenians? Whoever reads of the doings of republics will find in all of them some sort of ingratitude in the way in which they deal with their citizens, but in Rome will find less than in Athens, and perhaps than in any other republic. If one inquires how this comes about in the case of Rome and Athens, I believe that it was due to Rome's having less ground for mistrusting her citizens than had Athens. For in Rome one sees that from the expulsion of the kings to the time of Sulla and Marius, she was never deprived of liberty by any of her citizens, so that in her case there was no great reason to be suspicious of them, and, in consequence, rashly to give them offense. The contrary was noticeably the case in Athens, for it was deprived of liberty by Pisistratus during its most flourishing period owing to its mistaken notion of what was good for it. Thus, when it again became free, mindful of the injuries done to it and of its past servitude, it very quickly became vengeful. Not only when its citizens made mistakes, but even the semblance of mistakes. Hence the banishment and execution of so many of its best citizens. Hence the institution of ostracism and other forms of violence used at various times in that city. 179. 1.28-9 Ingratitude against its upper class. Quite rightly do writers on civic government say that peoples bite more savagely when they have just recovered their liberty than when they have had it for some time. In view, therefore, of what has been said, one can neither blame Athens nor praise Rome for what happened, but should ascribe it simply to necessity, a necessity that was brought about in these cities by events which differed in kind. For if one looks into things closely, one will see that, if Rome had been deprived of her liberty as Athens was, she would not have shown more respect for her citizens than did Athens. This becomes highly probable if we bear in mind what occurred, after the expulsion of the kings, in the case of Collatinus and Publius Valerius, of whom the first, although he was one of those who had helped to liberate Rome, was banished simply because he bore the name of Tarquin, while the second narrowly escaped being made an exile merely because he became suspect on account of a house he had built on the Sicilian hill. The mistrust and the severity which Rome displayed against these two men leads one to think that Rome would have shown the same ingratitude as Athens, had she, like Athens, in her early days and before she grew, been injured by her own citizens. That there may be no need to return to this question of ingratitude, I shall make such further remarks as are necessary in the next chapter. 29. Which is the more ungrateful, a people or a prince? With respect to the topic under discussion, it seems to me relevant to inquire whether ingratitude is better exemplified by a people or by a prince. The better to discuss this I premise that the vice of ingratitude arises either from avarice or from suspicion. For when a people or a prince has entrusted the command of an important enterprise to one of their generals. 180. Ingratitude of princes and peoples. 1.29. And he is victorious and so acquires much glory, that prince or that people is under an obligation to reward him for this. Hence if, instead of rewarding him, they are discourteous to him or give him offense, and it be avarice that moves them to it, and that it is greed that restrains them from giving effect to their desire to satisfy him, in acting thus they commit an error for which there is no excuse, and which is attended with lasting infamy. Yet there are found many princes who offend in this way. Cornelius Tacitus tells us the cause of this when he says one is more inclined to repay injuries than benefits. For it is burdensome to grant favors, but revenge is profitable. But when their motive for not rewarding him, or rather for giving him offense, is not avarice, but suspicion, there is in that case some excuse both for a people and a prince. Of ingratitude arising from this cause numerous examples are to be found in history, for the general who by his valor carried has extended his lord's dominions, vanquished his enemies, won glory for himself and riches for his troops, must needs acquire such a reputation alike with his troops, with the enemy, and with that prince's own subjects, that the victory may not look so good to the lord under whose orders he acted. And because men are by nature both ambitious and suspicious, and know not how to use moderation where their fortunes are concerned, it is impossible that the suspicion aroused in a prince after the victory of one of his generals should not be increased by any arrogance in manner or speech displayed by the man himself. This being so, the prince cannot but look to his own security, and to this end consider putting him to death or depriving him of the standing he has thus obtained with his army and with his people by industriously pointing out that the victory was not gained by the general's valor, but by luck, or by the degree virtue, valor, and so throughout the chapter, though competence, and this in the service of one's country, is also connoted. 181. 1.29 Ingratitude. Cowardice of the enemy or by the prudence of other officers associated with him in the action. When Vespasian, then in Judea, was proclaimed emperor by his army, Antonius Primus, who found himself with another army in Illyria, took Vespasian's part and came to Italy to attack Vitellius, who was ruling in Rome. With the utmost virtuosity he broke two of Vitellius's armies and occupied Rome. Hence Mucianus, Vespasian's deputy, found that through Antonius's valor everything had been acquired and all difficulties overcome. The reward which Antonius got was at once to be deprived of his command of the army by Mucianus, and step by step to be reduced to a position of no authority in Rome. When he went to see Vespasian, who was still in Asia, his reception was such that before long he became just a nobody and died in despair. History is full of such cases. Everybody at present alive knows how in our time Gonzalvo Ferrante, when fighting against the French in the kingdom of Naples on behalf of Ferdinand, king of Aragon, by his industry and valor conquered and overcame that kingdom, and how the reward he got for his victory was that, when Ferdinand left Aragon and came to Naples, he relieved him of his command of the army in the field, then took from him the fortresses and brought him with him to Spain, where shortly afterwards he died in ignominy. This natural suspicion is, therefore, in princes so intense that there is no defense against it, and it is impossible for princes to show gratitude to those who by victory have made great conquests under the flag of their prince. Since a prince cannot help himself in this matter, it is not to be marveled at, nor is it a matter more worthy of remark, if a people cannot help itself. Because a city in which freedom prevails has two ends in view. One is to enlarge its dominions. The other is to keep itself free. In both it can err by excess. The errors made in expanding will be discussed in their proper 182. Ingratitude of princes and peoples I.29. Place. 22. The errors made in the cause of liberty are, among others, these, giving offense to citizens who should be rewarded, and the suspecting of citizens in whom confidence should be placed. Both lines of conduct in a republic which is already corrupt may occasion great evils, and the coming of tyranny is thereby often accelerated, as happened in Rome, when Caesar took by force what ingratitude had denied to him. Nevertheless, in a republic which is not corrupt they are highly beneficial and promote the cause of freedom, for owing to the fear of punishment men stay better and less ambitious for a longer time. Of all peoples who have ever had an empire, Rome was the least ungrateful for the reasons given above, of its ingratitude. But one instance can be cited, that of Scipio. For Coriolanus and Camillus were banished on account of the injuries which, in each case they had done to the plebs. Moreover, though one of them was not pardoned owing to his having always maintained a hostile attitude towards the populace, the other was not only recalled, but during the rest of his life was treated like a prince. The ingratitude with which Scipio was treated, on the other hand, arose from the suspicion which the citizens began to have of him, but which they had not felt towards others. This was due to the greatness of the enemy which Scipio had defeated, to the reputation which he had acquired by his victory after so long and so dangerous a war, to the speed with which he had gained it, and to the favors which his youth, his prudence, and his other remarkable virtues were winning for him. All this was so striking that to say the least the magistrates grew afraid of his authority. This displeased the wise head, since it was a thing to which Rome was unused. So extraordinary, indeed, did his career seem to be that Cato, the elder, reputably a holy man, was the first to criticize him, on the ground that a city could not be called free in which there was a citizen of whom the magistrates were afraid. 183. 1.29-30 Ingratitude. Hence, if the people of Rome took in this matter the same view as Cato, there is some excuse for them, as I have said above, of those peoples and those princes whose ingratitude is due to suspicion. In bringing this discourse to a close, then, I say that since this vice of ingratitude is occasioned either by avarice or by suspicion, it will be found that peoples never display it owing to avarice, and that, owing to suspicion, they display it much more rarely than do princes, because peoples have less ground for suspicion, as will be explained later. 23. 30. What steps should be taken by a prince or by a republic to avoid this vice of ingratitude, and what should be done by a general or by a citizen who does not want to suffer from it? To avoid the necessity of having to spend his life suspecting people and displaying ingratitude, a prince should go in person on any expedition, as in the beginning the Roman emperors did, as in our day the Turk does, and as courageous princes both have done and still do. Because, if they win, both the glory and the territory gained is wholly theirs, but, if they are not there, the glory is another's, and they feel the glory of that other, they cannot make use of the acquisition until they obliterate a glory which they did not know how to acquire. So they become ungrateful and unjust, and thus unquestionably lose more than they gain. But when they stay idly at home owing to negligence or lack of prudence, and send a general in their stead, I have no maxim to give them, other than that which they can find out for themselves. But to the general I would point out that, since he cannot in my opinion escape the jaws of ingratitude, he should do one of two things. Either he should, immediately after the victory, quit the army and place himself in the hands of his prince. 184-1. On avoiding ingratitude I point 30. Abstaining from any act savoring of arrogance or ambition, so that his prince may have no ground for suspicion and in consequence will either reward him or at least refrain from harming him. Or, if this does not appear to him to be the thing to do, let him strenuously do just the opposite, i.e. use every means he thinks appropriate to make the acquisition his own and not his prince's, ingratiate himself with soldiers and with subjects, enter into friendly relations with neighboring powers, put his own men in possession of fortresses, corrupt the leading officers of his army, and make sure of those whom he cannot corrupt, and in such like way seek to punish his master for the ingratitude he might perhaps display towards him. There are no other alternatives. But, as has already been remarked, men know not how to be either wholly bad or wholly good. Hence it always happens that after a victory, generals are loath at once to give up their command and find it impossible to behave modestly, yet hesitate to resort to violent measures which may win him honor, so that owing to the ambiguity of their position while they hesitate and doubt, they are overcome. For a republic which desires to avoid the vice of ingratitude, it is not possible to prescribe the same remedies as for a prince, i.e. that they should accompany, not send out, expeditions. For they are obliged to put one of their citizens in command. The remedy I should prescribe in their case, therefore, is that they should keep to the methods used by the Republic of Rome, methods which caused it to display less ingratitude than any other. This was the result of the way in which it was governed, for in time of war it availed itself of everybody in the city, whether they were nobles or not nobles, and in consequence there was always to be found in Rome at any given epoch so many virtuous meno with various victories to a many virtuosi, where the context show ws that their asterisk virtue was no mere valor nor yet mere competence. 185. Ingratitude. Their na in that the people had no cause to be dubious in regard to any of them, since there were so many that one looked after the other. In fact, so carefully did they maintain their integrity and so studious were they to avoid the least semblance of ambition lest it should cause the populace to attack them as ambitious persons, that, when there came to be a dictator, he acquired the more fame the sooner he resigned. Wherefore, since behavior of this kind could not render men suspect, they did not evoke ingratitude. A republic, then, which does not want to have ground for ingratitude, should be governed as Rome was governed, and a citizen who wishes to escape the jaws of ingratitude should keep within the bounds to which Roman citizens kept. 31 Roman generals were never punished with extreme severity for their mistakes, nor yet were they ever punished for ignorance or bad judgment, even though it caused harm to the republic. The Romans, as we have said in an earlier discourse, were not only less ungrateful than other republics, they were also more considerate and more careful in punishing the commanders of armies than was any other republic. For even if they had made a mistake with evil intent, their punishment was still humane, while, if it was due to ignorance, the Romans did not punish but rewarded and honored the person concerned. This mode of procedure met with their approval because they held it to be of supreme importance to those who commanded their armies, that in mind they should be free and unembarrassed, and should not have to concern themselves with irrelevant matters in arriving at their decisions. For they did not wish to add fresh difficulties and dangers to what was already a difficult and dangerous task, since, were 186. The punishment of generals I point 3 I. They thus encumbered, there would be none who would ever act virtuously. Take, for instance, the army they sent against Philip of Macedon in Greece, 24, or against Hannibal in Italy, or against the peoples whom first they conquered. The commander who was put in charge of such an expedition had enough to do with the cares attendant upon such a grave and highly important undertaking. Now, if to such cares had been added the recollection of cases in which the Romans had crucified or otherwise put to death those who had lost the day, it would have been impossible for a general, with such a prospect in mind, to give his whole attention to the matter in hand. It was held, therefore, that to such men the ignominy of having lost would be a sufficient punishment, so they preferred not to alarm them by imposing other and greater punishments. Here is an example of an error which was not committed through ignorance. Sergius and Virginius were encamped before Veii, each in charge of a section of the army. Sergius was on a route along which the Tuscans might come to attack him. Virginius was on the other side of the city. What happened was that, when Sergius was attacked by the Faliscus and other tribes, he let himself be put to rout rather than ask Virginius for help, and, on his part, Virginius, anticipating Sergius' humiliation, preferred to witness his country's dishonor and the destruction of Sergius' army rather than come to his assistance. It was a case of obvious misconduct of which notice must be taken, and one that would give a bad impression of the Roman Republic if neither of the two commanders had been punished. Actually, whereas any other republic would have inflicted capital punishment, Rome imposed on them a fine. This was not because their offenses did not merit a greater punishment, but because the Romans preferred in this case, for the aforesaid reasons, to abide by their ancient customs. 187. 1.31-2 Ingratitude. Of errors due to ignorance there is no finer example than that of Varro, owing to whose rashness the Romans were rooted by Hannibal at Cannae, whereby the freedom of that republic was endangered. Nonetheless, because he was guilty of ignorance, not malice, not only did they not punish him, but they honored him, and everyone of senatorial rank went to meet him on his return to Rome. Since on the battle they could scarce congratulate him, they congratulated him on his return and on his refusal to regard Rome's situation as desperate. When Papirius Cursor wanted to put Fabius to death for having engaged the Samnites contrary to his orders, among other arguments used by Fabius' father to combat the dictator's obstinacy, he urged that when defeats had been incurred by their commanders, the Roman people had never done what Papirius wanted to do on the occasion of a victory. 32 Neither a republic nor a prince should put off conferring benefits on people until danger is at hand. Admittedly, the Romans were fortunate in that they managed to be generous to the populace when danger arose. Thus, when Porsena came to attack Rome to restore the Tarquins and the Senate doubted whether the plebs would not prefer to welcome back the kings rather than go to war, for security's sake it remitted the duty on salt and other burdens, alleging that the poor did enough to help the public cause by bringing up their children, and admittedly by conferring this benefit it induced them to stand siege, hunger, and war. Let no one, however, relying on this case, put off making sure of the populace until the time of danger arrives, because he may not, as the Romans did, succeed in this. For the people as a whole will not consider that they owe this benefit to you, but rather to your enemies, and, since they cannot but fear that, when the need has passed, you may deprive them of what? 188. Benefits to be conferred promptly. I.32. You have been compelled to give, will in no way feel obliged to you. The reason why the Romans turned this question to good account, was because the government was new and not yet stabilized. The populace had seen how laws had already been made to their advantage, for instance the right of appealing to the plebs, so that it was possible to persuade it that this benefit had been conferred not so much because the enemy were at their gates as because the Senate was inclined to confer benefits on it. Besides this, it still retained a vivid recollection of the kings by whom it had been downtrodden and maltreated. But, since such causes are rarely operative, it will rarely happen that such remedies are of avail. Hence every government, whether it be republican or of the princely type, should consider beforehand what adverse times may befall him and on what people it may have to rely in time of adversity, and should in its dealings with them act in that way in which it judges that it will be compelled to act. Should misfortune befall a government which acts otherwise, whether it be a prince or a republic, but especially if it be a prince, i.e. a government which thinks that it is only when danger has arisen that it should win men over by the conferring of benefits, is mistaken, for not only will it fail to win them over, but it will hasten its own ruin. Book. Discourses 33-6. The use and abuse of dictatorship __. Carrot. When either within a state or against a state an inconvenience has made headway, the safer course is to temporize, not to suppress it. When the Roman Republic grew in reputation, power and dominion, its neighbors, who had not at first thought this new republic would do them much harm, began too late to realize their mistake, and, with a view to remedying what they had not remedied at the outset, they formed a league of full 40 peoples against Rome. Whereupon from among the remedies which they were accustomed to use when danger was imminent, the Romans chose to appoint a dictator, i.e. to give power to some one man to make decisions without consulting others and to carry them out without anyone having the right to appeal. This remedy not only proved useful at the time, and enabled them to overcome the dangers still threatening, but was always of the greatest help in all those eventualities which from time to time bade ill to the Republic as its empire grew. In regard to such events, the first thing to notice is that, when an inconvenience which has arisen within a republic, or is 190. On temporizing 1.33. Affecting it adversely owing either to internal or external causes, has become so great that everybody begins to get alarmed. By far the safer course is to temporize in its regard, and not try to eradicate it straightway. For, as usual, those who try to suppress it, cause it to grow stronger and speed up the evils which they anticipate and dread. Events of this kind are more often due in a republic to an internal cause than to an external, for in it very often either a citizen is allowed to acquire more power than is reasonable, or corruption is introduced in the administration of some law on which the nerve and lifeblood of freedom depends, and this blunder is allowed to go on till it reaches such a pass that to attempt to remedy it is more harmful than to let it take its course. To discern such inconveniences in their initial stage is the more difficult the more men are by nature inclined to look with favor on new enterprises, a favor which is likely to be bestowed, above all else, on enterprises which seem to have in them a certain virility and which are taken up by young men. For, if in a republic there appears some youth of noble birth and outstanding virtue, the eyes of every citizen at once turn towards him, and without further consideration they agree to show him honor, so that, if in him there is a spark of ambition, the favors bestowed on him by nature join with these events to place him in such a position that, when the citizens come to see their mistake, there is but small chance of their putting it right, and any attempt to apply such remedies as they have, does but tend to establish more quickly his power. Of this it would be possible to adduce plenty of instances. But I propose to give only one from in our city. Cosimo de' Medici, with whom the greatness of the house of Medici in this our city began, acquired great repute thanks to favors gained by his own prudence and through the ignorance of the Verti. 191. 1.33 The use and abuse of dictatorship. Citizens. He thus began to arouse alarm for the security of its government, with the result that his fellow citizens thought it dangerous to touch him, and still more dangerous to let him alone. But there lived in those days one, Niccolo de Ueno, who was looked on as an expert in politics. He had made the first of the above mistakes in that he had not recognized the dangers to which Cosimo's reputation might lead, but while he lived he never allowed the second one to be made, that is, that anyone should attempt to get rid of him, since he was convinced that such an attempt would mean the utter ruin of their government, as in fact it was seen to do after his death. For the citizens who survived him failed to follow his advice, grew bold in their opposition to Cosimo, and drove him out of Florence. It thus came about that his faction, resenting this injustice, recalled him shortly afterwards, and made him the Prince oft had Republic, a rank to which he would never have been able to rise except for this open opposition. The same thing happened at Rome in the case of Caesar, whose virtue won for him such favor with Pompey and others that before long this favor gave place to fear, to which Cicero bears witness when he says that Pompey had too late begun to fear Caesar. This fear caused people to look for remedies, but the remedies they applied did but accelerate the ruin of their republic. I claim, therefore, that since it is difficult to recognize such evils in the initial stage owing to the false impression new enterprises make on you at the outset, when they are recognized, the wiser course is to temporize rather than to oppose them by force. Because, if one temporizes, either the trouble disappears of its own accord, or at least disaster is postponed for a considerable time. In all such matters rulers who plan to remedy the evils or to attack them direct by means of force, should keep their eyes open lest, instead of causing them to decrease, they cause them to increase, and in the belief that they are. 192. The advantages of dictatorship I.33. 4. Repelling them make them grow, as if one could suffocate a plant by sprinkling it with water. Rather should the strength of the disease be considered well, and, if you see that you can cure it, you should set about it without further ado. But otherwise should let it be, and in no wise interfere, lest that happen which, as we have said above, happened to Rome's neighbors, for whom it would have been safer when Rome's power had grown so strong, to have sought by peaceful methods to placate it and hold it back, rather than by preparing for war to make Rome think out new institutions and new plans for her defense. For by this league of theirs all they did was to make the Romans more united, more on their guard, and more keen on finding new devices whereby the more quickly to increase their power, among which was the appointment of a dictator, whereby the Romans were enabled not only to overcome their present dangers, but to obviate a multitude of evils which would have befallen that republic, had not this remedy been available. 34 Dictatorial authority did good, not harm, to the Republic of Rome. It is the authority which citizens arrogate to themselves, not that granted by free suffrage, that is harmful to civic life. Those Romans who were responsible for the institution of a dictatorship in Rome are condemned by some Roman writers who find in the dictatorship the cause which eventually led to tyranny in Rome. They point out that the person who became its first tyrant had authority there in virtue of his title as dictator, and assert that, if it had not been for this, Caesar would not have succeeded under any other public title in making his tyranny look honest and above board. 193. 1.34 The use and abuse of dictatorship. The case, however, was not well examined by the person who held this view, and the view has been accepted without good ground. For it was neither the name nor the rank of the dictator that made Rome servile, but the loss of authority of which the citizens were deprived by the length of his rule. If in Rome there had been no such rank, the dictator would have found some other, for it is easy for force to acquire a title, but not for a title to acquire force. It is clear that the dictatorship, so long as it was bestowed in accordance with public institutions, and not assumed by the dictator on his own authority, was always of benefit to the state. For it is magistrates that are made and authority that is given in irregular ways that is prejudicial to a republic, not that which is given in the ordinary way, as is clear from the fact that during a very long period in Rome's history, no dictator ever did anything but good to that republic. 25. The reasons for this are obvious. First, if a citizen is to do harm and is to obtain extraordinary authority, he must have many attributes which in a republic that is not corrupted will be impossible for him to acquire, for he will need to be very rich and to have numerous adherents and partisans, which he cannot have so long as the laws are observed, and, even if he had them, men of this kind are so dreaded that people would not freely vote for him. Furthermore, a dictator was appointed for a limited time, and for the purpose of dealing solely with such matters as had led to the appointment. He had authority to make what the suzerains he thought fit in order to meet a definite and urgent danger, and to do this without consultation, and anyone he punished had no right of appeal. But he could do nothing to diminish the constitutional position of the government, as would have been the case if he could have taken away the authority vested in the Senate or in the people, or have abolished the ancient institutions of the city and made new. 194. The advantages of dictatorship I.34. 1. Wherefore, in view of the short duration of the dictatorship, oft-limited authority which the dictator possessed, and of the fact that the Roman people were not corrupt, it was impossible for the dictator to overstep his terms of reference, and to do the state harm. On the contrary, experience has shown that the dictatorship was always useful. Actually, then, of Rome's various institutions this is one that deserves to be considered and ranked among those to which the greatness of Rome's vast empire was due. For without such an institution cities will with difficulty find a way out of normal situations. For the institutions normally used by republics are slow in functioning. No assembly nor magistrate can do everything alone. In many cases they have to consult one another, and to reconcile their diverse views takes time. Where there is question of remedying a situation which will not brook delay, such a procedure is most dangerous. Republics, therefore, ought to have among their institutions some device akin to this. The Republic of Venice, which ranks high among modern republics, has reserved to a few of its citizens authority to deal with urgent questions with regard to which, if they all agree, they can make decisions without reference to any other body. Whereas in a republic in which no such provision is made, it is necessary either to stand by the constitution and be ruined, or to violate it and not be ruined. But that events should happen in a republic which have to be dealt with by extraordinary measures, is not desirable, for though the extraordinary measures may do good at the time, the precedent thus established is bad, since it sanctions the usage of dispensing with constitutional methods for a good purpose, and thereby makes it possible, on some plausible pretext, to dispense with them for a bad purpose. No republic is ever perfect unless by its laws it has provided for all contingencies, and for every eventuality has provided a remedy and determined the method of applying it. 195. 1.34 The use and abuse of dictatorship. In conclusion, then, I claim that republics which, when in imminent clangor, have recourse neither to a dictatorship, nor to some form of authority analogous to it, will always be ruined when grave misfortune befalls them. In the matter of this new institution, the great wisdom which the Romans displayed in the method of electing to it, is to be noted. For, since the appointment of a dictator was in a way a reflection on the consuls, who, though at the head of the state, had to obey like everyone else, and since it was assumed that this might arouse resentment among the citizens, the Romans decided that the power to appoint a dictator should lie with the consuls, for they thought that when circumstances became such that Rome had need of this royal prerogative, they would have to make the appointment of their own accord, and, since they themselves had made the appointment, it would pain them less. Because wounds and other ills which are inflicted of one's own accord and choice grieve you much less than those that are inflicted on you by others. Besides, during the last period, instead of appointing a dictator, the Romans used to invest the consul with dictatorial authority, with the words, "Let the consul see to it that the republic takes no harm." I close with a remark relevant to the matter we are discussing. It was Rome's neighbors who in their desire to crush her, caused her to set up institutions which not only enabled her to defend herself but also to attack them with greater force, counsel, and authority. 196. The Decemvirate I. 35. 35 How it came about that the appointment of the Decemviri in Rome was harmful to that republic, in spite of their having been appointed by free and public suffrage. To what was said in the preceding discourse as to the authority which is seized with violence, not that which is obtained by suffrage, being harmful to republics, the election of the 10 citizens which the Roman people instituted that they might draw up laws for Rome, appears to be incompatible, for in course of time they became tyrants, and, regardless of everybody and everything, deprived Rome of her liberty. The way in which the authority was conferred and the period for which it was granted must here be taken into account. When unrestricted authority is given for a long time, where by a long time I mean a year or more, it may always be dangerous, and will produce good or bad effects according as those to whom it is given are evil or good. Now, if we look at the authority which the 10 had and at that which the dictators had, it will be seen that the authority of the 10 was incomparably greater. For, when a dictator was appointed, the tribunes, the consuls, the senate, with their respective powers, remained, nor could the dictator take them away. He had, indeed, the power to deprive any one person of the consulate or of his senatorial rank, but he could not annul a decree of the Senate, nor could he make new laws. The result was that, as the authority of the Senate, the consuls, and the tribunes still stood, they came to be, as it were, his guardians, to see that he kept to the straight path. Quite the contrary happened when the 10 were appointed, for the appointment of consuls and tribunes was suspended, and the 10 were given power to make laws and in general to act as if they were the Roman people. So that, finding themselves on their 197. 1.35 6 The use and abuse of dictatorship. Own, without consuls, without tribunes, and without there being any appeal to the people, and that, in consequence, there was no one to look after them, they were able in their second year, urged on by the ambition of a pious, to become arrogant. It should be noted, then, that in saying that authority, granted by free suffrage, never harms any republic, it is presumed that a people is never persuaded to give it except under certain conditions and for a specified time. But when, whether by mistake or owing to some other contributory cause, a republic is persuaded to give it imprudently, in the way in which the Roman people gave it to the 10, the same thing will happen as happened in their case. This is easily proved if we consider what causes kept dictators good and what made the 10 bad, and if we consider further how those states which are looked upon as well ordered, acted. when they gave a long-term authority, as the Spartans did to their kings and as the Venetians do to their doges. For it would appear that in both these cases supervisors were appointed to see to it that they should not be able to abuse their authority. Nor to the autocrat is it of any consequence whether the material be corrupt, for absolute power will very soon corrupt it by making friends and partisans. Nor yet does it hurt him to be poor or without lineage, for riches and every other advantage will at once accrue to him, as will be shown when we come to discuss in detail the aforesaid Decemviri. 36 citizens who have held higher posts should not disdain to accept lower. In the consulship of Marcus Fabius and G. Manlius the Romans gained a most glorious victory over the Veians and the Etruscans, in which Quintus Fabius, the consul's brother, was killed. Quintus had been consul in the previous year. 198. Higher and lower offices. I.36. It may be seen from this how well the institutions of the city were adapted to make it great, and how mistaken are other republics which dispense with this procedure. For, though the Romans had a great esteem for glory, yet they did not deem it an unworthy thing to obey one who had previously been under their command, nor to serve in an army of which they had formerly been commanders-in-chief. In the views, institutions, and practice of citizens in our day, this custom is reversed. Venice even makes the mistake of thinking that a citizen who has held high office should be ashamed to accept a lower, and the state is content that he should decline to accept it. This course, though it may be honorable from the standpoint of a private citizen, is of no use whatsoever from the public standpoint. For a republic rightly places more hope and confidence in a citizen who from a high command descends to a lower, than in one who from a lower command rises to a higher, since on the latter they cannot reasonably rely unless in his entourage they see men so respected and of such virtue that by their advice and authority his inexperience may be corrected. Had there been in Rome the custom which obtains in Venice and in other modern republics and kingdoms, that a person who had once been consul would never want to serve in the army except as consul, numberless events might have happened which would have endangered its freedom, both through the mistakes which the new men would have made, and through the ambition to which they could have the better given rein had they not had around them men in whose presence they were afraid to do wrong. For in that case they would have been more free, and might have used their power to the detriment of the public. Novita. Book 1. Discourses 37-9. The Road to Ruin. 37 On the troubles to which the agrarian laws gave rise in Rome, and how great is the trouble given in a republic by passing a law that is too retrospective and contravenes an ancient custom of the city. Ancient writers were of opinion that men are wont to get annoyed with adversity and fed up with prosperity, both of which passions give rise to the same effects. For, whenever there is no need for men to fight, they fight for ambition's sake, and so powerful is the sway that ambition exercises over the human heart that it never relinquishes them, no matter how high they have risen. The reason is that nature has so constituted men that, though all things are objects of desire, not all things are attainable, so that desire always exceeds the power of attainment, with the result that men are ill content with what they possess and their present state brings them little satisfaction. Hence arise the vicissitudes of their fortune. For, since some desire to have more and others are afraid to lose what they have already acquired, enmities and wars are begotten, and this brings about the ruin of one province and the exaltation of its rival. 200. Retrospective legislation. I.37. I have made these preliminary remarks because the Roman plebs were not content with having made their position secure in regard to the nobles by the creation of tribunes, which necessity constrained them to demand, but, having acquired them, at once began to quarrel with the nobles out of ambition, and to demand also a share in the distribution of honors and of property than which man esteems nothing more highly. This grew into a disease, which led to the dispute about the agrarian law and in the end caused the destruction of the republic. Now, inasmuch as well-ordered republics have to keep the public rich but their citizens poor, 26 it looks as if in the city of Rome this law was defective, either because it had not been so made at the outset as to prevent the need of going back on it, or because the making of it had been so long deferred that to deal now with an old difficulty gave trouble, or because, though well drawn up at the outset, in practice it had become corrupted. Anyhow, it came about that, whenever this law was mentioned in Rome, everything was turned topsy-turvy. In that city, the provisions made by this law fell under two heads. It provided first that no citizen should be allowed to possess above so many acres of land, and, secondly, that all the lands that were taken from an enemy should be divided among the Roman people. This gave offense to the nobility in two ways, for those who possessed more land than the law allowed, and they were the greater part of the nobility, were to be deprived of the overplus, and the sharing of enemy goods among the plebs put a stop to their chance of enriching themselves. Wherefore, since these provisions gave offense to powerful men, and it seemed to them that, in opposing the law, they were acting in the public interest, whenever the question cropped up the whole city was turned topsy-turvy. Alasa stands. 201. 1.37 Agrarian Laws. As has been said, patiently and industriously the nobles sought to put the matter off, either by setting out with an army for foreign parts, or by setting up another tribune against the tribune who proposed the law, or sometimes by a partial concession, or again by sending a colony out to the place where the land was to be distributed. This happened, for instance, in regard to the lands round about Antium, which had given rise to a controversy about the law, for a colony, drawn from Rome, was sent there, to which the lands in that neighborhood were assigned. In regard to this Titus Livy makes a remark worth mentioning. He says that in Rome it was difficult to get men to put their names down to go with the colony, and observes that the plebs were much more keen on voicing in Rome their desire for things than they were in taking possession of them at Antium. Dissatisfaction with this law for a time went on causing trouble in Rome, until the Romans began to lead their armies to the more remote parts of Italy, and beyond it, when for some time it seems to have ceased. This was because the lands which the enemies of Rome possessed, being far away from where any of its plebs lived and in places where it was not easy to cultivate them, the plebs came to be less keen on having them, and again because the Romans were less severe in punishing their enemies by such deprivations, and because when they did despoil a place of the lands in its neighborhood, they were distributed among colonists. This being so, the agrarian law lay dormant until the time of the Gracchi, and, when they raised it again, it spelt the complete destruction of Rome's liberty. For by that time the power of its adversaries was twice as great, and, as a result, the mutual hatred existent between the plebs and the Senate was so intense that it led to armed conflict and bloodshed, in which neither moderation nor respect for civic customs was shown. So that, the public magistrates being unable to find a remedy and none of the 202 retrospective legislation I.37 factions having any longer any confidence in them, recourse was had to private remedies, and each party began to look out for some chief to head and defend it. In this scandal and disorder the plebs took the first step by staking its reputation on Marius, to such effect that it made him 4 times consul. His consulship was in fact continuous, except for short intervals, and this enabled him on his own authority to appoint himself consul on 3 other occasions. As the nobility had no other remedy whereby to counteract this pest, they took to backing Sulla, and, when he was made the head of their party, civil war broke out, and in it, after much bloodshed and many changes of fortune, the nobility got the upper hand. These animosities were revived in the time of Caesar and Pompey. For, when Caesar became the head of the Marian party and Pompey the head of Sulla's, they came to blows. And Caesar got the best of it, and so became Rome's first tyrant. After which that city never again recovered its liberties. Such, then, was the beginning, and such the end of the agrarian law. Elsewhere we have shown that it was enmity between the Senate and populace of Rome that kept Rome free, because it was owing to this that laws were made in favor of liberty. And, though with this conclusion the result of the agrarian law may seem to be incompatible, I must confess that I am not on this account inclined to change my opinion. For, so great is the ambition of the great that unless in a city they are kept down by various ways and means, that city will soon be brought to ruin. Hence, if it was fully 300 years before the agrarian law led to the servitude of Rome, it would, perchance, have led to servitude much sooner, had not the plebs by means of these law and by other demands prompted by their appetites, always kept the ambition of the nobles in check. 203. 1.37-8 The agrarian laws. It is also clear from this that men set much greater store on property than on honors. For the Roman nobility always gave way to the plebs in the matter of honors without causing serious troubles, but, when it came to property, so great was the obstinacy with which they defended it, that in order to satisfy their appetites the plebs had recourse to those irregular means which have been mentioned above. To this disorderly conduct they were moved by the Gracchi, whose intention is more praiseworthy than was their prudence. For, to seek to remove a disorder which has grown inveterate in a commonwealth by making a law that is too retrospective is not a wise course to adopt, and, as has been explained at length above, serves but to accelerate the evil to which the disorder is urging you on, whereas, by temporizing, either the evil will be postponed, or by this means it will in course of time spend itself before it reaches a head. 38 Weak republics suffer from irresolution and cannot reach decisions, and, when they do arrive at one, it is due rather to necessity than to choice. When there was a very great pestilence in Rome, and for this reason it seemed to the Volsci and the Equi that the time had come for them to be able to overcome Rome, these 2 peoples got together a very big army, attacked the Latins and the Hernici, and laid waste their territory, so that they were forced to turn to Rome and to beg the Romans to defend them. The Romans, burdened by the epidemic, replied that the Latins and the Hernici had better look to their own defense, using their own forces, since they were unable to defend them. This shows the generosity and the prudence of the Roman Senate, and how, whatever happened, it always 204. Irresolution I.38 wanted to take the lead in the decisions which those dependent on it had to make, and how it was never ashamed to adopt a course which was contrary to its usual procedure and to other decisions it had made, when necessity required it. I say this because on other occasions the same Senate had forbidden these peoples to arm in their own defense, so that, by a Senate less prudent than was this, it would have been regarded as a loss of dignity to allow them thus to defend themselves. The Roman Senate, however, always faced facts as they should be faced, and always took the lesser evil to be the better alternative. For bad as it felt it to be not to be able to defend its own subjects, and bad as it felt it to be that subjects should have recourse to arms without them, none the less for the reasons given and many others that are obvious, recognizing that with the enemy at their doors they must needs fly To arms in any case, it did the honorable thing, preferring that what they had to do should be done with Rome's permission, so that having disobeyed because needs must, they should not get into the habit of disobeying by choice. But though it would seem that this alternative ought to be adopted by any republic, the fact remains that weak and ill-advised republics neither know how to adopt it nor how to derive honor from such occasions of necessity. Duke Valentine had taken Faenza and made Bologna submit to his terms. Then, since he wanted to return to Rome via Tuscany, he sent one of his men to Florence to ask leave for himself and his army to pass through. A consultation was held in Florence as to what should be done in the matter, and no one advised that leave should be granted. Now, this was not in accord with Roman procedure, for the Duke had armed forces of very great strength, whereas the Florentines were so badly armed that they could not prevent his passage. Hence it would have accorded far better with their honor to have seemed to allow his passage of their own accord, rather than 205. I.38 The agrarian laws be forced to it, for, whereas it brought on them nothing but shame, there would have been less of it had they managed things differently. But the worst thing about weak republics is that they are irresolute, so that all the choices they make, they are forced to make, and, if they should happen to do the right thing, it is force, not their own good sense, that makes them do it. I will give 2 examples which occurred in our day to the government of our city. A. In 1500 King Louis XII of France, having retaken Milan, was ready to restore Pisa for the 50,000 ducats which had been promised to him by the Florentines on its recovery. So he sent his armies to Pisa under the command of Monsieur de Beaumont, who, though a Frenchman, was none the less a man in whom the Florentines had considerable trust. The army and its commander took up a position between Cassina and Pisa, that they might proceed to attack its walls. While waiting a day or so to prepare for the attack, Pisan envoys came to Beaumont and offered to surrender the city to the French troops on these terms. He was to promise, on the king's word, not to hand the city over to the Florentines for 4 months. This offer was turned down altogether by the Florentines, so that the net result was a journey to lay siege to Pisa, and their departure in shame. The only reason for declining this offer was that the Florentines did not trust the king's word. Their policy had been so weak that they had been forced to put themselves in the king's hands, yet they did not trust him. Nor did they see that it was better for the king to be in Pisa and to hand that city over, or, by failing to do so, to disclose his intentions, than for him to promise it them when he hadn't yet got it, and for them to be forced to pay for the promises. Hence they would have done much better to have agreed to Beaumont's taking it under whatever conditions. Anello Stato della nostra città. 206. Recurrent events I.38. 9. A similar incident occurred afterwards in 1502, when Arezzo was in revolt, and the kings of France sent Monsieur Imbald with a French army to the help of the Florentines. Having reached the neighborhood of Arezzo, he began before long to discuss terms with the people of Arezzo, who were ready to surrender the town under certain conditions, just as the Pisans had been. In Florence the offer was turned down. When Monsieur Imbald saw this, it seemed to him that the Florentines had not shown much sense, so he began to discuss terms on his own account, without informing the commissioners. In this he was so successful that a treaty was made to his liking, under which he entered Arezzo with his army, and gave the Florentines to understand that they were mad and had no understanding of the ways of the world. If they wanted Arezzo, they should apply to the king, who was in a better position to give it them now that his army was in the city, than when it was outside. In Florence there was no end to the cutting remarks and vituperations showered on Imbald, nor did it stop until at length they realized that, if Beaumont had been like Imbald, they might have had Pisa as well as Arezzo. In regard, then, to the question under discussion, irresolute republics never choose the right alternative unless they are driven to it, for their weakness does not allow them to arrive at a decision where there is any doubt, and, unless this doubt is removed by some compelling act of violence, they remain ever in suspense. 39 To different peoples the same sort of thing is often found to happen. If the present be compared with the remote past, it is easily seen that in all cities and in all peoples there are the same desires and the same passions as there always were. So that, if one examines with diligence the past, it is easy to foresee the 207. 1.39 Agrarian laws. Future of any commonwealth, and to apply those remedies which were used of old, or, if one does not find that remedies were used, to devise new ones owing to the similarity between events. But, since such studies are neglected and what is read is not understood, or, if it be understood, is not applied in practice by those who rule, the consequence is that similar troubles occur at all times. Since the city of Florence after 94 lost part of its dominions, e.g. Pisa and other towns, it had to make war on those who had occupied them. And, because those who had occupied them were powerful, the result of the war was considerable expense and no fruit. From the expense there resulted heavy taxation, and from the heavy taxation endless complaints by the populace. Since this war was administered by a magistracy consisting often citizens, called the Ten of War, the public in general began to be disgusted with it in that it was responsible both for the war and for the expense. They were convinced that, if this magistracy was abolished, there would be an end to the war, so, when the time came to re-elect it, instead of making new appointments they let it lapse, and, entrusted their affairs to the Signoria. This decision was so disastrous that not only did it fail to stop the war, as the public in general had expected, but it removed the very men who had been administering it wisely, and led to such confusion that, in addition to Pisa, Arezzo was lost, and many other places. Consequently the people repented their mistake. And since the cause of the trouble was the malady, not the doctor, they reappointed the magistracy of the 10. The same passion was aroused in Rome by the title of consul. For, when the people saw one war following on another, and that they never got any rest, they ought to have ascribed it to the ambition of neighbors who were seeking to crush them, whereas they thought it was due to the ambition of nobles who, unable to chastise the plebs within the state. 208. Recurrent events I.39. Where they were protected by the power of the tribunes, were anxious for them to be led forth under consuls that they might oppress them where there was no one to help. For this reason they thought it necessary either to abolish the consuls, or so to regulate their power that they should have no authority over the populace either abroad or at home. The first to propose such a law was Terentillus, a tribune. He proposed that 5 men should be appointed to investigate the consular power and to set limits to it. This incensed the nobles not a little, for it looked to them as if the majesty of government would vanish altogether, and that to the nobility there would no longer remain any status in the republic. The obstinacy of the tribunes was none the less such that the title 01 consul was abolished, and, after certain other ordinances had been made, they were at length content to appoint tribunes with consular power instead of consuls, so that what they had really hated was the title rather than the authority of the consuls. This custom was observed for a long time, but at length, realizing their mistake, they again appointed consuls. Just as the Florentines returned to the 10. Book 1. Discourses 40-45. Sundry reflections based on the Decemvirate. 40. The appointment of the Decemvirate in Rome and what is noteworthy about it, in which will be considered, among other things, how such an incident may lead either to a republic's salvation or to its subjection. Since I am proposing to discuss in detail the events which led to the appointment of the Decemvirate in Rome, it will not be amiss, I think, first to state all that followed on such an appointment, and then to discuss such points as are noteworthy in the behavior of those concerned, and there are many worthy of a careful consideration alike by those whose aim is to maintain the freedom of a republic and by those who plan to bring it into subjection. For such a discussion will bring to light many mistakes made by the Senate and people, which were prejudicial to liberty, and many mistakes made by Appius, the head of the Decemvirate, which were prejudicial to the tyranny which he was proposing to set up in Rome. After many disputes and much conflict between the Senate and the populace in Rome in regard to the drawing up of new laws whereby the freedom of that state might be the better. 210. The Decemvirii.40. Stabilized, it was agreed to send Spurius Postumius with 2 other citizens to Athens for copies of the laws which Solon had given to that city, so that upon them they might base the Roman laws. After their return from this journey, the next step was to appoint men for the purpose of examining and codifying these laws. 10 citizens were appointed for a year. Among them Appius Claudius, a sagacious man, but restless, that they might draw up these laws without reference to anyone else. All other magistrates in Rome were suspended, in particular the tribunes and the consuls. The right of appeal to the people was also suspended, with the result that his magistracy came to all intents and purposes to be a prince dom in Rome. Whereupon, so favored was Appius by the plebs that the whole authority of his colleagues came to be vested in him, for so popular had he made himself by the attitude he adopted that it looked as if in some extraordinary way he had suddenly acquired a new nature and a new character, for up to this moment he had been a cruel persecutor of the plebs. The 10 governed at first with due decorum, and had no more than 12 lictors who marched in front of the Decemvir who was acting as president. And, although they had absolute authority, when they had to punish a citizen for homicide they cited him to appear before the people, and left it to them to pronounce judgment. Their laws they wrote on 10 tables, and, before they were confirmed, they set them before the public so that everyone might read and discuss them to see if there were any defects, with a view to their being amended before the laws were ratified. Apropos of this, Appius caused a rumor to spread through Rome to the effect that, if to these 10 tables 2 more were added, it would make the codex complete. This suggestion provided the populace with an opportunity to reappoint the 10 for another year, to which they readily agreed, because 211. 1.40 Reflections based on the Decemvirate. Consuls would not in that case be reappointed, and because they thought they could get along without tribunes now that they themselves were judging causes, as has been said above. When, then, the decision had been taken to reappoint the 10, all the nobility were keen on getting these honors, with Appius among the foremost, and such was the good will he displayed towards the plebs during his election campaign that his colleagues began to grow suspicious of him. They thought that in view of his great arrogance, this hail-fellow-well-met attitude could scarce be genuine. Hesitating to oppose him openly, they decided to do it by artifice. So, though he was junior to all in point of time, they authorized him to propose the future 10 to the people, thinking that, like others, he would observe the conventions and not propose himself, since in Rome this was not done and was looked on as not quite the thing. Appius, however, seized what was meant to be an obstacle as an opportunity, and put his own name at the head of the list, to the astonishment meant and consternation of all the nobility, and after it, placed 9 other names suited to his purpose. This fresh appointment, made for another year, began to show the people and the nobility the error of their ways. 4. At once Appius dropped the disguise he had been wearing, and began to display his innate arrogance. Nor was it long before his colleagues took up the same line. To overawe the people and the Senate they appointed 120 lictors instead of the usual 12. Fear at this juncture was shared by all alike. Then the 10 began to play up to the Senate and to ill-treat the plebs, and should anyone who had been ill-treated by the one appeal to the other, he was treated worse on appeal than in the first instance. So that the plebs, realizing their mistake, began in their sore affliction to look to the nobles in the hope of regaining a breath of liberty from the source from which they 212. The Decemviri.40 had so dreaded servitude that they had brought the state to this pass. But to the nobility their affliction was a pleasing sight, for it was likely that, disgusted with the present situation, they would want the consuls back. When the seant year came to an end, the 2 tables of laws were ready but had not been published. This provided the 10 with an excuse for continuing their magistracy, and they began to act with violence in order to maintain their status. They made youthful nobles their satellites, and bestowed on them the goods of those they had condemned, with which gifts the youth were corrupted, and preferred license for themselves to liberty for all. It happened at this juncture that the Sabines and the Volsci started to make war on the Romans, and the fear which resulted was such that the 10 began to realize the weakness of their status, for without the Senate they could not make preparations for war, and, if they summoned the Senate, it looked as if they would lose their position. Actually necessity drove them to adopt this latter course. When the senators had assembled, many of them spoke against the arrogance of the 10, particularly Valerius and Horatius, and there would have been an end altogether to their authority if the Senate, out of envy for the plebs, had not wanted to show its power. For they thought that, if the 10 resigned the magistracy of its own accord, they might be able to prevent the reappointment of tribunes of the plebs. They decided, therefore, on war. 2 armies set out, led in part by members of the 10. Appius remained behind to govern the city. It thus came about that he fell in love with Virginia, whom he was intending to seize by force, but her father, Virginius, killed her in order to save her from this. Disturbances followed, alike in Rome and in the armies, which joined with what was left of the Roman plebs, and retired to Mons Sacer, where they remained until the 10 gave up their magistracy. 213. 1.40 Reflections based on the Decemvirate. And tribunes and consuls were appointed and Rome recovered the form of her ancient liberty. In the incidents here related it should, therefore, be noticed first of all that the inconvenience involved in the establishment of this tyranny was due to the same causes as are most tyrannies that are set up in cities, namely to the excessive demand of the people for freedom and to the excessive demand to dominate on the part of the nobles. For, when they fail to agree in making a law conducive to liberty, and, instead, one or other of the parties uses its weight to support a particular person, tyranny at once arises. The populace and the nobility in Rome agreed to appoint the 10, and to invest them with such great authority, owing to the desire which each party had, one to get rid of consular rank and the other to get rid of the tribunate. When they had been appointed and it seemed to the plebs that Appius had become a demagogue and was out to down the nobility, the populace turned to him and gave him its support. But when a people is induced to make the mistake of holding someone in high esteem because he is down on those whom they hold in detestation, and that someone has his wits about him, it will always happen that a tyranny will arise in that city. For he will wait until, with the support of the populace, he has got rid of the nobility, and will not begin to oppress the people until he has got rid of it, by which time the populace will have come to realize that it is a slave and will have no way of escape. This method has always been adopted by those who have established tyrannies in republics, and, if Appius had kept to it, his tyranny would have had a longer lease of life and would not have collapsed so soon. But he did just the opposite, and could not have behaved more unwisely. For in order to maintain his tyranny he made enemies of those who had given it to him and were able to maintain him in it, and enemies of those who had not been ready to give it to him and who 214. The Decemviri.40 would not have been able to maintain him in it. In this way, he lost those who had been his friends, and tried to make friends with those who could not be his friends. For though nobles desire to tyrannize, that part of the nobility which finds itself left out in a tyrannical regime, is always the tyrant's enemy. Nor can he win them all over, for so great is the ambition and the avarice with which they are imbued, that no tyrant can have enough riches and enough honors to satisfy all. Hence Appius in deserting the populace and courting the nobles made a very obvious mistake, alike for the reasons given above and because an attempt to hold anything by sheer force postulates that he who uses force be more powerful than those upon whom force is used. It follows that those who have the public as a whole for their friends and the great ones for their enemies are the more secure, in that their violence is backed by a greater force than it is in the case of those who have the populace for an enemy and the nobility for a friend. 27. For, if the people be friendly, internal forces suffice for their preservation, as they sufficed in the case of Nabis, tyrant of Sparta, when the whole of Greece and the Roman people attacked him, for Nabis, having made sure of the few nobles, and having the people as his friend, With their help defended himself, which he would not have been able to do had they been enemies. But in the alternative case in which one has but few friends at home, internal forces do not suffice, and one has to seek outside help. This has to be of three kinds: first, foreign satellites to protect your person; secondly, the arming of the countryside to do what should be done by the plebs; and, thirdly, a defensive alliance with powerful neighbors. He who adopts these precautions and does it well, even if his people are hostile, should in some fashion be able to look after himself. But Appius could not manage to make sure of the countryside, for the countryside was the same thing as Rome, and he didn't. 215. I.40-41 Reflections based on the Decemvirate. Know what to do, so that he was done for from the very start. The Senate and the people also made a very great mistake in appointing the Decemviri, for, in spite of what has been said earlier in the discourse which dealt with dictators, to the effect that self-appointed magistrates, not those appointed by the people, are prejudicial to liberty, the people should, none the less, in appointing magistrates, create them so that they hesitate to turn to evil ways. And, whereas they should have appointed guardians to see that they behave properly, the Romans took the guardians away, for they made the decem virate the sole magistracy in Rome, and annulled all others. Owing, as we have said above, to the excessive desire of the Senate to get rid of tribunes and of the plebs to get rid of consuls, a desire so strong that it blinded them, and caused them to cooperate in the disorderly procedure. For men, as King Ferdinand used to say, resemble certain little birds of prey, in whom so strong is the desire to catch the prey which nature incites them to pursue, that they do not notice another and a greater bird of prey which hovers over them ready to pounce and kill. This discourse should make plain, as I promised at the start, the mistake the Roman people made in their endeavor to save their freedom, and the mistakes that Appius made in his endeavor to set up a tyranny. 41 A sudden transition from humility to pride, or from kindness to cruelty without appropriate steps in between, is both imprudent and futile. Among other stupid things which Appius did in order to maintain his tyranny, his too sudden change from one character to another is of no small moment. He did well in being so astute as to deceive the plebs by pretending that he was a man of the people. He also effectively employed the means he used to get the Decemviri re-elected. He did well. 216. How easily men may be corrupted. I.4 I2. 2. In being so bold as again to stand for office, contrary to the expectation of the nobility. He did well again to appoint colleagues that suited his purpose. But, though in this he did well, he did not do at all well, as I have pointed out above, in suddenly changing his character from that of a friend of the plebs to that of an open enemy, from being humane to being arrogant, from being easygoing to being difficult, and in doing this so quickly that no one had any excuse for failing to recognize the crookedness of his mind. For he who has at one time seemed to be good, and proposes for his own purposes to become bad, should make the change by appropriate stages, so adapting his conduct to circumstances that, before the change in character has robbed you of your old supporters, it may have brought you so many new ones that your power will not be lessened. Otherwise you will find yourself at large without friends, and so will be undone. 42 How easily men may be corrupted. It should be noted, too, in the affair of the Decemviri, how easily men are corrupted and in nature become transformed, however good they may be and however well taught. Consider, for instance, how the young men whom Appius chose as a bodyguard, soon became the friends of tyranny, for the sake of the small advantages which accrued, and how Quintus Fabius, one of the second 10, though an excellent fellow, was after a while blinded by a little ambition and, under the evil influence of Appius, changed his good habits for bad, and became like him. Due consideration of this will cause all legislators, whether in a republic or a kingdom, to be all the more ready to train human appetites and to deprive them of all hope of doing wrong with impunity. 217. 1.43 Reflections based on the Decemvirate. 43 Those who fight for glory's sake make good and faithful soldiers. Another point to be considered in connection with the above discourse is what a difference there is between a contented army which fights for the glory of the thing and one that is ill-disposed and fights to help on someone's ambition. For, whereas the Roman armies were accustomed to being victorious under the consuls, under the Decemviri they always lost. This shows, among other things, the reason why mercenary troops are useless, for they have no cause to stand firm when attacked, apart from the small pay which you give them. And this reason is not and cannot be sufficient to make them loyal, or to make them so much your friends that they should want to die for you. For in armies in which there is no affection for him for whom they are fighting, such as would make them his partisans, it will be impossible for them ever to have virtue enough to withstand even a moderately valorous foe. Since neither the requisite love nor the requisite enthusiasm can be aroused except in your own subjects, it is necessary, if one desires to retain a form of state, i.e. desires to uphold either a republic or a kingdom, to arm oneself with one's own subjects, as it is manifest that all have done who, by means of armies, have reaped great profit. Under the 10 the Roman armies had the same valor as before, but, because they had not the same disposition towards their rulers, they did not produce the same effect as usual. Whereas as soon as the administration of 10 was abolished, and they began to fight as free men, they recovered the same old spirit, and, in consequence, their attacks produced the same happy results as they had always done. 218. A crowd is useless without a head. I. 44. 44. A crowd 0 is useless without a head. Nor should it first use threats and then appeal for the requisite authority. The plebs of Rome, owing to what had happened to Virginia, withdrew under arms to Mansacre. 28. The Senate sent messengers to inquire by what authority they had deserted their officers and retired to the mountains, and so great was the respect which the plebs had for the authority of the Senate that, since they had none of their leaders with them, no one ventured to reply. Not, says Titus Livy, that they lacked material for a reply, but that they lacked the men to make it. This shows at once how useless a crowd is without a head. Virginius recognized this confusion, and by his instructions, 20 military tribunes were elected that the plebs might have leaders who could discuss matters with the Senate and come to some agreement. When they asked that Valerius and Horatius should be sent to them that they might explain what they wanted, they declined to go until the 10 had been deprived of their magistracy. When they arrived at the mountain where the plebs were assembled, they were told that what the plebs wanted was the appointment of plebeian tribunes, the right of appeal from any magistrate to the people, and the handing over to them of all the 10, whom they proposed to burn alive. Valerius and Horatius approved their first demands, but deprecated the last as barbarous, remarking, "You condemn cruelty, yet lapse into cruelty." They recommended them to drop the question of the 10, and to look instead to the re-establishment of their own authority and power, for after wards they would not lack the means of obtaining satisfaction. This teaches us plainly how stupid and foolish it is, when una multitudine. 219. 1.44-5 Reflections based on the Decemvirate. Asking for something, to announce *, I propose to do such and such a wrong thing with it. For one should not declare one's intentions, but should seek to get what one desires anyhow. There is, for instance, no need in asking someone for a weapon. To say I propose to kill you with it, since you can satisfy your appetite once you have the weapon in your hands. 45. It is a bad precedent to break a new law, especially if the legislator himself does it, and daily to inflict fresh injuries on a city is most harmful to him that governs it. When agreement had been reached and Rome had returned to its ancient form of government, Virginius cited Appius to appear before the people to defend his case. He appeared in the company of many nobles. Virginius ordered him to be put in prison. Appius began to protest loudly, and appealed to the people. Virginius said that he was not worthy to have the right of appeal since he had abolished it, or to have as his defenders a people whom he had ill-treated. Appius replied that the people ought not to violate the right of appeal which they had been so keen on instituting. He was none the less imprisoned, and killed himself before the trial came on. Appius by his wicked life no doubt merited the severest punishment. But it scarce accorded with civic custom to violate the law, especially a law that had just been made. For I do not think a worse example can be set in a republic than to make a law and not to observe it, and when it is not observed by the man who made it, so much the worse. After 94 the government of Florence was reconstituted, with the aid of Friar Girolamo Savonarola, whose writings attest the learning, prudence, and virtue of his mind. For the security of the citizens he had made, among other constitu. 220. The infliction of injuries. I. 45. A law which allowed an appeal to the people from a judgment which, in cases of treason, the 8 and the Signoria had passed. He had advocated this law for some time, and with the greatest difficulty got it accepted. Shortly after it had been sanctioned, it happened that 5 citizens were condemned to death by the Signoria for treason. When they wished to appeal they were not allowed to do so, and the law was not observed. This did more to lessen the reputation of the friar than anything else that befell him. For, if the right to appeal was worth having, he ought to have seen that it was observed. If it was not worth having, he should not have forced it through. The event attracted more notice in that this friar, in not one of the many sermons which he preached after the law had been broken, ever condemned the breach or offered any excuse. For, since it suited his purpose to condemn it he was unwilling, and to excuse it he was unable. Since this made it plain to all that at heart he was ambitious and a party man, it ruined his reputation and brought on him much reproach. It does considerable harm to a state to arouse every day fresh discontent in the minds of your citizens by inflicting fresh injuries on this or that person, as happened in Rome after the fall of the Decemvirate. For all 10 of them, and other citizens besides, were at various times accused and condemned, so that the whole nobility was in a state of extreme terror, since they thought there would be no end to such condemnations, until the whole of the nobility was destroyed. This would have caused great inconveniences in the city if Marcus Tullius, a tribune, had not made provision against it by issuing an edict which made it unlawful for anyone to cite or accuse any Roman citizen for the space of a year, whereby the whole nobility was reassured. This shows how harmful it is to a republic or to a prince to keep the minds of their subjects in suspense and fear by 221. 1.45 Reflections based on the Decemvirate. Continually inflicting punishment and giving offense than this. There is unquestionably no practice more pernicious. For, when men begin to suspect that evil may befall them, they take any means to protect themselves and grow more bold and less restrained in attempting a revolution. It is necessary, therefore, either never to injure anyone, or to inflict the injuries at one go, and then to reassure men and give them ground to expect peace and security. Book 1. Discourses 46-9. The popular demand for a share in government. 46 men pass from one ambition to another, and, having first striven against ill treatment, inflicted next upon others. When the Roman people recovered its liberty and returned to its pristine state, which was now the greater in that many new laws had been made whereby its power was strengthened, it looked as if Rome for the time being would be tranquil. Experience, however, showed that this was not to be, for daily fresh tumults and fresh discords arose. How this came about Titus Livy has cleverly explained. Hence it seems to me relevant to cite here his remarks on this point. He says that either the populace or the nobility always became arrogant when the other party was humbled, that when the plebs was quiet and kept its place, the young nobles began to treat it badly, and that the tribunes could do little to mend matters, because violence was being used also against them. On the other hand, though to the rest of the nobility it seemed that their young men were going too far, it was none the less to their liking that, if excesses had to be committed, their own men should commit them rather than the plebs. Thus the desire for liberty caused each party to oppress the other in so. 223. I.46 Demand for a share in government. Far as it got the upper hand. And the sequence in which these events occur is such that men seek first to be free from apprehension, then make others apprehensive, and that the injuries of which they had ridded themselves, they proceeded to inflict on others. It was as if it were necessary either to treat others ill, or to be ill-treated. In this we see one oft ways in which republics come to be dissolved, and how men pass from one ambition to another. And how true is the saying which S. Alius puts into the mouth of Caesar, that all bad examples arise from good beginnings. The first thing which these citizens who live ambitiously in a republic seek, is, as I have said, not to be ill-treated, neither by private persons nor yet by the magistrates. To obtain this security they form friendships by ways seemingly honest, such as giving pecuniary assistance or protection against the powerful. And, since this appears to be a virtuous act, everyone is easily deceived and so does nothing about it, with the result that such men, persevering and meeting no obstacle, acquire a position of which private citizens are afraid and which the magistrates respect. When they have risen thus far and no obstacle has yet been placed in the way of their greatness, they arrive ultimately at a position which it is very dangerous to assail for the reasons I have already given, namely, the danger of removing an inconvenience from a state in which it has already grown to considerable dimensions. So that in the end it comes to this, either you must look for a way of removing the person concerned with imminent danger of ruin, or you must let him go on, with the prospect of manifest servitude unless death or some accident sets you free. For when a man has reached the stage at which both the citizens and the magistrates are afraid of offending him and his friends, it is not very difficult after that for them to do just what they please and to give offense in their own turn. A republic, therefore, ought to have some institution where 224 mistakes made by the populace I.46-7 by to prevent its citizens from doing wrong under pretense of doing right, and to see that their popularity is helpful, and not harmful to liberty, a point which we shall discuss further in its proper place. 29. 47 Though men make mistakes about things in general, they do not make mistakes about particulars. The Roman people, as I have already said, came to look on the consular office as a nuisance, and wished this office to be thrown open to plebeians, or, alternatively, that the authority of the consuls should be reduced. To prevent the authority of the consuls from being sullied by the adoption of either of these alternatives, the nobility suggested a middle course, and agreed to the appointment of 4 tribunes with consular power who might be either plebeians or nobles. With this the plebs was content, since it was tantamount to abolishing the consulate, and in the highest office oft state they had a share. An event now took place which is noteworthy. When it came to electing these tribunes, though they might have elected plebeians in all cases, all those the Roman people elected were nobles. On this Titus Livy remarks that the result of these elections shows that the attitude adopted in the struggle for liberty and honor was different from that adopted when the struggle was over and gave place to unbiased judgment. If one asks how this could have come about, I believe it came about because men make quite a number of mistakes about things in general, but not so many about particulars. In general, the Roman plebs thought that they deserved the consulate because they were the more numerous party in the city, because it was they who had been exposed to greater danger in the wars, because it was they who by brawn and muscle had kept Rome free and made it powerful. And since, as I have said, this desire appeared to them reasonable, they were 225. 1.47 Demand for a share in government. Determined to acquire this authority by some means or other. But when it came to deciding which particular members of their party to elect, they recognized their weakness and judged that no one of them was worthy of that of which all of them, taken together, had seemed to be worthy, so that being ashamed of their own people, they had recourse to those who were worthy of the office. It is no wonder Titus Livy is astonished at this decision, and remarks, where today will you find in anyone that modesty, fairness, and high-mindedness, which the whole people then displayed. In confirmation of this may be just another notable instance which occurred in Capua after Hannibal had routed the Romans at Cannae. By this disaster the whole of Italy was stirred, and Capua was again on the brink of tumult owing to the hatred which existed between the populace and the Senate. Pacuvius Calabius, who at the time was the city's chief magistrate and realized the danger the city was in, considered how best he could use his position in order to reconcile the plebs with the nobility. This was the plan he adopted. He summoned the Senate, told them of the hatred which the populace had for them, and that this meant they were in danger of being killed and of the cities being handed over to Hannibal, so sorry was the plight the Romans were in. He then added that, if they would leave it to him to deal with the matter, he would do it in such a way that they should again be reunited, but he proposed to lock them up in the palace. And, in order to save them, to appeal to the power which the populace would thus have of chastising them. The senators yielded to his advice. So when he had locked the Senate up in the palace, he called a meeting of the populace, and told them that the time had come when they could humble the pride of the nobility and obtain vengeance for the injuries done them, since the whole Senate was locked up in his custody. He was sure, however, that they would not want 226 mistakes made by the populace. I.47. Their city to remain without a government, so that, if they proposed to kill the old senators, it would be necessary to appoint new ones. With this end in view, he had put the names of all the senators in a bag, from which he would proceed to draw them in their presence. He would then put to death those whose names had been drawn, one after the other, as soon as they had found for each a successor. He then began by drawing out one name. On hearing the man's name, an uproar was raised, and they called him a proud and cruel, an arrogant fellow. Pacuvius then called on them to appoint someone in his stead, whereupon the shouting subsided all together, and after a pause one of the plebs was nominated. At his name some began to hiss, some to laugh, some to abuse him in one way, some in another. And so it went on, time upon time, till all who had been nominated had been judged to be unworthy of senatorial rank. Pacuvius then took occasion to remark, since you think the city cannot get on without a Senate, but are not agreed as to who should replace the old senators, I think the best thing is for you to become reconciled. For the fear which has been hanging over the senators will have so humiliated them that you will find in them now that considerateness for which you have been looking elsewhere. To this they agreed, and unity in this institution was thus brought about, so that the mistake they had been making was discovered as soon as they were forced to get down to particulars. Other mistakes that are made by the populace in judging of things and of the properties of things in general also vanish when they come to study them in detail. After 1494, when those who had been princes in Florence were expelled from that city, and there was no proper government, but rather a state in which anarchy and ambition were commingled and public business was going from bad to worse, many belonging to the popular party, seeing the city going to ruin and discerning no other cause for it, laid the 227 1.47 demand for a share in government blame on those powerful citizens who had fomented the disturbances, that they might be able to set up the kind of state they wanted and take away liberty. They advocated these views in the colonnades and squares, spoke ill of many citizens, and threatened that if ever they got into the signoria they would show them their mistake and would chastise them. It has often happened that a man of this sort has risen to the highest office, and, when he has got there, has looked at things more closely and so has come to recognize the source of the disorders, the dangers which they entail, and the difficulty of putting matters right. Realizing that it is circumstances, not men, that have brought the disorders about, he has then quickly changed both his mind and his line of conduct, for acquaintance with things in detail has removed the wrong impression that had been taken for granted when only general considerations were taken into account. Consequently, those who have heard such a one speak when he was a private person, and, later on, have noticed how silent he remained when he held high office, have ascribed this not to his better acquaintance with affairs, but to his having been suborned and corrupted by the great. It is the sort of thing that happens to many and on many occasions. Hence the proverb which says, he is of a different opinion in the marketplace from what he is in the palace. In view of all that has been said in this discourse, it should be clear, then, that it is possible to make the populace open its eyes as soon as a way can be found of making it see that it is a mistake to generalize, and that it ought to get down to particulars, as Pacuvius made it do in Capua, and the Senate in Rome. We may infer, I think, too, that a wise man will not ignore public opinion in regard to particular matters, such as the distribution of offices and preferments, for here the populace, when left to itself, does not make mistakes, or, if some ai tempi. 228. Prevention of appointment 1-47-8. Times it does, its mistakes are rare in comparison with those that would occur if the few had to make such a distribution. Nor will it be superfluous, I think, for me to point out in the next chapter the means taken by the Senate to delude the populace when it was making its appointments. 48. To prevent an official appointment being given to a base and wicked fellow, either an exceedingly base and wicked man should be put forward as a candidate, or an exceedingly noble and one good man. When the Senate half expected that plebeians would be made tribunes with consular power, it adopted one of these two expedients. Either it put forward as candidates the most reputable men in Rome, or on the other hand, it took suitable means to suborn some rascally and insignificant plebeians and to cause them to mingle with plebeians of higher standing who, in the ordinary course, would stand as candidates, so that they should stand as candidates together. This second expedient made the plebs ashamed to give a man the office, while the first made them ashamed not to give it. This all bears out the proposition laid down in the preceding discourse that, if the populace makes mistakes about Generalities, it does not make mistakes about particulars. 229. 1.49 Demand for a share in government. 49 If those city-states which from the outset have been free as Rome was, find it difficult to formulate laws whereby to maintain liberty, those which have just been servile are faced with a quasi-impossibility. How difficult it is in constituting a republic to foresee all the laws required for the maintenance of liberty, is clearly shown in the development of the Roman Republic, in which, notwithstanding that many laws were laid down first by Romulus, then by Numa, Tullus Hostilius, and Servius, and finally by the 10 citizens appointed for this purpose, in the managing of the city, new needs continually cropped up, and it was necessary to introduce new institutions. An instance of this occurred when they instituted censors. This was one of those provisions which helped to keep Rome free at a time when it was actually enjoying freedom. For in that the censors became the arbiters of Roman customs, they constituted a very powerful instrument which the Romans used in order to postpone the advent of corruption. 30 At the outset, however, they made a serious mistake in the creating of this magistracy, in that the censors were appointed for 5 years. But, before very long, this was corrected by the prudence of the dictator Mamercus, who by a new law reduced the term of their office to 18 months. This the censors, who were on the watch, took so ill that they deprived Mamercus of his senatorial rank, an action of which both the plebs and the patricians strongly disapproved. That history does not tell us whether Mamercus was able to do anything to defend himself, is due either to an omission on the part of historians, or to Rome's institutions being in this respect defective, for it is not well that the procedure of a republic should be such that a citizen can be impugned without redress for promulgating a law in conformity with civic life and liberty. 230. The difficulty of maintaining liberty. Point 49. But to return to the question at issue in this discourse, I say that in the creation of this new magistracy the point to notice is that, if in a state which had been free from the outset and had directed its own affairs, as Rome did, there was great difficulty in devising good laws whereby to maintain liberty, it is no wonder that a city which at the outset was in servitude to another, should find it not merely difficult, but impossible, ever, to draw up a constitution that will enable it to enjoy tranquility in the conduct of its affairs. This is illustrated by what happened to the city of Florence, which, owing to its having been at the outset under the dominion of the Roman Empire, and to its having always lived under foreign rule, remained for a time abject and without thought for its own condition. Later, however, when it got time to breathe, it began to make its own institutions, but found it impossible to make good ones, for they were mixed up with the old ones, which were bad. It carried on thus for 200 years, of which there are reliable records, without ever getting a form of government such as would entitle it rightly to be called a republic. The difficulty which it experienced, all states experience which have had a like beginning. And although time and again, ample authority was given by free and public suffrage to a few of its citizens to reform it, they never used it to draw up a constitution to the common advantage, but always in the interests of their own party, with the result that not order, but greater disorder, was brought about in that city. Take, for instance, one particular point. I maintain that one of the things that has to be taken into account by one who is drawing up a constitution for a republic, is the question into the hands of what men should authority to inflict punishment on its citizens be placed. Rome's institution here was a good one, for an appeal to the people was ordinarily allowed, and if an important case arose in which to defer action, pending an 231. 1.49 Demand for a share in government appeal, was dangerous, they had recourse to a dictator who dealt with it straightway, but to this remedy they never had recourse unless driven to it by necessity. Whereas Florence, and other cities which came into being in the same way, being servile, vested this authority in a foreigner, who fulfilled this function as his prince should direct. When, later on, they obtained their freedom, they continued to give this authority to a foreigner whom they called the captain, which was a most pernicious practice, seeing how easily such an official could be corrupted by powerful citizens. But later still, owing to a change in the form of government, a change took place in this institution, and they appointed 8 citizens to fulfill the function of the captain. This institution was bad and became worse, for reasons which have been given elsewhere, namely, that the few were always the servants of the few, and these the more powerful men. Against this abuse the city of Venice has safeguarded itself by having 10 citizens who are empowered to punish any citizen without appeal, and, lest the 10 should not suffice for the punishing of the powerful, though they have authority to do this, they have set up the tribunal of 40 and, yet further, have decided that the court of rogation, which is the greater council, shall have power to punish them, so that there is no shortage of judges there to keep the powerful in check, given that there be no shortage of accusers. Seeing, then, that in Rome, which had its own constitution, drawn up by so many wise men, there were ever arising fresh causes which forced it to introduce new institutions in support of the liberties it enjoyed, it is no wonder that in other cities, which were more lacking in order at the start, there should arise such difficulties that they can never be reconstituted. Aright. Book 1. Discourses 50-55. The management of the populace. 50 No 1 Department 0, and no one official 1 asterisk in a state should be able to hold up proceedings. When Titus Quintius Cincinnatus and Gaius Julius Mento were consuls in Rome, they fell out, and thus stopped all Proceedings in that republic. When the Senate, seeing this, advised the appointment of a dictator to do what the quarrel between the consuls prevented them from doing, the consuls, though they disagreed in everything else, were in agreement about just one thing, not wanting to appoint a dictator. So, the Senate, having no other remedy, had recourse to the tribunes for help, who, with the authority of the Senate behind them, forced the consuls to submit. Here should be noted first the utility of the tribunate, for it was useful not only in bridling the ambition of the powerful, which militate against the plebs, but also in bridling the ambition which they displayed one against the other. Secondly, it is to be noted that in a state there should never be an institution which allows the few to decide on any matter which, in the ordinary course of things, is essential to the maintenance. A concilio. B. Magistrate. Citta. 233. I.505 The management of the populace. Of the Commonwealth. For instance, if you empower a council to distribute preferments and emoluments, or a magistracy to administer some department, it is expedient either to make it necessary for them to take action or to arrange for someone else to have the power and duty of acting, should they be unwilling to act. Otherwise the institution will be defective and dangerous, as it would have been in Rome if it had not been possible to overcome the obstinacy of the consuls by the authority of the tribunes. In the Republic of Venice the great council distributes preferments and emoluments, and at times it has happened that at their general meeting, owing either to annoyance or to a misapprehension, they failed to appoint successors to some of the city magistrates and to those who administered their dominions elsewhere. This caused much disorder because all at once subject territories and the city itself lacked legally constituted judges. Nor was there any redress so long as this council at its general meeting remained dissatisfied and failed to realize its mistake. This inconvenience would have reduced that city to sore straits, if some prudent citizens had not met the case by passing on a suitable occasion a law prohibiting all magistrates from vacating any office to which they had been, or should be, appointed within and without the city, till they had been relieved and their successors appointed. This council was thus deprived of the privilege of being able to hold up public business to the danger of the republic. 51 A republic or a prince should ostensibly do out of generosity what necessity constrains them to do. Prudent men always and in all their actions make a favor of doing things even though they would of necessity be constrained to do them anyhow. The Roman Senate made good use of prudence, deciding to use public money to pay 234. Forestalling the ambitious I.5 men on military service. It had been the custom for soldiers to pay their own expenses, but the Senate saw that in such case they could not make war for long, and, in consequence, would neither be able to lay siege to towns, nor to lead their armies far afield. Since, therefore, they thought it necessary to be able to do both these things, they decided that the troops should be paid a stipend, but did it in such a way that they made a favor of doing what necessity had constrained them to do. So acceptable was this gift to the plebs that Rome went mad with delight, for it seemed to them that they had received a great benefaction which they had never expected, and which they would never have asked for themselves. And, though the tribunes tried hard to remove this impression, pointing out that it would increase the burden on the plebs instead of ending it, since it would be necessary to levy taxes to be able to defray the cost, nonetheless they were quite unable to prevent the plebs welcoming the change. It was made the more welcome, too, by the way in which the taxes were distributed, for those imposed on the nobility were heavier and greater, and they had to be paid first. 52 The safer and less scandalous way to repress the arrogance of one who has risen to power in a republic is to forestall him in the methods he uses to come by this power. We have seen in the last chapter what credit the nobility acquired with the plebs by their seeming bounty of granting the soldiers' pay, and by the way in which taxes were levied. Had the nobility kept up this practice, they would have prevented any tumult in the city, would have deprived the tribunes of the credit they had with the plebs, and so would have deprived them of their authority. For certainly in a 235. 1.52 The management of the populace republic, and especially in a corrupt republic, there cannot be a better, less scandalous, or easier way of thwarting the ambition of any citizen than by forestalling him in the routes he traverses to get to the goal he proposes to reach. If this method had been adopted by the enemies of Cosimo de' Medici, it would have been much better than driving him out of the city. For had his competitors among the citizens adopted his style and played up to the populace, they would have taken out of his hands the weapons which availed him most, and there would have been no tumults and no violence. Piero Soderini had acquired great repute in the city of Florence simply by using this method, i.e. playing up to the public, who thus came to look upon him as a man who was devoted to the liberty of the city. It would certainly have been much easier, much more honest, less dangerous, and less harmful to the republic, had those citizens who were envious of his greatness forestalled the methods by which he made himself great, instead of opposing him in such a way that they ruined themselves, and, in doing so, brought ruin also on everybody else in the republic. For, if they had taken from his hands the weapons he used to make strong his position, which they could easily have done, they would have been able to oppose him on all councils and in all public debates without incurring suspicion and without regard for anybody. And, should any one answer that, if the citizens who hated Piero made the mistake of not forestalling the methods whereby he had acquired repute with the people, Piero himself had made the same mistake in that he had not forestalled the methods used by his adversaries in order to frighten him, there was in Piero's case an excuse. For it would have been difficult to do. And such methods were in his eyes dishonest because the methods they used in attacking him consisted in playing up to the Medici, with whose help they got the better of him and in the end ruined him. Piero, therefore, could not in decency. 236. Forestalling the ambitious I.52. Play such a part, which would have meant destroying not only his good name, but the liberty of which he had been appointed the guardian. Nor could he have supported the Medici in secret and for the time being, since this would have been most dangerous in his case, for, should he have been discovered to be the friend of the Medici, he would at once have become suspect and odious to the populace, and this would have made it yet easier for his enemies to attack him than it had been before. Men ought, therefore, in choosing between alternatives, to consider the snags and the dangers involved, and not to adopt that which may entail more danger than advantage, even though they have the backing of an assembly in what they have decided upon. Because, if they do otherwise, it may well happen in their case as it did in that of Tullius Cicero, who, in attempting to remove those who favored Mark Antony, did but increase their numbers. For Mark Antony had been declared by the Senate to be an enemy of the state, and had collected together a large army consisting for the most part of soldiers who had espoused Caesar's cause. In order to deprive him of these soldiers, Tullius advised the Senate to give preferment to Octavian, and to send him with the consuls Hirtius and Pansa, against Mark Antony, alleging that, as soon as the soldiers who were following Mark Antony heard the name of Octavian, who was Caesar's nephew and had adopted the name of Caesar, they would leave the former and join him, which would leave Mark Antony devoid of supporters, so that it would be easy to overcome him. The result was just the opposite, for Mark Antony won over Octavian, who left Tullius and the Senate in the lurch, and joined him. This affair led to the utter destruction of the aristocratic carrot party. This might easily have been foreseen. The Senate ought not. Adela partigli automaty, optimates being the technical term. Then in use for the wealthier and more aristocratic party. 237. I.52-3 The management of the populace. To have given credence to Tullius's arguments, but should have borne ever in mind that name which had so gloriously wiped out its enemies and acquired the princedom of Rome. Nor should they have expected to be able to do anything consistent with the name of liberty with the help of his relatives and his supporters. 53 The populace, misled by the false appearance of advantage, often seeks its own ruin, and is easily moved by splendid hopes and rash promises. When the city of Veii had been taken, it occurred to the Roman populace that it would be of advantage to the city of Rome if half its inhabitants went to live in Veii, for it was argued that, since Veii was situated in a rich neighborhood, was full of buildings and near to Rome, one half of Rome's citizens might prosper there, and yet not be so near to Rome as to interfere with its civic proceedings. The project seemed to the Senate and to wiser folk in Rome to be so futile and so likely to do harm that they openly declared that it would be better to suffer death than to agree to such a plan. The result was that, when the matter came up for discussion, the plebs became so incensed against the Senate that there would have been an armed conflict and bloodshed, had not the Senate been shielded by some citizens of mature age and high repute, and had not the plebs been deterred by the respect it had for them from proceeding further with its impertinence. Two things here are noteworthy. First of all, the populace, misled by the false appearance of good, often seeks its own ruin, and, unless it be brought to realize what is bad and what is good for it by someone in whom it has confidence, brings on republics endless dangers and disasters. Again, when by ill chance the populace has no confidence in anyone at all, as sometimes happens owing to its having been deceived in the 238 deceptive appearances I.53 passed either by events or by men, it spells ruin, and necessarily so. Apropos of which Dante said in the discourse he made on monarchy that the populace often used to cry long live its death, and death to its life. From this unreadiness to trust anybody it sometimes happens that a republic fails to reach the right decision, as has been said above of the Venetians, who, when attacked by numerous enemies, could not decide whether or not to save the situation by restoring what they had taken from others, for it was this that had led to the war and caused princes to form the league against them, until ruin came upon them. Turning now to the question of what it is easy and what difficult to persuade a people, this distinction may be made. Either that of which you have to persuade it looks at first sight like a sure thing, or it looks like a lost cause, or, again, it may seem to it a bold thing or a cowardly thing to do. When proposals which have been laid before the populace look like sure things, even though concealed within them disaster lies hid, or when it looks like a bold thing, even though concealed within it lies the republic's ruin, it will always be easy to persuade the masses to adopt such a proposal. And, in like manner, it will always be difficult to persuade them to adopt a course which seems to them cowardly or hopeless, even though safety and security lie hid beneath it. What I have said is borne out by numerous instances, Roman and non-Roman, modern and ancient. For instance, it was in this way that a poor view came to be taken in Rome of Fabius Maximus, who failed to persuade the Roman people that the republic would do well to go slowly with the war against Hannibal and to act on the defensive instead of attacking him. For that people thought such a course cowardly and saw no advantage in it, nor had Fabius reasons enough to make them see his point. So blind indeed are peoples in matters concerning their own safety that, although the Roman people 239. 1.53 The management of the populace had made the mistake of authorizing Fabius's master of horse to attack, contrary to Fabius's wish, and although by the action, thus authorized, the Roman army would have been routed had not Fabius had the prudence to come to the rescue, yet so little did they profit by this experience that they afterwards made Varro consul, not on the score of merit, but because he had gone about everywhere proclaiming in the squares and public places that he would break Hannibal if they would but give him the command. The result was the battle and rout at Cannae, which almost ruined Rome. Let me give yet another instance of such conduct in Rome. Hannibal had been in Italy for 8 or 10 years and had slaughtered Romans right and left throughout the whole of this province, when Marcus Centenius Pinula, a low-born fellow, though he had held some rank in the forces, came to the Senate and offered, if they would authorize him to form an army of volunteers drawn from any place he pleased in Italy, to present them in a very short time with Hannibal either dead or alive. To the Senate this rascal's request seemed foolhardy. Yet, in view of the fact that, if they refused it and the populace got to know of their decision, there would be disturbances and the odium would fall on those of senatorial rank, they granted it, preferring to expose to danger all who should follow him, rather than to arouse fresh resentment in the populace, for they knew how eagerly such a course would be welcomed and how difficult it would be to dissuade them. So the rascal went with a disorderly and undisciplined mob to look for Hannibal, and was defeated and killed, together with all his followers, at the first encounter. In Greece, in the city of Athens, Nicias, a man both of weight and wisdom, could never persuade the people of that city of the folly of invading Sicily, with the result that against the advice of those who knew better, they took a decision which led to the total ruin of Athens. 240. Deceptive appearances. I.53. When Scipio became consul and was keen on getting the province of Africa, promising that Carthage should be completely destroyed, and the Senate would not agree to this, because Fabius Maximus was against it, he threatened to appeal to the people, for he knew full well how pleasing such projects are to the populace. One might cite relevant instances from our own city. For example, when Messer Ercole Bentivoglio, commander of the Florentine forces, together with Antonio Jacomini, after they had defeated Bartolomeo di Albiano at San Vincente, went to besiege Pisa, this attack was decided upon by the populace in view of Messer Ercole's bold promises, though many wise citizens were against it, nor was there any way out, since the project had been put forward by the general will, based as it was on the assurances given by the commander of the army. I claim, then, that there is no easier way of bringing disaster on a republic in which the populace has authority, than to engage it in undertakings which appear bold, for, if the populace is of any account, it is bound to be taken up, nor will those who are of a different opinion be able to do any thing to stop it. But if this brings ruin to a city, it brings ruin still more frequently to the particular citizens put in charge of such an enterprise. For the populace, having taken victory for granted, when defeat comes, do not blame it on fortune or on the helplessness of the person in command, but on his malevolence or his ignorance. Hence, usually he gets either killed or imprisoned or exiled, as happened to numberless Carthaginian generals and to many Athenians. Nor does it help such a one to have won victories in the past, for the present disaster cancels them all out. This was what happened to our friend, Antonio Jacomini. For, when he failed to take Pisa, as the populace expected and as he had promised to do, he fell into such disgrace with the 241. 1.53 For the management of the populace that, notwithstanding his countless services in the past, he owed his life rather to the compassion of those in power than to any cause which weighed in his favor with the populace. 54 How great an influence a grave man may have in restraining an excited crowd. The second thing to be noted in regard to the incident related in the last chapter is that nothing is more suitable to restrain an excited crowd than respect for some man of gravity and standing who in person confronts them. Hence not without reason does Virgil say, if then some grave and pious man appear, they hush their noise and lend a listening ear. This being so, a person who has command of an army or who finds himself in a city where a tumult has arisen should present himself before those involved with as much grace and dignity as he can muster, wearing the insignia of whatever rank he holds in order to impress them. A few years ago Florence was divided into two factions, the Fraitzki and the Arrabbiati, as they were called. When they came to blows, the Fraitzki were overpowered, among whom was Pagolo Antonio Soderini, a citizen of considerable repute in those days. During the disturbance the populace, having armed itself, went to his house to pillage it. In the house they found by chance Messer Francesco, his brother, then Bishop of Volterra, and now a cardinal. On hearing the noise and seeing the crowd, he at once donned his most magnificent robes, put his episcopal rochette over them, confronted the armed crowd, and by his presence and his words, held them up. This event was talked of and applauded for several days throughout the whole of the city. I conclude, therefore, that there is no surer or more necessary means of 242. Equality and privilege. 1-54-5. Restraining an excited crowd than the presence of a man worthy of its respect, who appears before it in person. If then we turn to the aforesaid incident, one notices how obstinately the Roman plebs had taken up the suggestion that they should go to Veii because they thought it advantageous and did not perceive the harm which it involved, and how, when disturbances arose, trouble would have ensued if the Senate had not, by means of grave and highly respected men, restrain their madness. 55. That it is very easy to manage things in a state in which the masses are not corrupt, and that, where equality exists, it is impossible to set up a principality, and, where it does not exist, impossible to set up a republic. Though what is to be feared and what is to be hoped for in states that are corrupt has been sufficiently discussed else. Where, 31. It does not seem to me irrelevant to consider here a decision made by the Senate in regard to the vow which Camillus had made to give a 10th part off booty taken from the Veians to Apollo. This booty had come into the hands of the Roman plebs, and, since there was no other way of obtaining an account of it, the Senate made an edict requiring everyone to bring to the public treasury a 10th part of what he had seized. This decision was not carried into effect since the Senate later adopted other ways and means of rendering to Apollo the satisfaction which was due from the plebs. It is apparent, nonetheless, from this decision what trust the Senate had in the goodness of the plebs, in that it felt sure that no one would fail to bring forth immediately all that the edict prescribed. It shows, too, that the plebs had no thought of acidity, as in the title of the chapter. 243. 1.55 The management of the populace. Acting fraudulently in regard to the edict by handing over less than was due. What they did, instead, was to get rid of the edict by showing plainly how indignant they were with it. This example, and many others which have already been cited, show how great was the goodness and the respect for religion which then prevailed among the Roman people, and how much could be expected of them. For where such goodness prevails, one cannot but anticipate good conduct. It cannot, on the other hand, be expected in these days in territories which are obviously corrupt, as is Italy above all other lands. France and Spain, too, share in this corruption. And if in these countries disorders are apparently not so great as those that occur daily in Italy, this is not so much due to the goodness of the people there, for in goodness they are ably lacking, as to their having a king who keeps them united, not merely by his personal virtues, but by constitutional methods, which in those kingdoms as yet are not corrupt. In the province of Germany it is quite clear that goodness and respect for religion are still to be found in its peoples, with the result that many republics there enjoy freedom and observe their laws in such a way that neither outsiders nor their own inhabitants dare to usurp power there. 32. And that it is true of these republics that in them there still prevails a good deal of the goodness of ancient times, I propose to make clear by giving an example similar to that related above of the Roman Senate and people. When these republics have need to spend any sum of money on the public account, it is customary for their magistrates or councils, in whom is vested authority to deal with such matters, to impose on all the inhabitants of a town a tax of 1 or 2% of the value of each one's property. The decision having been made, each person presents himself to the tax collectors in accordance with the constitutional practice of the town. He then takes an oath to pay the appropriate sum, and throws into 244. Equality and privilege. I.55. A chest provided for the purpose the amount which he conscientiously thinks that he ought to pay, but of this payment there is no witness save the man who pays. This is an indication of how much goodness and how much respect for religion there still is in such men, for presumably each pays the correct sum, since, if he did not do so, the tax would not bring in the amount estimated on the basis of previous collections made in the customary way, and failure to realize it would reveal any fraud, and in that case some other method of collecting the tax would have been adopted. This goodness is the more to be admired in these days in that it is so rare. Indeed, it seems to survive only in this province. This is due to two things. In the first place, the towns have but little intercourse with their neighbors, who seldom go to visit them, or are visited by them, since they are content with the goods, live on the food, and are clothed with the wool which their own land provides. The occasion for intercourse, and with it the initial step on the road to corruption, is thus removed, since they have no chance of taking up the customs, either of the French, the Spaniards or the Italians, nations, which, taken together, are the source of worldwide corruption. The second reason is that those states where political life survives uncorrupted, do not permit any of their citizens to live after the fashion of the gentry. 1 On the contrary, they maintain their perfect equality, and to lords and gentry residing in that province are extremely hostile, so that, should any perchance fall into their hands, they treat them as sources of corruption and causes of trouble, and kill them. 33. To make it clear what is meant by the term gentry, I would point out that the term gentry is used of those who live in idleness on the abundant revenue derived from their estates, without having anything to do either with their cultivation or a uso de gentilhomo. 245. L. 1.55 The management of the populace, with other forms of labor essential to life. Such men are a pest in any republic and in any province, but still more pernicious are those who, in addition to the aforesaid revenues, have castles under their command and subjects who are under their obedience. Of these two types of men there are plenty in the kingdom of Naples, the Papal States, the Romagna and Lombardy. It is owing to this that in these provinces there has never arisen any republic or any political life, for men born in such conditions are entirely inimical to any form of civic government. In provinces thus organized no attempt to set up a republic could possibly succeed. To reconstitute them, should anyone want to do so, the only way would be to set up a monarchy there. The reason for this is that, where the material is so corrupt, laws do not suffice to keep it in hand. It is necessary to have, besides laws, a superior force, such as appertains to a monarch, who has such absolute and overwhelming power that he can restrain excesses due to ambition and the corrupt practices of the powerful. This argument is borne out by the case of Tuscany, in whose territory, small as it is, one finds that there have long been 3 republics, Florence, Siena, and Lucca, and that the other cities of this province, though in a way servile, yet are of such a mind and have such a constitution that either they maintain their freedom, or would like to do so. All of which is due to there being in Tuscany no baronial castles, and either none or very few gentry, and to the presence thereof so great an equality that a wise man, familiar with ancient forms of civic government, should easily be able to introduce there a civic constitution. But, so great has been Tuscany's misfortune that, up to the present she has come across nobody with the requisite ability and knowledge. From this discussion the following conclusion may be. Uno vivere civil, i.e. of constitution, then in a very broad sense. Better to say way of life. BRC. 246. Equality and privilege I.55. Drawn, that, where the gentry are numerous, no one who proposes to set up a republic can succeed unless he first gets rid of the lot, and, 2, that, where considerable equality prevails, no one who proposes to set up a kingdom or principality, will ever be able to do it unless from that equality he selects many of the more ambitious and restless minds and makes of them gentry in fact and not in name, by giving them castles and possessions and making of them a privileged class with respect both to property and subjects, so that around him will be those with whose support he may maintain himself in power, and whose ambitions, thanks to him, may be realized. As to the rest they will be compelled to bear a yoke which nothing but force will ever be able to make them endure. Between force and those to whom force is applied a balance will thus be set up, and the standing of every man, each in his own order, will be consolidated. But, since to convert a province, suited to monarchical rule, into a republic, and to convert a province, suited to a republican regime, into a kingdom, is a matter which only a man of outstanding brain power and authority can handle, and such men are rare, there have been many who have attempted it but few who have had the ability to carry it through. For the magnitude of an undertaking of this kind is such that it breaks down at the very beginning, partly because men get terrified and partly because it hampers them. With my thesis that where there are gentry it is impossible to set up a republic, the experience of the Venetian Republic may, perhaps, appear to be incompatible, for in that republic no man may hold any office unless he be a gentleman. 2. Which the answer is that this case in no way conflicts with my thesis, since gentlemen in this republic are so in name rather than in point of fact, for they do not derive any considerable income from estates, their great wealth is based on mercant ise and movable goods. Moreover, none of them have castles. 247. 1.55 The management of the populace. Nor have they any jurisdiction over men. The name gentle man in their case is but a title, indicative of their standing. It is not based on any of the grounds which lead other cities to call people gentlemen. Just as in other republics different classes go by different names, so in Venice the population is divided into gentlemen and commoners, and it has decided that of these the former alone shall hold, or be eligible for, office, from which the latter are wholly excluded. Why this does not cause disorder in that town has already been explained. Let, then, a republic be constituted where there exists, or can be brought into being, notable equality, and a regime of the opposite type, i.e. a principality, where there is notable inequality. Otherwise what is done will lack proportion and will be of but short duration. 34. Book 1. Discourses 56-60. The advantages of popular government. 56 Before great misfortunes befall a city or a province, they are preceded by portents or foretold by men. How it comes about I know not, but it is clear both from ancient and modern cases that no serious misfortune ever befalls a city or a province that has not been predicted either by divination or revelation or by prodigies or by other heavenly signs. There is no need to go far afield to prove this. Everybody knows how, before King Charles VIII of France came to Italy, his coming was frequently foretold by Friar Girolamo Savonarola, and how, in addition to this, it was said that armed hosts had been heard and seen in the sky above Arezzo fighting one with the other. Everybody knows, too, how before the death of Lorenzo de' Medici the Elder, the upper part of the cathedral was struck by a thunderbolt which did much damage to that edifice. Everybody knows also how, a short time before Piero Soderini, who had been made Gonfalonier for life by the people of Florence, was banished and stripped of his rank, the palace was in like manner struck by lightning. Plenty of further examples might be cited, but I pass them over lest I should bore you. I shall mention only what Titus 249. I.56-7 Advantages of popular government. Livy has to say about what happened before the Gauls came to Rome, namely, that a plebeian called Marcus C. Decius reported to the Senate that, as he was going along the Via Nova, he heard in the middle of night a voice, louder than a man's voice, bidding him to go and inform the magistrates that the Gauls were coming to Rome. The cause of such events should be discussed and explained, I think, by someone versed in things natural and supernatural. And this we are not. It may be, of course, as some philosophers would have it, that the atmosphere is full of spirits, endowed by nature with the virtue to foresee the future, who out of sympathy for men give them warning by means of such signs so that they may look to their defense. Anyhow, what ever be the explanation, there is evidence showing that such things happen, and that, after them, in all provinces there supervene extraordinary and novel events. 57 The plebs united is strong, but in itself it is weak. In consequence of the ruin wrought in their country by the incursions of the Gauls, there were many Romans who went to live in Veii, despite the decree and the orders of the Senate. To remedy this disorder the Senate by public edicts required everyone within a specified time and under specified penalties to return to Rome and to reside there. Those against whom these edicts were proclaimed, at first made fun of them, but when it came to the point, all of them obeyed. Whereupon Titus Livy makes this remark, as a crowd they were a fierce lot, but, as individuals each was so afraid that he obeyed. It would, indeed, scarce be possible to describe better the natural behavior of a crowd in such circumstances than it is described in this passage. For, in criticizing the decisions of their ruler the masses are often bold, but when they see before their eyes the penalty attached, each mistrusts the other, and they hasten to obey. This shows beyond a doubt that scant 250 plebs united. Point 57. Attention should be paid to what the people says about their own good or evil dispositions, provided your regime be such that you can hold it if it be well disposed, and, if ill disposed, can see to it that it does you no harm. By ill disposed I mean here a disposition that arises from some cause other than that of having lost its freedom, or having lost a prince who was beloved and is still alive, because ill dispositions which arise from such causes are more formidable than anything else whatsoever, and to hold them in check great precautions are required, whereas its other ill dispositions are easy to handle when there are no leaders to whom the populace can appeal. Because, though in one sense there is nothing more formidable than the masses, a disorganized and without a head, in another sense there is nothing more weak. For it should be easy to restore order, even though they have arms in their hands, provided you have some stronghold in which to seek refuge from their first onslaught, since, when their ardor cools off a little, and each sees the other turning back to go home, they begin to lose confidence and to look to their own safety either by taking fight or by coming to terms. If, then, an excited crowd wants to avoid these dangers, it should at once make one of its members a leader so that he may correct this defect, keep the populace united, and look to its defense, as did the Roman plebs, when, after the death of Virginia, they quitted Rome and for safety's sake appointed 20 of their members as tribunes. If this be not done, what Titus Livy says in the passage quoted above, always comes about, i.e., when together all are strong, but when each begins to consider the danger he is in, they become cowardly and weak. Una multitudine. The terms plebe /el popolo /una multitudine 1 and el la multitudine are used here as more or less synonymous. One might almost translate the mob. Walker had translated a crowd, which is too neutral, although mob is too pejorative. I prefer masses, as he himself renders multitudine. The next section, some shades of meaning are important. Machiavelli is really saying that the masses can never become a people while they act like a mob. BRC 251. Point 58 Advantages of popular government. 58 The masses are more knowing and more constant than is a prince. Nothing is more feudal and more inconstant than are the masses. So says our author, Titus Livy, and so say all other historians. For in the records of the actions men have performed one often finds the masses condemning someone to death, and then lamenting him and ardently wishing he were alive. The Roman people did this in Manlius Capitolinus's case. First they condemned him to death, then urgently wished him back. Of this our author says that soon after he had ceased to be a danger, the desire for him took hold of the people. And again, when describing the events which happened in Syracuse after the death of Hieronymus, the nephew of Hiero, he says, it is of the nature of the masses either servilely to obey or arrogantly to domineer. I know not whether the view I am about to adopt will prove so hard to uphold and so full of difficulties that I shall have either shamefully to abandon it or laboriously to maintain it, for I propose to defend a position which all writers attack, as I have said. But, however that may be, I think, and always shall think there can be no harm in defending an opinion by arguments so long as one has no intention of appealing either to authority or force. I claim, then, that for the failing for which writers blame the masses, any body of men one cares to select may be blamed, and especially princes, for anyone who does not regulate his conduct by laws will make the same mistakes as the masses are guilty of. This is easily seen, for there are and have been any number of princes, but of good and wise ones there have been but few. I am speaking of princes who have succeeded in breaking the bonds which might have held them. A la multitudine. 252. Reliability of princes and peoples. Point 58. In check, among which I do not include those kings who were born in Egypt when that most ancient of ancient realms was governed in accordance with the law, nor those born in Sparta, nor those born in France in our own times, for the kingdom of France is better regulated by laws than is any other of which at present we have knowledge. Kings who are born under such conditions are not to be classed among those whose nature we have to consider in each individual case to see whether it resembles that of the masses, for, should there be masses regulated by laws in the same way as they are, there will be found in them the same goodness as we find in kings, and it will be seen that they neither arrogantly dominate nor servilely obey. Such was the Roman populace, which, so long as the republic remained uncorrupt, was never servilely obsequious, nor yet did it ever dominate with arrogance. On the contrary, it had its own institutions and magi's traits and honorably kept its own place. But when it was necessary to take action against some powerful person, it did so, as is seen in the case of Manlius, of the Ten, and in the case of others who sought to oppress it. Also, when it had to obey dictators or consuls in the public interest, it did so. Nor is it any wonder that the Roman populace wanted Manlius Capitolinus back when he was dead, for what they wanted was his virtues, which had been such that his memory evoked everyone's sympathy, and would have had power to produce the same effect in a prince, for all writers are of opinion that virtue is praised and admired even in one's enemies. Again, had Manlius, in response to this desire, been raised from the dead, the Roman populace would have passed on him the same sentence as it did, have had him arrested and, shortly after, have condemned him to death, though, for that matter, one also finds that reputedly wise princes have put people to death and then wished them alive again. Alexander, for instance, in the case of Clitus and other of his friends, and 253. I.58 Advantages of popular government. Herod in the case of Mariam. But the truth is that what our historian says of the nature of the masses is not said of the masses when disciplined by laws, as were the Romans, but of undisciplined masses, like those of Syracuse, which made the same kind of mistakes as do men when infuriated and undisciplined, just as did Alexander the Great and Herod in the cases cited. 35. The nature of the masses, then, is no more reprehensible than is the nature of princes, for all do wrong and to the same extent when there is nothing to prevent them doing wrong. Of this there are plenty of examples besides those given, both among the Roman emperors and among other tyrants and princes, and in them we find a degree of inconstancy and changeability in behavior such as is never found in the masses. I arrive, then, at a conclusion contrary to the common opinion which asserts that populaces, when in power, are variable, fickle, and ungrateful, and affirm that in them these faults are in no wise different from those to be found in certain princes. Were the accusation made against both the masses and princes, it would be true, but, if princes be accepted, it is false. For when the populace is in power and is well ordered, it will be stable, prudent, and grateful, in much the same way, or in a better way, than is a prince, however wise he be thought. And, on the other hand, a prince who contemns the laws, will be more ungrateful, fickle, and imprudent than is the populace. Nor is inconstancy of behavior due to a difference in nature, for they are pretty much the same, or, if one be better than the other, it is the populace. It is due to the greater or less respect which they have for the laws under which both alike are living. If we consider the Roman populace, it will be found that for 400 years they were enemies to the very name of king and lovers of glory and of the common good of their country. Of both characteristics the Roman populace affords. 254. Reliability of princes and peoples. I.58. Numerous and striking examples. And, should anyone bring up against me the ingratitude the populace displayed towards Scipio, my answer is that I have already discussed this question at length and have there shown the ingratitude of the populace to be less than that of princes. While in the matter of prudence and stability I claim that the populace is more prudent, more stable, and of sounder judgment than the prince. Not without good reason is the voice of the populace likened to that of God, for public opinion is remarkably accurate in its prognostications, so much so that it seems as if the populace by some hidden power discerned the evil and the good that was to befall it. With regard to its judgment, when two speakers of equal skill are heard advocating different alternatives, very rarely does one find the populace failing to adopt the better view or incapable of appreciating the truth of what it hears. While, if in bold actions and such as appear advantageous it errs, as I have said above, so does a prince often err where his passions are involved, and these are much stronger than those of the populace. It is found, too, that in the election of magistrates the populace makes a far better choice than does the prince, nor can the populace ever be persuaded that it is good to appoint to such an office a man of infamous life or corrupt habits, whereas a prince may easily and in a vast variety of ways be persuaded to do this. Again, one finds that when the populace begins to have a horror of something it remains of the same mind for many centuries, a thing that is never observed in the case of a prince. For both these characteristics I shall content myself with the evidence afforded by the Roman populace, which in the course of so many hundreds of years and so many elections of consuls and tribunes did not make for elections of which it had to repent. So much, too, as I have said, was the title of king hated that no service rendered by one of its citizens who ambitioned it, could render him immune. 255. I.58 Advantages of popular government. From the penalties prescribed besides this, one finds that cities in which the populace is the prince, in a very short time, extend vastly their dominions much more than do those which have always been under a prince, as Rome did after the expulsion of the kings, and Athens after it was free of Pisistratus. This can only be due to one thing: government by the populace is better than government by princes. Nor do I care whether to this opinion of mine all that our historian has said in the aforesaid passage or what others have said, be objected. Because if account be taken of all the disorders due to populaces, and of all those due to princes, and of all the glories won by populaces and all those won by princes, it will be found that, alike in goodness and in glory, the populace is far superior. And if princes are superior to populaces in drawing up laws, codes of civic life, statutes, and new institutions, the populace is so superior in sustaining what has been instituted, that it indubitably adds to the glory of those who have instituted them. In short, to bring this topic to a conclusion, I say that, just as princely forms of government have endured for a very long time, so, too, have republican forms of government, and that, in both cases it has been essential for them to be regulated by laws. For a prince who does what he likes is a lunatic, and a populace which does what it likes is unwise. If, therefore, it be a question of a prince subservient to the laws and of a populace chained up by laws, more virtue will be found in the populace than in the prince, and if it be a question of either of them loosed from control by the law, there will be found fewer errors in the populace than in the prince, and these of less moment and much easier to put right. For a licentious and turbulent populace, when a good man can obtain a hearing, can easily be brought to behave itself, but there is no one to talk to a bad prince, nor is there any remedy except the sword, from which an inference may be drawn in regard. 256. Reliability of princes and republics. I.58-9. To the importance of their respective maladies, for, if to cure the malady of the populace a word suffices and the sword is needed to cure that of a prince, no one will fail to see that the greater the cure, the greater the fault. When the populace has thrown off all restraint, it is not the mad things it does that are terrifying, nor is it of present evils that one is afraid, but of what may come of them, for amidst such confusion there may come to be a tyrant. In the case of bad princes it is just the opposite, it is present evils that are terrifying, but for the future there is hope, since men are convinced that the evil ways of a bad prince may make for freedom in the end. Thus one sees the difference between the two cases amounts to the same thing as the difference between what is and what must come to be. The brutalities of masses are directed against those whom they suspect of conspiring against the common good, the brutalities of a prince against those whom he suspects of conspiring against his own good. 36. The reason why people are prejudiced against the populace is because of the populace anyone may speak ill without fear and openly, even when the populace is ruling. But a prince's people speak with the utmost trepidation and the utmost reserve. Nor does it seem to me foreign to my purpose, since I find the topic attractive, to discuss in the next chapter on which more reliance can be placed, on confederations made by a republic or on confederations formed by a prince. 59. What confederations or leagues can be trusted most? Those made with a republic or those made with a prince? Since it happens every day that a prince forms a league or an alliance with another prince, or a republic with some other republic, and in like manner confederations and agreements are made between a republic and a prince, I think. 257. 1.59 Advantages of popular government. Inquire which contracts are the more stable and on which ought more store to be set, on those made by a republic or on those made by a prince. All things considered, I believe that in many cases they are alike, but that in some there is a difference. Furthermore, I believe that forced agreements will be kept neither by a prince nor by a republic. I believe that when they come to be afraid for the safety of their estate, both the one and the other, rather than lose it, will break their agreement with you, and treat you with ingratitude. Demetrius, who was called the conqueror of Citus, had fared endless benefits on the Athenians. But, when, later, he was beaten by his enemies and sought refuge in Athens, a friendly city which was under an obligation to him, it refused to admit him, a thing that caused him more pain than did the loss of his people and the loss of his army. After Pompey was beaten by Caesar in Thessaly, he sought refuge with Ptolemy in Egypt, whom, earlier on, he had reinstated in his kingdom, and was killed by him. These events were clearly due to the same causes, yet more consideration and less injustice was displayed by the republic than by the prince. It will be found, then, that where there is fear there is in fact the same attitude towards contracts. And, should one find either a prince or a republic facing ruin in order to keep a contract, this, too, may be due to like causes. It may well happen, for instance, in the case of a prince that he is the ally of some powerful prince who has no opportunity of defending him at the time, but by whom he may hope to be restored to his principality in due course, or, again, having acted as one of his partisans, he may think it impossible to find one of the prince's enemies with whom he can make an agreement or come to terms. This was the lot of all those princes of the kingdom of Naples who espoused the cause of the French. It was also, in 258. Reliability of princes and republics. I.59. The case of republics, the lot of Saguntum in Spain which saw itself ruined because it had espoused the cause of Rome, and of Florence owing to her having in 1512 remained loyal to the cause of the French. If all things be taken into account, however, I am of opinion that in cases in which there is imminent danger, republics will be found to be more reliable than princes. For though republics may have the same intention and the same desire as a prince, they are slower to act and take more time than a prince in arriving at a decision. Consequently they take more time over the breaking of a treaty than does a prince. Federations are dissolved for the sake of some advantage, and in this republics abide by their agreements far better than do princes. Instances might be cited of treaties broken by princes for a very small advantage, and of treaties which have not been broken by a republic for a very great advantage. This happened in regard to a proposal which Themistocles laid before the Athenians, to whom he announced in a speech that he had a piece of advice to give them which would be of great advantage to their country, but that he dare not mention it in public, for, if he did, it might spoil their chance of acting on it. Hence the Athenians deputed Aristides to hear what he had to say, and to decide what to do about it according to what he thought of the proposal. Themistocles then pointed out that the warships of all Greece, with respect to which they had treaty obligations, lay in a place where they could easily get hold of and destroy them, which would make the Athenians masters of that country. When Aristides reported to the people that Themistocles' plan was highly advantageous, but extremely dishonest, the people on this account would have nothing at all to do with it. Philip of Macedon would not have acted thus. 37 Nor would other princes who in their enterprises and conquests have gained more by breaking their word than by any other device. 259. 1.59 to 60 Advantages of popular government. I say nothing of pacts which are allowed to lapse through non-observance, since this is the ordinary thing. I am speaking of those which are broken for some reason outside the ordinary. And with respect to these I am of opinion, in view of what I have said above, that the populace is guilty of fewer faults than is the prince, and that, in consequence, it is more to be trusted than is a prince. 60 That the consulate and all other offices in Rome were conferred without respect to age. It is attested by historical records that after the consulate had been thrown open to the plebs, the Roman Republic granted it to its citizens without respect either to age or to birth. In Rome indeed no attention had ever been paid to age. What it had always looked for was virtue, whether in the young or in the old. Valerius Corvinus, who was made consul in his 23rd year, bears witness to this, for he said in a speech to his troops, that the consulate was the reward of virtue, not of birth. Whether this practice is to be commended or not is open to no small question. It was necessity that constrained the Romans to disregard birth, and the necessity Rome experienced should be operative in every state that would meet with the same success that Rome had, as has been remarked on other examples. For one cannot put men to inconvenience without rewarding them, nor can they be deprived of the hope of obtaining the reward without danger. It soon became expedient, therefore, to give the plebs cause to hope for the consulate, a hope which it entertained for a while without having the consulate. This then failed to suffice, and it became expedient to give it effect. Should a state not avail itself of its plebs in any glorious undertaking, it can treat it as it. 260. Age irrelevant to office. 1.60. Likes, a point we have made elsewhere. But if it wants to do what Rome did, it must make no such distinction. This being granted, nothing can be adduced in favor of a distinction in regard to age. On the contrary, it is necessary to disregard it, for in appointing a young man to a post which demands the prudence of an older man, it will be found that, should the masses have to elect, they will give the post to one who has performed some noteworthy actions. And when a young man is of such virtue that some noteworthy deed of his has become a matter of public knowledge, it would be most harmful if the state could not then avail itself of him, but should have to wait till he had grown old and had lost that vigor of mind and that expeditiousness of which his country at the time could have made good use. Thus Rome made use of Valerius Corvinus, of Scipio, of Pompey, and of many others, who won triumphs as very young men. Book 2. The growth of Rome's empire. Book 2 is concerned with the means Rome took to increase its empire. It is based on the account Livy gives of the wars in which Rome was engaged. As in Book 1, the discourses have been grouped under headings which are not to be found in the text. LJW. Book 2. The growth of Rome's empire. The preface. Men always, but not always with good reason, praise bygone days and criticize the present, and so partial are they to the past, that they not only admire past ages the knowledge of which has come down to them in written records, but also, when they grow old, what they remember having seen in their youth. And, when this view is wrong, as it usually is, there are, I am convinced, various causes to which the mistake may be due. The first of them is, I think, this: the whole truth about olden times is not grasped, since what redounds to their discredit is often passed over in silence, whereas what is likely to make them appear glorious is pompously recounted in all its details. For so obsequious are most writers to the fortune of conquerors that, in order to make their victories seem glorious, they not only exaggerate their own valorous deeds, but also magnify the exploits of the enemy, so that anyone born after wards either in the conquering or in the conquered province may find cause to marvel at such men and such times, and is bound, in short, to admire them and to feel affection for them. Another reason is that, since it is either through fear or through envy that men come to hate things, in the case of the past the two most powerful incentives for hating it are lacking. 2*5. Preface to Book 2. Since the past cannot hurt you nor give you cause for envy, whereas it is otherwise with events in which you play a part, and which you see with your own eyes, for of these you have an intimate knowledge, are in touch with every detail, and in them find, mingled with the good, also much which displeases you, so that you cannot help thinking them far inferior to the remote past, even though in fact the present may be much more deserving of praise and renown. I am not here referring to what pertains to the arts, For in themselves they have so much luster that time can scarce take away or add much to the glory which they themselves deserve. I am speaking of things appertaining to human life and human customs, the evidence for whose merit is not so clear to one's eyes. My answer is, then, that it is true there exists this habit of praising the past and criticizing the present, and not always true that to do so is a mistake, for it must be admitted that some times such a judgment is valid because, since human affairs are ever in a state of flux, they move either upwards or downwards. Thus one sees a city or a province that has been endowed with a sound political constitution by some eminent man, thanks to its founder's virtue for a time go on steadily improving. Anyone born in such a state at such a time, is wrong if he gives more praise to the past than to the present. And his mistake will be due to the causes we have mentioned above. But those who are born in the city or province later on, when there has come a time in which it is on the decline and is deteriorating, will not then be in error. When I reflect that it is in this way that events pursue their course, it seems to me that the world has always been in the same condition, and that in it there has been just as much good as there is evil, but that this evil and this good has varied from province to province. This may be seen from the knowledge we have of ancient kingdoms, in which the balance of good and evil changed from one to the other owing to changes in 266. Preface to Book 2. Their customs, whereas the world as a whole remained the same. The only difference was that the world's virtue first found a home in Assyria, then flourished in Media and later in Persia, and at length arrived in Italy and Rome. And, if since the Roman Empire there has been no other which has lasted, and in which the world's virtue has been centered, one none the less finds it distributed among many nations where men lead virtuous lives. There was, for instance, the kingdom of the Franks, the kingdom of the Turks, i.e. that of the Sultan, and today all the peoples of Germany. Earlier still there were the Saracens, who performed such great exploits and occupied so much of the world, since they broke up the Roman Empire in the east. Hence, after ruin had overtaken the Romans, there continued to exist in all these provinces and in all these separate units, and still exists in some of them, that virtue which is desired and quite rightly praised. If, then, anyone born there praises the past over and above the present, he may well be mistaken, but anyone born in Italy who has not become at heart an ultramontane, or anyone born in Greece who has not become at heart a Turk, has good reason to criticize his own times and to praise others, since in the latter there are plenty of things to evoke his admiration, whereas in the former he comes across nothing but extreme misery, infamy and contempt, for there is no observance either of religion or of the laws, or of military traditions, but all is besmirched with filth of every kind. And so much the more are these vices detestable when they are more prevalent among those who sit on the judgment seat, prescribe rules for others, and expect from them adoration. But to return to our main point, I maintain that if man's judgment is biased when he tries to decide which is the better, the present age, or some past age of which he cannot have so perfect a knowledge as he has of his own times precisely, because it is long since past, this ought not to bias the judgment. 267. Preface to Book 2. Of old men when they compare the days of their youth with those of their old age, for of both they have had the same knowledge and experience. Nor would it in point of fact, if, during the various phases of their lives men judged always in the same way and had the same appetites. But, as men's appetites change, even though their circumstances remain the same, it is impossible that things should look the same to them, seeing that they have other appetites, other interests, other standpoints, from what they had in their youth. For, since, when men grow old, they lack energy but increase in judgment and prudence, it is inevitable that what in their youth appeared to be tolerable and good, in their old age, should become intolerable and bad, so that, instead of blaming the times, they should lay the blame on their own judgment. Furthermore, human appetites are insatiable, for by nature we are so constituted that there is nothing we cannot long for. But by fortune we are such that of these things we can attain but few. The result is that the human mind is perpetually discontented, and of its possessions is apt to grow weary. This makes it find fault with the present, praise the past, and long for the future, though for its doing so no rational cause can be assigned. Hence I am not sure but that I deserve to be reckoned among those who thus deceive themselves, if in these my discourses I have praised too much the days of the ancient Romans and have found fault with our own. Indeed, if the virtue which then prevailed and the vices which are prevalent today were not as clear as the sun, I should be more reserved in my statements lest I should fall into the very fall for which I am blaming others. But as the facts are there for anyone to see, I shall make so bold as to declare plainly what I think of those days and of our own, so that the minds of young men who read what I have written may turn from the one and prepare to imitate the other whenever fortune provides them with occasion for so doing. For it is the duty of a good man to 268. Preface to Book 2. Point out to others what is well done, even though the malignity of the times or of fortune has not permitted you to do it for yourself, to the end that, of the many who have the capacity, someone, more beloved of heaven, may be able to do it. Having, therefore, in the discourses of the last book spoken of the decisions the Romans came to in regard to the internal affairs of the city, in this we shall speak of the measures the Roman people took to increase their empire. Book 2. Discourses 1-5. Methods of expansion. 1. Whether virtue or fortune was the principal cause of the empire which Rome acquired. Many are of opinion, and among them Plutarch, a writer of great weight, that the Roman people was indebted for the empire it acquired rather to fortune than to virtue. Among other reasons he adduces, he says that the Roman people by their own confession admit this, since they ascribed all their victories to fortune, and erected more temples to fortune than to any other god. It would seem that with this view Livy also agrees, for rarely does he put into the mouth of any Roman a speech in which he tells of virtue without conjoining fortune with it. With this view I cannot by any means agree, nor do I think it can be upheld. For if there is nowhere to be found a republic so successful as was Rome, this is because there is nowhere to be found a republic so constituted as to be able to make the conquests Rome made. The adjut was the virtue of her armies that Cagus J.M.Jo. acquire an empire, and it was her constitutional procedure and the peculia, customs vyio2. For her first legislator that enabled her to maintain what she had acquired, as will be explained at length in many of the discourses which follow. 270. Empire, Virtue, and Fortune H.I. The aforesaid writers claim that Rome's never having been engaged in two very big wars at one and the same time was due to the fortune, not to the virtue, of the Roman people. For there was no war with the Latins until Rome had so thoroughly beaten the Samnites that she had to go to war in their defense. Nor did the Romans fight the Tuscans until the Latins had been subjugated and the Samnites were almost entirely exhausted by frequent defeats, yet had two of these powers, while yet intact and vigorous, united together. It is easy to conjecture, nor can one doubt, that it would have meant ruin for the Roman Republic. Anyhow, however it came about, it is a fact that the Romans never had two very big wars going on at the same time. On the contrary, one finds that either when one began the other faded out, or that when one faded out the other began. This can easily be seen from the order in which their wars took place. For, setting aside those waged before Rome was taken by the Gauls, we see that, while they were fighting with the Equi and the Volsci, no other people attacked them so long as the Equi and Volsci were strong. It was only after they were beaten that the war with the Samnites arose, and although before this war was over the Latin peoples rebelled against the Romans, yet, when this rebellion occurred, the Samnites were already in alliance with Rome and with their armies helped the Romans to subjugate Latin insolence. When they had been subjugated, the war with Samnium flared up again. And when the forces of the Samnites were beaten owing to the many roots inflicted on them, war with the Tuscans broke out, and, when this was settled, the Samnites started a fresh one, owing to the arrival of Pyrrhus in Italy. On Pyrrhus being repulsed and sent back to Greece, they started on their first war with the Carthaginians, and, scarce was this war over, when all the Gauls, both from this and from the other side of the Alps, conspired against the Romans, with the result that they were 271. Eli methods of expansion. Defeated with immense slaughter between Populonia and Pisa, where the Tower of St. Vincent now stands. When this war ended, they had no war of any importance for the space of 20 years, for they fought with no one except the Ligurians and what remained of the Gauls in Lombardy. Matters stood thus until the Second Punic War, which led to Italy s being occupied for 16 years. When this came to an end amid great glory, the Macedonian War broke out, and when this was over, there came the war with Antiochus and with Asia. After which victories there remained in the whole world neither princes nor republics which, either alone or all together, could successfully oppose the forces of Rome. If, before the final victory, we consider well the order in which these wars took place and the Roman method of procedure, it will be seen that in them, mingled with fortune, was virtue and prudence of a very high order. Hence, if one looks for the cause of this fortune, it should be easy to find. For it is quite certain that, when a prince and a people has acquired such repute that each of the neighboring princes and peoples is afraid to attack it and fears it, no one will ever assault it unless driven thereunto by necessity, so that it will be open, so to speak, to that power to choose the neighbor on which it seems best to make war, and industriously to foster tranquility among the rest. In this, owing in part to the respect they have for its power, and in part to their being deceived by the means it takes to lull them to sleep, they readily acquiesce. For other powers, which are farther away, and have no intercourse with it, look on the affair as remote from their interests and as no concern of theirs, and in this error they remain until the conflagration is at their doors. Nor, when it arrives, have they any means of stopping it, except by their own forces, which will then be inadequate, since the state in question has now become very powerful. 272. Empire, Virtue, and Fortune Eli. I do not propose to deal with the Samnites, who stood by, watching the Roman people overcome the Volsci and the Equi, and lest I should be too prolix, only the Carthaginians, who were already a great power and in great esteem and the Romans were fighting the Samnites and the Tuscans, for they held the whole of Africa, held Sardinia and Sicily, and had dominion over part of Spain. This their power, conjoined with the fact that they were remote from the confines of the Roman people, accounts for their never having thought of attacking the Romans, or of helping the Samnites and Tuscans. On the contrary, they acted as men do when things seemed to be moving rapidly in another's favor, namely, came to terms with her, and sought her friendship. Nor was the mistake thus made at the outset realized until the Romans had conquered all the peoples that lay between them and the Carthaginians, and they began to contend with each other for the dominion of Sicily and Spain. The same thing happened to the Gauls, to Philip, king of Macedon, and to Antiochus, as happened to the Carthaginians. Whilst Rome was engaged with some other state, each of them thought the other state would beat Rome, and that they had time enough to protect themselves against her either by peaceful or by warlike methods. I am of opinion, therefore, that the fortune which Rome had in these matters, all rulers would have who should emulate Roman methods and should be imbued with the same virtue. I should point out in this connection how the Romans behaved on entering foreign provinces, had I not spoken of it at length in my treatise on Principalities, 38, for I have there discussed the question fully. Here I shall make but this remark. In passing, the Romans always took care to have in new provinces some friend to act as a ladder up which to climb, or a door by which to enter, or as a means whereby to hold it. Thus we see that with the help of the Capuans they got 273. I 2 methods of expansion. Into Samnium, of the Camertini into Tuscany, of the Mamertini into Sicily, of the Saguntines into Spain, of Masinissa into Africa, of the Aetolians into Greece, of Eumenes and other princes into Asia, of the Massilians and the Aedui into Gaul. Hence they never lacked supporters of this kind to facilitate their enterprise alike in acquiring the province and in holding it. Peoples who observe such customs will be found to have less need of fortune than those who do not observe them well. That everyone may the better know how much more virtue helped the Romans to acquire their empire than did fortune. We shall in the next chapter discuss the character of the peoples with whom they had to fight, and show how obstinate they were in defending their liberty. 2. Concerning the kind of people the Romans had to fight, and how obstinately they defended their freedom. Nothing made it harder for the Romans to conquer the peoples of the central and outlying parts of Italy than the love which in those times many peoples had for liberty. So obstinately did they defend it that only by outstanding virtue could they ever have been subjugated. For numerous instances show to what dangers they exposed themselves in order to maintain or to recover it, and what vendettas they kept up against those who had taken it away. The study of history reveals, too, the harm that servitude has done to peoples and to cities. There is, indeed, in our own times only one country which can be said to have in it free cities, whereas in ancient times quite a number of genuinely free peoples were to be found in all countries. One sees how in the times of which we are speaking at present the peoples of Italy from the Apennines which now divide Tuscany from Lombardy, right down to its toe, were all of them free. The Tuscans, the Romans, the Samnites were, for instance, and so were many other peoples. 274. Expansion and freedom. H.2. Who dwelt in other parts of Italy. One never hears of there being any kings, apart from those who reigned in Rome, and Porsenna, the king of Tuscany, whose stock became extinct. Though history does not tell us how. It is quite clear, however, that at the time when the Romans laid siege to Veii, Tuscany was free. Moreover, it enjoyed its freedom so much, and so hated the title of prince, that, when the people of Veii appointed a king in that city for the purpose of defense, and asked the Tuscans to help them against the Romans, the Tuscans, after many consultations had been held, decided not to give help to the people of Veii so long as they lived under a king, since they held that they could not well defend a country whose people had already placed themselves in subjection to someone else. It is easy to see how this affection of peoples for self-government comes about, for experience shows that cities have never increased either in dominion or wealth, unless they have been independent. It is truly remarkable to observe the greatness which Athens attained in the space of 100 years after it had been liberated from the tyranny of Pisistratus. But most marvelous of all is it to observe the greatness which Rome attained after freeing itself from its kings. The reason is easy to understand, for it is not the well-being of individuals that makes cities great, but the well-being of the community. And it is beyond question that it is only in republics that the common good is looked to properly, and that all that promotes it is carried out, and, however much this or that private person may be the loser on this account, there are so many who benefit thereby that the common good can be realized, in spite of those few who suffer in consequence. The opposite happens where there is a prince, for what he does in his own interests usually harms the city, and what is done in the interests of the city harms him. Consequently, as Adel Viver Libero. 275. 0.2 Methods of expansion. Soon as tyranny replaces self-government, the least of the evils which this tyranny brings about are that it ceases to make progress and to grow in power and wealth, more often than not, nay always, what happens is that it declines. And should fate decree the rise of an efficient sixth tyrant, so energetic and so proficient in warfare that he enlarges his dominions, no advantage will accrue to the commonwealth, but only to himself, for he cannot bestow honors on the valiant and good citizens over whom he tyrannizes, since he does not want to have any cause to suspect them. Nor yet can he allow the cities he acquires to make their submission to, or to become the tributaries of, the city of which he is the tyrant, for to make it powerful is not to his interest. It is to his interest to keep the state divided so that each town and each district may recognize only him as its ruler. In this way he alone profits by his acquisitions, not his country. Should anyone desire to confirm this view by a host of further arguments, let him read Xenophon's treatise on tyrannicide. 9. It is no wonder, then, that peoples of old detested tyrants, and gave them no peace, or that they were so fond of liberty, and held the word itself in such esteem, as happened when Hieronymus, the grandson of Hiero, the Syracusan, was killed in Syracuse, and the news of his death came to his army, which was then not very far from Syracuse. At first there was a tumult, and men took up arms against those who had killed him, but when they perceived that in Syracuse the cry was for liberty, they were so delighted to hear the word, that all became quiet, and, setting aside their anger against the tyrannicides, they began to consider how self-government could be organized in that city. Nor is it surprising that peoples are so extraordinarily revengeful towards those who have destroyed their liberty. Of this there are numerous examples, but I propose to give a www Viver Libera. B Virtuosa. C Per Virtu Arm. 276. Expansion and Freedom H.2. But 1, which happened in Corcyra, a city of Greece, during the Peloponnesian War. Greece was then divided into two parties, of which one supported the Athenians, the other the Spartans. The result was that in many cities internal dissensions arose, some advocating an alliance with Sparta, others an alliance with Athens. This happened in Corcyra, where the nobles got the upper hand, and deprived the populace of its liberty. But with the help of the Athenians the populace regained their strength, laid hands on all the nobles, and shut them up in one prison which held them all. Then they took them, 8 or 10 at a time, on the plea of banishing them to various parts, and then to set an example put them to death with much cruelty. When those who were left heard of this, they considered whether there was any possible way in which they could escape this ignominious death. So, having armed themselves with anything at hand, they defended the entrance to the prison, and fought with those who tried to get in. The result was that, when rumors of this reached the populace, they came in a crowd, removed the upper story and roof from the building, and smothered the inmates beneath the ruins. Many well-known instances of a like horrible nature happened later in this country. We thus see how true it is that a liberty which you have actually had taken away is avenged with much greater ferocity than is a liberty which someone has only tried to take awti. If one asks oneself how it comes about that peoples of old were more fond of liberty than they are today, I think the answer is that it is due to the same cause that makes men today less bold than they used to be, and this is due, I think, to the difference between our education and that of bygone times, which is based on the difference between our religion and the religion of those days. For our religion, having taught us the truth and the true way of life, leads us to ascribe less esteem to worldly honor. Hence the Gentiles, who held it in high 277. H.2 Methods of expansion. Esteem and looked upon it as their highest good, displayed in their actions more ferocity than we do. This is evidenced by many of their institutions. To begin with, compare the magnificence of their sacrifices with the humility that characterizes ours. The ceremonial in ours is delicate rather than imposing, and there is no display of ferocity or courage. Their ceremonies lack neither pomp nor magnificence, but, conjoined with this, were sacrificial acts in which there was much shedding of blood and much ferocity, and in them great numbers of animals were killed. Such spectacles, because terrible, caused men to become like them. Besides, the old religion did not beatify men unless they were replete with worldly glory, army commanders, for instance, and rulers of republics. Our religion has glorified humble and contemplative men, rather than men of action. It has assigned as man's highest good humility, abnegation, and contempt for mundane things, whereas the other identified it with magnanimity, bodily strength, and everything else that conduces to make men very bold. And, if our religion demands that in you there be strength, what it asks for is strength to suffer rather than strength to do bold things. 40. This pattern of life, therefore, appears to have made the world weak, and to have handed it over as a prey to the wicked, who run it successfully and securely, since they are well aware that the generality of men, with paradise for their goal, consider how best to bear, rather than how best to avenge, their injuries. But, though it looks as if the world were become effeminate and as if heaven were powerless, this undoubtedly is due rather to the pusillanimity of those who have interpreted our religion in terms of laissez-faire 90, not in terms of virtue. For, had they borne in mind that religion permits us to exalt and defend the fatherland, they degree I7 Samo Bene, the summum bonum, a technical scholastic term. B Principi. C Cosumana. Devotio. 278. Expansion and Freedom H.2. Would have seen that it also wishes us to love and honor it, and to train ourselves to be such that we may defend it. This kind of education, then, and these grave misinterpretations account for the fact that we see in the world fewer republics than there used to be of old, and that, consequently, in peoples we do not find the same love of liberty as there then was. Yet I can well believe that it was rather the Roman Empire, which, with its armed forces and its grandiose ideas, wiped out all republics and all their civic institutions, that was the cause of this. And though, later on, Rome's empire disintegrated, its cities have never been able to pull themselves together nor to set up again a constitutional regime, save in one or two parts of that empire. Anyhow, however this may be, the Romans encountered in all parts of the world, however small, a combination of well-armed republics, extremely obstinate in the defense of their liberty, which shows that, if the virtue of the Roman people had not been of a rare and very high order, they would never have been able to overcome them. Of instances which bear this out, I shall cite but one case, that of the Samnites. It is a remarkable thing, as Livy admits, that they should have been so powerful and their arms so strong that they were able to withstand the Romans right up to the time of Papirius Cursor, the consul, son of the first Papirius, i.e. to withstand them for the space of 46 years in spite of many disastrous defeats, the destruction of towns and the slaughter of the inhabitants of their country, a slaughter so great that this country, in which there were formerly seen so many cities and so many inhabitants, was now almost deserted, whereas at one time, it was so well ordered and so strong that it would have been insuperable if it had not been confronted with a virtue such as Rome's Auri ordinare alia vita civil. Again, this is constitution as a way of life, not simply as legal powers. BRC 279. E.2 Methods of expansion. It is easy, moreover, to see whence arose that order and how this disorder came about. For it is all due to the independence which then was and to the servitude which now is. Because, as has been said before, all towns and all countries that are in all respects free, profit by this enormously. For wherever increasing populations are found, it is due to the freedom with which marriage is contracted and to its being more desired by men. And this comes about where every man is ready to have children, since he believes that he can rear them and feels sure that his patrimony will not be taken away, and since he knows that not only will they be born free, instead of into slavery, but that, if they have virtue, they will have a chance of becoming rulers. One observes, too, how riches multiply and abound there, alike those that come from agriculture and those that are produced by the trades. For everybody is eager to acquire such things and to obtain property, provided he be convinced that he will enjoy it when it has been acquired. It thus comes about that, in competition one with the other, men look both to their own advantage and to that of the public, so that in both respects wonderful progress is made. The contrary of this happens in countries which live in servitude, and the harder the servitude, the more does the well-being to which they are accustomed dwindle. Of all forms of servitude, too, that is the hardest which subjects you to a republic. First, because it is more lasting, and there is no hope of escape. Secondly, because the aim of a republic is to deprive all other corporations of their vitality, and to weaken them, to the end that its own body corporate may increase. A prince who makes you his subject does not do this unless he be a barbarian who devastates the country and destroys all that man has done for civilization, as Oriental princes do. On the contrary, if his institutions be humane and he behave constitutionally, he will more often than not be. 280. Expansion and citizenship 2.2-3. Equally fond of all the cities that are subject to him, and will leave them in possession of all their trades and all their ancient institutions. So that, if they are unable to increase, as free cities do, they will not be ruined like those that are enslaved. I refer here to the servitude that befalls cities which are subject to a foreigner, for of those that are subject to one of their own citizens I have already spoken. He who reflects, therefore, on all that has been said, will not wonder at the power the Samnites had when free, or at the weakness that befell them later, when they became a subject state. This Titus Livy attests in several places, particularly in his account of the war with Hannibal, where he shows how the Samnites, when they had been maltreated by a legion which lay at Nola, sent messengers to Hannibal to ask him to come to their aid. In their address they told him that for 100 years they had been fighting the Romans with their own troops and their own officers, and that often they had held up 2 consular armies and 2 consuls, but that now they had come to such a pass that they could scarce hold their own against the small Roman legion that was at Nola. 3. Rome became a great city by ruining the cities round about her, and by granting foreigners easy access to her honors. Rome meanwhile grows on the ruins of Alba. Those who plan to convert a city into a great empire should use every available device to fill it with inhabitants, for unless a city has a large male population it cannot do much. There are 2 ways of acquiring a large population, by friendliness and by force. It is done by friendliness when the road is kept open and safe for foreigners who propose to come and dwell there, so that everybody is glad to do so. It is done by force, when 281. H.3 Methods of expansion. Neighboring cities are destroyed and their inhabitants are sent to dwell in your city. This custom was so studiously observed in Rome that, in the time of its 6th king, there dwelt in Rome 80,000 men bearing arms. For in this the Romans sought to do as a good farmer does, who, that a plant may grow big and produce and mature its fruit, cuts off the first branches that are put forth so that its roots may gather virtue and in due course may produce greener and more fruitful branches. That this method of providing for expansion and a future empire was both necessary and good is shown by the example of Sparta and Athens, 2 republics which were very well armed and governed by the best laws, yet never attained the greatness of the Roman Empire, though Rome appears to have been more tumultuous and not so well governed as they were. For this no reason can be assigned other than that already adduced. For Rome, by pursuing these 2 ways of enlarging the composition of her city, was able to put under arms 280,000 men, whereas Sparta and Athens could never muster 20,000 each. This was not due to Rome's being in a more advantageous position than was theirs, but simply to the difference in their modes of procedure. For Lycurgus, the founder of the Spartan Republic, thought nothing more likely to frustrate his laws than the admixture of new inhabitants, and so did everything he could to prevent foreigners having any intercourse with the citizens. Not only was intermarriage forbidden, but also the admittance to civic rights and other forms of intercommunication which bring men together. In addition to which he instituted a coinage of leather, so that nobody might be tempted to come there with merchandise or any manufactured goods. Hence it was impossible for the inhabitants of that city ever to grow in number. Since all our actions resemble those of nature, it is neither 282. 3 methods of expansion and point 3-4. Possible nor natural that a slender trunk should support a heavy branch. Hence a small republic cannot take possession of cities and kingdoms which are stronger and larger than itself, and, should it actually do so, it will happen as it does. In the case of a tree which has a branch that is bigger than its trunk, it will support the branch with difficulty, and the least wind weakens it. This is just what happened to Sparta. It occupied all the cities of Greece. Then, when Thebes rebelled, all the other cities rebelled, and the trunk was left without branches. In Rome's case this could not happen, for it had so large a trunk that it could easily support any branch. This mode of procedure, therefore, together with others of which we shall presently speak, made Rome great and exceedingly powerful, as Titus Livy pithily points out when he says, Rome meanwhile grows on the Rhyaeans of Alba. 4 republics have adopted 3 methods of expansion. The student of ancient histories will find that there are 3 ways in which republics have expanded. The first was that which the Tuscans of old adopted, namely, that of forming a league consisting of several republics in which no one of them had preference, authority, or rank above the others, and in which, when other cities were acquired, they made them constituent members in the same way as the Swiss act in our times, and as in Greece the Achaeans and the Aetolians acted in olden times. Now, since the Romans made frequent war on the Tuscans, I shall pay special attention to them in order the better to show the nature of this first method. Before the Romans established their imperium in Italy, the Tuscans were very powerful both by sea and by land. Though of their affairs history gives no exact account, there are 1 or 2 records and monuments which give some indication of their greatness. We know, for instance, that 283 H.4 methods of expansion. They sent to the Mare Superum, a colony which they called Adria, and that it was of such noble proportions that it gave its name to that sea which is still called the Adriatic by the Latins. We likewise know that their arms held sway from the Tiber right up to the foot of the Alps, which encircle here the main portion of Italy, though they lost their imperium over that country which is now called Lombardy 200 years before the Romans had acquired much power. For this district was occupied by the Gauls, who, driven by necessity, or attracted by the sweetness of its fruit and especially of its wine, invaded Italy under Belogius, their leader, defeated and drove out the inhabitants, and settled in this region, where they built many towns. They called this district Gaul, since this was the name they then bore, and they held it till they were conquered by the Romans. The Tuscans, therefore, worked on the basis of equality, and, in expanding, followed the first of the methods mentioned above. There were 12 cities, and among others they included Chiazi, Veii, Arezzo, Fiesole, Volterra, and so forth, each of which, as a member of the League, shared in the government of its empire. They never succeeded, however, in extending their gains beyond Italy. And of Italy, too, the greater part remained intact, for reasons which will presently be given. The second method consists in forming alliances in which 1 you reserve to yourself the headship, the seat in which the central authority resides, and the right of initiative. This was the method adopted by the Romans. The third method is to make other states subjects instead of allies, as the Spartans and the Athenians did. Of these 3 methods the last is quite useless, as is seen in the case of the 2 republics just mentioned. For they came to disaster for the simple reason that they had acquired a dominion which they could not hold. For to undertake the responsibility of governing cities by force, especially such as have been accustomed to self. 284. 3 methods of expansion 2.4. Government is a difficult and tiresome business. And unless you have armed forces, and they are strong forces, you can neither impose obedience on, nor rule them. For, if this be your plan, it is essential to have allies to assist you, and to increase the population of your own city. Wherefore, since these 2 cities did neither of these things, their mode of procedure was futile. But, since Rome, which exemplifies the second method, did both, she rose to exceedingly great power. And, since she was the only state that thus behaved, she was the only one that became so powerful. And, since she made many states her allies throughout the whole of Italy, which to a large extent lived under the same laws, and since, on the other hand, she reserved to herself, as has been said, the seat of empire and the right to issue orders, these allies without being aware of it, fell under her yoke and labored and shed their blood on her behalf. For when they began to go forth with the armies of Italy and to transform kingdoms into provinces and to make subjects of those who did not mind being subjects since they were accustomed to live under kings, and who, since they had Roman governors and had been conquered by armies bearing the Roman insignia, recognized no superior other than Rome, the result was that Rome's allies inside Italy found themselves before long encircled by Roman subjects and with an immense city, such as Rome had now become, towering above them, so that, when they realized the mistake they had been making, it was too late to put it right, so great was the authority Rome now exercised over outside provinces, and so great the force which lay at her disposal within, since she had a city so enormous, and so extremely well armed. And though her allies, to avenge their injuries, formed a league against her, they were soon defeated in war, with the result that their position became worse, for instead of being Rome's allies, they now became Rome's subjects. This mode of procedure, as has been 285. H.4 Methods of expansion said, has only been adopted by the Romans. Nor can a republic that wants to expand, adopt any other, for experience has shown that no other is so certain or so sure. The alternative method of leagues, mentioned above and adopted by the Tuscans, the Achaeans, and the Aetolians, and today by the Swiss, is the next best to that of the Romans. 4. By this method it is impossible to expand indefinitely. It has two advantages. First, it does not readily involve you in war. Secondly, you can easily hold as much as you take. The reason why such a republic cannot expand is that its members are distinct and each has its own capital, which makes it difficult for them to consult and to make decisions. It means also that they are less keen on acquiring dominion. For, since many communities share in that dominion, they do not appreciate further acquisitions in the same way as does a single republic which hopes to enjoy the whole. Furthermore, a league is governed by a council, which must needs be slower in arriving at any decision than are those who dwell within one and the same circle. Experience shows, too, that such a method of forming a confederation has a fixed limit, and that there is no case which indicates that this limit can be transcended. 12 or 14 communities join together, and beyond that they do not seek to go, for, having attained the stage at which it seems to them they can defend themselves against all comers, they do not try to extend their dominion. Whether because necessity does not require them to have more power, or because they see no advantage in acquisitions for the reasons already given. For in that case they would have to do one of two things, either to proceed to get allies, which, owing to their number, would entail confusion, or to make others their subjects, which they do not care to do since in it they see difficulty and in having them no great advantage. Hence, when they have reached the number which appears to promise them security, they devote themselves to 286. 3 Methods of expansion 2.4. Things. They accept and undertake the protection of those who apply for it, and by this means get from all around money which can easily be distributed among them. 2. They also fight for others and take pay from a prince here and a prince there who is prepared to spend money on his enterprises. This, as we see, is what the Swiss are doing today. It is also underscore as we read, what was done by the states mentioned above. Titus Livy bears witness to this when he tells us that, at a conference between Philip, king of Macedonia, and Titus Quintius Flaminius, they were talking together amicably in presence of a praetor from the Aetolians, and that, when this praetor came to speak with Philip, Philip upbraided him for the avarice and double dealing of his people, alleging that the Aetolians had not been ashamed to fight on one side and then to let their men take service with its enemy, so that the insignia of the Aetolians were often seen in two armies which were opposed. We find, then, that this method of forming leagues has always been the same, and has led to the same results. We see, too, that this method of acquiring subjects has always entailed weakness and has produced but small advantages, and that those who went beyond the appropriate limit were speedily ruined. Moreover, if this method of acquiring subjects is useless to republics that are armed, it is utterly useless to those that are without arms, as it has proved to be in the case of the Italian republics in our time. It thus becomes clear that the proper method to adopt is that which the Romans adopted, which is so much the more remarkable in that it was never adopted before, and has never been imitated by anyone since Rome. As to leagues, they are only found among the Swiss, and in the Swabian League, which has copied it. And, as will be said at the close of this topic, a great many institutions observed in Rome, pertaining both to internal and to foreign affairs, are not only not imitate at the present time, but are deemed to be of no account. 287. N.4-5 Methods of expansion. Since some are looked on as fables, others as impracticable, others as irrelevant and useless, with the result that, owing to this ignorance, we in Italy have become the prey of anybody who has wanted to overrun this land. Yet, if to imitate the Roman way seems to be difficult, that of the Tuscans of old should not appear so difficult, especially to the Tuscans of today. For, though they were unable, for the reasons assigned, to form an empire like that of Rome, they did succeed in acquiring in Italy such power as this method of proceeding allowed. This method, too, was for a long time secure, resulting in the greatest glories of empire and of arms in the highest degree, as well as customs and religious observances, which are worthy of the highest praise. It was by the Gauls that this power and glory was first reduced, and by the Romans that it was extinguished, and so completely was it extinguished that, great as was the power of the Tuscans 2,000 years ago, of it at present there scarce remains a trace. Which leads me to consider how things come to be thus lost in oblivion, a point that will be discussed in the next chapter. 41. 5 changes of religion and of language, together vath. Such misfortunes as floods or pestilences, obliterate the records of the past. Those philosophers who want to make out that the world is eternal, I think the answer might be that, if it really were as old as all this, it would be reasonable to expect there would be records going back further than 5,000 years, did we not see how the records of times gone by are obliterated by diverse causes, of which some are due to men and some to heaven. Those which are due to men are changes in religious institutions and in language. For, when a new religious 288 effect of new religions 2.5 institution comes into being, i.e. a new religion, its first care is, for the sake of its own reputation, to wipe out the old one. And, when the founders of a new religion happen to speak a different tongue, the old one is easily abolished. This becomes clear if we consider the measures which Christianity adopted vis-a-vis paganism, how it abolished all pagan institutions, all pagan rites, and destroyed the records of the theology of the ancients. It is true that Christianity did not succeed in wiping out altogether the record of what outstanding men of the old religion had done, which was due to the retention of the Latin language, for this they had to retain so that they might use it in writing down their new laws. Had they been able to write them in a new tongue, there would, if we bear in mind the way they persecuted in other matters, have been no record of the past left at all. Whoever reads of the measures taken by Saint Gregory and other heads of the Christian religion, will see what a fuss they made about getting rid of all records of the past, how they burnt the works of poets and historians, destroyed images, and spoiled everything else that betokened in any way anti-quieting. So much so that, if to this persecution there had been conjoined a new language, in a short time one would have found all traces of the past wiped out. One can well believe, therefore, that what Christianity did with regard to paganism, 42 paganism did to the religion that preceded it, and as there have been 2 or 3 changes of religion in 5 or 6,000 years, the record of what happened before that has been lost, or, if of it there remains a trace, it is regarded as a fable and no credence is given to it, as has happened with regard to the history of Diodorus Siculus, which covers a period of some 40 or 50,000 years, but is looked upon as untrustworthy, as I believe it to be. The causes due to heaven are those which wipe out a whole generation and reduce the inhabitants in certain parts of the 289 and 0.5 methods of expansion world to but a few. This is brought about by pestilence or by famine or by a flood, and of these the most important is the last, alike because it is more widespread and because those who survive are all of them rude mountain dwellers who have no knowledge of antiquity and so cannot hand it down to posterity, and should there be among the survivors anyone who has such knowledge, he will conceal it or distort it in his own fashion so as to establish his own reputation and that of his family, with the result that there will remain to his successors just so much as he has chosen to record and nothing more. That these floods, pestilences and famines happen, I do not think anyone can doubt, for plenty of them are recorded everywhere in history. Their effect in obliterating the past is plain to see, and it seems reasonable that it should be so. For, as in the case of simple bodies, when nature has accumulated too much superfluous material, it frequently acts in the same way and by means of a purge restores health to the body. Similarly in the case of that body which comprises a mixture of human races, when every province is replete with inhabitants who can neither obtain a livelihood nor move elsewhere, since all other places are occupied and full up, and when the craftiness and malignity of man has gone as far as it can go, the world must needs be purged in one of these 3 ways, so that mankind, being reduced to comparatively few and humbled by adversity, may adopt a more appropriate form of life and grow better. There was, then, as we have said before, a time when Tuscany was a powerful country, full of religion and of virtue, with its own customs and its own language, all of which we know was wiped out by the power of Rome, so that of it, as has been said, there remains not but the remembrance of its name. Book 2. Discourses 6. Colonization and War. Its causes and cost. 6. How the Romans proceeded in the waging of war. Having discussed the procedure which the Romans adopted in expanding their dominions, I shall now discuss the procedure they adopted in conducting a war. As in all their actions, it will be seen here how wise they were to depart from generally accepted methods in order to pave the way to greatness of the highest order. The aim of those who make war by choice or from ambition is to get something, and to keep what they acquire, and in this to proceed in such a way that the country, which is their fatherland, is thereby not impoverished but enriched. It is necessary, therefore, alike in acquiring and in keeping, to avoid expense, and, instead, to do everything so that the public may profit thereby. In view of all this, it is expedient to keep to the Roman way of proceeding, which in the first place was, as the French would say, to make wars short and crushing. For, since the Romans put large armies in the field, the wars they waged with the Latins, the Samnites, and the Tuscans were all over in a very short time. If one consults the records, indeed, it will be found that all their expeditions from the start up to the siege of Veii took but, in some cases 6, in some 10, and in 291 H.6 outposts of empire. Others 20 days. For their practice was, as soon as war had been declared, to lead forth their armies against the enemy, and at once to engage him in battle. When they had won, the enemy, to prevent them devastating the surrounding country, came to terms, and the Romans confiscated some of his lands, which they handed over either for private use or to a colony, which they placed on the enemy's frontiers for the protection of Rome's boundaries, with advantage both to the colonists who had the land and to the Roman public who had a garrison there at no expense to themselves. Nor, than this way of proceeding could any be safer, more forceful, or more useful. For, so long as the enemy was not in the field, this garrison sufficed, while, should they go forth in strength to attack the colony, once again the Romans marched out in strength and gave them battle, and when the battle had been fought and won, and they had imposed yet heavier conditions, they went back home. They thus came step by step to acquire a reputation greater than the enemy's and to increase their own strength at home. They kept strictly to this method of making war till after the siege of Baiae, when they made a change in their procedure. That they might carry on a longer war, they decided to pay their soldiers, which at first had been unnecessary since the wars were short, so they were not then paid. But, though the idea of the Romans in paying their troops was that it would enable them to make longer wars and to meet the case of more distant wars which would keep the troops longer in the field, yet they never departed from their basic principle of getting wars over quickly as far as place and time allowed. Nor did they ever depart from the custom of sending out colonies. For in regard to the first method, namely, that of making wars short, apart from this having become their natural practice, the ambition of the consuls kept them to it, since 292 colonies and land U.6j. They held office only for a year, of this year spent 6 months at home, and were keen on ending the war in order to have a triumph. They continued to plant colonies because of their usefulness and of the great opportunities they provided. They did, indeed, change somewhat the arrangement in regard to booty, and in this were not so generous as they had been at first. For, it did not seem to them necessary now that the troops were paid, and, 2, since the booty was now greater, they thought it a good plan that the public should benefit by it, so that they would not have to tax the city to pay for their enterprises. In a very short time this practice made the treasury very rich. These two methods, then, of distributing the spoils and of sending out colonies, caused Rome to become enriched by her wars, whereas other princes and republics, being less wise, are impoverished by them. Indeed it went so far that in the end a consul does not seem to have been able to obtain a triumph, unless he brought plenty of silver and gold and other booty of all sorts for the treasury's benefit. Thus, the Romans by the aforesaid methods and by getting their wars over quickly, being able in the long run to tire out their enemies alike by defeating them, raiding them, and by means of treaties advantageous to themselves, became ever richer and more powerful. 7. How much land the Romans gave to their colonists. I find it difficult to discover the truth about how much land the Romans distributed when they started a colony, for it depended more or less, I think, on the places to which colonies were sent. It would seem, however, that in all cases, and in all places no colonist got more than a small share. This was done, first that more men might be sent out as a garrison to defend some district, and secondly, because it was on 293 and 0.7-8 outposts of empire reasonable that whereas at home people lived as poor men, they should want their colonists to have a superfluity. Titus Livy tells us how, when Baiae was taken, they sent out a colony, and to each colonist granted 3 jugera and 7 unci of land, which in our measure comes to. For this they had a further reason. It was not, they held, having plenty of land, but its good cultivation that would tell. But all colonies, of course, necessarily had also public land on which anyone's cattle might graze and where wood might be gathered for fires, without which no colony can support itself. 8. The causes which lead peoples to quit their own country and to inundate the lands of others. Since we have just been discussing the procedure adopted by the Romans in their wars, and how the Tuscans were attacked by the Gauls, it will not be irrelevant here, I think, to point out that there are 2 ways in which wars come about. Sometimes they are due to the ambition of princes or of republics which are seeking to set up an empire, under which head fall the wars waged by Alexander the Great and those waged by the Romans, and those which are continually being waged between this power and that. Such wars are dangerous, but they do not entirely remove the inhabitants of the country invaded, for the victor is content provided its people became subject to his obedience, often lets them keep their own laws, and always leaves them their houses and their chattels. The other way in which war is brought about is when a whole people with all its families leaves a place, driven thence either by famine or by war, and sets out to look for a new home and a new country in which to live. In this case it does not, as in the previous case, merely govern there, but it takes possession of every single thing, and expels or kills the old inhabitants. This is war of the most cruel and terrifying. 294. Migrations H.8. Kind. It is to such wars that Sallust refers when, towards the end of his Jugurtha, he says that, after Jugurtha's defeat, the progress of the Gallic invasion of Italy began to be felt, and of this invasion says also that, whereas the Roman people fought with all other peoples merely for supremacy, with the Gauls the fight was always as to which of them should survive. For to a prince or to a republic that invades a foreign province it suffices if he gets rid of those who rule there, but to whole peoples it is essential to get rid of all the inhabitants, since they want to live on that on which the others used to live. The Romans sustained 3 of these extremely dangerous wars. During the first Rome was captured and occupied by those Gauls who, as we said, had taken Lombardy from the Tuscans and established themselves there. For this war Livy assigns two causes. First, as we said, they were attracted by the delicious Italian fruit and wines which in Gaul were not to be had. Secondly, the population of the kingdom of Gaul had multiplied to such an extent that they could no longer find enough food there, so the princes in those parts deemed it necessary that some of them should go in search of new lands, and, after discussing the matter, chose as the commanders of those who were to depart, Belogius and Sigo Visus, two Gallic kings, of whom the first went to Italy, and the second crossed into Spain. The result of Belogius going to Italy was the occupation of Lombardy, and from this arose the first war which the Gauls made on Rome. The next was that which occurred after the First Punic War, when between Piombino and Pisa the Romans killed more than 200,000 Gauls. The third was that in which the Germans and the Cimbri invaded Italy, where, after defeating several Roman armies, they were beaten by Marius. The Romans then won these three highly hazardous wars, and to win them called for more than a modicum of virtue, for we see how 295 2.8 outposts of empire. When, later on, the virtue of Rome declined and its armies lost their former virtue, their empire was destroyed by peoples of the same type, namely, by Goths, Vandals and such like peoples, who occupied the whole of the Western Empire. People such as these quit their own lands when constrained to do so by necessity, as had been said above, and the necessity is due either to famine or to a war or to hardships undergone in their own country, for in such a case they are constrained to go in search of new lands. And such peoples, when they are very numerous and then make a violent incursion into the lands of others, kill the inhabitants, seize their goods, and establish a new kingdom under a new name. This was done by Moses and by the peoples who overran the Roman Empire. For the new names now used in Italy and other provinces are due simply to their having been so called by their new conquerors. Thus, Lombardy used to be called Cisalpine Gaul. France used to be called Transalpine Gaul, but got its present name from the Franks, who gave it this name when they occupied it. Slavonia used to be called Illyria, Hungary, Pannonia, England, Britannia, and so of many other provinces, with changed names which it would be tedious to recount. So, too, Moses gave the name Judea to that part of Syria, which he occupied. Since I said above that such peoples are sometimes forced to go and look for new lands because they are driven from those they inhabit by war, I propose, as an instance of this, to cite the Moors, peoples that originally dwelt in Syria. When these peoples heard that the Hebrews were coming, they thought resistance impossible, so decided that it would be better to leave their country and save themselves rather than to lose themselves in an attempt to save their country. So, with their families they deserted it and went to Africa, where they established themselves, after expelling the inhabitants. 296. Migrations and .8. Whom they found in those parts. Thus, a people which could not defend its own country, succeeded in taking somebody else's. Procopius, who writes of the war Belisarius waged with the Vandals, who occupied Africa, tells us he came across inscriptions on certain columns in places where the Moors used to live, which said, "We are the Moors, who fled before the face of Joshua, the robber, the son of Nun." This makes it clear why the Moors left Syria. Peoples, therefore, who have been driven out by sheer necessity, are very formidable, and, unless confronted by good armies, can never be held back. But when those who are constrained to abandon their country are not numerous, they are not so dangerous as the peoples we have been discussing. For they have not the same force at their disposal, but must resort to artifice in order to get territory, and, having obtained it, must make alliances and form confederations in order to hold it, as we see that Aeneas, Dido, the Massilians, and such like, did, all of whom maintained their footing in the place where they had settled by the consent of their neighbors. The larger migrations, involving whole peoples, have come from Scythia, a country that is cold and poor. In it, when the population becomes large, the land is not fertile enough to sustain it, and they are forced to emigrate, for there are many causes to drive them out and none to keep them at home. And, if for the last 500 years there have been no inundations of these peoples, there are several causes that account for this. First, there was the great evacuation which occurred in that country during the decline of the empire, when more than 30 peoples emigrated. Secondly, Germany and Hungary, from which emigrations of these peoples also took place, are now prosperous lands where people can live in comfort, so that there is no need to change their habitation. On the contrary, since these peoples are extremely warlike. 297. And .8-9 outposts of empire. They form a bastion which prevents the Scythians who live on their borders from attempting either to conquer them or to pass through them. There have also frequently been very great movements among the Tartars, which the Hungarians and the people of Poland have withstood, and it has often been their boast that, if it had not been for them, Italy and the Church would on many an occasion have felt the weight of Tartar armies. But of these peoples I think I have now said enough. 9. What causes commonly give rise to wars between different powers? The cause of the war between the Romans and the Samnites, with whom for a long time they had been in alliance, is one which arises commonly between powerful states. It consists in some incident which is brought about either by chance or by those who are desirous of provoking a war. That which gave rise to war between the Romans and the Samnites was due to chance. For, when the Samnites made war on the Sidicinians and then on the Campanians, they had no intention of making war on Rome. But, when the Campanians were attacked and appealed to Rome, which neither the Romans nor the Samnites had expected, the Romans, to whose suzerainty the Campanians had submitted, had to defend them, and so to take on a war which it did not seem to them that they could with honor escape. For, though it did not appear reasonable that they should defend their allies, the Campanians, against their allies, the Samnites, yet, W.T. and the former had become their subjects and had accepted their suzerainty, it seemed to them shameful not to defend them. For they thought that, if they did not undertake to defend them, it would put an obstacle in the way of any others who contemplated submitting to their dominion. Since, therefore, 298. The causes of war. 9. Rome was aiming at empire and glory, not at tranquility. They could not decline to take the matter up. The same causes were operative at the beginning of the First Punic War, which was due to the Romans having undertaken the defense of the Messenians in Sicily, an undertaking which, again, was brought about by chance. This was not the case later in the Second War which arose between them, for Hannibal, the Carthaginian commander, attacked the Saguntines, who were allies of the Romans, in Spain, not out of hostility to them, but to get the Roman armies to take action, so as to provide him with an opportunity of attacking them, and of crossing into Italy. This method of starting new wars has always been the practice with powerful states who have a certain respect both for treaties and for one another. For, if I want to make war on some prince and between us there is a treaty the articles of which have been observed for a considerable time, rather than attack him, I shall look for some justification and ground for attacking one of his allies, knowing full well that, if his ally be attacked, either he will resent it and I shall get what I want. In that war will arise, or, if he takes no notice, he will disclose either his weakness or his unreliability in that he does not defend a dependent state. In either case he will lose his reputation and it will be easier for me to accomplish my designs. With regard, then, to the provoking of a war, due note should be taken of what has just been said about the submission of the Campanians. It should be noted, too, that a city which does not suffice for its own defense, has a remedy, should it desire at all costs to defend itself against attack. The remedy consists in submitting voluntarily to the state whose protection you propose to invoke. Thus the Capuans submitted to the Romans, and the Florentines to King Robert of Naples, who, though not prepared to defend them on the basis of an 299. 2.9 outposts of empire alliance, when they became his subjects, defended them against all the forces which Castruccio de Luca was employing against them. Money is not the sinews of war, as it is commonly supposed to be. Since it is open to anyone having the requisite authority to begin a war but not to end it, a ruler before committing himself to such an undertaking should calculate what forces he has at his disposal and act accordingly. Moreover, he should also take good care not to make any mistake about such forces, as he will do every time he bases his calculations on money or on the terrain or on the goodwill of men, but, on the other hand, lacks troops of his own. For though such things undoubtedly add to your strength, they certainly do not provide you with it, and, as such, are not and of no avail without faithful troops. For, without these no amount of money will suffice you, the natural strength of the country will not help you, nor will the goodwill of men last, since they cannot remain faithful to you unless you are able to protect them. Every mountain, every lake, every inaccessible fastness becomes but as a plain, when strong defenders are lacking. Money, too, not only affords you no protection, but makes you the sooner fall a prey. Nor can any opinion be more false than that which asserts that money is the sinews of war. This view was advocated by Quintus Curtius in connection with the war which took place between Antipater, the Macedonian, and the king of Sparta, where he tells how, for want of money, the king of Sparta of necessity had to join battle, and was beaten, whereas, had he postponed the battle for a few days, he would have had news from Greece of the death of Alexander, and so would have remained the victor without 300. The sinews of war. H.io. Putting up a fight. But, since he was without funds and feared lest for lack of them his army might desert, he was forced to try his luck in battle. On which ground Quintus Curtius maintains that money is the sinews of war. The view adopted by Quintus Curtius is put forward daily, and is followed by rulers whose prudence is not up to the mark. Taking this as their basic principle, they think they can defend themselves if they have a well-filled treasury, and do not consider that, if treasures guaranteed victory, Darius would have conquered Alexander, the Greeks would have conquered the Romans, in our day Duke Charles would have conquered the Swiss, nor yet, but a few days ago, would the combined forces of the Pope and the Florentines have had any difficulty in overcoming Francesco Maria, the nephew of Julius II, in the War of Urbino. Yet all those mentioned were overcome by those who held that the sinews of war lay not in money, but in good soldiers. Among the other things that Croesus, king of Lydia, showed to Solon, the Athenian, was a treasure too great to count. Solon was then asked what opinion he had formed of the king's power, to which he replied that he did not think him more powerful on this account, for war is made with steel, not with gold, and if anyone came along who had more steel than he had, he could deprive him of his power. Again, when, after the death of Alexander the Great, a host of Gauls crossed into Greece, and then to Asia, and sent ambassadors to arrange a treaty with the king of Macedonia. The king, in order to display his power and to frighten them, showed them a lot of gold and silver, whereupon the Gauls, who up till then had been intent on peace, broke off negotiations, so eager were they to relieve him of that gold. So the king was despoiled on account of the very thing he had accumulated for his defense. The Venetians, a few years ago, also had a well-filled 301 H.IO outposts of empire treasury, yet lost all their dominions without being able to use their treasures to defend them. I assert, then, that it is not gold, as is acclaimed by common opinion, that constitutes the sinews of war, but good soldiers. For gold does not find good soldiers, but good soldiers are quite capable of finding gold. If the Romans had chosen to wage war rather by means of money than by the sword, not all the treasure in the world would have sufficed in view of the great enterprises they undertook and the difficulties they had to encounter in them. But, since they made war with the sword, they did not suffer for want of gold, because those who were afraid of them brought it right into their camps. And if that Spartan king for lack of money had to try his luck in battle, what happened to him on the score of money has very often happened for other reasons, for it is obvious that when an army is short of provisions and must needs either die of hunger or fight, it always chooses to fight, since this is the more honorable course, and one that gives fortune some chance to show you favor. Again, it often happens that when a general sees that the enemy's army is about to be reinforced, he must either engage it and try his fortune in battle, or wait till the enemy's force has increased, and then have to fight it, anyhow to his own great disadvantage. One sees, too, as happened to Hasdrubal when he was attacked jointly by Claudius Nero and the other Roman consul in the march of Ancona, how a general who is obliged either to run away or to fight, always chooses to fight, since it seems to him that this course, even should the issue be extremely doubtful, gives him a chance to win, whereas the other would mean losing in any case. There are, then, many situations which compel a general to prefer the alternative of fighting, even though he had no intention of so doing, of which lack of money may sometimes be one. But one ought not for this reason to infer that money is the sinews of war, any more. 302. The sinews of war 11.10. Then are other situations which place men in a like predicament. I repeat, therefore, gold is not the sinews of war, but good soldiers are. Gold is necessary, but is of secondary importance. And good soldiers can get it for themselves, for it is as possible for good soldiers to fail to find gold as it is for gold to find good soldiers. That in this we are speaking the truth. History shows again and again, in spite of the fact that Pericles advised the Athenians to wage war with the whole of the Peloponnese on the ground that their industry and their pecuniary resources should enable them to win it. And, though during the war the Athenians sometimes prospered, in the end they lost, so that Sparta's wisdom and good soldiery was worth more than Athens' industry and money. On this point Titus Livy is a better witness than anybody else. I refer to the passage in which he discusses whether, if Alexander the Great had come to Italy, he would have beaten the Romans. In it he points out that three things are necessary for war: plenty of good soldiers, wise generals, and good luck, and then, having inquired whether the Romans or Alexander was the better off in these things, he draws his conclusion without any mention of money. The Capuans, when they were asked by the Sidicinists to take up arms for them against the Samnites, must have calculated their strength on a monetary basis, and not on the basis of troops, for, when they decided to help them, after being twice routed, they were forced to become Rome's tributaries if they wished to survive. 43. Book 2. Discourses 11-15. Diplomacy and War. 11. It is not a wise course to make an alliance with a ruler 0, whose reputation is greater than his strength. The mistake the Sidicinians made in trusting to the Campanians for help, and the mistake the Campanians made in thinking they could defend them could not be shown more vividly than it is by Titus Livy when he writes, the Campanians brought a name to the help of the Sidicinians instead of forces to protect them. It should be noted here that leagues made with rulers who lack either the means to help because they are too far away, or the power to help because they are disorganized or for other reasons, bring rather repute than assistance to those who trust in them. It happened thus in our day to the Florentines when in 1479 the Pope and the King of Naples attacked them. They were allies of the King of France, but from this alliance gained rather a name than protection. The same thing would happen to the ruler who should enter on some enterprise, relying on the Emperor, Maximilian, for it would be one of those alliances that bring rather a name than protection. Uno Principi, this term, as the context shows, is used both in this and in the next chapter to denote the ruler of a principality or the rulers of a republic. 304. Defense against invasion H.2I2. Which is what Livy says the Capuans brought to the Sidicinians. The Capuans, therefore, erred here in thinking their strength greater than it was. So small is the prudence of men that they sometimes undertake to defend others when they neither know how, nor are able to defend themselves. Thus, when the Roman army had taken the field against the Samnite army, the Tarentines sent ambassadors to the Roman consul to inform him that they wished there to be peace between these two peoples, and that they proposed to make war on whoever should disturb that peace. At this the consul laughed, and in the presence of the ambassadors had the trumpets sound for battle. He then told his army to go for the enemy, thereby showing, by actions, not by words, what answer he thought they deserved. Having in this chapter discussed the means rulers take, to their own hurt, for the defense of others, in the next I propose to discuss the means they take to defend themselves. 12. Whether it is better, when threatened with attack, to assume the offensive or to await the outbreak of war. I have sometimes heard men with considerable experience in matters connected with war, discussing whether, if of two rulers of approximately equal strength the more aggressive has declared war on the other, it is the better course for that other to await the enemy within his own boundaries or to assume the offensive and attack him in his own country, and for each course I have heard arguments adduced. Those who maintain that he should assume the offensive, cite the advice Croesus gave to Cyrus when he reached the borders of the Macedonians' territory to make war on them, and Tamaris, their queen, sent him word that it was up to him to choose between two courses, either to enter her kingdom, where she was awaiting him, or to let her come and seek him out. When 305. H.I.2 Diplomacy and War. The matter came up for discussion. Croesus, contrary to the views expressed by others, advised him to go and seek her out, on the ground that, if he defeated her when she was outside her own kingdom, he would not deprive her of it, for she would have time to reform her forces, but that, if he defeated her on her own territory, he should be able to pursue her when she fled, and, since this would give her no chance to reform, he would deprive her of her state. They allege, too, the advice which Hannibal gave to Antiochus, when this monarch was contemplating a war with the Romans. The Romans, he argued, could only be beaten in Italy, for others might there be able to avail themselves of their arms, their riches, and their allies, whereas anyone who fought with them outside Italy and left Italy unmolested would leave them with that inexhaustible source whence to draw forces as need arose. He ended by saying that Antiochus had better first try to take Rome before attacking the empire, and Italy before attacking the other provinces. They also point out that when Agathocles was unable to cope with war at home, he took the offensive against the Carthaginians who were making war on him, and forced them to sue for peace. They point out, too, that Scipio took the offensive in Africa in order to stop the war in Italy. Those who take the opposite view say that if one wants an enemy to succeed ill, one should get him away from his home. They cite the Athenians who kept the upper hand so long as they were waging war conveniently at home, but who, when they left it and took their armies to Sicily, lost their freedom. They also appeal to poetical fables which tell how Antiochus, king of Libya, when attacked by Hercules or Gydius, was insuperable as long as he awaited him within the confines of his own kingdom, but how, when induced by the craft of Hercules to leave it, he lost both his throne and his life. This gave rise to the fable depicting Antiochus on the ground. Drawing 306. Defense against invasion 11.12. Strength from his mother, the earth, and Hercules, on seeing this, lifting him up and holding him away from the earth. They also cite modern opinions. Everybody knows that Ferdinand, king of Naples, was held in his time to be a very wise prince, and that 2 years before his death it was more that Charles VIII, king of France, intended to come and attack him, for which Ferdinand made due preparation, but then fell ill. When about to die he left to his son, Alfonso, among other memoranda, one telling him to await the enemy within his own domains, and to let nothing on earth persuade him to lead his forces outside the state, but to keep well within his own borders awaiting invasion with all his forces intact. Of this advice he took no notice, but sent an army into the Romagna, where without fighting a battle he lost both his army and his throne. Besides the reasons adduced above, others are adduced by either side, such as that he who takes the offensive shows more spirit than he who awaits an attack, and so inspires his army with more confidence, and, in addition to this, deprives the enemy of the power to utilize his own resources, since he cannot avail himself of those subjects who have been spoiled. Also, owing to his having the enemy within his own domain, the ruler has to be more careful about imposing taxes and other intolerable burdens on his subjects, so that, in the end, as Hannibal said, the fount from which he can draw supplies for the war will run dry. Moreover, the invaders' troops being in a foreign country, there would be all the more necessity for them to fight, and necessity engenders virtue, as we have often remarked. On behalf of the other view, it is said that to await the enemy's attack has many advantages, for, without any disadvantage to yourself, you can impose on him many disadvantages in the matter of provisions and of anything else of which an army has need, you can also the better thwart his 307. N.I.2 Diplomacy and War. Plans owing to your having a better knowledge of country than he has, and, again, you can oppose him with stronger forces owing to the ease with which you can bring them all together, which you could not do were they all at a distance from their homes. Also, if you are routed, you can easily reform, both because a considerable part of your army will survive since it has a refuge at hand, and because reinforcements have not to come from a distance, so that, though you may have to risk all your forces, you will not be risking your whole fortune, whereas, abroad, you would be risking your whole fortune, but not risking all your forces. There have, indeed, been some who, in order to weaken the enemy more, have allowed him to advance for several days into their country and take a number of towns, so that he may weaken his army owing to the garrisons he leaves in all of them, and thus it will be easier to face him in battle. Let me now say what I think about this. I think a distinction must be made. For either I have my country well equipped with arms, as the Romans had and as the Swiss have, or I have a country ill equipped with arms, as the Carthaginians had, and as have the King of France and the Italians today. In the latter case the enemy should be kept at a distance, for since your virtue lies in money, not in men, as soon as any thing gets in the way of your obtaining it, you may be undone, nor does anything impede you so much as does war in your own domains. This is exemplified by the Carthaginians, who, so long as their country was unoccupied, could use the revenue to make war on the Romans, but, when it was attacked, could not withstand Agathocles. Nor had the Florentines any remedy against Castruccio, lord of Lucca, because he waged war on them within their own lands, so that, to defend themselves, they had to submit to Robert of Naples. Yet, after Castruccio's death, these same Florentines summoned up courage to attack the Duke of Milan in his own 308 Defense against invasion 11.12 territory and strove to deprive him of his kingdom. Thus, they displayed great virtue in waging war away from home, but great cowardice when it was near at hand. But when states are strongly armed, as Rome was and as the Swiss are, the more difficult it is to overcome them the nearer they are to their homes, for such bodies can bring more forces together to resist attack than they can to attack others. Nor on this point am I impressed by the authority of Hannibal, for it was resentment and self-interest that made him say what he did say to Antiochus. For, had the three disastrous defeats Hannibal inflicted on the Romans in Italy taken place in Gaul in the same space of time, the Romans would undoubtedly have been undone, since they would have been unable to make use of the forces that survived, as they were able to do in Italy, nor would it have been so easy for them to reform, nor yet would they have been able with such forces to withstand the enemy, as they were able to do. 1. Does not find that, in attacking a foreign country, they ever sent out armies of more than 50,000 men, but for home defense they put under arms against the Gauls after the First Punic War 1800,000. Nor would they have been able later on to vanquish them in Lombardy as they vanquished them in Tuscany, because against so numerous an enemy they would not have been able to bring to that distance such strong forces, nor have fought them under the same advantageous conditions. The Cimbri broke up a Roman army in Germany, and the Romans had no way to repair their defeat. But, when the Cimbri arrived in Italy, and against them the Romans could bring all their forces to bear, they were undone. The Swiss are easy to beat when away from home, whither they cannot send more than 30 or 40,000 men, but to defeat them at home where they can muster 100,000, is very difficult. In conclusion, therefore, I say again that a ruler who has his 309 I2I3 diplomacy and war people well armed and equipped for war, should always wait at home to wage war with a powerful and dangerous enemy, and should not go out to meet him, but that one who has ill armed subjects and a country unused to war should always meet the enemy as far away from home as he can. Both of them will in this way defend themselves better, each in his degree. 13 Men rise from a low to a great position by means rather of fraud than of force. 44. It is quite true, I think, that seldom, if ever, do men of low position 61 obtain high rank except by force and by fraud. Though there are, of course, others to whom rank comes merely by way of gift or inheritance. Nor do I think that force by itself ever suffices, whereas instances can easily be found in which fraud alone has some succo. Anyone who has read the life of Philip of Macedon or that of Agathocles the Sicilian, for instance, or others of that ilk, will see that, from an extremely low, or at any rate a low position, they rose either to a king dom or to very great power. Xenophon, in his Life of Cyrus, calls attention to the necessity for deceit. For in view of the amount of fraud used in the first expedition Cyrus made against the king of Armenia, and of the fact that it was by means of deceit, not by means of force, that he acquired his kingdom, one cannot but conclude from such actions that a prince who wishes to do great things must learn to practice deceit. Besides this, Xenophon also makes him deceive Cyaxares, king of the Medes, his maternal uncle, in various ways, and shows that without such fraud Cyrus could not have attained the greatness he did attain. Nor do I think that anyone can be found whose position at Adipicola Fortuna in contrast with Gran Fortuna, the terms used in the heading 310. Fraud and force. End point 13. The outset was humble, but who subsequently acquired vast power simply by the use of open and undisguised force, but it can quite well be done by using only fraud, as was done by Giovanni Galeazzo in order to deprive his uncle, Bernabo, of his position as ruler of Lombardy. And what princes have to do at the outset of their career, republics also must do until such time as they become powerful and can rely on force alone. Since in all her decisions, whether by chance or by choice, Rome took all steps necessary to make herself great, she did not overlook fraud. She could not at the start have been more deceitful than she was in the means she took, as we were saying just now, to acquire allies, since under this title she made them her servants, as was the case with the Latins and other peoples round about. For she first availed herself of their arms in order to subjugate neighboring peoples and to build up her reputation as a state, and then, having subdued them, she increased to such an extent that she could beat anyone. Nor would the Latins ever have realized that in reality they were mere slaves, if they had not seen the Samnites twice defeated and forced to accept Rome's terms. Since this victory increased the already great reputation of the Romans, with more distant rulers, who thus felt the impact of her name. Though not of her arms, envy and suspicion were aroused in those who did see and feel the weight of her arms, among them the Latins. So strong became this envy and this dread, that not only the Latins, but also the colonies Rome had in Latium, together with the Campanians who a short while before had been defended by Rome, joined in a conspiracy against her. The Latins provoked this war in the way in which most wars are provoked, as has been pointed out above. Namely, not by attacking the Romans, but by protecting the citizens against the Samnites, who had made war on them with Rome's sanction. That the Latins were moved to do this because they recognized the deceit Rome had practiced, is 3-2. H.I3I4 Diplomacy and War. Shown by the words Titus Livy puts into the mouth of Annius Setinus the Latin praetor, when speaking before the YC Allied Council P. For if under cover of a treaty between equals, it has been possible to reduce us to servitude and so forth. 45. It is clear, therefore, that, when the power of the Romans was first beginning to grow, they did not fail to use fraud, of which it is always necessary that those should make use who from small beginnings wish to rise to sublime heights, and the better they conceal it, as the Romans did, the less blameworthy it is. 14. Men often make the mistake of supposing that pride is overcome by humility. There are to be found numerous cases in which humility is not only no help, but is a hindrance, especially when used in dealing with arrogant men who, either out of envy or for some other cause, have come to hate you. This, our historian assures us, was the cause of the war between the Romans and the Latins. For, when the Samnites complained to the Romans that the Latins had attacked them, the Romans were unwilling to forbid the Latins to make war on them, because they did not wish to annoy them. Yet, by so doing, they not only annoyed them, but intensified their animosity and caused them the sooner to become open enemies. This is borne out by what the prefect, Annius, the Latin praetor, said to the mentioned council of the allies: you have tried their patience by refusing them troops. Who can doubt that this has made them angry? Yet they have put up with it. They have heard that we have an army ready to attack their allies, the Samnites. Yet they have not stirred from the city. To what is this marked modesty due, if it be not that they are aware of the strength of our respective forces, ours and their own? This shows very clearly how much the patience of the Romans intensified the arrogance of the Latins. 312. Mistake of pride 2.I4I5. A ruler, therefore, should never forget his dignity, nor, if he cares for his honor, should he ever waive a point agreed upon, unless he can enforce it, or thinks he can enforce it. For it is almost always better, when your position is such that you cannot in this way make the concession, to let it be extracted by force rather than by the threat of force, because, if you yield to a threat, you do so in order to avoid war, and more often than not, you do not avoid war. For those before whom you have thus openly demeaned yourself by yielding, will not stop there, but will seek to extort further concessions, and the less they esteem you, the more incensed will they become against you. On the other hand, you will find your supporters growing cooler towards you, since they will look upon you as weak or pusillanimous. But if, as soon as you become aware of your adversary's intentions, you prepare to use force, even though your forces be inferior to his, he will begin to respect you, and, since those with which you were allied will now esteem you, they will be ready to help when you begin to arm, which they would never have done had you given up. This applies where you have but one enemy. If you have more, the wiser course is to hand over some of your possessions to one of them, so as to win him to your side even after war has been declared, and that you may detach a member of the confederation which is hostile to you. 15. The decisions of weak states are always fraught with ambiguity, and the slowness with which they arrive at them is harmful. In regard to the topic we have been discussing in connection with the outbreak of war between the Romans and the Latins, it may be remarked that in all consultations it is well to come to the point which is under discussion, not to remain ever hesitant and uncertain in regard to the real issue. This is brought out very clearly in the consultation the Latins held. 313. 11.15 Diplomacy and War. When they were considering whether to leave the Roman Confederation. For, when the Romans came to be aware of the ill humor with which the Latin peoples had become imbued, in order to clear up the situation and to see whether they could not regain the loyalty of these peoples without having recourse to arms, they suggested to them that they should send 8 citizens to Rome to discuss the matter. On hearing this, the Latins, conscious that they had in many things acted contrary to the wishes of the Romans, held a council to decide who should go to Rome and to instruct them what to say. During the discussion of the question in council, Annius, their praetor, got up and said, "It seems to me to be of the utmost importance in this business that you should consider what is to be done rather than what is to be said. It will be easy, when you have arrived at a decision, to accommodate words to acts." This assertion is undoubtedly true, and every prince and every republic should ponder it well. For, where there is ambiguity and uncertainty as to what others want to do, it is impossible to choose the right words, but, once one's mind is made up and it has been decided how to implement one's decision, it is easy to find the right words. I am the more ready to call attention to this, since I have often noticed what harm such ambiguity has done in public affairs, to the detriment and to the discredit of this republic of ours. Where there is Doubt as to which course to choose, and it requires courage to decide. This ambiguity will always be found if on the point under discussion the decision rests with weak men. Slow and tardy decisions are no less harmful than are ambiguous decisions, especially when the point at issue is whether support is to be given to an ally, for by such slowness nobody benefits and to oneself it does harm. Slowness in arriving at decisions proceeds either from lack of courage and of strength, or from malevolence on the part of those with 3h. Ambiguity and procrastination. End point 15. Whom the decision rests. In the latter case, men who are moved by their own appetites to seek either the downfall of the government or the fulfillment of some other aim of theirs, do not let the discussion follow its normal course, but impede it and raise difficulties, whereas good citizens, even though they see that popular indignation is bent on taking a pernicious course, never place obstacles in the way of a decision, especially if the matter be urgent. After the death of Hieronymus, the tyrant of Syracuse, when the great war between Carthaginians and Romans was still going on, a dispute arose among the Syracusans as to whether they should ally themselves with Rome or with Carthage. So great was the ardor displayed by each side that the issue remained doubtful, and no decision was taken until Apollonides, one of the chief men in Syracuse, delivered an extremely prudent speech in which he showed that, though no blame attached to those who were in favor of an alliance with the Romans, nor to those who wanted to throw in their lot with the Carthaginians, yet ambiguity and slowness in reaching a decision was to be deprecated, for it was clear to him that this wavering would bring about the ruin of the Republic, whereas, should they arrive at a decision, whichever way it went, they might expect good to come of it. Nor could Titus Livy have shown more clearly than does this passage the harm that comes from indecision. He shows it, too, in an incident involving the Latins, for, when the Lavinians were asked to help them against the Romans, the former put off deciding so long that, when they were actually marching out through the city gate with an army to give succor to the Latins, news came that the Latins had been defeated. Whereupon Milonius, their praetor, said, "For this short journey the Romans will make us pay dear." For, had they decided at first either to help or not to help the Latins, they would by not helping them have avoided annoying the 315 H.I5 diplomacy and way Romans, and by helping them in good time, might by means of their combined forces have enabled them to win, but by their procrastination they stood to lose either way, as hap penned in point of fact. Nor, had the Florentines noted the significance of this incident, would they have suffered such losses nor such vexations at the hands of the French as they did when the French king, Louis XII, moved into Italy on his way to attack Ludovico Sforza, Duke of Milan. For, when the king was considering this expedition, he sought to come to terms with the Florentines, and their representatives, who were then at his court, agreed that they should remain neutral, and that, in return, when the king came to Italy, their form of government should be maintained, and Florence should receive his protection. The city was given a month to ratify this agreement. Its ratification, however, was put off, owing to the imprudence of those who sympathized with the cause of Ludovico, so that, when the king was already on the point of victory and the Florentines then wanted to ratify the agreement, their proposal was not accepted, since the king knew that they were forced to take this line, and were not doing it voluntarily out of friendship for him. This cost the city of Florence no small sum of money, and came near to causing a revolution, which on another occasion was actually brought about in this way. The course they took was the more harmful, in that it in no way helped the Duke, who, had he won, would have displayed much more hostility towards the Florentines than did the king. Though the evils to which this weakness gives rise in republics I have already discussed under another heading, I decided to avail myself of the opportunity provided by a fresh incident to repeat what I had said, since it seems to me to be a matter of which republics, especially those that resemble ours, should take careful note. Book 2. Discourses 16-18. The Army, its discipline and component parts. 16. How far the discipline of troops in our day falls short of that maintained in days gone by. 46. The most important battle ever fought by the Romans in any war with another nation was the battle they fought with the Latin peoples in the consulate of Torquatus and Decius. For everything shows that, just as the Latins by losing became a subject people, so the Romans would have become a subject people, had they not won. This is the view held by Titus Livy. For in all respects the two armies were alike in discipline, virtue, truculence, and in numbers. The only difference was that the commanders of the Roman army had more virtuosity than those of the Latin army. One notes, too, how in the conduct of this battle there occurred two unprecedented incidents of which there have been but few examples since, namely, to strengthen the resolution of the soldiers and to make them obey orders. Of the two consuls, one killed himself and the other killed his son. The parity which Titus Livy says held between the two armies was due to their having for a long time waged war together, and consisted in their having the same language, the same discipline, and the same kind of arms. For in drawing up 317 H.L6 the army and its component parts troops for battle they used the same formation, and both units and officers bore the same names. It was essential, therefore, since both in strength and in virtue they were equal, that something extraordinary should take place whereby to strengthen the ardor and truculence of the one rather than the other, for, as we have remarked on other occasions, it is on determination that victory depends, since, So long as it lasts in the breasts of those who are fighting, an army will never turn tail. And in order that it might last longer in the breasts of the Romans than with the Latins, it came about, owing partly to chance and partly to the virtue of the consuls, that Torquatus had to kill his son and Decius to kill himself. When pointing out this parity in strength, Titus Livy describes in detail how the Romans drew up their armies and how they disposed them for battle. He has done this at considerable length, so I shall not repeat it all, but shall discuss the points which I deem worthy of note, points which are ignored by all present-day commanders, with the result that there is a grave lack of proper order alike in drawing up armies and in battle. From Livy we gather that in the Roman army there were 3 main divisions for which the Tuscan term 3 ranks may be used. They called the first hastati, the second principes, the third triarii. Each had its own cavalry attached. In drawing them up for battle, they put the hastati in front. In the second place, immediately behind the hastati, they put the principes. In the third, all covering precisely the same space, they placed the triarii. The cavalry pertaining to each of these divisions they put on the right and on the left of the 3 formations. These mounted troops, on account of their formation and their position, were called aili, because they looked like 2 wings attached to the body. They drew up the first rank, consisting of the hastati who were in front, in close formation, so that they might thrust forward and hold up the enemy. The second rank, consisting of principes, since 3i8. The decline of military discipline 2.L6. They were not to be engaged at the outset, but were to come to the aid of the first should they be beaten or hard pressed. They did not draw up in such close formation, but kept their lines thinner so that this rank could receive the first rank, without disturbing its formation, should the latter be overcome by the enemy and have to fall back. The third rank, consisting of triarii, were drawn up in yet thinner lines than the second, so as to receive the 2 first ranks, comprising principes and hastati, should need arise. When their ranks had thus been drawn up in this formation, they went into battle. And, should the hastati be forced back or defeated, they fell straight back upon the thinner ranks of the principes, and the 2 ranks, thus united to form one compact body, resumed the fight. Should these ranks be beaten and forced to retreat, they retired upon the thinner ranks of the triarii, and all 3 ranks, together forming one body, renewed the fight. But, should they be overcome, the day was lost, since they had no further chance to reform. Wherefore, since every time this last rank of triarii became engaged, it meant danger to the army, there arose the proverb, it all depends on the triarii 9, or, as we say in the Tuscan idiom, we have played the last stake /. As generals in our days have abandoned all other traditions, and pay no attention to any point in ancient military discipline, so they have abandoned it in regard to this point, which is of no small importance. For where an army is so drawn up as to be able to reform 3 times during a battle, to lose the day luck must go against it 3 times and the valor of those attacking it must be sufficient to beat it 3 times over. But an army that can withstand but one attack, as is the case with all Christian armies, may easily lose, for, if it become in any way disorganized or its valor be but indifferent, its chance of victory goes. The inability of our armies thrice to reform is due to their having dropped the custom of receiving one rank into the other. This in turn is due to their being in 319. 216 The army and its component parts. Present-day battle formations one of 2 defects, either they station their ranks one alongside the other, and make their formations broad in extent but thin in the line of attack, which makes them weaker owing to their lack of depth, or, when, to make them stronger, they actually draw up the ranks in Roman fashion, then, since no arrangement is made for the first to be received by the second, when the first is rooted, all get mixed up together and defeat themselves. For, if the rank in front gets the worst of it, it collides with the second, and, if the second wants to advance, it is impeded by the first. Hence when the first falls back on the second, and the second on the third, so much confusion arises that the whole army is frequently ruined should the least misadventure befall. At the Battle of Ravenna, in which Monsieur de Foix who commanded the armies of France was killed, a well-fought battle as things go today, both the Spanish and the French armies were drawn up in one of the ways just described, i.e., each of the 2 armies advanced with all its troops drawn up shoulder to shoulder so that both presented but a single front, which was much greater in extent than it was in depth. This is always their procedure when they are operating on a large plain such as they had at Ravenna, for, realizing the disorder a retreat causes when troops are arranged in files, they avoid this, when they can, by making their front broad, as has been said. But should the available space be narrow they put up with the aforesaid bad arrangement without providing any remedy. And in the same bad formation they ride through the enemy's country, whether to loot it or to perform any other military maneuver. Again, at San Regolo in the territory of Pisa, as also at other places in which the Florentines were routed by the Pisans during the war which took place between the Florentines and that city owing to its having rebelled after Charles. 320. The value of artillery 2.16 I7. King of France, passed through Italy, the disaster was entirely due to the allied cavalry which, being in front and having been repulsed by the enemy, fell back on the Florentine infantry and broke it up, so that the rest of the troops all turned tail. Messer Ciriaco dal Borgo, once a captain of Florentine infantry has also often stated in my presence that he had never been routed except by the cavalry of his allies. The Swiss, who are masters of modern warfare, when fighting on the French side, make it their first care to station themselves on the flanks, so that, should the allied cavalry be driven back, it will not clash with them. Yet, though such things are both easy to understand and very easy to carry out, nonetheless, there has not appeared as yet any of our contemporary generals who has adopted the ancient formations and amended the modern ones. And though they may again have the three-fold army formation, called respectively the vanguard, the main body and the rear guard, it serves no purpose other than that of disposing men in billets. Moreover, when they make use of it, as was said above, it rarely happens that the self-same fortune does not befall all these bodies. Since many, to cover their ignorance, assert that the destructive power of artillery does not in these days permit the use of many ancient practices, I propose to discuss this question in the following chapter, and to inquire whether artillery renders it impossible to display the valor of days gone by. 17. In what esteem artillery should be held by armies at the present time, and whether the opinion universally held in its regard is sound. When in addition to what I have just written, I consider how many open battles which in our time the French call days, and the Italians call feats of arms / were fought by the Romans at different times, there comes to my mind the common 321. I7 The army and its component parts. Opinion so many hold, an opinion which would have it that, had there been artillery in those days, it would not have been possible for the Romans to have conquered provinces and to have made peoples become their tributaries so easily as they did, nor would they have been able in any way to make such bold acquisitions. They allege, too, that the use of these destructive weapons prevents men from employing and displaying their virtue as they used to do of old. And as a third point they add that it is more difficult than it was then to come to an engagement, and that it is impossible to keep to the ancient usages. In fact, war before long will be reduced to the question of artillery. I do not think it beside the point to discuss whether this view is sound, or to inquire whether artillery has increased or has lessened the strength of armies, and whether it has deprived good generals of, or has provided them with, an opportunity for acting virtuously. So let me begin by dealing with the first of these claims, namely, that Roman armies of old would not have made the acquisitions they did make, if in those days there had been artillery. In reply to this I would point out that wars are either offensive or defensive. Hence we must first ask to which of these two kinds of warfare artillery is the more useful or the more dangerous. Though there is something to be said for either view, yet I am convinced that artillery is incomparably more harmful to defenders than to those who attack. The reason why I say this is that the defenders are either in a walled town or are encamped behind a stockade. If they are within a walled town, either it is small, as are most fortresses, or it is large. In the first case, it is all up with the defenders. For the force of artillery is such that no wall can stand it, not even the thickest, for more than a few days. Hence if those within have not a goodly space into which to retire and dig trenches and build ramparts, they are doomed. Nor can they. 322. The value of artillery. Point 17. Withstand the attack of an enemy determined to force his way through a gap in the walls, even if they have artillery to help them, for it is an accepted maxim that against a heavy massed attack artillery is powerless. For this reason the defending of towns against the fury of ultramontane attacks has not been successful, but against the assaults of Italians they have been highly successful, for the latter do not attack en masse but in detachments, a form of attack for which much the best name is skirmishing. To advance thus coolly in such weak formation towards a breach in the walls where there is artillery, is to advance to certain death, and against such attacks artillery is of service. But when the attackers form a dense mass and come on one after the other to a breach in the walls, they get through anywhere unless held up by trenches and ramparts. Artillery will not hold them, for, though some get killed, there will not be so many killed as to prevent a victory. That this is so is shown by the many towns stormed by the Ultramontans in Italy, and especially by that of Brescia. For, when this town rebelled against the French who still held the citadel on behalf of the King of France, in order to prevent raids being made on the town from the citadel, the Venetians fortified the whole of the street leading down from the citadel to the city with artillery, placing it both in front and on the flanks and in any other convenient place. But of this Monsieur de Foix made no account. On the contrary, with a squadron of his cavalry, who dismounted, he got right through the artillery and took the city, nor do we hear that the artillery caused him any appreciable loss. So that the defenders of a small town, as we have said, when they find their walls laid low and have no space into which to retire behind ramparts and in trenches, but have to rely on their artillery, are speedily undone. If you are defending a large town where you have all you need for a withdrawal, artillery is still of far greater use to. 323. I7 The army and its component parts. Those who are outside than to those who are within. First, because, if artillery is to do any damage to those who are outside, you must needs raise it above the level of the ground. For, if on the level, every little trench the enemy digs and every rampart he puts up will afford him security, and you can do him no harm. So much so that, having raised your artillery, and dragged it into some recess in the walls or having in some other way elevated it above the ground, you will then meet with two difficulties. First, you cannot bring into action Artillery of the same size and power as those outside can avail themselves of, since in a small space it is impossible to manipulate large pieces. Secondly, should you succeed in getting it there, you will not be able to construct reliable and safe ramparts whereby to protect the said artillery, which can be done quite easily outside, on terra virtua, where there are all the conveniences and as much space as anyone can want. Hence it is impossible for the defenders of a town to have their artillery in high positions when those who are outside have enough artillery and that of a powerful kind, and if they are driven to place it in a low position, it is in large part useless, as has been said. Consequently, the defense of a city has to be carried on by hand-to-hand fighting, as was done of old, supported by artillery of very light caliber. Wherefore, though some slight benefit may accrue from this light artillery, it brings with it a disadvantage which counterbalances the advantage due to artillery, because, owing to the heavy artillery, the walls of towns are demolished and lie flat, buried, as it were, in ditches, so that, when it comes to hand fighting, the defenders have a worse time of it than they had before, since their walls have been battered down or their trenches filled up. These engines of war, therefore, as was said above, are of more use to the besiegers of towns than they are to the besieged. As to the third point, if your camp has been placed behind a stockade so as to avoid open battle unless it suit your convenience. 324. The value of artillery and point 17. Ins and is to your advantage. I claim that in this case you are ordinarily no better off in regard to preventing an engagement than was the case in the old days, and that there are times when, on account of artillery, you may be at a greater disadvantage. For, should the enemy come upon you and have a slight advantage in position, as may easily happen should he find himself on higher ground than yours, or should you on his arriving not yet have made your trenches and dug yourself well in, straightway, and without your being able to do anything about it, he will dislodge you and you will have to quit your fortified position and join battle. This happened to the Spaniards at the Battle of Ravenna. They had fortified themselves on the banks of the Ronco, but the earthworks they had thrown up were not sufficiently high and the French had a slight advantage in position, so that they were compelled by artillery to quit their fortifications and join battle. But suppose, as should usually be the case, that the site you have chosen for the camp is above that occupied by the enemy and that its earthworks are good and strong, so that, owing to your position and the other preparations you have made, the enemy does not dare to attack. It will be found that in such a case recourse will be had to the methods that were used in ancient times when someone had his army in a position in which it could not be attacked, namely, to scouring the country, taking or laying siege to towns that are friendly to you, and cutting off your supplies, so that you will be forced under such conditions to leave your camp and come out into the open, where artillery, as I shall presently point out, cannot do much. In view, therefore, of the reasons for which the Romans made war, and seeing that almost all their wars were of the offensive and not of the defensive type, it would seem that what we have said above holds good, namely, that it would have been to their advantage and would have speeded up their conquests, had there been artillery in those days. As to the second charge, which alleges that men cannot. 325. I7 The army and its component parts display their valor as they used to do of old, on account of artillery. I admit it is true that, where men in small detachments have to expose themselves, there is greater danger now than then, should they have to scale the walls of a town or to make an assault of this kind not with a compact body of troops but individually, first one appearing and then another. It is also true that the officers and generals of an army are more exposed to the danger of death now than then, since anywhere they may come under artillery fire. Nor does it help them to be in the last squadron or to be supported by very brave men. One finds, nonetheless, that rarely does either of these two dangers occasion any out-of-the-way loss. For the walls of well-fortified towns cannot be scaled, nor are attacks on them made with weak troops. If a town is to be taken, it has to be besieged, just as it was of old. Nor, even when it is taken by assault, are the dangers much greater now than they were then. For the defenders of towns even in those days did not lack equipment for launching projectiles, which, if not so terrifying, were no less effective in the matter of killing men. As to the death of officers and army commanders, in the last 24 years during which there have been wars in Italy, there have been fewer cases than there were during 10 years of war in olden times. For, except for Count Ludovico della Mirandola, who was killed at Ferrara when the Venetians attacked that state a few years ago, and for the Duke of Nemours, who was killed abroad at Cerignola, artillery has not killed any body, for Monsieur de Foix was killed with a sword, not by a cannonball. Hence if men do not, as individuals, display their valor, it is not due to artillery, but to bad methods and to the weakness of modern armies, for since they lack valor as a whole, they cannot display it in the part. To their third allegation, which is that it is impossible to bring about a hand-to-hand fight and that war will eventually become a matter of artillery, I reply that this statement is 326. The value of artillery and point 17. Altogether false, and will always be looked on as false by those who want their armies to display in their operations the virtue of ancient times. For it behoves him who wants to form a good army, to accustom his men by means of sham fights or real fights to engage the enemy at close quarters, sword in hand. Hence he should rely more on infantry than on cavalry. for reasons which will presently be given. And, if he does rely on infantry, trained as we have said, artillery becomes quite useless, since it is easier for infantry when engaging the enemy to avoid cannonballs than it was of old for them to avoid an attack by elephants or by chariots armed with scythes, or other unfamiliar weapons such as the Roman infantry had to encounter. Against such devices they always found a remedy, and against artillery would the more easily have found a remedy in that the time during which it may harm you is shorter than that during which elephants and scythe chariots could do you harm. For the latter throw you into disorder during a battle, whereas the former is a nuisance only before the fight begins, and this nuisance infantry easily avoid either by availing themselves of such cover as the sight offers or by lying flat on the ground when a volley comes. Experience, however, has shown that this is unnecessary, especially as a defense against heavy artillery, for with heavy artillery the range cannot be so nicely adjusted. Hence either the fire is too high, and does not get you, or it is too low and falls short of you. Again, when armies come to hand conflict, it is as clear as the day that neither heavy nor light artillery can hurt you. For if the enemy place it in front, you capture it, and, if he puts it behind, it hits his own folk before it hits you, while on the flanks it cannot do you so much damage but that you can go and get it, so that in the end it all comes to much the same thing. Nor is there much question about this. For it is clear from the case of the Swiss, who at Navarra in 1513 were 327. I-7I8 the army and its component parts, without either artillery or cavalry, yet went for the French army, which was supported by artillery in a fortified position, and found no difficulty on this account in breaking it up. The reason for this, besides what I said above, is that, if artillery is to function, it must be protected either by walls or trenches or earthworks, and, if either form of protection is lacking, it either gets taken or becomes useless, just as happens when men have to defend it in pitched battles and open engagements. Nor can it be used on the flanks except in the way the ancients used projectile launching devices. Such instruments were then placed outside the main body, in order that they might function outside the ranks, and, should those who used them be overcome at any time by cavalry or other forces, they took refuge behind the regular troops. Those who expect anything more from artillery do not understand it properly and place their trust in what can easily let them down. And if by using artillery the Turk gained a victory over Sophie and the Sultan, it was solely in virtue of the panic caused among their cavalry by its unfamiliar noise. On coming, then, to the end of this discourse, my conclusion is that artillery is useful to an army provided it be backed by valor such as was displayed of old, but, without this, it is of not the least use against a valorous army. 47. 1/8. That infantry should be more highly esteemed than cavalry is shown by the authority of the Romans and by the example of ancient military practice. It is possible to give many reasons and to cite many cases, showing clearly how much greater esteem the Romans had for foot soldiers than for cavalry in all military operations, and how upon this basis they drew up all plans for their forces. Numerous instances illustrate this, among others the battle fought with the Latins near Lake Regillus, where, when the 328th, the value of infantry to 1/8 Roman army began to give way, to support them some troops on horseback were ordered to dismount and fight on foot, by which means the battle was renewed and a victory gained, from which it is obvious that the Romans had more confidence in their men when on foot than when mounted. They used this expedient in many other battles, and always found it the best remedy in dangerous situations. Nor can this be countered by the opinion expressed by Hannibal when during the battle of Cannae he noticed that the consuls had made their cavalry dismount, and joked about it, saying, Quietum malum viuctos me I trade rent. Equits, i.e. I should have liked it better had they handed the horsemen over to me bound. Though this opinion is voiced by a first-class man, yet, if it be a question of authority, one should put more credence in a Roman republic and in the many first-class generals who were in it than in Hannibal alone. Furthermore, apart from an appeal to authority, sound reasons can be adduced, for a foot soldier can get to many places to which a mounted man cannot go. Infantry can be taught to keep their ranks, and, when broken, know how to reform them. Whereas it is difficult for cavalry to keep their ranks, and possible for them to reform when their ranks are disorganized. Besides which, one finds that horses, like men, sometimes have little spirit and sometimes a great deal, and quite often it happens that a spirited horse is ridden by a timid man, and a timid horse by a man of spirit, and of whichever kind the disparity be, the result is subversive of utility and order. Infantry when well drawn up, can easily break cavalry, but with difficulty are routed by them. This view is corroborated not only by many instances, both ancient and modern, but also by authors who prescribe rules for the conduct of civic affairs and in them show that wars were first fought with cavalry, since there were then no rules for drawing up infantry, but when these were made, it was at once recognized. 329. H.L8 The army and its component parts. That infantry are more useful than cavalry. But it does not follow from this that cavalry is not essential to an army alike. For the purpose of scouting, of raiding and pillaging the country, of pursuing the enemy when in flight, and again as a partial counterpoise to the cavalry of the adversary, but it is infantry that should constitute the basis and sinews of an army, and that should be held in the higher esteem. Among the sins committed by Italian princes who have made Italy the slave of the foreigner, there is none more grave than that of having held this arm of small account and of having devoted all their attention to mounted troops. This mismanagement is due to the perversity of captains and to the ignorance of those who hold office. For the Italian militia, having lost all official status during the last 25 years, had become like soldiers of fortune. It occurred to the militia that their reputation would be made if they had the armed forces while the rulers had none. Since, then, they could not maintain a large number of infantry continually in their pay, and they had no subjects of whom they could avail themselves. And since a small number would not make their reputation, they turned to cavalry, for with 200 or 300 cavalry in his pay, the reputation of a condottiere was safe, and the pay was not such as to prevent him getting it from ministers of state. So the more easily to attain their end and to keep up their reputation they made light of all the esteem and repute in which infantry was held, and applied it instead to their own cavalry, an abuse which has grown to such an extent that even of the largest armies the infantry constitute but a fraction. It is this practice, conjoined with numerous other abuses associated with it, that has made the Italian militia so weak that Italy has become an easy prey, downtrodden by all the ultramontanes. To show yet more clearly what a mistake it is to prefer a capi, heads, bosses. 330. The value of infantry H.L8. Cavalry to infantry. I shall take another example from Rome. The Romans were encamped before Sara. From the town there came forth a troop of cavalry to attack their camp. The Roman master of horse advanced to meet them with his cavalry. When they met, luck would have it that at their first encounter the officers commanding both bodies of troops were killed. Though without their leaders, the fight nonetheless went on, and that they might the more easily get the better of their foes, the Romans dismounted, and forced the enemy's cavalry in order to defend themselves, to do the same, by which means the Romans gained the victory. Than this example none shows better how much more virtue there is in infantry than in cavalry, for in other actions the consuls made the Roman cavalry dismount that they might help the infantry, who were hard pressed and were in need of support, but in this case they dismounted, not to help the infantry, nor yet to engage the enemy's foot soldiers, but because, while fighting as cavalry against cavalry, it occurred to them that, since as cavalry they could not prevail, they might win more easily by dismounting. Whence I infer that it is only with the greatest difficult that infantry when properly drawn up, can be overcome except by other infantry. Crassus and Mark Antony, 2 Romans, overran the domains of the Parthians for many days with very few cavalry, but plenty of infantry, though against them they had vast numbers of Parthian cavalry. Crassus with part of army got killed, but Mark Antony fought valiantly and escaped. None the less, in the misfortunes the Romans suffered, we see how much more value infantry were than cavalry, for the country was vast, mountains scarce, streams very scarce, the sea far away, and no conveniences at hand. Yet Mark Antony, as the Parthians themselves admitted, saved himself by his outstanding virtue, nor did the Parthian cavalry, numerous as it was, a virtuosamente. 331. H.L8 The army and its component parts. Ever dare to try conclusions with his army? And, if Crassus was left behind, he who studies closely the record of his doings, will see that it was by deceit rather than by force that he was undone, for, in spite of all his troubles, the Parthians never ventured to attack him. On the contrary, they always went roaming about, intercepting his convoys, making promises which they did not keep, till they had reduced him to dire extremity. I should have been at more pains, I think, to prove that the asterisk virtue of infantry is more potent than that of cavalry if there had not been so many recent examples which provide abundant evidence of this. There were the 9,000 Swiss we have already mentioned, who at Novara proceeded to attack 10,000 cavalry and as many infantry, and beat them. For the cavalry could not get at them, and they thought little of the infantry, since it consisted for the most part of Gascons, and was badly organized. Then there were the 26,000 Swiss who went as far as Milan to look for Francis, King of France, who had with him 20,000 cavalry, 40,000 infantry, and 100 pieces of artillery, and, if they did not win the day as they had done at Novara, they fought valiantly for 2 days, and, though routed, got away with half their forces. Marcus Regulus Attilius had the courage to oppose not only cavalry, but elephants, with infantry, and, if his project did not succeed, it was not because his infantry were so lacking in virtue, that he had not sufficient confidence in them to believe that they would overcome the difficulty. I repeat, then, that to get the better of well-disciplined infantry, it is necessary to bring against them better disciplined infantry, otherwise the case is plainly hopeless. 48. In the days of Philip Visconti, Duke of Milan, there descended on Lombardy about 16,000 Swiss, whereupon the Duke, whose forces were then commanded a virtuosamente. 332. The value of infantry 2.L8. By Carminula, sent him with about 1,000 cavalry, and a few infantry to meet them. Carminula, unacquainted with their way of fighting, attacked them with his cavalry, assuming that he would be able to break them at once. But they stood firm, and, having lost many of his men, he retired. Being, however, a very brave man, who knew how to take fresh chances when circumstances changed, as soon as reinforcements came along to make up his strength, he went to meet them, told all his men at arms to dismount, and, putting them at the head of his infantry, set out to attack the Swiss, for whom there was no escape, because Carminula's men, at arms having dismounted and being well protected by armor, they could easily pierce the ranks of the Swiss without suffering any harm, and, having got through, could easily overcome them. The result was that of all the Swiss there remained alive only those whom the humanity of Carmignola chose to spare. I believe many are aware of the difference in virtue that exists between these two kinds of troops, but so unhappy are these are times that neither ancient nor modern examples nor its being admittedly a mistake is sufficient to make modern rulers revise their point of view and realize that, if a province or a state is to keep up its military reputation, it is essential to resuscitate these services, to have them at hand, to restore their credit, to put fresh life into them, so that they may bring to the ruler both life and reputation. But, as rulers have departed from these ways, so they have departed from others men mentioned above, and in consequence acquisitions do harm to a state instead of contributing to its greatness, as will presently be pointed out. Book 2. Discourses 19-23. The administration of conquered territory and other problems, which admit of no middle course. 19 Acquisitions made by republics, when not well governed nor handled with the virtue the Romans displayed, contribute to the downfall, not to the advancement, of such republics. The erroneous views, based on ill-chosen examples, which have been introduced by our corrupt age, prevent men from considering whether to depart from the customary methods. Who could have persuaded an Italian, 30 years ago, that 10,000 infantry could attack 10,000 cavalry and as many infantry in an open plain and not only engage them in battle but defeat them, as happened at Novara, to cite a case already mentioned more than once? Even though history is full of such examples, nobody would have credited them. And, had they been credited, it would have been objected that in these days there are better arms, and that a squadron of men at arms should be able to hurl itself against a rock, not merely against an infantry battalion. With such false pretexts, men impaired their judgment, nor would they have taken into account that Lucullus with a small force of infantry routed 150,000 cavalry under Tigranes. 334. Misgovernment of conquered peoples 11.19. And that among these horsemen was a type of cavalry precisely similar to our own men at arms, nor yet again how this fallacy has been exposed by the example of ultramontane peoples. And since what history teaches about infantry is thus seen to be true, in the same way one should give credit to, and profit by, all other ancient practices. Were this done, republics and princes would make fewer mistakes, would be stronger in repelling an attack which should catch them unawares, and would not set their hopes on flight. Those who have to handle a body politic would know better how to direct its policy, whether with a view to its expanding or to holding its own, would realize that the right way to make a republic great and for it to acquire an empire is to increase the number of its inhabitants, to make other states its allies, not its subjects, to send out colonies for the security of conquered territory, to fund the spoils of war, to subdue the enemy by raids and battles, not by sieges, to enrich the public but to keep individuals poor, to attend with the utmost care to military training. And, should this method of providing for expansion not meet with their approval, they should reflect that acquisitions made in any other way spell ruin to a republic and so should bridle all ambition, provide well for the internal administration of their city-state by means of laws and customs, forbid it to make acquisitions, and look only to its defense, for which good preparation should be made. This is how the republics of Germany act, and, because they have taken such steps, they enjoy freedom, and have enjoyed it for quite a spell. Nonetheless, as I have said elsewhere 49 when discussing the difference between constituting a state with a view to expand Zion and with a view to its maintaining the status quo, it is impossible for a state to remain forever in the peaceful enjoyment of its liberties and its narrow confines, for, though 335. N.I. Administration of territory. It may not molest other states, it will be molested by them. And, when thus molested, there will arise in it the desire, and the need, for conquest. It will find, too, that, when it has no external foe, there will be one at home, for this seems sorely to happen in all large cities. That the republics of Germany have been able to live in this way, i.e. to maintain their status quo, and have lasted a considerable time, is due to the conditions which prevail in that country and are not found elsewhere, conditions without which it is impossible to maintain this type of polity. The part of Germany of which I am speaking was, like France and Spain, subject to the Roman Empire, but, when later the empire declined and the imperial title was transferred to Germany, its more powerful towns, owing either to the weakness or to the exigences of the emperors, began to free themselves, recompensing the emperor by the payment of a small annual tribute, so that little by little all the towns which had been directly dependent on the emperor and were not subject to any other prince, purchased their freedom in like manner. It also happened that, whilst these towns were in process of recovering their freedom, other communes which were subject to the Duke of Austria, rebelled against him. Among them Fribourg, the Swiss communes, and others like them. These communes prospered from the start, and grew little by little to such dimensions that not only did they never fall under the Austrian yoke again, but they became the terror of all their neighbors. I mean the communes now called Switzerland. Germany, then, is divided among the Swiss republics. called free states, princes, and the emperor. And the reason why amidst such diverse forms of constitution wars do not arise, or, if they do arise, do not last long, is the imperial title. For, though the emperor has no power to enforce his will, yet he has such standing among them that he acts as an arbitrator. 336. Misgovernment of conquered peoples 2.19. And by interposing his authority, mediates between them and at once puts an end to any dissension. The more important and the longest wars that have occurred there, have been those between the Swiss and the Duke of Austria, and, though for many years the Emperor and the Duke of Austria have been identical, this has not enabled the Duke to overcome the boldness of the Swiss, among whose communes there would never have been an entente if they had not been driven to it. Nor has the rest of Germany given the Emperor much help. For, on the one hand, the communes do not want to harm those who desired, like themselves, to be free, and, on the other, the princes are in some cases unable to help on account of their poverty, and in others do not care to help, since they envy the imperial power. These communities, therefore, are able to live content with their small dominions, since with respect to the imperial authority they have no cause to desire more. Within their walls they live united because in the offing there is an enemy, who, should there be internal disorder, would take the opportunity to subjugate them. Were conditions in Germany other than these, they would have to seek expansion and disrupt their present tranquility. And, since elsewhere such conditions are not present, other states cannot adopt this type of polity, but must needs expand either by means of confederations or in the way the Romans did. To adopt any other policy is to seek not life but death and ruin, since conquests are harmful in 1,000 ways and for many reasons. For it is easy to acquire dominion but not at the same time military strength, and yet it must needs be that those who acquire dominion and not at the same time military strength are ruined. Nor can one who has been impoverished by wars acquire forces even if he be victorious, because he spends on them more than he gets from what he has acquired. This is what the Venetians and the Florentines did, and, when the 337 N.I. administration of territory one held Lombardy and the other Tuscany, they were both much weaker than when the one was content with the sea, and the other with boundaries 6 miles long. The trouble in all such cases is that with the will to acquire, there does not go the wisdom to adopt the right method. This is the more blameworthy in that today there is less excuse for it, for the way the Romans behaved is there for all to see, and their example can be followed, whereas the Romans had no example before them, and had to use their own intelligence in order to discover what to do. In addition to this, conquests sometimes do no small harm, even to a well-ordered republic when the province or city it has acquired is given to luxurious habits which can be taken up by those who have intercourse with it, as happened first to Rome when she acquired Capua, and then to Hannibal. Indeed, had Capua been so remote from Rome as to have had no remedy at hand for the mistake the soldiers made, or had Rome then been in any way corrupt, the acquisition of Capua would undoubtedly have been the end of the Roman Republic. Titus Livy bears witness to this when he says, Capua was by no means good for military discipline, for it afforded all manner of opportunities for indulgence which obliterated the memory of their fatherland in the debilitated minds of the troops. In this way cities and provinces avenge themselves on their conquerors without either battle or bloodshed, for when the latter have become imbued with their deplorable habits, they are liable to be beaten by anyone who attacks them. This could not be put better than it is by Juvenal in his Satires, where, in dealing with this question, he says that the acquiring of foreign lands familiarized the minds of the Romans with foreign customs, so that, in place of frugality and its other high virtues, gluttony and self-indulgence took possession of it and avenged the world it had conquered. If, then, the acquisition of territory did so much harm to the 338 auxiliaries and mercenaries U.I-9-20 Romans at a time when their conduct was conspicuous for prudence and virtue, what effect will it have upon states whose conduct is very far removed from this? Upon states which, in addition to the other mistakes they make, of which enough has been said above, in their wars use either mercenary or auxiliary troops, from which there results harm of diverse kinds which will be mentioned in the next chapter. 20 On the dangers which accrue to the prince or the republic that employs auxiliary or mercenary troops. If I had not in another of my works 50 discoursed at length on the futility of mercenary and auxiliary troops and on the advantage of one's own, I should make this discourse of greater length than I shall do, but having spoken at length elsewhere, I shall here be brief. Yet I cannot well omit to mention an important example which I have found in Titus Livy concerning auxiliary troops, where by auxiliary troops I mean those that a prince or a republic sends to help you, under commanders appointed and paid by that prince or that republic. Coming then to Livy's evidence, I would point out that, after the Romans in 2 different places had routed 2 Samnite armies with the armies which they had sent to help the Capuans, and had thus freed the Capuans from the war the Samnites had been waging against them, they decided to return to Rome. But lest the Capuans, when deprived of their help, should again fall a prey to the Samnites, they left 2 legions in the neighborhood of Capua to defend them. These legions began to enjoy an idleness which was bad for them. So much so that, though it would mean being false to their fatherland and to the respect they owed the Senate, they thought of taking up arms and making themselves lords of the country which by their valor they had defended, for it. 339. H.20 Administration of territory. seemed to them that the inhabitants were unworthy to possess good things which they knew not how to protect. When this became known, it was stopped by the Romans, and matters were put right, as we shall explain at length when we come to speak of conspiracies. I repeat, then, that of all kinds of soldiers auxiliaries are the most hurtful, for over them the prince or the republic who accepts their aid, has no authority at all. The only person who has authority over them is the person who has sent them. For auxiliary troops are, as I have said, troops sent to you by a ruler under their own commanders, with their own standards, and in his pay, as was the army which the Romans sent to Capua. Such soldiers, when they have won, often prey on those who have commissioned them in the same way as they prey on those against whom they have been commissioned to fight, moved thereunto either by the malignity of the prince who sends them, or by their own ambition. Though the Romans had no intention of breaking the alliance and agreement they had made with the Capuans, yet so easy did the conquest of Capua seem to these soldiers that they were readily induced to consider depriving the Capuans of their lands and of their independence. Of this numerous examples might be given, but I shall be content with this one, and with that afforded by Rhegium, which was robbed of its independent life and of its territory by a legion which the Romans had sent to guard it. A prince, or a republic, therefore, ought first to adopt any course rather than bring into the state for its defense auxiliary forces, when it means that they will be entirely dependent on them, for any treaty or convention, however hard, that they can make with any enemy will be light as compared with such an alternative. Those who study closely the past and discuss the present will find that for each case that has led to good results, there are any number that turned out to be mistakes. Nor can 340. Management of conquered peoples H.20-2. An ambitious prince or republic have a better chance of getting hold of a city or a province than to be asked to send his armies there to protect it. Hence he who is so ambitious as to invoke such help, not merely to defend himself but to attack others, is seeking to acquire what he cannot keep, for by what he has used to get it, it can easily be taken away. Yet so great is man's ambition that, in striving to slake his present desire, he gives no thought to the evils that in a short time will follow in its wake. Nor is he stirred by the lessons of the past, as I have shown in regard to this and to other matters, for, if he were moved by them, he would see that the greater the liberality he displays towards his neighbors, and the more averse he is to seizing their lands, the more ready they will be to throw themselves into his lap, as will be shown below from what happened in the case of the Capuans. 21. The first praetor the Romans sent out was to Capua, 400 years after they had first begun to make war. How much the methods used by the Romans in acquiring territory differed from those at present used to extend the dominion of a state, has been sufficiently explained in a previous discourse, and also how the Romans let the towns, which they did not destroy, live under their own laws, even in the case of those which did not become their allies, but, when they surrendered, were made subjects, for in such a case, the only token of the imperium exercised by the Roman people was the imposing of certain conditions, the which, being observed, they allowed them to retain their own form of government and their prestige. These methods, we know, were kept up until they had gone beyond Italy, and begun to reduce kingdoms and states to provinces. Of this the best example is that of the first praetor, the 341. *c. H.2. Administration of territory. Romans ever sent to a place outside Rome, namely, to Capua, for it was not ambition that induced them to send him, but because the Capuans had asked for one, since they were at loggerheads with one another and thought it necessary to have a Roman citizen in their city who should put matters right and reunite them. Moved by this example, the people of Antium, when in like case, were constrained to ask that a prefect should be sent to them. Apropos of which incident, and of this new way of exercising authority, Titus Livy says that not only the arms of the Romans, but Roman law began now to prevail. We see, therefore, how much this procedure contributed. Surprised face, the increase of Rome's power. For cities, especially those accustomed to freedom or to being ruled by a native of the place, rest more tranquil and content under a government they do not see, though it may bear on them somewhat hardly, than under a government with which they are brought into daily contact, and which thus reminds them daily of their servitude. There is also a further advantage gained by the ruler. It is this: since the judges and magistrates who exercise civil and criminal jurisdiction over the citizens are not his ministers, their judgments cannot cause difficulty or bring discredit on the ruler, so that many grounds for hating and calumniating him are thus avoided. In addition to other examples one might adduce from antiquity to prove the truth of these, there has recently occurred one in Italy. For Genoa, as everybody knows, has more than once been occupied by the French, and in all cases except the present one the king sent a French governor to rule it in his name. But on the present occasion, not by choice but because he could not help it, the king let the city govern itself, and the governor appointed was a Genos. Nor can it be doubted that, should anyone inquire as to which of these two methods brought greater security to the king and to the king's authority. 342. Management of conquered peoples H.2. There, or greater contentment to the people, he would certainly favor the last method. Besides which, men are more inclined to throw themselves on your lap the more averse you appear to be to have them there, and for their liberties fear less, the more humane and the more easygoing is your treatment of them. It was the easygoing ways and the generosity of the Romans that made The Capuans hastened to call in a Roman praetor, whereas had the Romans shown the least desire to send one there, they would at once have become suspicious and kept clear of them. But what need is there to go to Capua and Rome for instances of this when they are to hand in Florence and Tuscany? Everyone knows how long it is since the city of Pistoia came of her own accord under the dominion of Florence. Everybody is also aware what hostility there has been between the Florentines and the Pisans, the Lucchesi and the Sienese. The diverse attitude here adopted did not proceed from the small value the Pistoians set on their liberty, as compared with the others, nor from their thinking less of themselves than the others did, but from the Florentines, having always treated the Pistoians as brothers, and the others as enemies. It was this that made the Pistoians so quick and so willing to accept Florentine suzerainty, and that made, and still makes, the others exert all their efforts not to come to this. Had the Florentines, whether by means of confederations or by helping them, been easygoing with their neighbors, instead of treating them roughly, they would unquestionably be the lords of Tuscany today. I do not mean to say that armed forces should not be used, but that they should be used only as a last resort, when other means prove inadequate. 1. 343. 11.22 Administration of territory. 22 How frequently erroneous are the views men adopt in regard to matters of moment. How frequently men form false opinions has been observed, and is still observed by those who happen to be witnesses of their decisions, the which, unless made by men of first-class ability, are very often the reverse of being sound. And because, in corrupt republics, especially in untroubled times, men of first-class ability are ousted by the envy and ambitious scheming of others, men fall back on what by a common error is judged to be good, or else by those who are seeking popularity, rather than the common good. Such mistakes are discovered afterwards when things go wrong, and recourse is then had of necessity to those who in peaceful times had been, as it were, forgotten, as in its proper place in this connection we shall endeavor to show. There sometimes occur also events about which men who have had no great experience of affairs are easily mistaken, since such happenings have plausible features, which make men believe that the outcome in such a case will be what they have persuaded themselves it will be. These remarks are made with reference to what Nemesius, the praetor, persuaded the Latins to do after they had been beaten by the Romans, and to what many believed a few years ago, when Francis I, King of France, set out to acquire Milan, which the Swiss were defending. I would point out, then, that, after the death of Louis XII, Francis of Angoulême succeeded to the crown of France and was anxious to recover the Duchy of Milan, which, a few years before, had been occupied by the Swiss, supported by Pope Julius II. To facilitate his attack, he desired to find help in Italy, so, besides the Venetians whom Louis had won over, he approached the Florentines and Pope Leo X, under the impression that his task would be easier if he could first win them over, since the King of Spain's troops were in Lombardy. 344. Neutrality H.22. And other forces belonging to the emperor were in Verona. Pope Leo declined to accede to the king's wish, but was persuaded by his advisers, so it was said, to remain neutral. For they pointed out that by adopting this course he would be certain to emerge victorious, for it did not suit the church to have as powers in Italy either the king or the Swiss, but, being anxious to restore Italy to its former freedom, it was essential to free it from servitude to either. And since it was impossible to overcome both of them, either singly or both together, the best course was to let one of them overcome the other, and then for the church with her allies to fall on the victor. Nor could there be a better opportunity than the present, since both armies were in the field, and the Pope had his forces in readiness and could send them to the confines of Lombardy, near to both the armies, under the pretext of protecting his own territory, where they could remain until the battle took place. This might reasonably be expected to be sanguinary on both sides, since both armies were good ones, and hence should leave the victor so weak that it would be easy for the Pope to attack and break him, which would be a glorious thing since it would leave him master of Lombardy and the arbiter of all Italy. How false this opinion was is seen by the event, for, when the Swiss were overcome after a long fight, the forces of the Pope and of the King of Spain did not dare to attack the victor, but made ready for flight, and even this would not have helped them, had it not been that the king, for humanity's sake or because indifferent, did not look to a second victory, but was content to make peace with the church. Though, when viewed from a distance, there were grounds which made the view here adopted seem sound, it was in fact utterly false. For it rarely happens that a victor loses very many of his troops, since they are killed in battle, not in flight, and a virtuoso. 345. H.22-3 Administration of territory. In the ardor of the combat when men are face to face, but few get killed, especially if the battle lasts but for a short time, as usually it does. While even if it lasts long, and many of the victor's men get killed, the repute gained by the victory and the terror he now inspires, much more than compensates for the loss suffered by the death of his men. Hence anyone who sets out to attack an army, which in his opinion has been weakened by a fight, will find himself mistaken unless his own army be such that at any time, even before the victory, he could afford to fight. In that case he might win or he might lose, according to his luck and to his virtue, but an army which has just fought and gained a victory would be at an advantage rather than at a disadvantage in his regard. This is put beyond question by the experience the Latins underwent and the mistake the praetor, Numicius, made, and by what happened to those who believed him. For when the Romans had defeated the Latins, Numicius went about shouting all over Latium that now was the time to attack the Romans, since they were weakened by the battle they had fought with them, and all they had gained was a nominal victory, which in reality was a defeat owing to the losses they had suffered, so that any small force which should make a fresh attack on them, would finish them off. So the peoples, who believed him, raised a fresh army, and were routed forthwith, wherein they suffered a loss which is always suffered by those who lend ear to such advice. 23. When events required that the Romans should pass judgment on subject peoples, they avoided a middle course. 51. The state of things in Latium was now such that it could stand neither peace nor war. The most unhappy of all unhappy positions is that of a prince or of a republic, which is 346. Management of conquered peoples. 11.23. Reduced to such extremities that it can neither accept peace nor sustain war. Such a position arises when the conditions of peace are too severe, and war means that either they become the prey of their allies or that they remain a prey to their enemies. All such extremities are brought about by bad counsels and bad decisions, made without first estimating carefully the forces at one's disposal, as has been said above. For the republic or the prince who measures his forces well, will with difficulty be brought to the pass to which the Latins were led. For they came to terms with the Romans when they ought not to have done so, and declared war on them when they ought not to have declared war, and by so doing created a situation in which the enmity and the friendship of the Romans was from their point of view equally harmful. The Latins, therefore, were conquered and brought into complete subjection, first by Manlius Torquatus and then by Camillus, who, having forced them to surrender unconditionally, and having put garrisons in all the Latin towns and everywhere taken hostages, returned to Rome and announced to the Senate that all Latium was in the hands of the Roman people. Since what Camillus said is important and deserves the attention of all rulers who would emulate his example should occasion arise, I shall here quote the words which Livy puts into the mouth of Camillus, for they bear witness to the way in which the Romans extended their dominions, and also to the fact that in judgments pronounced by their government, they always avoided a middle course, and preferred the extremes. For government consists in nothing else but so controlling subjects that they shall neither be able to, nor have cause to, do you harm, which may be done either by making quite sure of them by depriving them of all means of doing you harm, or by treating them so well that it would be unreasonable for them to desire a change of fortune. All this. 347. And point 23. Administration of territory is made quite clear, first by Camillus' statement and then by the judgment the Senate came to in its regard. These are Livy's words: the immortal gods have vouchsafed to you the power to decide whether Latium is to be or not to be. Its future lies in your hands. In so far as the Latins are concerned, it rests with you to make a peace which shall be perpetual, either by punishing them cruelly or by pardoning them. Do you think it advisable to be brutal towards those who have surrendered and been conquered? If so, you can wipe out the whole of Latium. Do you want, after the manner of our forefathers, to augment the Roman state by admitting the conquered to citizenship? The material whereby to increase it to its great glorification lies ready to hand. Of a surety that empire is most secure in which obedience is conjoined with happiness. It behoves you then to subjugate them while their minds are so stunned that they know not what to expect, either by punishing them or by becoming their benefactor. Having heard this proposal, the Senate came to a decision, which followed the lines the consul had laid down, which was that,